Chapter 1. Could it be that my life is destined to be like this? I'm not dreaming. After an indeterminate passage of time, Chen Jingxian finally comprehended that he was not merely ensnared in a dream, he had truly traversed into another realm. He found himself inexplicably transported to an unknown location. His gaze was somewhat dazed. Endless golden clouds rolled and swirled, releasing torrents of purple energy, surging forth with grandeur. Before him lay a vast expanse of clouds and infinite sky, with boundless yang energy ascending from below, akin to ocean waves crashing skyward. This was the primordial chaos. The words flashed through Chen Jingxian's mind. As Panga fell, he transformed into the myriad races of the primordial world, where the pure yang energy surged upwards while the turbid yin energy sank downwards, heralding the genesis of heaven and earth. Chen Jingxian's soul floated above the 9 heavens. Since the heavens have granted me the opportunity to traverse, if I do not seize it, would I not be squandering such goodwill? With a sweep of his consciousness, Chen Jingxian discerned that this nascent primordial realm was rife with opportunities. Let alone the innate spiritual treasures, merely possessing one of those primal beings could yield immense benefits. Whether it be the 3 pure ones, born of Panga's primordial spirit, or the 12 ancestors of sorcery, or any of the 10 innate spiritual roots, any of them could potentially ascend to the stature of a grand master like Jinyuan Daxian. There was even a chance to break through to the realm of Hunyuan. However, to Chen Jingxian's dismay, he had searched for a suitable physical vessel for a staggering 100,000 years, following the currents of the void. There were indeed options, but none captured his interest. In the primordial chaos, one must ultimately consider the foundation. It determined how far one could progress. Those with solid foundations, like the 3 pure ones, were the children of destiny, while those with meager roots were destined to be mere sustenance from birth. Thus, possessing a formidable foundation was paramount. Chen Jingxian certainly wished for a robust lineage, not the 3 pure ones or the 10 innate spiritual roots. At the very least, he sought something akin to Zenyuanzi or the River of Hades. Regrettably, the primordial chaos was vast beyond comprehension, so much so that Chen Jingxian was oblivious to its true dimensions. Though he possessed consciousness, he was merely a wisp of awareness, adrift in the currents, unable to act freely. After a prolonged duration, he followed the flow and returned to the location of the previous yang energy. 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. In the blink of an eye, several epochs had passed, until one day, an overwhelming presence of utmost yang energy suddenly manifested. As the pure yang energy emerged, the heavens above resonated with golden thunder, the clouds quivered, purple energy surged, and golden light dazzled, illuminating the world. Moments later, the pure yang energy devoured all yang energy within a 1,000,000,000-mile radius. The golden light trembled as if to rend the firmament itself. This, Chen Jingxian was taken aback. What a powerful, innate being. This entity must have been cultivating concealed within the yang energy, and I failed to perceive its existence. Though he was unaware of the nature of this being, Chen Jingxian acted decisively. Whoosh! His consciousness transformed into a wisp of energy, deliberately following the current of yang energy, drawn towards the pure yang presence, and then infiltrated it to initiate the process of possession. Oh, why is there no consciousness? As Chen Jingxian sensed this, elation surged within him. In a state of unconsciousness, the success rate of possession was nearly 100%. Boom! Chen Jingxian's soul instantly merged with the pure yang energy. A warm sensation enveloped him, and he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, soon succumbing to slumber. This slumber lasted through more than a dozen epochs. When he awakened again, the essence of the entire world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation, no longer retaining its previous ethereal haze. At this moment, Chen Jingxian regained his senses and gazed upon himself. Simultaneously, a new message entered his mind. Chen Jingxian was elated. I am Dongwang Gong, the foremost among male immortals, stronger than Zenyuanzi, the River of Hades, and Kuanping. Excellent. From this moment forth, I am no longer the traveler Chen Jingxian, I am Dongwang Gong. Oh! In the primordial chaos, outside the purple cloud palace, A young man wore a complex expression, observing the celestial cranes dancing gracefully through the sky, the clouds swirling in hues of crimson and gold, the jade towers and palatial structures, and occasionally witnessing a ray of rainbow light streak across the heavens. It truly resembled a realm of immortals. The good news was that he had traversed and become Dong Wang Gong, free from the toil of menial labor. The bad news was that upon awakening, he found himself in the aftermath of the first sage's sermon. How wonderful it would have been had he awakened a bit earlier. He had missed countless opportunities. From the novels he had perused in his previous life, he possessed some understanding of his host. It could be said that Dong Wang Gong had quite remarkable roots, though not on par with the three pure ones. He surpassed the 12 ancestors of sorcery and Xinyuanzi significantly. Otherwise, how could he have garnered such attention from the Tao ancestor when he attended the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace? Or perhaps the heavenly Tao regarded him with special favor. Hongjun lectured at the Purple Cloud Palace under the command of the heavenly Tao, and among the throng of 3,000 worldly guests, those singled out alongside the three pure ones, Zhuanti, Jin, and Yua, included Dong Wang Gong, the foremost among male immortals, and Zhuangmu, the foremost among female immortals. The six saints were the ordained saints of destiny, and Dong Wang Gong and Zhuangmu were likewise regarded alongside them. How could they be mere ordinary figures? Dijuan established the heavenly court, a scheme of the heavenly Tao, and the true sovereign of the heavenly court should have been Dong Wang Gong. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the heavenly Tao and, not waiting for fortune to descend, he prematurely established the ancient heavenly court, clashing with Dijuan. During the calamity of the witches and demons, the will of the heavenly Tao sought to obliterate both races. The heavenly court established by Dijuan was destined to falter, and the position of future heavenly emperor would fall upon Dong Wang Gong. Regrettably, driven by greed, Dong Wang Gong was blind to the workings of the heavenly Tao, forcefully establishing the ancient heavenly court amid the calamity, dividing Dijuan's fortune, and nearly disrupting the balance between the witches and demons, which was indeed a transgression against fate. Since he had willingly entered the calamity, the heavenly Tao no longer sheltered him. Dong Wang Gong could only meet his demise. After Dong Wang Gong's death, he was picked up by Hongjun's disciple, becoming the supreme heavenly emperor of the three realms. As for Zhuangmu, following the calamity of the gods, she utilized her undying essence and the path of immortality to cultivate the peach tree of immortality, which later blossomed in the Western Journey calamity, redeeming countless immortals, garnering immeasurable merit, and naturally achieving her own exalted status. At this moment, the Tao ancestor, embodying the will of heaven and earth, conferred upon Dong Wang Gong the title of foremost among male immortals, bestowing upon him the dragon head staff, the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, and the Golden Book of Immortals, the three pure ones, the Western heavenly sovereigns, and Dijuan Tai. Moreover, each is a formidable power. Dong Wang Gong was acutely aware that these mighty beings would undoubtedly impede his rise. To be the foremost among male immortals? That was an exceedingly arduous task. Looking around, these great powers were all prideful and unruly. How could they allow him to ascend above them? Emperor Donghua sighed deeply. It was common knowledge that the strong in the primordial chaos wielded the stars and could move mountains and fill seas. In the eyes of lesser cultivators, human life was as inconsequential as grass. At any moment, one could meet their end. Emperor Donghua lowered his head and beheld the sunlight cascading down, growing increasingly sparse, devoid of warmth. He let out a long sigh, contemplating the path that lay ahead. Yet, no matter how he pondered, they all perceived their futures as easily trifled with. Originally, he was merely a gamer who played through the night, only to find himself dead mid-game, subsequently traversing into the world of primordial chaos. Could it be that my life is destined to be like this? Emperor Donghua mused inwardly, drowning once more in self-doubt. Chapter 2. An Unexpected Opportunity. It is a world governed by the law of the jungle die and truth. Wherever one may be, the weak are but ants. The strong reign supreme. This immutable truth has persisted through the ages. Ding.as Donghua Emperor pondered idly. A chilling voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host. for activating the system and joining the multiverse chat group. Upon hearing the system's declaration, Donghua Emperor's countenance shifted, revealing a glimmer of excitement. The system, at long last, it had arrived. However, his brow soon furrowed in contemplation, a look of intrigue crossing his face. The word group was all too familiar to him. The multiverse? Having perused numerous web novels, Donghua Emperor instantly recognized the merits of this system. The vast realms of the multiverse, in essence, comprise a chaotic expanse where the familiar world intertwines with the annals of history. Great dynasties such as the Qin, Tang, and Song, a few of the once mighty empires capable of claiming the title of emperor, are amalgamated into a colossal plane. In summary, factions are perpetually at odds, with no sanctuary to be found. Yet, this occurs within the primordial chaos, far surpassing any ordinary realm. Lost in thought, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have gained luck points. The world's will favors you, and your comprehension has significantly increased. In that moment, Donghua Emperor felt a profound clarity, as many of the previously perplexing matters became distinctly illuminated. This is quite promising. A smile graced Donghua Emperor's face. With this, I shall possess another pillar of support in this realm. Ding, are you certain you wish to join the chat? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have entered the chat group. Ding. Ingzheng has joined the group. Ding. Jushu has joined the group. Ding. Huang Rong has joined the group. Ding. Beast Milk Emperor has joined the group. The chat group. Huang Rong inquired. What are we chatting about? Jushu retorted. What kind of monster are you? Show yourself. Who are you? Ingzheng asked. Donghua Emperor replied, this is merely a place for communication. However, we are not from the same world. Jushu, you are a collector of corpses, right? Jushu responded, how did you know? Donghua Emperor explained, your exploits are recorded in novels and films. I have a general understanding. Huang Rong remarked, I don't comprehend what you are saying. Do zombies truly exist? Could it be a fabrication concocted by sorcerers? Donghua Emperor clarified, this matter cannot be generalized. Every world has its own rules. In Jiushu's realm, even a deceased Taoist from Maoshan can become an official in the underworld. Jiushu affirmed, indeed, it seems my friend speaks truthfully. Donghua Emperor continued, I possess some knowledge, but novels and television dramas only document a small portion of an individual's life. The specifics remain elusive to me. Huang Rong acknowledged, I understand now. Ingzheng responded, so, Donghua Emperor, have you heard of me? Donghua Emperor replied, I have heard of you. You are the first emperor, but your dynasty fell under Qin heir Shira. Ingzheng was taken aback. Huang Rong added, I have also heard that the Qin fell by the hands of Hu Hai. Jushu interjected, I never imagined I could communicate with the first emperor. This chat group is indeed splendid. Beast Milk Emperor exclaimed, oh, Qin Shi Huang. Is he the one I know? Donghua Emperor remarked, are you just now waking up? Beast Milk Emperor responded, yes, it is an unavoidable circumstance. Donghua Emperor advised, you all should familiarize yourselves with the chat group. For zombies and ghosts, seek Jushu for talismans, as he excels in that. Jushu is so formidable? Beast Milk Emperor inquired. Jushu replied, I am but a Maoshan Taoist, possessing some knowledge of feng shui and ghost-repelling techniques, along with a bit of corpse-restraining methods. Huang Rong praised, quite impressive. Jushu modestly said, it's manageable. At this moment, Donghua Emperor had already lost interest in the chat group. The participants held no value for him. Congratulations, host. You have become the group leader of the chat. Group leader permissions, location, sharing, live streaming, red envelopes. Unlimited critical hit rewards. All individuals receiving red envelopes and tips within the group have a certain chance of critical hits. The higher the intimacy, the greater the chance of a critical hit. Unlimited critical hits. The privileges of a group leader are astonishing. Donghua Emperor's eyes narrowed, and his heart raced with exhilaration. Even he was taken aback by the magnitude of these leader privileges. Unlimited critical hits, if activated, even a mundane object could transform into a postnatal treasure, or even a congenital treasure. This represents an immense fortune. Thus, every individual in the group could assist me in enhancing my strength. Donghua Emperor was overjoyed. Initially, when he encountered the likes of Zombie Taoist, Qin Shi Huang, Huang Rong, and Beast Milk Emperor in the group, he felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, they were far too weak to offer him any substantial aid. However, he quickly regained his composure. Aside from Beast Milk Emperor, The others were of low caliber and posed no assistance. In the realms of martial arts and the supernatural, he could extinguish any one of them with but a breath. Although Beast Milk Emperor hailed from a powerful world, he remained in a primitive state, his strength yet to reach its pinnacle. Achieving such a state would require eons. This was also the source of Donghua Emperor's disillusionment. Now, with the prospect of unlimited critical hit rewards, all issues were resolved. Donghua Emperor declared, "Fate brings us together from thousands of miles away. Without fate, even hands cannot clasp. Since we have met here, allow me to send a red envelope to everyone." Donghua Emperor promptly altered his demeanor, preparing to foster goodwill with the others, the first step to gain their trust. Huang Rong asked, "Can red envelopes be sent to others?" Indeed, Donghua Emperor affirmed. He sent out a red envelope, inviting them to claim it. With a ding, Huang Rong snatched a spirit stone. Ding! Beast Emperor received 3 spirit stones. Ying Zheng exclaimed, "Where did these spirit stones come from?" The Emperor of the Wild asked. "So, Your Majesty did not trust the group leader earlier?" Huang Rong remarked, "Those in power tend to be overly suspicious. By the way, which time and space do you belong to, Donghua Emperor?" Donghua Emperor replied, "The primordial world." The Emperor of the Wild gasped, "Oh, the foremost of male immortals." Donghua Emperor confirmed, "Indeed." Huang Rong said, "Donghua brother is truly remarkable." Ying Zheng added, "A mythological world. It offers immortality." Donghua Emperor reassured, "No need to panic. In many timelines of the Qin state, immortality exists, but it is merely beyond your reach." Ying Zheng retorted, "A heartless act." Huang Rong further inquired, "Does the Qin have any longevity elixirs?" "Yes," Donghua Emperor replied. After Donghua Emperor's thorough explanations, the group finally believed him, and the chat group erupted with excitement. Subsequently, Zhu Shu sent a talisman to Beast Milk Emperor, charging 1 spirit stone as payment. He then sold a historical tome to Ying Zheng for 10 taels of silver. Huang Rong did not intervene but instead submerged herself in water, observing discreetly. Clearly, she was genuinely intrigued. An unexpected opportunity indeed. Chapter 3. The beginning of a scheme. Zhu Shu accepted the banknote, his face beaming with joy. The rules of Maoshan dictate that one must not demand excessive fees for rituals, nor utilize spells for profit. Thus, Zhu Shu's daily life was rather meager. However, this chat group was an exception. Here, transactions were conducted fairly. Yet, he pondered whether the corpse-restraining talismans would prove effective. Zhu Shu expressed his concerns. He had no doubts regarding his own Taoist skills. It was merely the disparity between the rules of the 2 worlds that left the efficacy of the talismans uncertain. Beast Milk Emperor pressed the confirmation button, and a yellow talisman materialized in his hand. It appeared as an ordinary talisman, yet emanated a peculiar red glow in his eyes. Beast Milk Emperor rejoiced. "This is so delightful." In the grand halls of the Xianying Palace, Ying Zheng donned a dark robe, exuding an air of majesty as he held a scroll, engrossed in its contents. Thanks to the built-in translation feature of the group, he was able to comprehend the historical accounts written in traditional characters. Upon witnessing the executions of Fusu by Li Si and Zhao Gao, and Hu Hai's orders to execute his own son, his fists clenched tightly, rage surging within him. "Scoundrel! Summon the guards. Strip Hu Hai and Hu Ji of their noble titles, expel them from the palace, and confine them." Yes, Hu Hai, reveling in the comforts of the palace, was caught off guard as a fierce battalion of guards charged towards him. Upon hearing the imperial decree, he panicked. "Impossible! I am favored by the emperor. How could such an edict be issued? Who are you to forge a royal decree? I demand to see my father." Yet these guards were no ordinary soldiers. They were Ying Zheng's most trusted allies, and they would not grant him the chance to resist. With a wave of his hand, several stepped forward to apprehend him. Upon seeing Hu Ji, despair engulfed Hu Hai's heart. His mother, Hu Ji, was his pillar of support. With that support now gone, his chances of turning the tide were nearly non-existent. Zhao Gao was absent. "I still have a chance." Unbeknownst to all, at this moment, Zhao Gao found himself in a precarious situation, barely able to secure his own safety. The reason Ying Zheng spared Zhao Gao from execution lay in his unwavering confidence that he could outmaneuver him to death. Nevertheless, Zhao Gao still held some utility. Outside the Zixiao Palace, throngs of individuals began to depart in clusters, preparing to return to the primordial chaos to digest the teachings they had received. Even celestial beings possess their own circles. Just as the Eastern Prince was about to leave, He seized the opportunity to strategize within the group alongside the zombie Taoist, the first emperor of the Qin, Huang Rong, and the Beast Milk Emperor, aiming to gain critical rewards. Congratulations to the Eastern Prince for becoming the foremost among male immortals. A dense crowd surrounded the Eastern Prince, eager to curry favor with him, regardless of the circumstances. At that moment, the Eastern Prince had become the most sought-after figure in the primordial chaos. He had been sanctioned by the sages. Although he was rather despised, this could not alter the fact that he had gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao. At this point, he wielded significant power. "Greetings, everyone." The Eastern Prince courteously returned the gesture, exchanging pleasantries with the crowd. Aspiring to establish an eternal dynasty and create a celestial court, he naturally needed to recruit capable individuals. And the powerful entities of Zhixiao Palace were the best candidates, possessing formidable strength. The timing was perfect. Soon, the Eastern Prince found himself ensconced within a tightly packed throng, drawing considerable attention. A multitude of top-tier powerhouses observed with disdain, indifference, or detachment, merely watching the unfolding scene. One day, you shall meet your demise. Dijun and Tai cast a cold glance at the Eastern Prince before turning to depart. With a resounding clang, the Chaos Bell was summoned, emitting a sound that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, radiating brilliant light that tore through the chaotic void. Dijun and Tai traversed the chaos and soon vanished from sight. They aimed to gather their strength in the briefest possible time. In the primordial chaos, strength was paramount. Reputation and status were trivial. The essence lay in power. The three purities snorted in unison. Upon concluding their remarks, the three brothers joined forces and traversed the chaos. Shortly after, the two from the west exchanged cold smiles before swiftly departing. "Humph! I once feared you, but times have changed. You would do well not to provoke me." Amidst the crowd, the Eastern Prince discerned the provocation from Dijun and others, silently reflecting, at present, he was confident in his rapid growth. If Dijun and Tai sought to harm him, he would not cower, and as for who would prevail, the outcome remained uncertain. The Eastern Prince had no intention of waiting passively. The return of the 3,000 powerful beings and the scene of the sages delivering their teachings spread throughout the primordial chaos. All living beings comprehended the terrifying nature of the sages. Countless cultivators keenly sensed that the primordial chaos was on the brink of a new era. The Honored One, Hongjun, sat high in the heavens, surveying all beings, wielding dominion over the tides of the primordial chaos. Simultaneously, the name of the Eastern Prince began to resonate throughout the primordial chaos, heralded as the foremost among male immortals by the sages themselves. Receiving reverence from innumerable beings in an instant, apart from the sages, the Eastern Prince's renown soared to the highest echelons. At that moment, the Eastern Prince returned to his Taoist sanctuary, the Zifu Xianzhou, remaining indifferent to the outside world as he initiated his plans. First, he would accumulate faith power within the chat group. When the time arrived, he would establish the celestial court, asserting an unstoppable force to dominate the primordial chaos and solidify his position as the heavenly emperor. The Eastern Prince sat cross-legged upon a mat, opening the chat group, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he focused on the four individuals within. His greatest weakness at present was his empty title, lacking commensurate strength, which led to widespread dissent. The optimal breakthrough lay with these four members, transforming them into his devoted followers. The four, in a state of boredom, filled the chat with messages. The first emperor of the Qin. Has the emperor forgotten us? Not a single appearance, yet we await a red envelope, zombie Taoist. The emperor is the apex of all immortals, an exalted being. His thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Huang Rong. Let us fervently wish that the emperor does not enter seclusion. For a century is but a mere slumber for the strong of the primordial chaos. 1,000 years may pass without a trace. Beast Milk Emperor. When the emperor returns, we may be left as mere bones. The first emperor of the Qin. If I can endure another 2 decades, I shall consider it a success. A century? I too wish to seek the emperor's guidance on the art of longevity. Huang Rong. I seek the same. Beast Milk Emperor. I too seek the same. But I wonder how potent it may be. Zombie Taoist. The celestial beings bestow spells based on chance, and the emperor is no ordinary immortal. He is unlikely to grant spells lightly. The Eastern Prince observed the chat group, a smile breaking upon his face. With the 3,000 esoteric paths and the profound art of faith, you shall comprehend the magnificent undertaking of Pengu's creation. Plunging into enlightenment, the visualization of the divine creation chart has been birthed. Without hesitation, the Eastern Prince shared a new visualization image within the chat group. Moments later, the group erupted with excitement. A line of text appeared on the screen. In an instant, the image was vividly presented before the fort. This picture represented the method of visualization. Chapter 4. Do you know the name of the one who imparts your techniques? Profound beyond comprehension. Amidst the boundless chaos, he stood upon the 3,000 laws of the great Tao, indistinct yet genuine, his true visage shrouded, as if the very heavens and earth could scarcely bear his existence. With a mere gesture, endless chaos was cleaved apart, the dual forces of yin and yang separated, revealing an expansive world. In that moment, the chat group fell into silence. After merely glancing at the image, the four were rendered speechless, gazing in awe at the picture. After a prolonged interval, the group messages overflowed with exclamations. Beast Milk Emperor. What a terrifying scene! Upon viewing it, countless unfamiliar pieces of information flooded my mind, as if someone were teaching me cultivation. A grand voice resonates in my ears. Did you hear it? Huang Rong. I understood it. Zombie Taoist. I too heard it. All realms suffer. Chant my name, visualize my form, and transcend the cycle of rebirth. The first emperor of the Qin. Immortal and indestructible. This is the art of longevity. Ha ha ha. With this technique, I shall achieve eternal life, and the Qin shall flourish for all eternity. Huang Rong. The figure in this picture must be the emperor. How magnificent! Alas, I could not see his face. Long live our master. Bestow upon me the immortal arts. I wish to take you as my teacher. Zombie Taoist. The true immortal reveals not his form. Master, I am grateful for your profound kindness. I shall daily light incense and worship. Beast Milk Emperor. Master, thank you for your guidance. When I grow up, I shall offer you an endless supply of beast milk. Following this, the four logged off, commencing their cultivation of the visualization method. It seemed that before long, these four individuals would become his devoted followers. The Eastern Prince, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction and exited the group. The allure of this visualization technique was simply irresistible for them. Ultimately, they were merely mortals, each harboring a yearning for the immortal arts. Even the Beast Milk Emperor was no exception. The perfect great world was formidable, and the Eastern Prince was equally powerful. His self-created visualization method stood among the finest within the perfect great world, far surpassing the 10 fiend treasures. The one who reacted most intensely was none other than the first emperor. After unifying the realm, the first emperor's greatest desire for the long-term stability of the Qin was to achieve immortality. Longevity was his most fervent aspiration. As for the Beast Milk Emperor, it remained uncertain when a response would manifest. While waiting, he engaged in cultivation. Subsequently, the Eastern Prince closed his eyes to meditate. He needed to solidify his realm. The mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal was attained through insights gained from teachings, but his foundation was unsteady. Moreover, there were still some realizations from this session of teachings that he had yet to fully digest. In the perfect world, Stone Village. Where is the little one? The village elder anxiously searched for the child. The little one was known for his restless nature, often running about the village. Now, in this unusual stillness, no one knew what he was up to. This left the elder in a state of worry. After searching extensively, he finally found him. Upon entering a room, he discovered a tiny figure lying upon a stone bed. In that instant, the small figure, seated upon the stone bed, underwent a remarkable transformation. Buzz! A deep voice resonated. Surrounding the tiny figure, radiant profound light emerged, dazzling and intense, impossible to gaze upon. The profound light swirled, coalescing into ethereal runes that shot up to the heavens. More frighteningly, faint runes began to manifest around the little one, accompanied by a majestic voice reverberating, shaking the very heavens and earth. In that moment, the little one's small body sat there, resembling a divine being. The village elder stood frozen, gazing at the little one in awe. Collapsing to the ground in fright, he could not comprehend what had transpired with the child. Yet, this scene was too terrifying, the impact comparable only to when Lu Shun faced the thunder tribulation in the vast wilderness. At the same moment, A crystalline willow branch shot up into the skies within Stone Village, generating ripples that spread forth, creating a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire village, concealing all extraordinary phenomena within. The willow deity sensed this disturbance and could not remain passive. Should it choose to refrain from action, such a terrifying spectacle would illuminate a substantial portion of the great wilderness, posing a dire calamity for Stone Village. Simultaneously, the willow deity was taken aback, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the little one. What is happening? What has transpired before my very eyes with the little one? Within the stone chamber, a vibrant green willow branch extended through the window, encircling the Beast Milk Emperor for a prolonged moment before coming to a standstill, as if plunged into a deep silence. Willow deity, what on earth has transpired? The village chief inquired with a hint of concern. No worries, he has entered the path. The willow branch gently swayed, tracing intricate patterns in the air that formed a line of characters. Entered the path? The village chief was taken aback, murmuring, "Is it the teaching of the willow deity?" The deity remained silent, equally intrigued. The Beast Milk Emperor had been nurtured under the deity's watchful eye, and the village chief's teachings had been evident, yet those rudimentary cultivation principles were insufficient to guide him onto the path of cultivation. What astonished the willow deity further was the realization that the injuries sustained during the extraction of the Beast Milk Emperor's bones were healing, the desiccated blood revitalizing, and the supreme bone showing signs of regeneration. Within the Beast Milk Emperor's body, an ominous life force seemed to be gestating. This scene could only be regarded as miraculous. What kind of cultivation had the Beast Milk Emperor undergone to possess such formidable techniques? Who was the individual imparting these skills to him? The willow deity was deeply curious, yet could only await his emergence from seclusion to uncover the truth. Old village chief and willow deity. A moment later, the Beast Milk Emperor awoke from his cultivation, the terrifying aura dissipating, blinking his beautiful eyes and speaking in a soft, childlike voice. "Child, how does your body feel?" The village chief's eyes twinkled with affection as he smiled gently. "I feel splendid. I sense boundless power within me." The Beast Milk Emperor leaped from the bed, waving his delicate little hands, stirring up a gale that left the village chief astonished. Could it be that someone has imparted techniques to you? The village chief, observing the energetic Beast Milk Emperor, felt relieved yet intrigued. Indeed, the Emperor has bestowed celestial techniques upon me." The Beast Milk Emperor blinked his eyes in affirmation. The Emperor? Suddenly, a gasp echoed from within the stone chamber. The next moment, both the village chief and the Beast Milk Emperor were astonished to see a barely tangible silhouette materialize in the void, unmistakably the willow deity. The willow deity was gravely injured, having barely survived the tribulation, now beginning to recuperate. Yet, here it was, appearing before the Beast Milk Emperor. This was a significant event. Those bold enough to call themselves emperor were beings perched atop the pinnacle of existence. Even the willow deity had to look up to them. Yet, how could such a being manifest in the great wilderness, let alone bestow supreme techniques upon a young child? After the willow deity's appearance, the village chief regarded it with profound reverence, while the Beast Milk Emperor, audaciously staring at the deity's silhouette for a considerable time, finally mumbled in disappointment, "One cannot judge by appearances. The willow deity's visage is beyond discernment." "Do you know the name of the one who imparted techniques to you?" Upon hearing this, the willow deity pondered and inquired. It was contemplating whether the emperor mentioned by the Beast Milk Emperor was among those it recognized. Donghua Emperor.it is said he can command the celestial beings, the leader of all male cultivators. Chapter 5. What on earth is happening? The Beast Milk Emperor relayed the information he had gleaned from the zombie Taoist to the others, but, bound by protocol, refrained from divulging too many details. Donghua Emperor? In an instant, waves of emotion surged within the willow deity, nearly causing it to falter and dissipate. As an ancestral spirit, it had existed for so long yet had never encountered the name Donghua Emperor. However, throughout history, who could command the celestial beings? The stakes were too high. Without sufficient strength to bear the weight, one would find only a path to demise. The willow deity speculated that, since someone dared to claim the ability to command celestial beings, it was likely true. Yet, how could such a formidable entity vanish without a trace? Or had he grown weary of the world's changes and chosen to live in seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs? Willow deity, are you more powerful than the emperor?
Do you believe that the powerful beings in the great wilderness can rival the Emperor? The Beast Milk Emperor suddenly inquired, his youthful curiosity piqued regarding the strength of the Emperor and the Willow deity. If the Emperor you speak of is truly as formidable as I envision, then there is likely no one in this world who can stand against him. I would find myself outmatched. Powerful beings? Ha! Mere ants. Even in my current state of injury, I would not regard them with concern. The Willow deity chuckled lightly. Is that so? The Beast Milk Emperor was taken aback, and in that moment, piecing together his surroundings and the vast information, he finally grasped the extent of Dongwang Gong's power. Subsequently, the Beast Milk Emperor gazed at the silhouette of the Willow deity, his expression softening. Willow deity, your injuries are grave and difficult to heal. Would you be willing to cultivate the celestial visualization technique together with me? Celestial visualization technique? The Willow deity was momentarily taken aback. At the same time, in the Great Qin, within the palace of Xianyang, the first emperor, Yingzheng, sat in his chamber surrounded by a pile of bamboo slips. The vast palace was empty, save for him, accompanied only by state affairs and candlelight. A ruler of great renown, he unified the 6 states and concluded 5 centuries of warfare, yet he was truly a solitary figure. At this moment, the typically busy Yingzheng found himself lost in thought. Celestial visualization technique. Yingzheng concentrated all his attention on the notion that had emerged in his mind, or rather, on the visualization technique he had encountered in a group. He too fell into contemplation. Ever since the group had formed, his life had undergone a profound transformation. He had encountered the zombie Taoist, met Huang Rong, befriended the Beast King, and discovered that beyond the Great Qin lay other worlds. Thus, since the unification of the 6 states, the long-dormant fervor within Yingzheng had reignited. He had once believed himself to be the greatest figure in history, surpassing all others. Until this moment, he realized just how far from the truth he had been. Beyond the heavens, even greater beings exist. Compared to other worlds, what significance did the unification of the Great Qin hold? In this vast universe, countless worlds awaited his conquest. However, one knows their own affairs best. Over these recent days, Yingzheng had noticed a decline in his vitality, his body growing increasingly frail. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that he had only a few years left to live. Thus, over the years, he had grown increasingly enamored with the elusive path to immortality. Little did he expect that while he had been utilizing the Yin-Yang school and Su Fu, he had never truly grasped the secret to eternal life. Yet now, he had seemingly found it. Donghua Emperor, I hope to truly achieve immortality. A fervent glimmer shone in Yingzheng's eyes, though he still managed to rein in his emotions. Yingzheng could not fully trust the Donghua Emperor. Nevertheless, since the path to immortality lay before him, it was worth a try. Resolute, Yingzheng immersed his mind in his sea of consciousness, sketching the visualization in his mind, then seated himself cross-legged, adopting a meditative posture. The night deepened. The entirety of Xianyang was shrouded in darkness, as if it were asleep. Beneath the shroud of darkness lay tumultuous waves. This was an era rife with strife. Confucianism, Taoism, the Yin-Yang school, Moism, and agrarianism, each harboring ulterior motives. On this night, the Great Qin world experienced an earth-shattering transformation, history advancing at an astonishing pace. The architect of all this was none other than Yingzheng. Within the palace of Xianyang, a thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the entire city. Dense white mist quietly permeated the vast expanse of the Xianyang palace, enveloping the entirety in a mere breath. In an instant, the entire city of Xianyang trembled. Countless individuals awakening from their stupor, even the most powerful figures in the empire hastening to investigate the cause. The next moment, all were left in astonishment. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed within the Xianyang palace. Following that, a golden dragon, claws outstretched, soared into the sky, its golden radiance illuminating the realm, transforming Xianyang into a sea of gold. As the dragon soared above, letting out a piercing cry, the dragon's roar reverberated through heaven and earth, instilling awe in all beings. At that moment, even those far beyond the city of Xianyang felt a sense of reverence. In the Cloud Tower, an imposing palace. Outside the Cloud Pavilion, all high-ranking members of the Yin-Yang school had received the summons of their leader. Standing vigil outside, at this moment, the 4 elders, including Su Fu, gazed in astonishment at the sky. having witnessed the golden dragon manifest before them. What is happening? The Xianying Palace, enshrouded in white mist, with the golden dragon roaming. What kind of divine power was this? The 5 elders exclaimed simultaneously. This was a true colossal dragon, a mythical beast said to exist only in legends. Throughout history, how many had the fortune to behold such a sight? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Now that they had seen it firsthand, Su Fu and the others trembled with excitement. Just then, the doors of the cloud pavilion swung open, and a figure cloaked in black robes appeared beside the 5 elders. I have met the great Eastern sovereign. Do you know the reason for the golden dragon's appearance? Su Fu and the others hastily bowed, anxiously inquiring. Not yet known. Allow me to consult the oracle. Dong Huang Tai shook his head, casting a glance at the golden dragon and then upwards at the stars twinkling in the night sky. He retrieved an ancient tortoise shell and began his calculations. Witnessing this scene, Su Fu and the others let out a sigh of relief, especially upon sensing the aura emanating from Dong Huang Tai. Divination, a craft at which the Yin-Yang masters excel, Dong Huang Tai's divinatory skills were renowned as the finest in the world. This night's events would undoubtedly be revealed to him. However, just as Su Fu and the others began to relax, a sudden gasp escaped Dong Huang Tai before their eyes. As he began to divine with the tortoise shell, his body convulsed violently, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his dark robe. The ancient tortoise shell, in that instant, turned to ashes. This was a backlash of unimaginable proportions. Dong Huang de Rian, Su Fu and the others stared in utter bewilderment. The purple star rises, and the golden dragon manifests. Su Fu, hasten to the palace and see the emperor. Discern if he is in any unusual state. Dong Huang Tai could no longer maintain his composure, his voice trembling slightly. Meanwhile, outside Yunxiao Pavilion, a group of high-ranking members of the Yin-Yang sect fell into silence. This spectacle astonished everyone. The tortoise shell was Dong Huang Tai's treasured possession, as resilient as black iron. Yet, it had been reduced to mere ashes, an unfathomable backlash. Most shocking was Dong Huang Tai's aura, now so feeble, leaving them unable to remain calm. They detected a hint of shock in his voice. What on earth was happening? Chapter 6. Rejuvenation. At this moment, both Su Fu and Gan Luo, along with others, wore expressions of bewilderment. Do not attempt to divine the heavenly secrets any longer, or you shall all perish. Had I not acted swiftly to interrupt the divination, I too would have faced immediate backlash. Dong Huang Tai's weakened voice served as a stark reminder to all. His heart trembled. It was terrifying. This divination yielded no results. Just as he commenced his calculations, a terrifying dragon's roar resonated, obscuring the heavenly secrets and threatening to engulf him. Such a fearsome power. The members of the Yin-Yang sect were taken aback. I must see the emperor. Su Fu, without further hesitation, turned and hurried towards the Xianying Palace. The celestial order shifts and the tide turns. Fortune and calamity are hard to predict, Dong Huang Tai murmured. His head bowed. Gan Luo and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting the same astonishment. Something monumental had transpired this night. At this moment, every member of the Yin-Yang sect sprang into action, eager to uncover the truth. Taoism. On this night, both the heavenly sect and the human sect erupted in fervor. The usually elusive elders of the hidden realms emerged one after another. The sound of dragon roars resonated through heaven and earth. Numerous experts from the Taoist sect were also stirred, emerging from their secluded abodes to investigate. At that moment, in the Zhuang heavenly sect, a graceful figure stood with sword in hand, exuding elegance. Her white hair billowed. Merging with the surrounding atmosphere, she gazed towards Xianying. After a dragoness roar, the celestial phenomena shifted dramatically. Having just quelled the various nations, could chaos be about to ensue once more? A faint, ethereal voice emerged as Bei Mingzi gracefully approached, seemingly gliding through the night. Master, might this upheaval be related to the Qin dynasty? What could account for such a significant change? Xiaoming, the headmaster, inquired respectfully. Her gaze was fixed on Xianying. A dazzling golden light flickered in the void, akin to stars descending to the earth. What secrets lay within this? Disciple, descend the mountain and visit the Xianying Palace. Bei Mingzi paused for a moment before speaking. The anomaly has occurred in Xianying. Even if it is not directly linked to the Qin dynasty, we cannot evade the Qin king. To unravel the mystery, one must personally investigate. A sense of foreboding lingered. Perhaps within lay the fortunes of the Taoist sect. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming nodded gently, curiosity flickering in her cold gaze. This scene unfolded within the ranks of the Mo family, Confucianism, agrarianism, and various other factions. The emergence of the golden dragon, radiating with brilliance, raised questions. Why had a divine beast appeared? Was it the result of celestial beings bringing forth divine creatures? Could it have any connection to the 7 celestial dragons? Had the Qin king uncovered this secret? The anti-Qin campaign must not experience any disruption. The tyrannical rule of the Qin king must be eradicated. Investigate, send someone to Xianyang, and ensure the truth is uncovered. The tremors in the celestial phenomena were not ordinary occurrences. Was this a blessing or a curse? Just as a few years of peace had passed, such a significant disturbance arose. What a plight for the common folk! In the palace at Xianyang, the golden dragon surged forth, and countless palace attendants and guards prostrated themselves, reverently worshipping the true dragon. A white mist enveloped the area, reminiscent of the spirit energy of heaven and earth, imparting a sensation of ethereal bliss upon all ensconced by it, akin to partaking in an elixir of immortality. Soon, the golden dragon quietly receded, and the mist in the sky dissipated rapidly, causing all anomalies to vanish. Within the sleeping quarters, Emperor Yingzheng opened his eyes, golden beams of light emanating from them, illuminating the space. Upon closer inspection, one could see 2 small dragons swimming within his pupils. Celestial arts, Dong Hua Di Jun, indeed worthy of being the foremost among male immortals, his divine powers surpassed imagination. Even a casual importation bore such formidable might. Yingzheng gazed at his own body, momentarily stunned. At that moment, his appearance underwent a profound transformation. His once white hair turned to a lustrous black. The weary frame, in an instant, became vibrant and rejuvenated, as if he had returned to his youthful self of over 20 years. A single session of contemplation had rendered him youthful again, a complete metamorphosis. When the emperor spoke of immortality, it was no mere empty promise. Having reaped the benefits, Yingzheng thoroughly dispelled his doubts, beginning to trust him. Fortune, gathering fortune, transforming into a true dragon, cultivating at an astonishing pace. Were it not for the emperor imparting this technique to me, I would likely never have traversed this path in my lifetime. Yingzheng was in awe of Dong Wanggong's methods. The visualization contained numerous profound truths for one to comprehend. Yingzheng was contemplating the Dong Wanggong, grasping the way of fortune. As the king of Qin, the true dragon represented Yingzheng invoking the fortune of the Qin dynasty through his divine will. Your Majesty, at that moment, a voice suddenly resounded. Zhang Han requests an audience. Zhang Han clasped his hands in respect and then knelt outside the door to report. The true dragon has risen in Xianyang, and the palace is shrouded in mist, which has begun to affect your Majesty's dragon body. Should we send someone to investigate? No need. A voice of authority rang out. Yingzheng, draped in a black dragon robe, stepped from the grand hall, advancing towards Zhang Han. No need for an investigation? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han abruptly raised his head, his pupils constricting in his eyes. Yingzheng resembled a true giant dragon, casting a gaze of superiority upon him. An unprecedented aura of terror emanated from him, suffocating Zhang Han. Your Majesty, have you returned to your youth? The ensuing scene left Zhang Han even more astounded. Asked the captain of the personal guard. He had been closely following Yingzheng and was acutely aware of his every move. Moreover, Yingzheng had undergone a significant transformation. He no longer bore the appearance of an aged man, but instead radiated the vigor of youth. How is this possible? Zhang Han suddenly understood. No wonder an investigation was unnecessary. This was indeed the emperor's doing. A surge of joy filled Zhang Han's heart. Had the emperor perhaps received the favor of a divine being? Certainly, he had rejuvenated. The eternal prosperity of the Qin dynasty would undoubtedly continue. As long as the emperor remained alive, treacherous ministers and rebels would not be able to stir up any trouble. Go to the palace gate and welcome guests. Someone seeks an audience. Yingzheng paid no heed to Zhang Han's excitement, directly entering the grand hall. At your command. Zhang Han replied, turning to leave the hall. Esteemed Minister Su Fu seeks to discuss urgent matters. Shortly thereafter, Su Fu was also brought back by Zhang Han. Enter. Ing Zhang had been kneeling behind his desk, using a tall bamboo tube to obscure his figure, swiftly dealing with the towering stack of memorials. Your Majesty, a golden dragon has soared into the sky. Upon entering the hall, Su Fu saw only the tall bamboo tube, with no sight of Ing Zhang. Yet he still respectfully bowed and conveyed the extraordinary occurrences he had learned of Su Fu. Do you truly believe there are immortals in this world? Ing Zhang interrupted Su Fu, multitasking as he reviewed memorials while posing the question. Your Majesty, true immortals do not partake in earthly affairs. They reside in the immortal mountains beyond the seas. To seek traces of immortals, one must venture out to sea. Once prepared, I shall certainly bring back the elixir of immortality for your Majesty. Chapter 7. Mastery of the Arts. Su Fu was momentarily taken aback. He found it somewhat elusive to gauge Ing Zhang's attitude, yet he responded with remarkable fluency. This scene had unfolded countless times before, and Su Fu had become adept at navigating it, ensuring that he would not falter in the slightest. However, this occasion felt distinctly different. After listening to Su Fu's words, Ing Zhang did not immediately reply. Nor did he exhibit his previous excitement. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, and a sense of foreboding suddenly surged within Su Fu's heart. Yet again, this excuse, today, I shall personally inform you that there exist immortals in this world. His voice thundered, resonating throughout the hall. Ing Zhang set aside the memorial he held, rising to his feet, his gaze icy and piercing. Rejuvenation. Upon discerning Ing Zhang's countenance, Su Fu felt a chill coursing from his feet straight to the crown of his head, collapsing to the ground as if witnessing the apocalypse. Ing Zhang's current state could only be described by the word youth. Is it truly possible that immortals exist in this world? Su Fu too was engulfed in confusion. The statements he had previously uttered were mere fabrications to placate Ing Zhang. Thus, when Su Fu beheld Ing Zhang perform his miraculous feat, he was undoubtedly the most astonished and terrified of all. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on regaining your youth. It must be that Your Majesty's illustrious merits have brought blessings to the world, garnering the favor of the immortal, who has chosen to visit in person rather than arriving from overseas. Stifling the fear within, Su Fu disregarded everything else. Survival was paramount. In truth, without needing to investigate, Su Fu had already surmised a terrifying truth. The celestial phenomenon this night was undoubtedly orchestrated by Ing Zhang. He must convey this shocking news to Dong Huang Tai Yi and the others. The king of Qin has regained his youth. Truly, there are immortals in this world. Ing Zhang snorted coldly, having perceived Su Fu's expression of terror. For a long time, Ing Zhang had been deceiving Su Fu. As he aged, his yearning for immortality intensified, akin to a drowning person clutching desperately at a final lifeline. But now, everything had changed. After practicing the visualization technique, he had come to regard Dong Huadijun as his leader. Ing Zhang had finally awakened to the truth. He would no longer fall for Su Fu's tricks. Humph! I am indeed blessed. Nonetheless, Ing Zhang harbored no intentions of confronting Su Fu. He still sought to leverage the powers of the Yin-Yang school to contend with the various philosophical schools, thus adopting a much gentler demeanor. To a slight extent, he acknowledged Su Fu's words. Without great fortune, how could one attract the emperor's favor and receive the gift of immortal arts? Long live the great Qin. Seeing Ing Zhang's marked shift in attitude, Su Fu eagerly echoed his sentiments. From this moment forth, you are no longer worthy of the title of national master. In the future, the only national master of our great Qin shall be the heavenly emperor Dong Huadijun. And I shall ensure that he receives the veneration of all our people. Ing Zhang stripped Su Fu of his position as national master. This move was intended to suppress the Yin-Yang school. On the other hand, Ing Zhang had his own designs. The entire nation of Qin would pay homage to Dong Huadijun, bestowing upon him the title of National Master of Great Qin, earning him the adulation of the populace. Would this not strengthen their bond? In due time, if the emperor were to be pleased, perhaps he might share some of his gifts, which would certainly be advantageous for him. At your command, Su Fu, compliant and dejected, exited the hall, preparing to return and report. He understood that the astonishing news he had gleaned from the Xianying Palace would likely set the entire world ablaze. An immortal has descended. The Qin emperor has regained his youth. This is bound to stir up a tremendous uproar. Surely, the immortal Your Majesty encountered must be the heavenly emperor Dong Huadijun. Yet, in all the texts I have perused, there is no mention of him. Who exactly is he? Su Fu pondered deeply. He had indeed never heard of Dong Huadi Jun, however. The Dong Huang and his companions might find themselves in a rather troubling predicament. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of envy. Who receive the favor of an immortal and regain one's youth? Who could remain indifferent? Once the news broke, who knew how many would descend into madness? In the realm of martial arts. At Mount Zhongnan, a place renowned for its stunning beauty and esteemed as a sacred land of caves since antiquity. Presently, the Complete Reality School had established its roots here, gaining immense fame since the era of the Grandmaster Wang Chongyang. One of the 5 unparalleled masters of Mount Zhongnan, at this moment, a stunning figure, employing lightness skills, stealthily infiltrated the Complete Reality School. A brief exploration led her directly to the rear mountain. Little girl, do not overstep your bounds. While I warmly welcome you as a guest of the Complete Reality School, intruding upon our forbidden grounds is a grave disrespect. Wang Chongyang remarked, observing your lightness skill. It must surely stem from Peach Blossom Island. What is your relation to Huang Yaoshi? An elder clad in a Taoist robe emerged from the shadows, performing lightness skills to block her path. Taoist master, a pleasure to meet you. Huang Rong's bright eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning as she smiled charmingly and performed a graceful bow. My name is Huang Rong. My father is the master of Peach Blossom Island. Since I am the child of an old acquaintance, and your renowned skills are famed throughout the land, why must you concern yourself with my rudimentary martial arts? Wang Chongyang shook his head. Adopting a senior's demeanor as a prominent sect, the Complete Reality School was plagued by too many petty intruders seeking to uncover its secrets. At that moment, Huang Rong's stealthy entrance into the Complete Reality School resembled that of a thief. Who is the thief? Upon hearing this, Huang Rong merely curled her lip in disdain. I have heard that the Complete Reality School venerates the heavenly Emperor Dong Hua. I consider myself an old friend of the Emperor. Thus I wish to discreetly observe whether his disciples are truly devout. Dong Wanggong has become the group leader. Consequently, Huang Rong began her investigation into this Dong Huadi Jun, only to discover that he was the founder of the Complete Reality School. An old acquaintance? Little girl, do you know when our founder passed away? Wang Chongyang was instantly filled with indignation. A young girl trespassing on their territory, speaking of the founder as if they were close, was nothing short of reckless. Had it not been for her being the child of an acquaintance, he might have already taken action. Do you know when our founder passed away? Huang Rong smiled faintly. Approaching a withered tree and snapping off a dry branch, cradling it in her hands as she remarked. Yet, I recently encountered the Emperor. Upon finishing her words, the withered branch in her hands shed its yellow hue. Replaced by vibrant green, in an instant, several plum blossoms swayed in the wind. Wang Chongyang was left utterly dumbfounded in the rear mountain of Mount Zhongnan. The legendary figure known for his profound abilities stared in astonishment at this little girl. He had witnessed Huang Rong transform a dead branch into blooming plum blossoms with his own eyes. This spectacle was enough to leave one speechless. Firstly, the cold plum blossoms bloom in the depths of winter. Yet it was currently the height of summer, not the season for plum blossoms to flourish. Secondly, the previously lifeless tree had been revitalized. Each of these occurrences was astonishing in its own right. Is it true? Wang Chongyang could no longer contain his emotions, his voice trembling. This is the work of an immortal. Huang Rong's feat was indeed a demonstration of celestial prowess. Such an effect could not be achieved through mere internal energy. A withered tree reborn in spring. This is a trivial skill imparted to me by the Emperor. Huang Rong raised her delicate chin, her expression one of pride, casually tossing the small branch towards Wang Chongyang. The visualization technique encompasses all things. Due to her haste, Huang Rong did not meticulously visualize, yet she had nonetheless gleaned some understanding. This minor trick was insignificant in the vast wilderness, easily found among any living being. But within the martial world, it was nothing short of miraculous. She had truly accomplished it. Wang Chongyang accepted the branch, scrutinizing it closely, before finally confirming its authenticity. Could it be that our venerable ancestor has ascended? Chapter 8. This is just the beginning. Wang Chongyang swallowed hard, his expression one of disbelief. In that moment, he felt as though he was closest to an immortal than ever before. In an instant, Wang Chongyang exclaimed, Miss Huang, where did you encounter our founder? How is he? All disciples of the Complete Reality School, upon hearing that our founder has emerged, cannot help but fulfill their filial duties. Serving at his side. I am willing to serve the emperor, Huang Rong replied softly. The emperor conveyed his teachings through a dream. He is likely not of this world. Indeed, our founder is an immortal, possessing transcendent abilities. It is only natural that he has departed from this realm. It is a pity that I shall never have the chance to meet our venerable ancestor in this lifetime. Wang Chongyang expressed his regret. Perhaps there will still be an opportunity to meet in the future. Huang Rong feigned an air of mystery. Really? Wang Chongyang's heart surged with excitement, nearly leaping from his chest. To meet the founder would be an unparalleled honor. Subsequently, he gazed at Huang Rong with growing fervor, deeply bowing before her and saying, Wang Chongyang of the Complete Reality School humbly welcomes our venerable ancestor. Huang Rong was instantly rendered speechless, her small face adorned with a look of confusion. Wang Chongyang and her father were of the same generation. Now, calling him ancestor felt rather awkward. Little girl, you have already received the true teachings of the founder and have thus become the second-generation ancestor of the Complete Reality School. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong's bright eyes flickered with a hint of cunning, and she broke into a charming smile. Strictly speaking, as the emperor personally instructed her, she indeed qualified as his disciple. I am sure the emperor would not hold it against us. Moreover, becoming the founder of the Chuanjin sect would surely draw the emperor closer to her. It would be worth it to it that time. She could elevate the Chuanjin sect and propagate the emperor's teachings, thereby winning his favor. Two birds with one stone. Hee. Huang Rong giggled to herself, even envisioning the moment when the emperor would praise her in another realm. As the night deepened, in the ancestral hall, Uncle Jiu wore a solemn expression. After taking a bath and lighting a stick of incense, he finally settled into a meditative posture. Having received the immortal's heritage, he naturally intended to treat it with the utmost seriousness. What merit or capability did I, Lin Jiu, possess to earn the favor of the Eastern Emperor? After a considerable time, Uncle Jiu managed to calm the excitement bubbling within him. This was an inevitable reaction. Any mortal who obtained immortal techniques would be overwhelmed with exhilaration. Yet, how did this visualization method compare to that of Mao Shan? As a descendant of Mao Shan, Uncle Jiu had inherited the authentic martial arts of the sect. These techniques were the culmination of the wisdom and effort of generations of ancestors. His prowess was among the elite in the realm of the supernatural. Uncle Jiu commenced his practice. However, during the visualization, he soon realized he was profoundly mistaken. Gravely mistaken. In his mind, he felt as if the world was spinning, drawing him into a vast expanse. Here, the surroundings were indistinct, with no clear distinction of up or down, time or space. Only a towering figure remained, standing majestically between heaven and earth. Symbols of laws danced upon that magnificent figure, manifesting the essence of the principles. With every gesture and movement, that figure exuded a profound Tao rhythm, embodying a path of cultivation that captivated and inspired Uncle Jiu. Before long, Uncle Jiu found himself immersed in a state akin to enlightenment. His internal energy surged rapidly, the essence of the Tao flooding into him, causing his purple mansion to tremble with power, and his abilities swiftly ascended. Could it be that my cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Earth Master level? Uncle Jiu suddenly snapped back to reality, his expression one of bewilderment. The bottleneck that had hindered his progress for years had been overcome in such a brief moment. While his years of accumulation played a role, the primary factor was undoubtedly the practice of the visualization method. Call my name, behold my form, the cycle of reincarnation is eternal. A fervor ignited in Uncle Jiu's eyes, and he was overtaken by excitement. The Eastern Emperor, truly the foremost among celestial beings, was indeed extraordinary. The visualization method he imparted was nothing short of a tremendous fortune. If he continued to cultivate diligently, achieving immortality and ascending to become an immortal was not beyond the realm of possibility. In the primordial world, within the purple mansion of the immortals, tranquility reigned as the spiritual essence of heaven and earth converged into a serene lake, nourishing all living things with its sweet dew. Various innate spiritual roots, along with an array of exotic flowers and herbs, vied for attention in a splendid display. The moment, the Eastern Emperor was in his cave dwelling, diligently cultivating and digesting the myriad insights he had gained over time. Runes of laws materialized, enveloping him in a mysterious aura. Suddenly, the Eastern Emperor opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth, illuminating the entire Purple Mansion continent. It has arrived. The previous arrangements have finally borne fruit. The Eastern Emperor's face lit up with joy and excitement. Ding! Administrator permissions activated. Rewards being distributed. Ding! The first emperor of the Qin dynasty has begun practicing the visualization technique and has comprehended the path of fortune. Ding! The Beast Milk Emperor has commenced cultivation. Ding! Huang Rong has begun her studies, becoming the second-generation founder of the Chuanjin sect. Ding! The Zombie Taoist has started his practice. Ding! Congratulations to the group leader for acquiring 40 points of fortune power. Ding! A 1,000,000-fold critical hit has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a source of the Law of Fortune, a Heavenly Emperor Seal of Fortune, and 40 million points of fortune power. The source of the law. The Eastern Emperor's face radiated with delight, nearly making him leap with joy. The myriad paths lead to the same ultimate truth. Any form of law, given deep cultivation, could yield the fruit of primordial unity. The source of the Law of Fortune acquired through a 1,000,000-fold critical hit was far from ordinary. It represented the essence of the 3,000 great paths, condensed together, offering immense benefits to cultivation. Once refined, one could achieve the status of a primordial golden immortal and even progress further. Yet, even more astonishing prospects lay ahead. If he could gather 10 sources, he could forge a complete path of fortune. At that moment, the power of the chaotic demon gods would be revived. Remarkably, it was the Heavenly Emperor Seal. This was no insignificant treasure. The treasure of fortune is exceedingly rare across all realms. Initially, a treasure of fortune may seem weak, even inferior to postnatal treasures. However, a treasure of fortune can gather and amplify fortune, and the more fortune it accumulates, the greater its power, rivaling that of innate supreme treasures. Much like the human race's sacred artifact, the Kongtong Seal, which can consolidate the fortune of humanity, making them immensely powerful, capable of subduing even innate supreme treasures. Thus, one can perceive the tremendous might of fortune artifacts. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Emperor Seal is unique, tailor-made for the Eastern Emperor, destined to become a treasure of fortune in the celestial court, facilitating his rapid growth. The Eastern Emperor believed that in his hands, the Heavenly Emperor Seal would surpass the Kongtong Seal in its terrifying potential, fortune power at 40 million. Whether in the primordial world or across the myriad realms, the power of fortune is elusive and intangible. Even a being as omniscient as a saint would find it challenging to grasp. For an individual or a faction, losing fortune can lead to minor misfortunes or even complete obliteration of their soul. Conversely, those endowed with substantial fortune often enjoy great blessings, finding treasures on the streets. The reason the three pure ones maintain a constant flow of fortune in the primordial realm and face no hindrances in cultivation is due to their inheritance from the great Pangu, granting them boundless fortune. Therefore, acquiring the power of fortune is immensely beneficial for the Eastern Emperor. If he could consolidate formidable fortune, even the likes of Dijuan and Tai would have to think twice before attempting to challenge him. Particularly in his ambition to establish an eternal dynasty, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Ha ha ha. The 1,000,000-fold reward is truly remarkable. After reviewing the rewards, the Eastern Emperor could not help but burst into hearty laughter. He had not anticipated that his visualization method was merely uploaded. The gains from this endeavor were exceedingly substantial. This was just the beginning. Chapter 9. An era of turbulent change approaches in the future. When his plans truly unfold, the worlds inhabited by these four members would all revere the Eastern Emperor. What a terrifying harvest that will be. With this thought, the Eastern Emperor's eyes sparkled, and his heart ignited with fervor. In the myriad realms, who can obstruct my path to ascendance? Not even Hong Jun. In this regard, the Eastern Emperor was brimming with confidence, not out of arrogance, but genuine self-assurance. Subsequently, he contained his excitement and opened the heavenly chat group. The group was abuzz with activity. Members were expressing their gratitude to the Eastern Emperor, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. Group leader, thank you for bestowing upon me the immortal technique. I am eternally grateful. Zombie Taoist. Thank you. Group leader, Huang Rong. Thank you. Group leader, Beast Milk Emperor. Thank you. Emperor and group leader. The Eastern Emperor glanced at the messages but chose not to respond, instead observing the dialogue among the four. Zombie Taoist. Everyone, the immortal technique imparted by the Emperor is indeed profound. I have just begun visualizing the Emperor's embodiment, and after years of stagnation, I have finally made a breakthrough. In a few years, I shall become a celestial teacher of the mortal realm. How splendid! Huang Rong. Thank you for the invitation. I am currently in Zhongnanshan, having just become the second-generation founder. I aspire to propagate the Emperor's teachings. Yet I feel vastly inadequate compared to Daoist Lin, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. I have gained some insights and visualized the path of fortune. Aside from restoring my youth, I have not reaped other rewards. Huang Rong, I share your sentiments. I have already conferred the title of national teacher upon the emperor in the Qin dynasty, preparing to dedicate the entire nation's incense offerings to you. Beast Milk Emperor. Wow, Uncle Lin, you are incredible. I am practicing the visualization technique, and with a mere wave of my hand, I can lift 50,000 pounds, zombie Taoist. Wait, hold on. I was merely trying to boast. Are you slapping my face? The little one is still nursing. How could he possess such strength? Huang Rong has become the second-generation founder of the Chuanjian sect. The first emperor intends to dedicate the entire nation to the emperor. Huang Rong, inheriting the emperor's legacy and promoting his teachings is an obligation we must embrace. The first emperor of the Qin dynasty. Indeed, thanks to the emperor's teachings, we have glimpsed the path to immortality. We shall serve the Qin dynasty for eternity, zombie Taoist, right? I should also change my perspective. Initially, I aimed only to safeguard the ancestral hall and benefit the people, but now I shall strive for the position of celestial teacher of Maoshan, so that all disciples of Maoshan may come to pay homage to the emperor, Beast Milk Emperor. Why should we dedicate offerings to the emperor, zombie Taoist? The emperor is an immortal. Apart from daily cultivation, what he values most is the transmission of teachings. Regular offerings may even win his favor, Beast Milk Emperor. Thank you, Master Lin. I believe I understand now. Well, I must take my leave. The village chief has asked me to take a bath, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. I too have matters to attend to. Xianying has descended into chaos, and several traitors are to be executed. The atmosphere in the group quickly descended into silence. Dong Wanggong also extricated himself from his contemplations. Everything was proceeding according to my design, and even Huang Rong surprised me greatly. This girl truly is an enigma. Daring to aspire to become the founder of the Chuanjian sect, observing the crowd's demeanor, Dong Wanggong realized that a significant matter had been accomplished. The four individuals were all astute, without his prompting. They had already grasped the situation and taken action, thus saving him considerable effort. It was time to make a breakthrough. After some reflection, Dong Wanggong resolved to proceed with the breakthrough. His cultivation was solid, his insights profound, and coupled with the benefits of a 100-fold critical strike, his abilities had ascended to a new pinnacle. Claim your rewards, Dong Wanggong's voice resonated. Buzz, in the void, 3 ethereal lights manifested before Dong Wanggong. One of these lights coalesced into a treasure seal, resplendent and pure as jade, yet immensely sturdy, exuding an aura of profound mystery, containing terrifying power, inscribed solely with the words Heavenly Emperor's Treasure, seemingly crystallized from the very laws of the universe. Utterly enigmatic, the other 2 lights directly fused with Dong Wanggong's being. Thunderous roars. In an instant, a terrifying force of laws surged forth, propelled by a tremendous tide of fortune, rushing towards Dong Wanggong. In that fleeting moment, the rich mana within him began to boil, and his aura soared at an astonishing pace. The same moment, in the primordial chaos, as winds stirred and clouds surged after the conclusion of the dragon and phoenix battle, a tranquility that had persisted for countless years once again welcomed an era of fierce competition among heroes. On an unnamed celestial mountain, thousands of primordial cultivators were converging from all directions. Golden immortals and Tai experts appeared in droves, and occasionally, one could even glimpse the figures of great Luo golden immortals. This spectacle was enough to astonish billions of beings. All of this was due to Dijun and Tai. At this moment, they sat atop an unnamed celestial mountain, perusing the list in their hands, overwhelmed with joy. Brother, so many innate beings have registered on the roster. We have accomplished a great feat, a mere declaration in the primordial chaos. Establishing a grand clan will surely elicit a response. Tai eagerly flipped through the names on the list. After Dong Wanggong returned from the Purple Cloud Palace to the primordial chaos, he fell silent, remaining in the Purple Mansion Celestial Isle, which was rather unusual. Jun furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Dong Wang. He could not fathom what Dong Wang Gong was up to. As someone who could dominate a region, Jun was naturally a meticulous thinker. He knew that the greatest threat to him in the primordial chaos was none other than Dong Wang Gong. Hence, he paid close attention to any news regarding him. However, he was taken aback to find that Dong Wang Gong had chosen to remain in the Purple Mansion Celestial Isle. This was indeed peculiar. Jun had not interacted with Dong Wang Gong frequently, yet he believed he had seen through the latter's character. It was absolutely impossible for him to achieve anything of significance. Reckless, overly self-assured, and dismissive of all else. Such was Jun's assessment of Dong Wang Gong. Humph. I see he is still dreaming of being the foremost among the male immortals. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi displayed a look of disdain. I simply cannot comprehend how Dong Wang Gong dares to assume the title of the foremost male immortal and aspire to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Is that not courting death? To break through to Great Luo, one must rely on the teachings of the saints, which is utterly inadequate. He is bound to shatter into pieces. Tai Yi's words held truth. The two brothers, along with the three pure ones and the two saints of the West, had all attained the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, and with their insights, could easily break through to the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal. In contrast, Dong Wang Gong's cultivation fell short. Cultivation has strict delineations. The disparity between each realm is as vast as the heavens and earth. It was precisely for this reason that Dong Wang Gong was looked down upon by many powerful beings. One must understand that even the top innate deities possess varying strengths. By the time of the second sermon, Dong Wang Gong would at most possess the cultivation of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Unable to catch up with their peak, Jun nodded in agreement, adding, however, Dong Wang Gong is indeed the foremost male immortal. His claim to the position of Heavenly Emperor is a matter of natural justice. Obstructing our paths to cultivation. Power is of utmost importance. Whoever dares to obstruct me must perish. Tai Yi let out a cold snort, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent in the eastern Kunlun, within the domain of the three pure ones. They exchanged insights regarding the matters of the Purple Cloud Palace, concluding their discussion. They raised their heads, gazing beyond Mount Kunlun, where the vast scenery unfolded before them. The rise of myriad heroes signaled that the primordial chaos was on the brink of an era of tumultuous change. Chapter 10. Could it be? I pondered, my expression grimmed. Mount Bujo. A surge of vitality filled the air, and numerous innate beings gathered upon the vast expanse of land, likely heralding the birth of a new hegemon. Yuan Shi sighed, his tone turning confident. We are the true lineage of Pangu, blessed by the legacy of our father deity. Even without establishing our own sect or relying on external forces, we shall undoubtedly rank among the most formidable beings in the world. Laozi and Tong Tian agreed with a nod, recognizing their destined supremacy as the true lineage of Pangu. Dong Wang Gong indeed proves to be unexpectedly formidable. Observing the various factions vying for power, I imagined he would be unable to remain calm, having attained the title of the foremost male immortal while seeking to dominate the primordial chaos. I speak of Dong Wang Gong. However, such circumstances are unavoidable. He has become one of the most sought-after figures below the saints, and no matter the situation, he cannot escape scrutiny. This child is incompetent and blind to his own limitations, with a cold laugh. Yuan Shi's disdain was palpable. It was evident to any discerning observer that Dong Wang Gong was courting disaster. While it was said charmingly that he was the leader of the male immortals, presiding over them all, should he dare to intervene, he would surely regret it. In the primordial chaos, strength reigns supreme. How could a mere Dong Wang Gong aspire to match the true lineage of Pangu? Tong Tian confidently asserted. The various factions in the primordial chaos stirred. In the myriad realms of the heavens, within the perfect world, at that very moment, in the great wilderness stone village, under the leadership of the village head, the entire village busied themselves. The various herbs collected over the years were extracted, mingled with precious blood, and commenced boiling as time passed. An extraordinary fragrance wafted from the cauldron, while the crimson liquid within began to churn, gradually transforming into a viscous consistency. Little one, the village head, noting the time, added the beast milk emperor into the mixture. This sight prompted those nearby to grimace in pain. After covering the little one with the great cauldron, the village head wiped the sweat from his brow, finally feeling at ease. In my travels years ago, I witnessed some great clans performing baptism for their descendants, using the blood of ferocious beasts and rare herbs, something our stone village simply cannot afford. The village head sighed, feeling a tinge of shame. Indeed, the little one, without undergoing baptism, already possesses 5,000 pounds of immense strength. It is evident how extraordinary his talent is. After receiving the baptism, he will surely reach even greater heights. The other elders' faces fell as they echoed his sentiments. The stone village, despite its utmost efforts, could not compare to those great clans. Within the cauldron, the beast milk emperor sat cross-legged, entering a state of contemplation. In that instant, extraordinary phenomena began to manifest. The flames grew fiercer, causing the alchemical furnace to tremble. The beast milk emperor, bare and enveloped in golden liquid, radiated an aura of power. Buzz! As the beast milk emperor envisioned the phantom of the heavenly emperor. Waves of divine light erupted from its orifices, causing the furnace to shudder, roar. Suddenly, a diminutive chi dragon burst forth from the golden liquid, howling to the heavens, its entire form shimmering with a terrifying presence. Outside, the villagers were taken aback, the roar sending shivers down their spines. Everyone tensed, eyes wide, their hearts racing for the beast milk emperor. The divine fragments within the blood of the swan and I were still writhing. This was an excruciating ordeal for the beast milk emperor. However, contrary to the village head's expectations, the beast milk emperor wore a contented expression. Roar! The golden little divine beast, unable to break free, let out a furious roar and lunged at the beast milk emperor, attempting to tear it apart. Yet, at that moment, the beast milk emperor opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of divine light that directly swallowed the golden little Jinwu, transforming it into a surge of power that integrated into its being. Not painful, it was nothing like the terrifying descriptions given by Grandpa Village Head. The beast milk emperor's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, murmuring to itself. Not only was it painless, but it felt as if it were soaking in a hot spring, warmth enveloping its entire being. This was due to the invigorating medicinal power, momentarily transmuted into a force that refined its body, thus rendering any sensation of pain non-existent. Consequently, the beast milk emperor sat leisurely atop the great cauldron, idly contemplating the news from the group. Salutations to the emperor. The beast milk emperor shot a glance at Bufong. While it understood little of what the zombie Taoist had conveyed, those who dwelled in the great wilderness were also aware of the significance of rituals. For instance, every time the stone village hunted, they would offer sacrifices to the willow god. Yet the willow god had never acknowledged them. Surely, the emperor would not pay heed to something the willow god deemed unworthy. The beast milk emperor pondered for a moment before deciding whether he should seek out some offerings to present to the emperor. At that instant, his small hand brushed against the wall of the alchemical furnace, stirring something within him. Should he send a red envelope to the group leader? The beast milk emperor, utterly bewildered, hazily pressed send. Whoosh! In an instant, the ancient cauldron in the square of Stone Village vanished without a trace from the sight of the onlookers. The beast milk emperor, completely unclothed, sat bare on the ground. The village chief and others stood dumbfounded. The cauldron has disappeared? Oh no! The beast milk emperor felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It seemed he had gotten himself into trouble. Meanwhile, in the primordial realm, boom, within the cave abode, the Eastern King stood enveloped by an endless stream of Tao rhythms. Utilizing the principles of fate, he guided the fortunes and deduced the Tao fruits of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The 5 energies within him circulated, and 3 blossoms materialized above his head. The aura emanating from the Eastern King rapidly intensified under the propulsion of this immense fortune. Upon reaching a limit, his aura momentarily paused, but with each breath, it shattered through the confines, ascending once more, rumbling. A terrifying aura surged forth from the Eastern King. Simultaneously, signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation emerged. Peak of the mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Peak of the late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. In an instant, boundless phenomena erupted, and countless jewels danced in the sky. A force of utmost yang surged skyward, causing the 33 heavens to tremble. An aura of profound mystery permeated the primordial realm. How terrifying! Who is breaking through? How could there be such a commotion? Could it be that someone is making significant progress in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal on the earth? Countless powerful beings gazed in shock at the anomalous phenomena above the heavens, some attempting to discern the heavenly secrets, yet to no avail. Within an unnamed celestial mountain, Dijun and Tai Yi soared into the air, their faces etched with astonishment. Regardless of how fearsome the scene before them was, the vast expanse of land, stretching for millions of miles, was shrouded in this terrifying spectacle. This scene drew the attention of countless beings. Who could it be? Have the three purities, Nuwa, or the two Western saints achieved a breakthrough? Such a formidable figure capable of invoking such dreadful phenomena is exceedingly rare. Dijun and Tai Yi were equally astonished. Eastern Kunlun. Swish. The figures of the three purities emerged from their cave, ascending directly to the ninth heaven. This time, the one breaking through was no ordinary individual. The three purities wore grave expressions, sensing that this breakthrough warranted their utmost attention. At that very moment, just a fraction more, the Eastern King frantically maneuvered the fortunes, striving to breach the final threshold of the Great Luo, pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Boom! The heavens and earth quaked. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Could it be? His cultivation has actually reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 11. For the little one, above Kunlun Mountain, the three purities could no longer remain seated. Laozi desperately attempted to deduce the identity of this person, yet found himself entangled in a web of confusion. In the primordial realm, such a person existed, already at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Who could it be? Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exclaimed in astonishment. In an instant, everyone felt an immense pressure. Just as they were on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, they had not anticipated being outpaced by another, becoming the first to reach this realm. We must find him, since he is the first to achieve the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Bringing him into our fold would be of tremendous benefit. Dijun and Tai Yi both wore expressions of disbelief. In that moment, the two brothers shared a singular thought. They must recruit this individual into their ranks. It was not only them. Even the 12 ancestors of Wu, Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Nuwa harbored similar intentions. Before long, he repressed his aura. The celestial phenomena in the sky instantly vanished. Observing this scene, the lurking powerful beings retreated, commencing their secluded cultivation. The three purities and their esteemed peers hastened to break through to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. On this day, the primordial realm witnessed the emergence of several terrifying auras. In the Purple Mansion Immortal Continent, the might of the pinnacle Great Luo Golden Immortal was indeed renowned. The Eastern King emerged from his cultivation, assessed his condition, and smiled. With a single breakthrough, he had reached the apex of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, his strength far surpassing his previous self. Previously, he had been somewhat lacking, yet now, he felt unafraid of the three purities or Dijun. The Eastern King had officially joined the ranks of the formidable beings in the primordial realm. I wonder what expressions would adorn the faces of the three purities, Dijun, and Tai Yi if they were to learn of my breakthrough. The Eastern King chuckled, a sense of mischievous delight bubbling within him. From the outset, the three purities had mocked him due to his low cultivation. If they were to discover that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, one could only imagine their expressions. However, the Eastern King had no intention of engaging in such trivial pursuits as boasting. That would be exceedingly foolish. At that very moment, ding, your disciple Milk Emperor has sent you a king-level medicinal cauldron. A king-level medicinal cauldron? This lad has delivered the ancestral artifact of Stone Village. The Eastern King was momentarily stunned. The great wilderness Stone Village once boasted an illustrious past, yet over the years, their lineage had faded, reduced to a small stone village amidst the vast wilderness. However, a formidable power remained, unbeknownst even to the villagers themselves. The medicinal cauldron was one such relic. It had once been used by a celestial king for alchemical purposes. Possessing boundless power, it was through this very cauldron that the Beast Milk Emperor had sustained himself. Except, the Eastern King received the red envelope from the Beast Milk Emperor. Since it had been sent, there was no reason to decline. Ding, group leader privileges activated, 100 million times critical hit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kurending. The Qian Kurending. The Eastern King was both shocked and delighted. This Qian Kuanding was renowned even in the Primordial era. The Qian Kuan ancestor had once been the reincarnation of a chaos demon god. The power of the five elements was unparalleled, and it possessed the ability to revert to its innate state, allowing everything refined within to return to its original form. It was further enhanced by immense fortune, serving as the material with which Nuwa crafted the five-colored stones to mend the heavens. Excellent, excellent. I have acquired an additional trump card. With the acquisition of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Eastern King was in high spirits. In the spirit of reciprocity, he resolved to send a grand gift to the Beast Milk Emperor, aiming to inspire the other members. With a flourish of his hand, 3 drops of crystalline true blood materialized. All were true blood from dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants obtained from the battlefield of the 3 clans. What the Beast Milk Emperor needed most at this moment was this precious blood for his baptism. The Eastern King contemplated further, extending his hand to add a wisp of innate primal yang to the mix, sending a red envelope to the Beast Milk Emperor. Upon uttering these words, the 3 drops of true blood and a strand of Yang Yuan energy quietly dissipated. At that very moment, in the perfect world, the villagers of Stone Village exchanged bewildered glances, while the Beast Milk Emperor, completely naked, blinked his beautiful large eyes, feeling somewhat bashful. Little one, where is that large cauldron? The village chief trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he inquired, "What to do?" "The baptism has been interrupted before completion. The cauldron has vanished." Most critically, the medicinal materials had been accumulated over many years by Stone Village, and it would be impossible to gather them all in a short time. The Beast Milk Emperor would be unable to participate in the baptism for the foreseeable future. The village elders were equally distressed. Were they truly to lose a prodigious talent? Not far away, the willow branches swayed gently as the willow deity hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. Just then, the Beast Milk Emperor suddenly erupted with "Joy.it has arrived." The village chief and others were left dumbfounded. Had this lad gone mad? Moments later, the roars of dragons, the cries of phoenixes, and the calls of cheilants resonated, shaking the great wilderness. Roar, howl, yell. 3 terrifying roars reverberated, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in an instant. The great wilderness quaked, all beings bowed in submission, whether they were feudal lords or fierce avian beasts, all trembled in fear. The 3 voices were terrifying beyond measure. In Stone Village, the village chief and others collapsed to the ground. 3 colossal figures looming above them as if they might tear the heavens apart. Everyone was rendered speechless by this horrifying spectacle, their minds blank. The 3 monstrous beasts exuded a terrifying aura, as if intent on rending the very fabric of this world, plunging the great wilderness into an apocalyptic state. The Beast Milk Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the red envelope sent by the Eastern King contained such formidable power. What is happening? The village chief's eyes bulged in shock as he gasped, "True dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants are the most terrifying entities in existence." A faint, ethereal voice emerged, revealing that the willow deity could no longer contain their anxiety and spoke up. Beneath the oppressive weight of the 3 formidable presences, the entire willow tree trembled as if on the verge of breaking. The willow deity was unable to maintain composure any longer. The aura emanating from these 3 individuals was so overwhelming that even at their peak, they would have retreated in fear. Now, wounded and bereft of any chance of victory, the willow deity found themselves utterly perplexed. How could the true dragons and other ferocious beasts appear in the desolate realm of the lower world? No. Shortly thereafter, the willow deity raised their head and noticed something unusual. These 3 spectral figures were not their true forms. They had not yet had the opportunity to act. Then, a most astonishing scene unfolded. With a sharp clang, a faint yet divine light suddenly illuminated, radiating intricate patterns. Subsequently, boundless might manifested, showcasing an invincible presence that severed the passage of time and space, subduing the 3 terrifying figures in an instant. The 3 dragon, phoenix, and cheilin figures erupted in a colossal explosion. The inhabitants of Stone Village collapsed in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. The willow deity, too, stood in a daze, rendered speechless. What a terrifying power this was! It could even sever the river of time and space. How utterly horrifying! Just a wisp of energy possessed such fearsome might. How strong could this power truly be? At that moment, the willow deity felt that what they had witnessed had surpassed the bounds of comprehension. Whoosh! 3 drops of brilliant blood, akin to radiant suns, fell upon Stone Village, halting before the Beast Milk Emperor. Yet, they were suppressed by a slender thread of innate yang energy, devoid of any residual might. For the little one, Chapter 12. What manner of existence is that? Upon witnessing this spectacle, the willow deity inquired. Indeed, it must be that emperor who has sent these items here for me to undergo a baptism. The Beast Milk Emperor, utterly bare, nodded obediently. Splendid. These 3 drops of blood are formidable. Though the nature of the beast from which they came is unknown, their effect for a baptism would undoubtedly exceed imagination. All the villagers of Stone Village rejoiced. But can the little one endure it? The village chief was concerned for the safety of the Beast Milk Emperor. The more potent the blood, the greater the risk associated with the baptism. Meanwhile, the willow deity remained in shock, their heart tumultuous. After all, this was the blood of a true dragon at the level of 10 ferocious beasts, and the other 2 drops were equally impressive. Was it not a bit excessive to use them for a baptism? In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, throughout history, no one had ever indulged in such extravagance. What a figure the Eastern Emperor is! With this thought, the willow deity cast their gaze upon the innate yang energy surrounding the 3 drops of true blood. A terrifying notion surfaced in their mind. The Eastern Emperor might be even more fearsome than a quasi-immortal emperor. After a prolonged silence, it was only then that the willow deity managed to suppress their astonishment. Little one, do you have the confidence to refine these 3 drops of divine blood? Let us give it a try. Even the Beast Milk Emperor was uncertain, yet he still wished to attempt it. Very well. I shall protect you. Upon finishing, a divine light surged from the willow tree, transforming into a figure that approached the Beast Milk Emperor. They too wished to witness what kind of creature would emerge from the baptism of the blood of 10 ferocious beasts. Buzz! A deep, resonant sound echoed. The Beast Milk Emperor gently nodded and then sat cross-legged. Beginning to visualize, instantly, an indescribable aura emanated from him. His entire being radiated light, divine brilliance enveloping him, behind him transforming into a misty divine radiance, dazzling and supremely sacred. This is the visualization technique he imparted to me. The willow deity observed the Beast Milk Emperor with a sense of mystery. Just moments ago, the Beast Milk Emperor had invited him to practice together, but the willow deity had declined, not out of a lack of desire to cultivate, but out of fear. To receive a legacy left by a great power was indeed a significant cause. Though the willow deity was tempted, they did not dare to act rashly. If they angered that terrifying existence, not only would they face dire consequences, but so too would the Beast Milk Emperor. At the very least, confirmation was necessary before undertaking such cultivation. Suddenly, the willow deity felt a tremor coursing through their being, for they discovered that behind the Beast Milk Emperor, a shadow was coalescing. Simultaneously, an ancient aura, one that could make heaven and earth tremble, was brewing. The willow deity was taken aback upon closer inspection. The shadow was unmistakably a figure. In the desolate realm of Stone Village, which was situated by a great mountain, the spectral form manifested by the willow deity stood behind the Beast Milk Emperor, carefully sensing. Before long, a shadow emerged from behind the Beast Milk Emperor. An ancient and unsettling prayer resonated, akin to the collision of great paths, sending chills down the spine and instilling terror. What manner of existence is that? The willow deity murmured softly. They involuntarily infused divine power into their eyes, striving to unveil the true form of that shadow. However, they saw nothing, as if nothing had transpired, yet it was undeniably present before them. How could this be? How could this be? The willow deity trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through their heart, freezing them in place. For they realized that amidst this trembling, the terrifying power that suppressed the 3 drops of divine blood was being absorbed by the Beast Milk Emperor. In the next moment, an anomaly arose. The once singular shadow, which had only a vague outline, began to solidify. That fearsome figure, though still somewhat indistinct, was genuinely reflecting in this world. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth shook. The desolation quaked, and the fabric of time and space threatened to unravel. The river of time was severed. and the perfect great world became unstable. It was as if this vast expanse could not contain the figure clad in dragon robes and wielding a jade seal. All things withered, heaven and earth decayed. Impossible! The willow deity stood frozen, their heart wavering. Such a terrifying existence existed in this world. It was merely a shadow. They had not truly arrived. This was an apocalypse. Such power was utterly fearsome. The inhabitants of Stone Village collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, trembling in fear, bowing before that figure. Speak my true name, behold my true form, and achieve eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. A voice resounded amidst the astonishment of the crowd. The voice was powerful and resonant, causing the entire great world to quake. As the words fell, a name appeared in the willow deity's mind, compelling them to exclaim, "Eastern Emperor?" Their voice trembled, and every hair on their body stood on end in disbelief. Is this truly the Eastern Emperor? It was simply unfathomable. That was a presence so terrifying that it defied description. Buzz! Before the Beast Milk Emperor, the 3 drops of divine blood trembled, and as the shadow behind him pointed, countless divine fragments were drawn from the blood and merged into the Beast Milk Emperor's being. Boom! In an instant, the Beast Milk Emperor radiated divine light, resembling a deity, as blood surged within him. Blood-moving realm. The willow deity was somewhat astonished. However, this single fragment of divine essence allowed him to instantly break through to the blood-moving realm. This spectacle was indeed astonishing, even eliciting surprise from the willow deity. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the figure the Beast Milk Emperor had visualized, the willow deity felt relieved, with such a supreme being beside him. If the Beast Milk Emperor did not perform well, he would truly be a failure. Soon after, the Beast Milk Emperor opened his eyes, ceasing his cultivation. He was enveloped in golden light, his eyes blood-red, leaping forth like a young beast, crashing through stone cauldrons. When he awoke, the projections in the perfect world had already vanished. Why are we kneeling? What happened? As all extraordinary phenomena dissipated, the village chief and others regained their senses. It's best to forget. Do not inquire further, the willow deity cautioned. The Eastern Emperor is terrifying. Those with insufficient cultivation, upon witnessing this scene, might go mad. Therefore, the willow deity advised them to forget this matter. Deeming it for the best, upon hearing this, the villagers of Stone Village fell silent, exchanging glances without words. This was their first encounter with the immensely mysterious willow deity, who seemed to harbor such trepidation. Understood. The village chief was the first to nod. He recognized that some beings were beyond their reach and refrained from saying more. Little one, what is the matter? Have you completed your baptism? At this moment, everyone was astonished by the Beast Milk Emperor's actions. Within that small frame lay a power that sent shivers down the spines of the village chief and others. Blood-moving realm, with a casual strike producing a force of 200,000 pounds. This was merely a release, nothing more. The willow deity cast a reassuring glance at them. 200,000 pounds. Blood-moving realm. Heaven bless Stone Village. What extraordinary fortune this is. The village chief and others widened their eyes. Brimming with excitement, a prodigious talent was rising. Meanwhile, the willow deity pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps, just perhaps, they might consider practicing the visualization technique alongside the Beast Milk Emperor. In the primordial chaos, the Eastern King was refining spiritual treasures, the dragon-headed scepter, the Eastern treasure-colored flag, the green lotus, the Qian Kuan cauldron, the Book of Fortune, and the seal of the Heavenly Emperor. These spiritual treasures are his trump cards, as long as he can refine them. His combat power will surge dramatically. In that very moment, a notification sounded. Congratulations, your follower, Beast Milk Emperor, has increased in intimacy. Processing. Congratulations, group leader, you have gained 20,000 units of luck power. Another notification chimed. 1 million times critical hit triggered. Congratulations, group leader, you have acquired 20 billion units of luck power. Chapter 13. The elevated stance with a resounding boom. An immense force enveloped the East King, surrounding him with boundless luck power. This infinite luck power surged from all directions, flowing into his being. Within the realm of the Purple Mansion, the roars of golden luck dragons reverberated throughout the cosmos. 20 billion. The East King displayed a look of surprise, his heart racing. He had made the Beast Milk Emperor his devoted follower. yielding an unexpected boon. In other words, his luck power had now reached 200 billion, a staggering increase from the previous 40 million. The cost he paid was merely 3 drops of ordinary primordial blood from the 3 ancestral clans and a wisp of innate yang energy. What a tremendous profit! Harnessing the world's luck, he ascended to new heights. The East King smiled, filled with joy. His luck power had amassed to a staggering 200 billion. Streams of golden luck radiated from him, illuminating the entire universe. In that moment, a majestic figure coalesced from the overwhelming luck, flickering in and out of visibility behind him. This was the embryonic form of the luck golden wheel, which, upon its brief appearance, stirred the laws of power, exuding incredible might and an aura of supreme mystery. Once the luck golden wheel fully materialized, he would be capable of bearing the strength of the heavens, and his path of cultivation would be smooth sailing. The East King was filled with confidence. What was the purpose of the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's teachings to the world? It was to consolidate the luck of all beings. This aimed to unify the will of everyone, allowing him to advance unimpeded, in harmony with the great Tao. Yet, the East King's ambitions were even more formidable than Hongjuan's. His plans extended beyond the primordial realm, encompassing the entirety of the universe. In the future, when his accumulated luck surpassed that of Hongjun, his cultivation and power would undoubtedly eclipse the Tao ancestor himself. However, this step required patience. It could not be achieved overnight. Thus, the East King suppressed the excitement within him and continued to refine his spiritual treasures. Refining spiritual treasures was an arduous task, demanding immense magical prowess to gradually dissolve the restrictions within. The more powerful the spiritual treasure, the more challenging the refinement. It was common for it to take tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, to refine a single restriction. But now, everything was different. With the vast luck power exceeding 200 billion surrounding him, the East King need no longer concern himself with consumption. He could directly refine the spiritual treasures. Using the laws of luck as a guide, he enveloped the immense luck power over the dragon head staff, the Eastern Azure Lotus treasure flag, and around the heavenly Emperor seal. With a thunderous roar, in an instant, under the protection of luck power, the dragon head staff and other spiritual treasures faced no further obstructions. He refined the first 20 layers of restrictions in one breath and also refined the Eastern Azure Lotus treasure flag. However, the heavenly Emperor seal was different. As the luck power flowed into it, its grade continuously elevated, leaping from a low-grade innate spiritual treasure to a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. This exemplifies the might of luck treasures. 3 spiritual treasures hovered in midair, exuding the terrifying power of innate treasures. 3 unparalleled auras emerged, suppressing the heavens and shaking the rivers of time, their might astonishing. Witnessing this, the East King was overjoyed. With these 3 treasures, his strength would surge tremendously. At that very moment, in the chat group, it was abuzz with excitement. The first Emperor of Qin, Huang Rong, the zombie Taoist, and others inquired about the happenings with Beast Milk Emperor. The first Emperor of Qin exclaimed, "Beast Milk Emperor, dear child, what gift have you presented to the Emperor? He must return the favor." Huang Rong asked, "What is going on?" Beast Milk Emperor replied, "I offered a large cauldron from the village to the Emperor, and in return, he bestowed upon me the blood of a dragon, a phoenix, and a qilin, granting me a baptism. I'm so happy." Zombie Taoist remarked, "Dragon, phoenix, qilin. This emperor is indeed generous. I am envious." The first Emperor of Qin added, "Damn it, this little milk child has gotten ahead of me. I must hurry to pay my respects." Huang Rong said, "I must act swiftly," Zombie Taoist declared. "I will head to Maoshan to vie for the position of Heavenly Master." Glancing at the chat group, the East King smiled faintly. Everyone was filled with fervor. It appeared he was about to reap another significant gain. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, at that moment, it was the day of the second sermon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 chimes echoed from the depths of chaos, reverberating across the vast primordial lands. Instantly, on the vast earth, 3,000 powerful figures soared into the sky, piercing into the chaotic void. Unlike the first sermon, this group was familiar with the path, effortlessly locating the Purple Cloud Palace. Around the vicinity of the Purple Cloud Palace, the chaotic void was bustling with activity. For 3,000 years, everyone had benefited immensely from their experiences in listening to the teachings, each person brimming with joy. Upon reuniting, they exchanged pleasantries and well wishes. With a tremendous roar, the chaotic void split open. Mist rising as the laws danced, three figures emerged, each exuding an aura of sheer terror. Amidst the mist, the three pure ones walked side by side, traversing the chaos, their formidable presence causing the sun, moon, and stars to tremble. They were unabashed, their peak cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal on full display, suppressing the heavens with their supreme aura. Suddenly, a clear sound rang out. Following that, a long chime echoed throughout the heavens and earth, reverberating through endless time and space, piercing the chaos. Dijun and Tai Yi harnessed the power of the Chaos Bell to traverse the chaotic void, surrounded by a halo of immortal light. Their might awe-inspiring. Both of their cultivations had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In an instant, they laughed heartily. Indeed, fellow Taoists, your prowess is astonishing. After a hearty laugh, Jia Yin and Zhu Ti manifested, standing in the chaotic void, obliterating all in their path, landing near the Purple Cloud Palace, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, seemingly threatening to shatter all realms. Both of their cultivations had also reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In that moment, centered around the Purple Cloud Palace, a tripartite standoff was formed. The three pure ones, Dijun, Tai Yi, and the two great powers of the West stood their ground, facing each other. Terrifying auras clashed wildly in the void, stirring the chaos within a billion-mile radius. Heavens! A chorus of exclamations erupted from the Purple Cloud guests. This scene was truly astonishing. Even from afar, they felt a chill. The strength of these individuals was overwhelming. Many found it hard to believe. How could the three pure ones have broken through so swiftly? In comparison, the previously confident individuals felt utterly dwarfed, entirely incomparable. Curse it! Amidst the shock, some muttered in frustration. At this moment, the Purple Cloud Palace was within reach, yet they could not enter. The strength of the three pure ones was too formidable. Merely standing in the void, they blocked all entry. Make way. At that moment, a man stepped forward, politely asking, "Humph." The three pure ones turned in unison, gazing at the man in front. Boom! The entire world trembled. With a cold snort from the three pure ones, countless stars shattered. An overwhelming force suppressing the world. The man who spoke was instantly struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura dwindling, clearly injured. This was the might of the three pure ones. It was an overwhelming demeanor that commanded reverence. Chapter 14. How can luck be so strong? In that moment, everyone comprehended the intent of the three pure ones. They were instilling fear in the masses. Incapable of voicing their anger, under the oppressive aura of the three pure ones, no one dared utter a word more. They could only silently curse in their hearts. The disparity in cultivation was simply too vast. In the three realms, who would dare claim to be a rival to these figures? In that moment, all powerful beings fell silent, obediently awaiting the pronouncement of the three pure ones before entering the Purple Cloud Palace. Even Kuanpeng, Zenyuanzi, Hongyun, and the ancestor of the Nether River dared not force their way in. Witnessing this scene, the three pure ones looked upon the bowing crowd of immortals, their faces alight with pride. Humph! In this primordial realm, strength is of utmost importance. Their gazes were filled with disdain. This action was meant to convey to all that even while attending the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, the three pure ones, Dijun, Tai Yi, and the Western emperors, were elevated above everyone else. Having completed this display, the three pure ones intended to retract their auras. After all, this was the sacred ground of the saints, and they did not wish to overstep. However, in that instant, get lost. A sharp voice echoed from the depths of chaos. A figure strode forth, enveloped in resplendent laws, each strand interconnected with the heavens, radiating brilliance. Tearing through the chaos, truly breathtaking, the entire expanse of chaos trembled, and that figure exuded an air of sovereign authority. It was the East King. Everyone was struck dumb by this overwhelming presence. This East King was indeed a peak great Luo Golden Immortal. How could this be? In the chaotic void, celestial radiance danced, laws descended, and the vastness stretched infinitely, with anomalies filling the skies, a myriad of phenomena shaking the heavens. The Eastern King walked through the chaos. Obscured by mist, yet his unparalleled might swept across billions of miles, piercing the void and shattering the cosmos. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps drew near. With each step, the hearts of the many powerful beings present trembled in trepidation. So formidable was the Eastern King's pressure that it seemed the river of time and space was on the verge of collapse. Waves of innate yang energy erupted, dimming the sun, moon, and stars. Impossible! The eyes of the three purities revealed astonishment, their gazes at the Eastern King filled with disbelief. How could the Eastern King's cultivation have reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Dijun and Tai Yi widened their eyes, their previous arrogance vanishing without a trace. In a way, could it be that he is the one who once shook the primordial world, the first to step into the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal? The two from the Western sect displayed expressions of incredulity, struggling to accept this revelation. The Eastern King, whom they had previously dismissed with disdain and ridicule, had achieved the same realm as them, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal in just 3,000 years. This was a monumental advancement. With a single step, he exceeded their speed. How could this be? How could they endure this? The pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, at the time, the Eastern King had only just broken through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Countless individuals gasped, their bodies trembling. Many powerful beings, under the terrifying pressure of the Eastern King, involuntarily bowed their heads, overwhelmed by his formidable presence. Step aside. The Eastern King approached and coldly declared. Clearly, he aimed to forcibly break through the blockade of the three purities. Kuenping and the ancestral figure of the underworld immediately brightened, adopting expressions of eager anticipation. What audacity, Eastern King! How dare you disregard us? You're courting death. The three purities shouted with grim faces. Arrogance. Just because one has achieved the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Do they truly believe themselves invincible? A farce. Dijun and Tai Yi sneered repeatedly, their chaos bell radiating brilliant light, illuminating all directions and suppressing all beings. Their hearts burned with fury. The tables had turned. And now the Eastern King was in charge. This feeling was more unbearable than consuming excrement. Realizing this, Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged glances. Eastern King, are you being a bit too aggressive? At their signal, two figures leaped from the crowd. Renowned figures in the primordial realm, the great god Lui's, at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and the ancestor Qingmu, at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Both were distinguished among the innate sanctified beings. They were friends of Dijun and Tai Yi, summoned to act, and upon receiving orders, they immediately emerged to assert their dominance. Fellow Taoist, as the male leader at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, we wish to experience your prowess. Both Lui's and Qingmu smiled coldly. The Eastern King had no chance to retort. After speaking, the two took the initiative to attack, each summoning a spiritual treasure, instantly suppressing the Eastern King. Witnessing this scene, the myriad of powerful beings watched eagerly, eager to discern the Eastern King's true strength. Boom! Lui's and Qingmu simultaneously unleashed formidable power. Two inferior innate spiritual treasures erupted with terrifying might, sweeping across billions of miles and shattering the void. Ha! The Eastern King snorted coldly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, radiant to the utmost, illuminating the chaos with a chilling voice. Am I a soft persimmon? Mere ants dare to flaunt their might before me. Boom! The Eastern King turned his hand, retrieving the dragon head scepter, a surging torrent of majestic magic flowing forth, suppressing all directions. With a wave of the dragon head scepter, the dual energies of yin and yang were severed. The terrifying force, capable of annihilating heaven and earth, was pressed toward the Eastern King, yet it was torn apart before him, with a resounding crash. The dragon head scepter descended, causing all things to tremble, as though a force of destruction collapsed the path ahead. Blood splattered, and cries of agony echoed. One was dead, the other crippled. The ancestor Qingmu's soul was obliterated, and the great god Lui's was likewise annihilated. Useless. If you wish to show off, you must demonstrate true ability. The Eastern King scoffed disdainfully. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The Eastern King's display of power left all in shock. No more than this. They were indeed beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal level. One was killed, and the other was rendered incapacitated. Just how strong was he? Whether it be Kuenpeng, the ancestral figure of the underworld, or Xinyuanzi, All felt a chill. The Eastern King had grown to such an extent. The three Purities and Dijun Taiyi's expressions turned as pale as death, their gazes revealing profound apprehension. This all transpired too rapidly, leaving them no opportunity for rescue. How could this be? Jane and Juenti were equally astonished. One was at mid-stage Great Luo, the other at early stage. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible to defeat an enemy in one move, let alone incapacitate one. Yet the Eastern King had indeed accomplished this in the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow in astonishment. How strange. There is an issue. How can the Eastern King's fortune be so formidable? What is happening? Chapter 15. How superstitious. The creation jade plate appeared before him, resonating within the river of time and space. An unimaginable force of law flowed upon it, encompassing 3,000 great laws, each seemingly ancient and exuding earth-shattering waves. This chaos jade plate was a treasure of the Pangu great goddess enlightenment, one of the finest treasures in this chaotic world. Though it had shattered, its power far exceeded that of ordinary innate treasures. With this artifact, Hongjun gained the upper hand in his battle against the demon ancestor, ultimately emerging victorious. At this moment, Hongjun, using the creation jade plate as a guide, evolved the 3,000 great laws, attempting to deduce the source of the Eastern King's fortune, boom, in the river of time. A realm inaccessible and inaudible to all living beings. Hongjun's figure emerged, his sacred might sweeping through, intimidating the past, present, and future. After the chaos was shattered, the saints became immortal and indestructible beings, wielding the power to trample all. However, despite his overwhelming sacred might, with a mere thought, Hongjun comprehended the chapters of ancient epics, yet he found nothing. Hongjun paused, brow furrowed. He exerted all his efforts, but could not ascertain the origin of the Eastern King's fortune. As if it had materialized from thin air. This was utterly incomprehensible. Forget it. The urgent matter at hand is to merge my physical body into the Tao. He was merely a pawn. No matter how he flailed, he could not escape my grasp. After pondering for a while, Hongjun shook his head and closed his eyes again. He was confident that, no matter what changes the Eastern King underwent, he could still control him. As long as he merged his physical body with the great Tao and grasped the heavenly law, he could command this realm. Outside the Zixiao Palace, the Eastern King stood proudly amidst the chaos. Facing the group before him, the three Purities, Dijun Taiyi, and the Western Saints all wore grim expressions, hesitating on whether to strike in that instant. Let us through. Nuwa arrived accompanied by Fushi. Additionally, the Queen Mother of the West and Hutu were present. Led by Nuwa, all were at the pinnacle of the Great Luo, while the others were at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Seeing this scene, the three Purities retracted their arrogance, snorting coldly as they swept into the Zixiao Palace. Please, Dijun and Tai exchanged gestures before entering the hall with the essence of Luai's. The two from the west cast meaningful glances at the Eastern King as they stepped into the Zixiao Palace. Initially, their intention was merely to intimidate others, showcasing their transcendence. However, the existence of the Eastern King instilled in them profound trepidation. Furthermore, with Nuwa and the others present, the situation for the three Purities and their allies grew increasingly precarious. Thus, they were compelled to choose to descend the slope. Otherwise, they would lose face significantly. Yet, regardless of the three Purities, Dijun Taiyi, or the Western realm, they all harbored deep animosity toward the Eastern King. All this stemmed from the Eastern King's earlier actions, which felt like a harsh slap in the face to everyone, leaving them utterly humiliated. What was meant to be a display turned into an embarrassment. Just the thought of it was nauseating. At last, tranquility was restored, and all entered the Zixiao Palace, each finding a place to sit and await the commencement of the teachings. The Eastern King also found a mat to sit upon, closing his eyes in stillness. Yet at this moment, countless gazes converged upon him, as he had evidently become the center of the palace. There was curiosity, fear, hatred, and murderous intent. With a single move, he had slain a great Luo and grievously injured another. Shi Wangmu was secretly observing Dong Wanggong, letting out a sigh. Just moments ago, she had felt the terrifying force of Dong Wanggong's strike, leaving her greatly alarmed and aware that she was not his match. Perhaps I could discuss matters with Dong Wanggong. Shi Wangmu silently resolved that after the sermon concluded, She must have a thorough conversation with Dong Wanggong. Both held equivalent status, having been personally appointed by Hong Jun, and occupied lofty positions, undoubtedly envied by countless others. She believed that a dialogue with Dong Wanggong might just resolve the imminent crisis. Before long, a deep rumble resonated. On the platform, Hong Jun quietly appeared and stated directly, "It is time. We shall commence the teachings. What I am about to expound upon is the cultivation method of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and the Quasi-Saint." Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong's eyes widened. He understood that Hong Jun was about to reveal his true prowess, imparting the method to sever the three corpses. This was the cultivation insight of a chaos demon god, imbued with immense profundity, presenting a significant opportunity for him. Even if he did not pursue the path of severing the three corpses, he did not wish to miss out on this knowledge, which is why he had come to listen to the teachings. In the midst of chaos, there existed 3,000 demon gods. The sages began to relay their wisdom, initiating the discourse. The great Tao resonated, encompassing all. He has already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. Gai Nye did not conceal anything and spoke plainly about the matter. This was a piece of advice directed at Ing Zhang. Upon hearing these words, Li Si silently nodded in agreement. Feudal superstition? Ing Zhang turned his gaze towards Gai Nye. After a brief pause, he waved his sleeve and turned to ascend the high platform. The world may claim that I am superstitious about immortality. Yet how could you not believe that I have discovered a new path for the Qin, creating a new paradise for the people to live in peace and prosperity? Humph! All the slander will dissipate like smoke after the ceremony concludes. Let us not speak of it further. The solitary figure of Ing Zhang continued to ascend. His authoritative voice reverberated within the grand hall. He appeared as a sharp sword, forging an unknown path, unwavering in his resolve. With the great fortune of Qin backing him, Ing Zhang was acutely aware of Gai Nye's thoughts. He would not impede those who wished to leave. Those who were destined to depart would do so. As a ruler, his conviction was to march ever forward, unyielding. Li Si exchanged a glance with Gai Nye, seeking a new path for Qin, attempting to harness the power of the divine to transform Qin into a land of prosperity for its people. Has His Majesty lost his senses? The Confucians, at this moment, the higher echelons of the Confucians gathered together. The atmosphere was rather eerie, as everyone silently observed the portrait of Ing Zhang, the Eastern Emperor. Is this the legendary immortal who restored Ing Zheng's youth and brought forth the anomalies in Xianying? Yen Lu was the first to speak, breaking the silence in the hall. Engaging in trickery, this individual, wishing to subjugate the Qin yet unwilling to reveal his true self, must surely be a person of deep scheming. Ing Zheng, however, was so infatuated, so foolish. It seems that Qin is doomed. Zhang Liang glanced at the figure in the portrait, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Their impression of Qin was far from favorable, hence their tone was tinged with sarcasm. What exactly does he intend to accomplish? Fu Nian furrowed his brow deeply. Troubled for this world. The schemer's goal is to stir up chaos, indifferent to the plight of the common people. The three heroes began to voice their opinions, each harboring different thoughts. Master Uncle, what is your take on this matter? The three heroes looked toward Xuanzi, who remained silent, stroking his beard in contemplation. Are there truly immortals in this world? If so, during the century of turmoil in the warring states, when rights collapsed and music was disrupted, it would have long been resolved. Xuanzi, his hair white and face aglow, his once muddled eyes now sparkling with clarity, sighed deeply. Ing Zheng is, after all, merely a man. His obsession with the path of immortality is too profound. Alas, he declared with finality, within the Confucian circle, there are no immortals. Chapter 17. They actually wish to eliminate an immortal in a concealed location. Ha ha ha! A voice filled with malice echoed. A man clad in a black robe trembled with laughter. Ing Zhang is finished. After all, you are but a mortal. First, he was superstitious about Su Fu, expending vast resources to construct an illusory city, hoping to escape in search of the secret to eternal life. And now, he is entrusting the fate of the entire nation to the Eastern Emperor. You two charlatans, how could you have been deceived by flowery words? The day of Qin's downfall is nigh. The day of vengeance for the nation has finally arrived. Hatred. Each word was laden with murderous intent. The man in black laughed uproariously before departing. This time, he would unite all anti-Qin forces, stoking the flames of chaos to bring about the disintegration of the Qin, thus avenging his grievances. The Yin-Yang school, miraged in midair, a silk ribbon floated. Rejuvenation, the figure of the dark Emperor Tai Yi, clad in black, gazed at the portrait of the emperor. His voice was elusive, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. On the ground, the leaders of the Yin-Yang school fell into deep contemplation. When Su Fu returned with the news, everyone was momentarily stunned. The Yin-Yang school was engulfed in astonishment. An immortal has manifested, favoring Yin Zhang and granting him rejuvenation. This news was indeed startling. In recent days, the Yin-Yang school had been probing into the Eastern Emperor's whereabouts, yet had uncovered nothing. The golden dragon soars. Rejuvenation? Su Fu, filled with trepidation, recalled Yin Zhang's actions, his heart still brimming with fear. Besides the fear, moreover, the terrifying aura emanating from Yin Zhang was something he had never encountered before. Are there truly immortals in this world? Everyone wore expressions of bewilderment. Upon hearing this, all were rendered speechless. The Dark Emperor Tai Yi remained silent, lost in thought. This was his first time feeling so disordered. Pondering incessantly, who exactly is the Eastern Emperor? Just then, a figure stepped forward, instantly appearing in the center of the Grand Hall. This is definitely not an immortal. This person likely shares the same intentions as us. Having gained Yin Zhang's trust through special means, he surely harbors ulterior motives, engaging in subterfuge. Gan Luo's enchanting gaze flickered with a sinister gleam, his words brimming with confidence. He glanced at the painting, dismissively stating, "Cunning and secretive beings." His appearance forced Su Fu to yield his position, a future calamity in the making. This person must be identified and eliminated. On this day, in the city of Xianyang. In the most prominent location of Xianyang stood a magnificent temple, teeming with people and bustling with activity. A colossal golden statue loomed in the center of the hall, gazing down upon the throngs. This hall was the venue chosen by Yin Zhang. This day marked the commencement of the grand ceremony to worship the heavens. Behind the scenes, many prominent figures had arrived. The higher-ups of the Yin-Yang school were discreetly observing, eager to see if the Eastern Emperor would appear at the grand ceremony. Away from the crowd, Xiaoming descended the mountain, also watching this scene from a distance. Along the way, she had heard numerous rumors. Some hailed the Eastern Emperor as a genuine immortal, while others deemed him a fraud. Thus, Xiaoming decided to attend in person. She yearned to ascertain the true nature of this Eastern Emperor. Meanwhile, spies from various factions also lay in wait. Prepared to gather intelligence, as noon approached, the auspicious hour had arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, a grand procession unfolded, with Emperor Yin Zhang seated in an ornate carriage, entering the ceremonial venue. Zhang Han and Gainye flanked him, escorting Yin Zhang to the high platform, whereupon he glanced back. The civil and military officials lined the sides, creating a sea of black. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Yin Zhang. Humph! Yin Zhang snorted softly. The people of the world are indeed short-sighted. Witnessing the might of the Eastern Emperor, one wonders if they will still harbor doubts. The more Yin Zhang thought about it, the more amusing he found it. I am Yin Zhang. From this day forth, all subjects of the great Qin shall worship the heavenly emperor, the Eastern Emperor. The time has come. Yin Zhang stood beneath the golden statue, passionately declaring his decision. May the emperor bless, and may the great Qin prosper for eternity. Long live, long live, long, long live. Bowing twice, he implored, O spirit of the emperor in heaven, bless the subjects of great Qin, letting them be free from calamity and live in peace and prosperity. Bowing thrice, he proclaimed, O mighty emperor, may the forces of Yin and Yang be harmonious. May the winds be gentle and the rains timely. May the grains flourish and may the nation be secure and the people at ease. Before the assembled multitude, Yin Zhang bowed thrice before the golden statue. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Yin Zhang, as a sovereign, typically held himself high above. Even when worshipping heaven and earth, he would not bow. Yet at this moment, he bestowed such reverence upon the Eastern Emperor. Is this not somewhat excessive? Yin Zhang's trust in the Eastern Emperor is astonishing. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, Yin Zhang completed his 3 bows. The next moment, an enormous boom resounded. The earth trembled. Waves of magnificent purple energy surged from the heavens above. an astonishing scene unfolded. 3,000 miles of purple energy, golden light cascaded down upon the earth. The very fabric of reality shifted. The celestial phenomena were overwhelming, buzzing. The colossal golden statue quivered slightly, radiating immense celestial light, as an ineffable aura of the Tao emanated from the statue, merging into Yingzheng's being. Moments later, a surge of spiritual essence poured forth from the statue, and the enormous golden figure suddenly opened its eyes. An indescribable, supreme aura enveloped the heavens and the earth, causing the very cosmos to tremble. The onlookers gazed upward, feeling a chill run down their spines. How could this be? Is such an anomaly merely a manifestation of a peculiar technique? In this moment, all present felt a sense of insignificance, as if being gazed upon by an exalted being. Offer me incense, and great Qin shall endure forever. Witness my true form, and you may attain eternal life in the cycle of rebirth. A myriad of celestial lights ascended, as a decree descended from the heavens. Splendid characters illuminated the world, and no matter how far one was from Xianyang, they could see it clearly, at that very moment. Beneath the golden statue, Yingzheng radiated brilliant light. The black dragon robe adorned with intricate embroidery suddenly came to life, roaring towards the heavens, lifting Yingzheng into the air, suspended at his waist. In that instant, all of Great Qin's subjects were left in awe of this spectacle. Celestial traces. Surely, this is the work of the immortals. In this world, there truly exist deities. I have encountered the Eastern Emperor. Within the city of Xianyang, a dark crowd gathered, a sea of blackness, with every individual displaying fervent emotions, bowing before the golden statue. Ha ha ha! Do you still harbor doubts regarding my choice? I have proclaimed that I have discovered a supreme path for the Great Qin. Under the protection of the Emperor, all my wishes shall be fulfilled, and the Great Qin shall thrive for eternity, with peace and prosperity for its people. A black dragon coiled around him, imparting an air of majesty, harmonizing beautifully with the golden statue, evoking a profound sense of awe. Long may he reign. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Han was overwhelmed with excitement, hastily kneeling to the ground, proclaiming, "Long live your majesty." I was mistaken. Yingzheng has indeed found a path of unparalleled greatness. Gunye stood in stunned silence, trembling all over. Observing this astonishing spectacle, his initial intention to depart from the Great Qin wavered. The officials, including Li Si, were so frightened they collapsed, their expressions blank with astonishment. In this world, there truly are deities. Would their previous counsel invoke the ire of the immortal? In the distance, the disciples of Yin Yang felt an icy chill. Cold sweat pouring down, particularly Gan Luo, who had just spoken boastfully, now trembling uncontrollably. Unbelievable. They dared to eliminate a deity, a divine being among mortals. Xiao Meng was left speechless. In an instant, her spirit was stirred. The state of unity between heaven and man shattered. Long live the Great Qin. Long live, long live, long live. The Great Qin shall endure eternally. Those fully armed, wielding sharp weapons, maintaining order, the shadow guards, all knelt down, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Shock reverberated throughout the land. A terrifying phenomenon manifested between heaven and earth. Without waiting for news to return, the higher echelons of various powers had already witnessed this scene firsthand. In the courtyard of the little sage consort, Yin Lu, Zhang Liang, and Fu Yin looked up towards the sky, gazing at the resplendent decree, their hearts filled with anxiety and disbelief. Had the ancestors taken a wrong turn? Do deities truly exist in this world? Even Xuanzi, known for his understanding of human affairs, appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. In the territory of the Mo family, Yin Dan and others gazed up at the sky, their expressions frozen in shock. They were all exiled nobles of the 6 states, opposing the Qin at that moment. Someone looked at Yin Dan in terror, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you are gravely mistaken. Yingzheng trusts not in sorcerers, but in true deities." At these words, everyone gasped in astonishment. A deity has descended to earth. What makes Yingzheng the chosen one? Chapter 18. Brother, have you been deceived? Yin Dan muttered to himself in despair, his desire for vengeance wavering at that moment. His initial intention to rally the anti-Qin forces was to witness Yingzheng's folly, seizing the opportunity to throw the Great Qin into chaos. Yet, They had indeed witnessed the presence of a deity. All their efforts now seemed a mere jest. The great Qin shall endure? Yin Dan lifted his head, staring at the glaring characters in the sky. A hint of a sinister expression emerging on his face. Yingzheng unified the 6 states. The great Qin swept through the nations, unleashing a massacre. And now even the deities acknowledged the great Qin. Could it be that Yingzheng's ideals are indeed correct? He felt a surge of madness, the conflicting thoughts in his mind clashing incessantly. Xianyang. Yingzheng stood aloft on a dragon, gazing down upon this scene, his heart elated. Now, with the 6 states subdued, the deity's favor shines upon him. Those treacherous officials lurking in the shadows were no longer a concern, unable to stir any tempest. With this thought, Yingzheng found a fitting angle. Capturing several photographs, sharing them in the chat group. This glorious moment marked his peak of pride, and naturally, he wished to showcase it before all that in the primordial realm. The second sermon of the sage at the Purple Cloud Palace continued. Nearing its conclusion, the golden lotus shone brighter, the essence of the Tao growing ever more profound. Hong Jun sat cross-legged upon the high platform, seemingly merging with heaven and earth, devoid of sorrow or joy. Imparting an ethereal sense of detachment, at this moment, he spoke of the most profound aspects of the path of severing the 3 corpses. The 3,000 guests of the purple cloud listened enraptured. Their thirst for knowledge insatiable, none dared to divert their attention, wholly absorbed. Sitting cross-legged, Dong Wanggong suddenly sensed something, involuntarily frowning. Yet he did not take action, merely furrowing his brows, continuing to listen at this critical juncture. He wished to refrain from any distraction. On the stage, the ethereal Hong Jun seemed to sense something as well, abruptly opening his eyes and gazing at Dong Wanggong. This is, in the group chat. Photo after photo appeared. Beneath the resplendent statue, Yingzheng stood astride the black dragon, elevated in the air. Below, the astounded civil and military officials, the kneeling multitudes, and a throng of fervent warriors created a spectacular, solemn, and overwhelming scene. The participants in the chat group erupted with excitement. The first emperor of Qin. The grand celestial ceremony has concluded splendidly. The emperor has descended to the mortal realm, proud. The zombie Taoist. The emperor manifests his divinity. The first emperor is truly remarkable. His Majesty has created yet another miracle. The beast milk emperor. Incredible, to attract such a multitude to witness. Huang Rong. The first emperor truly deserves the title of eternal sovereign. His efficiency is unparalleled, effortlessly uniting the entire nation. Unlike me, who struggles to gather all Taoists for a pilgrimage to the emperor, still stuck in place, I am utterly envious. The first emperor of Qin. Ha 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 ha. Heaven aids me. From now on, the great Qin shall endure for eternity. Proud. Huang Rong. Long live the great Qin. Your Majesty, when you have time, please sweep through the northern grasslands. Those northern folks are quite bothersome. The zombie Taoist. By the way, we are not from the same world, right? Even if His Majesty eradicates all the foreign tribes on the grasslands, Miss Huang's world will remain unaffected. Huang Rong. As long as it's enjoyable. That's all that matters. The first emperor of Qin. Wait until I have the chance. I shall certainly eliminate all factions in the north. The beast milk emperor. Awesome. Huang Rong. Let us not discuss that for now. I have to go promote the emperor. The zombie Taoist. I have hidden away. Invisibility. The chat group fell silent. The participants vanished, and the myriad realms erupted into a frenzy in the Jianghu. After a heavy rain, Mount Zhongnan was cleansed, shrouded in mist, with beasts running freely, the scenery more beautiful than ever. The reclusive individuals of various sects also perked up, emerging from their abodes to seek friends and acquaintances. At the back mountain of the Chuanjin sect, Huang Rong sat cross-legged on a large stone, exiting the chat group. She gazed at the flowing river, resting her chin on her hands, slightly troubled. The first emperor has also completed the celestial ceremony, and that little boy who offered sacrifices to the ancestors has gained their favor. How annoying now, only Lin Taoist and I remain. I must gather all Taoist sects to jointly offer sacrifices to the emperor. With this thought, Huang Rong pondered deeply. The influence of Taoism is simply too vast. The Righteous Path, Chuanjin sect, and others, each sect has its own areas of expertise, such as alchemy or talismans. Each sect possesses its own patriarch. and uniting them is an exceedingly challenging task. This is why Huang Rong felt so troubled. Other sects, such as the Chuanjian sect, regard the Eastern Emperor as their patriarch, which is why Wang Chongyang treats her as his grandmaster. Upon this realization, Huang Rong's eyes brightened, leaping with excitement. Indeed, I have received the Emperor's legacy. The methods I cultivate are indistinguishable from those of true immortals in the eyes of mortals. Since you have already become an immortal, why view matters through the lens of mortals? Huang Rong's heart stirred, and she suddenly saw the light. This is a true immortal. Other sects will not have such deities. Meanwhile, Taoism venerates deities and aims for immortality. As long as she reveals her divine abilities, the Taoist sects will come to her door without her needing to meticulously arrange anything. This time, I will surely succeed. Huang Rong's eyes sparkled brighter, her emotions escalating. Once I complete the sacrifices, could it be that, like the first emperor and the little boy, the emperor will manifest? If only I could behold the true form of the emperor. How wonderful that would be! Huang Rong's thoughts drifted. Suddenly, she felt a stirring in her heart, gazing into the depths of the nearby dense forest. Who could it be? At Chongyang Palace, Wang Chongyang was instructing his disciples. The 7 sons of the Chuanjian sect sat cross-legged, even Zhou Baodong among them. However, these individuals were clearly distracted, their attention captured by Wang Chongyang's words. Wang Chongyang frowned. Focus your minds. You are all in a state of turmoil. After years of cultivation, yet you cannot even stabilize your minds. How can you hope to progress further? Hearing this, everyone froze. The 7 disciples of Chuanjian displayed expressions of shame, and Zhou Baodong sat upright, genuinely fearful of this elder brother. Speak. What are your thoughts? Wang Chongyang sighed, deciding to cease further instruction. If his disciples could not calm their hearts, he could offer no guidance. Elder brother, is this your ancestral return? She is the daughter of Huang Laxi, known for her mischievousness, and this little girl has inherited her traits. Elder brother, have you been deceived? This time, Zhou Baodong could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, casting a dubious glance at him. The 7 disciples of Chuanjian nodded in agreement, their expressions earnest. Suddenly, their master returned with a young woman, claiming to be their ancestral master. Who could possibly accept such a revelation? Moreover, in the days that followed, this so-called ancestral master had done nothing extraordinary apart from reciting sutras before the statue of the Eastern Emperor. Those unaware might even think that the daughter of the Eastern heretic had been abducted by their own solemn and imposing master. Ah, you all! Wang Chongyang smiled faintly, shaking his head. There is no doubt about it. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. She has indeed received the legacy of our forebear. In truth, were it not for his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe, just as he understood the skepticism of his disciples and fellow students. Rising slowly, Wang Chongyang walked to the window, gazing at the clear sky after the rain. Bringing the legacy of the Eastern ancestor to the Chuanjian sect might very well be my last opportunity. In the past, at the Huashan sword debate, I seized the renowned 9 scriptures and gained fame across the land. Yet I sustained severe injuries. Now that these wounds have resurfaced, I fear I shan't have long to live. Chapter 19. Welcoming the emergence of the emperor. Wang Chongyang, truly a man of great wisdom, faced death with remarkable composure. However, human nature is inherently selfish, and Wang Chongyang was no exception. His foremost concern lay with the disciples of the Chuanjian sect. Thus, upon learning that Huang Rong was indeed a celestial being, he promptly acknowledged her as their ancestral master, ensuring a safeguard for the sect after his departure. Master, senior brother, Ma Yu and Zhou Baodong, upon hearing of Wang Chongyang's renewed injuries, hastily rose to their feet. Together supporting him, their faces etched with sorrow. What is there to panic about? I shall not perish today. The path of cultivation ultimately leads to an end. Wang Chongyang sighed, envy flickering in his eyes. He deeply envied Huang Rong. If she were to inherit the legacy of a celestial being, perhaps she could escape the fate of mortality. Yet, before I draw my last breath, there remains one task I must accomplish. Ouyang Feng has been lurking around the Zhongnan mountain, coveting the 9 scriptures. This vile individual must be dealt with swiftly. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Chongyang's eyes, yet beneath it lay a current of apprehension. The Western poison, Zhou Baodong and the 7 disciples of Chuanjian instantly wore grave expressions. In that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the back mountain of the Chuanjian sect, shaking the entire Zhongnan mountain with its reverberation. What is happening? Wang Chongyang and the others were taken aback and quickly leaped out of the Chongyang Palace. In the back mountain of the Chuanjian sect, a figure emerged from the forest. Looking at Huang Rong with a sinister grin. Little girl, who are you to detect me? Ouyang Feng, from such a distance? Ouyang Feng, you wretched poisoner! Huang Rong exclaimed, startled to discover that he had infiltrated the Chuanjian sect. Then, a smirk crept upon her face. How laughable that one of the 5 greats would conceal his identity and trespass into the forbidden grounds of my Chuanjian sect. Ouyang Feng, the Western poison, was a name her father, the Eastern heretic, had mentioned several times. He was a notorious villain, yet undeniably formidable, resorting to any means to achieve his goals. Save for Wang Chongyang, he was perhaps the most troublesome foe. However, Huang Rong felt no fear. In this world, no one could intimidate her. Sharp-tongued indeed. Seeing you traverse the back mountain of the Chuanjian sect with such ease, I know you must be a person of significance. Even if not a direct disciple of the old Taoist Niu Bai, today, I shall capture you and exchange you for the 19 scriptures with the old Taoist. Ouyang Feng realized his identity had been unmasked. A fierce expression crossed his face as he resolved to seize Huang Rong. With that, he unleashed his true energy, striking forth with the speed of a serpent, aiming to kill Huang Rong. You dare to lay hands on me? Huang Rong chuckled softly. Ouyang Feng's attack was indeed vicious. His internal energy was laced with deadly poison, decaying all vegetation in its path, a sight to behold. Yet she laughed. Was this man truly foolish? Ouyang Feng's brow furrowed, his silence betraying his confusion. He was Ouyang Feng, renowned across the land. Who did not fear him? Yet here was a mere girl, smiling in the face of his assault, utterly unafraid. Ouyang Feng could only think, this person is a fool. He did not believe that a girl of merely a dozen years could stand against him. With a flicker, Ouyang Feng darted towards Huang Rong. Yet as he beheld the exquisite beauty before him, a chill ran down his spine. Little frog, remember my name. Huang Rong, the direct disciple of the Eastern Emperor, under whose protection the Chuanjian sect thrives. Huang Rong's smile grew cold, her words echoing across Zhongnan Mountain. As she spoke, she waved her hands, forming several seals in the air. Eastern Emperor? Disciple? Ouyang Feng momentarily froze, then his expression fell slack. Huang Rong emanated a radiant glow, akin to starlight, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being descended to earth. Buzz! In that instant, all the trees in her line of sight began to hum, their leaves cascading down like glimmering blades. Boom! The mountains trembled, stones crumbled, and the leaves, like swords, swept through the air with unstoppable force. Ouyang Feng's eyes widened in shock, an overwhelming dread surging within him. How could such a spectacle be the work of mere martial prowess? With a deafening crack, blood sprayed forth. Ouyang Feng was momentarily stunned as Huang Rong seized the opportunity, striking with her palm, sending leaves swirling like a tempest, the cold light flashing, and one of his arms flew into the air. Although Ouyang Feng reacted swiftly, he could not defend against the blow, and an arm was severed. This is madness, Ouyang Feng shrieked, turning to flee. This woman must be a specter, trying to escape. Huang Rong pursued him. Enveloped by a whirlwind of leaves, soaring into the air in hot pursuit, as they progressed, the very earth beneath Zhongnan Mountain trembled in their wake. Outside the main hall, a group of Chuanjian disciples gazed in astonishment at the astounding scene unfolding on the mountainside. Frozen in disbelief, the 7 disciples of Chuanjian and others were utterly stunned. Ouyang Feng, that wretched poisoner. Zhou Buodong's eyes widened in shock. Huang Rong glided upon the leaves as if a divine maiden traversing clouds, her delicate hand sweeping forth, sending leaves like swords with a piercing brilliance towards Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng, in utter disarray, unleashed his ultimate technique, the frog skill, leaping erratically as if he were a crazed toad, desperately attempting to escape. This was one of the 5 greatest masters of the age. The 7 disciples of Chuanjian and Zhou Batong were utterly astonished. What a sight to behold! Ouyang Feng, a master of the present day, was being driven to such a pitiful state by Huang Rong, even losing an arm in the process. It was truly unbelievable. At this moment, Huang Rong's stance resembled that of a statue, and all disciples gazed with shining eyes. Realizing Wang Chongyang and Huang Rong spoke not in jest, indeed, the ancestral master had appeared. The legacy of the celestial being was thus preserved here. I am no match for you. Wang Chongyang stared in astonishment. He discerned that Huang Rong, possessing the legacy of a celestial being, wielded not only the miraculous art of rejuvenation but also an unparalleled might. Even if Wang Chongyang himself were to battle Ouyang Feng, it would likely result in mutual destruction, rendering him unable to pursue Ouyang Feng unscathed. The name of the Western poison was not without merit. After a brief pause, just as Wang Chongyang and the others stood in stunned silence, a powerful shout echoed from afar. Leaves that had fallen began to return, soaring towards the Chongyang Palace. Bang! A tremendous crash resounded as Ouyang Feng collapsed before Wang Chongyang, on the brink of death. We have captured Ouyang Feng alive. Wang Chongyang and the others exclaimed in unison. Zhang Yangzi, summon all the Taoist sects to hold a ceremony to welcome the Eastern Emperor into the mortal realm. Huang Rong proclaimed from the air. Wang Chongyang, the 7 disciples, Zhou Badong, and the entire Chuanjin sect, upon hearing her words, trembled with excitement, bowing deeply towards the heavens. We humbly welcome the emergence of the Emperor. Chapter 20. Underestimating him. The disciples of the Chuanjin sect hurriedly busied themselves. The events of the day spread swiftly across the world, in the primordial heavens. At the Zixiao Palace, the overwhelming chaos that had engulfed the cosmos suddenly paused. Gradually dissipating, seated upon the high platform, the sage gazed down upon the myriad beings, finally bringing his attention to a halt. The golden lotus scattered, the jeweled adornments vanished, leaving only the vast resonance of the Tao permeating the grand palace. After a moment, 3,000 mighty beings awoke from their reverie, their faces alight with joy. The sage's teachings had grown increasingly profound during this second lecture. Yet in this moment, all innate beings discovered a pathway leading to a higher realm. Sever the 3 corpses. Everyone has greatly benefited and gained profound insights, as if a broken path has been reconnected by someone. Particularly, the esteemed figures of the Sanqing, the Western 2 saints, and Yuhua, seated upon their special mats in the front row, have reaped immense rewards. The 6 individuals radiate a dazzling brilliance, the power of the laws permeating the air, illuminating the entire realm and evoking an overwhelming sense of invincibility. To sever the 3 corpses and achieve quasi-sainthood is akin to becoming a Hunyuan golden immortal. Indeed, this path is vast and profound. The Sanqing spoke, their expressions grave, tinged with a hint of emotion. The principles of the great Tao, a blessing for all living beings. The 2 Western immortals performed a Taoist salute towards the high platform, murmuring incantations. Nuwa's celestial visage was solemn yet captivating, a smile gracing her lips. Aside from these 6, Dijun and Tai Yi were the most elated. Ha ha ha, the era is mine. Tai Yi could no longer contain his excitement, bursting into hearty laughter. This method of attaining the Tao requires the use of spiritual treasures to slay the corpses, entrusting the 3 aspects of good and evil to the spiritual treasures. Therefore, the choice of spiritual treasure is of utmost importance. The more powerful the treasure, the greater its might. Tai Yi wielded the Chaos Bell, one of the 3 treasures of creation in all the world. He was the sole possessor. Thus, Tai Yi was not merely boasting. Once he severed the corpses, his strength would reach its zenith. Many powerful beings cast envious glances towards Tai Yi. Even the Sanqing and Yuhua from the Western realm revealed expressions of longing. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Tai Yi. Numerous mighty beings lamented. After the Eastern King's first sermon, he became the leader of the male immortals, shining brightly for 3,000 years. And at this moment, it was Tai Yi's most resplendent hour. The Eastern King was in peril. Offending Dijun and Tai Yi was an irreconcilable enmity. Once Tai Yi severed the 3 corpses and validated his path, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Eastern King first. Countless individuals silently mourned for him. Those with discerning eyes understood the situation immediately. The Eastern King confronted Dijun and Tai Yi, especially as the Eastern King displayed his might in the chaotic void, delivering a resounding slap to Dijun and Tai Yi. A grudge had been established that would not be easily resolved. Could the Eastern King contend with Dijun and Tai Yi? No one believed the Eastern King would emerge victorious in that fleeting moment. A low rumble echoed. the Eastern King, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, a series of system notifications ringing in his ears. Ding, calculating the leader's income. Ding, congratulations, your follower, the first emperor of the Qin, has become a devout believer. Ding, congratulations to your loyal follower, the first emperor of the Qin. 4 beginning nationwide sacrifices, gaining 300,000 followers. Ding, congratulations, host, on a bountiful harvest. Ding, leader permissions activated, 100 million times critical hit triggered. Ding, congratulations, leader, for acquiring 120 billion fortune. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted. The Eastern King sat cross-legged, a vast wave of energy radiating from him, causing the Zixiao Palace to tremble, and the very fabric of time and space to quiver. This scene astonished everyone. Surrounding the Eastern King, the power of 120 billion fortune surged, emitting streams of golden light that illuminated the entire world, making heaven and earth shudder. This overwhelming fortune suppressed all things, rapidly coalescing into the outline of a golden wheel behind the Eastern King. Swiftly solidifying into substance, in an instant, the golden wheel took form. Clang! A crisp sound resonated. In that moment, countless extraordinary phenomena emerged. Golden dragons soaring, phoenixes spreading their wings, and brilliant divine light bursting forth from the golden wheel. Buzz! As the golden wheel appeared around the Eastern King, countless time and space subtly evolved, with innumerable voices chanting scriptures, bowing and paying homage to the Eastern King. The Wheel of Fortune, witnessing this scene. The saints trembled, Hongjun staring in disbelief. How did the Eastern King condense the Wheel of Fortune? Not just the saints, even the Zixiao Palace was enveloped in a profound silence. The Eastern King sat in meditation. Exuding an imposing aura, the resplendent Wheel of Fortune hovered behind him, its runes shimmering, intertwining time and space, transforming into supreme Tao patterns, an overwhelming aura radiating as if it would shatter the very void. At that moment, holding the golden wheel, the Eastern King's presence soared, akin to an unparalleled emperor ruling over all. Everyone was left in awe, insanity. The Eastern King's fortune is so mighty that it can manifest into a golden wheel. Within the Zixiao Palace, all present trembled, their eyes wide, staring at the Wheel of Fortune, their minds buzzing in shock, utterly astounded by the Eastern King's immense fortune. In the primordial chaos, those with great fortune and immense merits could condense the Wheel of Merit, gaining the favor of heaven and earth and the great Tao. Who would dare challenge such merits, lest they incur heavenly wrath? Take the Sanqing, for instance. They possess the legacy of Pengu and immeasurable merits of creation. Yet none are willing to condense the Wheel of Merit, as it would require excessive consumption. Those with great fortune possess boundless luck. Such individuals are destined for significant achievements, their paths and cultivation smooth and prosperous, finding treasures wherever they go. This description fits the Eastern King perfectly. In truth, Hongjun's fortune is even more formidable, having experienced the conflict between Tao and demon, attaining sainthood and imparting teachings, accumulating a fortune far beyond what the Eastern King can compare to. However, the Eastern King is just beginning his journey. Who knows who will surpass whom in the future? Damn it. Dijun and Tai's expressions darkened, their gazes towards the Eastern King filled with rage. The spotlight that rightfully belonged to them had been seized by the Eastern King. Both seethed with resentment. They believed that the Eastern King's immense fortune stemmed from being the foremost male immortal and the title of Heavenly Emperor. Had Hongjun chosen them, their fortunes would have soared as well. All of this was pilfered from the Eastern King. They underestimated the Eastern King. The Sanqing, the 2 Western saints, and Yuhua also displayed expressions of astonishment. The Eastern King, as the foremost male immortal and the Heavenly Emperor, has indeed solidified his position. Zhen Yuanzi, Kuanping, Hongyun, and the ancestor of the Mingyi pondered deeply at this moment. All powerful beings found the Eastern King increasingly inscrutable. The Eastern King is truly fortunate. His fortune is undoubtedly not inferior to Tai's. Many began to realize, indeed. As the Heavenly Emperor and foremost male immortal, the Eastern King is destined to possess great fortune and surely has significant achievements. Perhaps not inferior to Tai. With this thought, many were tempted to follow the Eastern King. Aligning oneself with a strong figure is not a shameful act. On the contrary, it brings numerous benefits. Why not seize the opportunity? After the sermon, I must engage in a profound discussion with the Eastern King. The Queen Mother of the West also revealed an astonished expression. She had a premonition that she might gain an unparalleled opportunity from the Eastern King. The Eastern King is bound to have a place in the primordial world in the future, but what are his true intentions towards our clan, friend, or foe? Chapter 21. And this is far from the end. Among the 12 ancestral witches, the only one who came to listen was Hutu, who concealed her astonishment and regarded the Eastern King thoughtfully. Everyone was left speechless. The Eastern King retracted the awe-inspiring Wheel of Fortune, and the anomalies in the sky dissipated. A multitude of powerful beings finally regained their senses. The second sermon had concluded. The 3,000 guests of the Zhixiao Palace gathered in small groups, conversing, then dispersed, with discussions predominantly revolving around the Eastern King. This was the second time. Currently, the most popular figure remains the Eastern King, who has condensed the Wheel of Fortune, attracting an increasing number of cultivators eager to befriend him, with some openly expressing their willingness to follow him. The tide has been set. It is time to establish my everlasting dynasty. The Eastern King exchanged pleasantries before falling into deep contemplation. His actions in the Zhixiao Palace were deliberate, aimed at accumulating strength. Of course, the results were highly effective, garnering widespread support. The Eastern King believed that once he raised his banner, the hundreds of guests in the Zhixiao Palace would rally around him. Since the time has come, there is no need for further delay. The structure of the primordial universe must be reshaped. While pondering, the Eastern King exited the Zhixiao Palace, traversing the chaotic void, returning to the primordial world. Today marks the beginning of his dominion over the primordial realm, establishing the celestial court across all worlds. The primordial world is vast, with powerful laws surging, cascading upon the boundless earth, heralding the return of the 3,000 mighty beings from their sermons. Beyond the heavens, the Eastern King walked through the perilous chaotic void as if strolling in a garden, effortlessly navigating a realm perceived as a death zone by countless living beings, leaving onlookers in astonishment. I shall rebuild the celestial realm. Such a splendid place as the heavenly court must not fall into the hands of Dijun and Tai Yi. The Eastern King was resolute in his determination to locate the heavenly court. The 33 heavens represented a tremendous opportunity for him. Moreover, having already offended Dijun and Tai Yi, he had no qualms about claiming it for himself. Just then, a voice resonated from behind him. Eastern King, hold on. The Queen Mother of the West, adorned in her regal attire, exuded an enchanting grace, undeniably one of the most distinguished celestial maidens of the ERMY. Dear friend, Queen Mother of the West. What brings you here? Inquired the Eastern King, pausing to glance back. I seek your counsel, replied the Queen Mother, poised and dignified, offering a radiant smile and a graceful bow. The Eastern King's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he regarded the beaming Queen Mother. Strangely, under his piercing gaze, her heart quivered. His look was so incisive, as if he could see into the depths of one's soul. Yet, there was an undeniable charm about it that captivated the Queen Mother. Ha ha ha! The Eastern King burst into laughter. It seems we share a fated bond. You and I, one male and one female, one yin and one yang. Such is the essence of fate. What do you think? The Queen Mother felt a shiver run through her. The Eastern King's words were rather blunt, almost spilling forth from his lips. It made her clench her fists like a young girl. Was he inviting her to become his companion? A faint blush crept across the Queen Mother's cheeks. However, come with me. I shall present you with an opportunity. With that, the Eastern King turned and strode into the primal wilderness. His charm in wooing was indeed remarkable. Patience is key. The Queen Mother stood momentarily stunned. Across the vast expanse of the earth, on an unnamed celestial mountain, a thunderous sound erupted, in the void. A continuous rumble reverberated, the wrath of Tai Yi shattering the emptiness, instilling awe in countless beings. Cursed Eastern King, Tai Yi gritted his teeth, cursing in anger. He could have used the innate treasure to woo the guest sages of the Zhixiao Palace, bolstering his power. Instead, the spotlight was snatched away by the Eastern King. This was undoubtedly a significant disadvantage for them. The Eastern King, with his burgeoning wings, was at the pinnacle of his fortune. The best course of action now was to establish his own influence within the primal wilderness, attracting more cultivators to join him. Dijun's expression darkened as he laid out his plan. You speak wisely, brother, Tai Yi replied. regaining his composure, and suddenly asked, "Have you felt anything unusual of late?" As soon as he spoke, Di Jun was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, we both share this feeling. It seems we are on the brink of a grand opportunity. This forthcoming chance will undoubtedly shape our future. It is destined." In an instant, the spirits of the two brothers surged, invigorated by ambition. An opportunity had finally emerged. Was this not a sign that their grand scheme was nearing fruition? To dominate the primal wilderness, what could possibly stand in their way? What of the Eastern King? No matter how hard a mere ant strives, it remains just an ant. Meanwhile, the Eastern King led the Queen Mother to the celestial vault, high above the vast earth. Here, at the pinnacle of the primal wilderness, millions of miles away, the peak of Buzhou Mountain shimmered magnificently, a breathtaking sight where countless stars converged, forming a vast celestial river known as the Star River. At this moment, within that river, a single grain of sand, embodying endless space, shimmered with light. The Queen Mother was taken aback. Surely, the heavenly court was on the verge of descending. The Eastern King's face radiated with delight. The opportunity that belonged to the demon clans Di Jun and Tai was now his. The Star River surged with intensity. Amidst the waves, the Eastern King and the Queen Mother stood as two silhouettes. "Congratulations, Eastern King, on acquiring such a grand fortune," the Queen Mother exclaimed. She gazed at the glimmering yellow sand in the Star River, her eyes reflecting awe. Within this speck of dust lay vast potential. "Indeed, a splendid opportunity. However, my purpose here extends far beyond this." The Eastern King shook his head. His ambition was to establish the heavenly court as his stronghold, creating a celestial domain. Only through this could he fully harness the value of the 33 heavens. "What?" The Queen Mother was taken aback, a shocked expression gracing her exquisite features. What were the Eastern King's true intentions? In that very moment, the Eastern King stepped forward, exuding an unparalleled aura. With a hum, the golden wheel of fortune manifested, illuminating the cosmos, suspended behind the Eastern King, transforming into roaring dragons of fortune that surged into the galaxy with thunderous roars. With a deafening crash, the heavens trembled. The galaxy fractured, and countless stars cascaded downward, bathing the vast sky in golden hues. The shimmering grains of sand in the river, drawn by the power of fortune, plummeted from the Star River, shooting skyward. In an instant, anomalies erupted, clouds swirling in a mesmerizing display. As magnificent palaces emerged in the void, upon rough counting, there were indeed 33 of them. "Rise!" The Eastern King took a step forward, ascending to the heavenly court, boldly declaring to the world, Chapter 22. This battle is ultimately inevitable. At Buzhou Mountain, with Buzhou Mountain at its core, a radius of millions of miles lay under the control of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Di Jiang and the others were gathered in the Zixiao Palace, listening to Hutu's exposition. After Hutu concluded, she shared her thoughts on the Eastern King, proclaiming him the future strongest among the primal beings, capable of commanding the grand tides of the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang and several others expressed their opinions. "Impossible, sister. You overestimate the Eastern King." Zhu Rong was the first to retort. Indeed, the title of male celestial leader, the name of the heavenly emperor, was conferred by Hong Jun, mere facade. Whether he will become the dominant force in the wilderness remains uncertain. Gong Gong nodded in agreement. Ultimately, it is about strength. Might makes right. Di Jiang asserted decisively. The Wu clan reveres Pangu above all, with no regard for heaven or sage, let alone bowing to the Eastern King. In that moment, the heavens bore witness, I am the Eastern King, the leader of all male celestials. From this day forth, the heavenly court is established, a celestial domain governing all male celestials, welcoming friends who wish to join. The Eastern King's figure appeared atop the heavenly court, illuminating the vast earth. An invincible aura surged forth, sweeping across the 8 wildernesses, subduing all. The primal wilderness trembled. Boom. The laws surged, the heavenly way manifested, and the will of heaven was celebrated. The Eastern King's commanding voice, propelled by the power of the heavenly way, echoed throughout the primal wilderness, reaching the ears of all living beings. In an instant, the entire world erupted in fervor. All were astonished. Buzhou Mountain. What? The 12 ancestors of sorcery were taken aback. The presence of the Eastern King enveloped them, instilling a sense of dread. Perhaps, as my sister suggested, this Eastern king may indeed be an extraordinary figure. Di Zhang's expression hardened, shedding all disdain. Consequently, the ancestors recognized Huta's perspective. Deeming it prudent to foster a favorable relationship with the Eastern king in the Zhixiao Palace, Hong Jun sat cross-legged, a creation jade plate hovering above his head, emanating a mysterious aura. In that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face etched with confusion. What is happening? The Eastern king has actually claimed the heavenly court for himself and is using it as a foundation to establish a celestial domain. Hong Jun's countenance darkened, his gaze distant. The heavenly court, for Di Jun and Tai, represented a great opportunity and a means of maintaining order in the three realms. For the primal wilderness, it held immense significance, capable of gathering fortune from birth. Yet it was snatched away by the Eastern king. Hong Jun's expression became increasingly grim. At this moment, the three pure ones, the two Western sages, Nuwa and Zenyuanzi, were equally astounded. Is this the heavenly court? It possesses 33 layers, suspended in midair. Such a remarkable location. Now, with the establishment of the celestial domain, the title of Eastern King, the Heavenly Emperor, was finally solidified. This opportunity must not be missed. A celestial domain is a blessed land. All beings looked up, witnessing the 33 heavens standing tall above, gazing down upon the earth, while the Eastern King, standing among them, exuded an awe-inspiring presence, evoking reverence from myriad spirits. Many powerful beings felt compelled, setting forth towards the heavenly court. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with trepidation. The Eastern King. The heavens trembled as two voices laden with murderous intent resonated throughout the cosmos. These two figures were none other than Di Jun and Tai. They ascended into the sky, their boundless fury causing the very fabric of heaven and earth to quake. You seek your own demise. Eastern King, how bold of you to seize my opportunity. Di Jun and Tai roared, flames erupting from their bodies, illuminating the entire sky. Their rage was palpable. This was a monumental opportunity, one that held the fate of their future. Yet it was snatched away by the Eastern King, and they could hardly endure that moment. The scene was utterly terrifying. Even the three pure ones, Nuwa and Zenyuanzi, bore solemn expressions. The combined strength of Di Jun and Tai was formidable. Together, they were an unstoppable force. The world was in an uproar. All were left dumbfounded. What was happening? The Eastern King had seized the opportunity from Di Jun and Tai. What could this possibly mean? Was it related to the heavenly court? Countless individuals tremble in trepidation. It appears that today's events may not culminate favorably. A great war is likely on the horizon. How audacious! The Eastern King emerges from the celestial realm, confronting Emperor Jun and Tai with unwavering composure, declaring bluntly, "Fate is a formless entity, accessible to all. Whoever seizes it first claims it as their own. Your actions are nothing short of sheer folly." The entire world quakes. The starry sky reverberates. 3 Formidable presences engage in a silent clash. Against two adversaries, the Eastern King shows no signs of yielding. With eloquent rhetoric, he distorts the truth. The 33 heavens are our destiny. How can they lack a master? Emperor Jun seethes with rage. Surrender the heavenly court, and I shall grant you a chance at survival today. Tai grits his teeth, exuding lethal intent. They are resolute in their quest to reclaim the 33 heavens. Their disposition towards the Eastern King has never been favorable, laden with ulterior motives. Though both Emperor Jun and Tai are incensed, they have not lost their reason. The uproar they have stirred is calculated. Both harbor schemes against the Eastern King, whose immense power commands respect within the Zhixiao Palace, rendering their position precarious and necessitating suppression. Yet, this situation presents a fortuitous opportunity, allowing them to create turmoil for the Eastern King while simultaneously curbing his influence and stifling his ascent. They believe that united, they can compel the Eastern King to relent. In truth, should a great conflict erupt, it may prove advantageous for them. Dream on. That which falls into my grasp shall not be relinquished lightly. The Eastern King snorted coldly and turned to depart. All parties involved, seasoned and cunning, are acutely aware of each other's thoughts. The Eastern King anticipated this very scenario. He remains confident in his own strength, unafraid of Emperor Jun and Tai. Thus, Emperor Jun and Tai strike first. Clang. The Chaos Bell is summoned, trembling violently, its brilliance illuminating the expanse as terrifying energy surges, shaking the heavens and the earth. A low, resonant voice echoes, "At that moment, Emperor June produces a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the river map and Luo book. Countless stars flicker, their immense power cascading down, each star colossal, as if to cleave heaven and earth asunder. In an instant, darkness envelopes the sky, leaving only Emperor June and Tai Yi. This battle is ultimately unavoidable. Their might is formidable. The power they exhibit transcends reason, far exceeding that of any ordinary great Luo Golden Immortal. Can the Eastern King truly stand against such odds? The Eastern King is in peril. His overwhelming dominance should not manifest in a direct confrontation with Emperor June and Tai Yi at this juncture. Should more powerful beings align with the Celestial Court, the tide will surely turn. Alas, the Eastern King has acted recklessly. All beings bear witness to this moment, engaging in fervent discussion. Ultimately, a consensus emerges. The Eastern King is too impulsive, focusing solely on the present while neglecting the future. The three Pure Ones and the Western sex leader are visibly elated. How can the Eastern King hope to prevail in a 1-against-2 scenario? It is a foregone conclusion that he shall be defeated. Fellow Taoist, exclaims the Queen Mother of the West, standing at the periphery of the battlefield, her eyes brimming with concern. Chapter 23. 1-against-2. A resounding victory. Kill, Emperor June and Tai Yi bellow in unison. The heavens and earth erupt in a dazzling display of celestial light. The Chaos Bell and the River Map and Luo Book unleash unparalleled radiance, shattering the starry river and shaking the very fabric of existence as they hurtle towards the Eastern King of battle. The Eastern King summons the Dragon Head Scepter and the Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Banner. Offensive and defensive maneuvers are executed with remarkable speed. Thus begins a cataclysmic clash. Boom! The entire world quakes. 3 Terrifying forces collide, shattering the yin and yang, disrupting the natural order. The Chaos Bell, River Map and Luo Book, Dragon Head Scepter, and Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Banner clash violently in the void, producing a thunderous cacophony as boundless power erupts into the ether. These formidable spiritual treasures, under the Eastern King's command, awaken completely. Astonishing all, surrounded by myriad golden lotuses, the Eastern King stands resolute amidst the cosmos, impervious to all attacks. He wields the Dragon Head Scepter, shattering the terrifying forces into fragments. 1-against-2. For the moment, he does not falter. This spectacle is nothing short of breathtaking. Eastern King, do you truly believe that having transcended the great Luo Golden Immortal realm and amassed a wealth of fortune, you can ascend as the leader of all male immortals? Emperor June gazes down from his lofty perch, surveying the scene below. Today, I shall reveal the disparity. Tai Yi's gaze burns fiercely, exuding arrogance, and no further words are necessary. They seize the moment to strike. They must eliminate the Eastern King. With a resounding boom, the fruits of their Tao coalesce above their heads, emanating the pinnacle aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal, as boundless magical energy surges forth. The Chaos Bell and the River Map and Luo Book grow increasingly resplendent, their celestial light swelling as their supreme radiance reverberates through the temporal fabric, tearing apart the void across countless miles, scattering radiant sparks throughout the realms. Emperor June and Tai Yi cease any pretense of caution and unleash their full might. In this moment, the aura they emit engulfs all beings in a suffocating dread. Countless souls sweat in fear for the Eastern King. How can he possibly withstand this? The gulf in power is unfathomable. A glint of cold light flashes in the Eastern King's eyes as he concentrates his thoughts, summoning the golden wheel of fortune, its resplendent glow illuminating the entire world. He then flips the heavenly emperor seal. Inscribed with 4 luminous characters, celestial artifact, the 4 characters transform into brilliant runes, as if heaven and earth have issued a divine decree, while the Eastern King stamps his seal upon it. Is this your trump card, Eastern King? Do you truly believe that a mere artifact of fortune can turn the tide? Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing this, Emperor June and Tai Yi burst into laughter. Though the Eastern King speaks of terrible things, he nonetheless conjures an artifact of fortune into his grasp. This battle cannot be swayed by a single spiritual treasure. However, in an instant, their laughter falters, a chill rising from their core. All are left in stunned silence. They witnessed the Eastern King ruthlessly shatter the golden wheel of fortune behind him, transforming it into a torrent of immense power that floods into the heavenly Emperor seal. Thunderous roars erupt. The golden dragon of fortune soars, its vast energy surging into the heavenly Emperor seal, which radiates brilliant light, as if something dormant is awakening. The law of fortune, the forbidden path of the celestial Emperor's will. The Eastern King unveils his might once more, raising the heavenly Emperor seal high, as the surrounding laws of power boil with fervor. The law of fortune propels the heavenly Emperor seal, instantaneously depleting vast reserves of energy. Subsequently, the Eastern King's words resonate like a powerful incantation, releasing an immense force of taboo that causes the very heavens and earth to tremble, impacting reality itself. I in the arena. Time stands still, desolate. The past, present, and future wither rapidly. The laws, order, and pathways disintegrate. With the celestial Emperor's decree issued, all beings in the cosmos must heed his command. The Eastern King has proclaimed that the forbidden path marks the onset of the end of the law era. Cursed be it. I did not anticipate he possessed such a formidable hand. What is happening? The expressions of Emperor June and Tai Yi shift dramatically. Their magical energy, protective divine light, chaos bell, and river map and Luo book dim. Even the treasured artifact begins to rust, leaving all spectators agape. Simultaneously, the Eastern King, wielding the Jade Seal, transforms into a supreme sovereign, ruling over all. This posture relies entirely on the power of fortune, yet the consumption is staggering. The Eastern King's fortune cannot sustain this for long. However, it is sufficient to end the duel between great Luo golden immortals. Even a mere second can alter the entire battlefield. Slash! The Eastern King's voice resonates once more. Cold as if judging a minuscule ant, as his words fall, fortune diminishes, the dragon head scepter hums, transforming into a blinding radiance, as if it can cleave heaven and earth. To annihilate all, to obliterate the world. No! The expressions of Emperor June and Tai Yi pale significantly in this moment. They feel as though they have become mere mortals, acutely aware of the breath of death encroaching upon them with a sickening sound. Emperor June and Tai Yi scream in agony, their blood staining the sky. This is utterly terrifying. The path of fortune is indeed unfathomably profound. The Eastern King can unleash such devastating power. Countless powerful beings fell silent, while the three pure ones were particularly restless, plagued by an unsettling sense of dread. Harnessing the laws of fortune, the Eastern King, akin to an omnipotent chaotic demon, consumed the essence of fate, as for Dijuan and Tai Yi. Their plight was even more dire. All who witnessed this scene felt a chilling sensation creep over them. The vast battlefield bore a terrifying spectacle, with legendary figures withering away, a sight truly horrifying. Among all cultivators, the greatest fear was the era of diminished magic, where no divine powers nor magical capabilities existed. Even immortals could fall. Today, countless witnesses bore witness to this grim reality. As the decree of the Eastern King was issued, the most dreaded scenario unfolded before the terrified eyes of the cultivators. Unsurprisingly, Dijuan and Tai Yi were the most horrified. With a swift motion, the dragon head staff transformed into a radiant beam of white light and vanished in an instant. Dijuan was cleaved in two, a grotesque sight, his severed half plummeting to the earth, morphing into the true form of the golden crow, crashing down upon the primordial land and unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of solar flames. A pained scream escaped Dijuan's lips as he was grievously wounded, his heart overwhelmed by terror. How strange! How bizarre! Their techniques proved difficult to execute, nearly impossible to defend against. Brother. Tai Yi's voice was tinged with sorrow. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the terrifying sword light was already upon him. Damn it! Tai Yi roared in anger, desperately activating the chaos bell, but it sank into the abyss, yielding no response. With another flash of crimson light, despair loomed. Alas, ultimately, the power of fortune was still insufficient. Observing this scene, the Eastern King sighed softly. At this moment, the fortune energy had been nearly depleted, rendering it impossible to sustain further, the oppressive aura of the forbidden laws dissipating alongside it. The sound of the chaos bell resonated once more across the heavens and the earth. The might of the treasured artifact re-emerged, shaking the cosmos, distorting the very fabric of space for billions of miles, forcefully shattering the indomitable brilliance, shielding Dijuan and Tai. Only then could they catch a breath, yet their hearts remained filled with trepidation. Defeat. Both Dijuan and Tai had succumbed, with the ultimate victor being the Eastern King. The multitude gasped in disbelief. Dijuan lay torn asunder, grievously injured. Tai's chest was also pierced, sustaining severe wounds. In contrast, the Eastern King remained virtually unscathed, aside from the destruction of the Wheel of Fortune. This battle had decisively determined the victor. Unless Dijuan and Tai were willing to disregard their lives and perish alongside the Eastern King, the outcome was already sealed. How could the Eastern King possess such strength? Until now, the world had underestimated him. The three pure ones, the Western teachings, and even Nuwa wore expressions of unprecedented solemnity. Zhen Yuanzi, the old ancestor of the underworld river, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery were all astounded. For this was Dijuan and Tai. The Eastern King had triumphed magnificently against two adversaries. Chapter 24. What is going on? This clearly indicated that he possessed strength surpassing all others, the most formidable existence among the great Luo Golden Immortals. This scene sent shivers down the spines of countless powerful beings. Friend of the Eastern King, truly formidable. On the periphery of the battlefield, the Western Queen was dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes, then turned to the Eastern King, her gaze imbued with an unusual intensity. Eastern King, one day, I shall make you wish for life and find no escape in death. Dijuan and Tai retreated a step, with Tai hastily taking action. Using the Chaos Bell to reverse time and swiftly escape, leaving behind a statement filled with animosity. Delusional, the Eastern King scoffed, retracting his aura and spiritual treasures, opting not to pursue. The consumption of fortune energy had been immense, and even his magical power was entirely expended. Furthermore, the Eastern King understood that killing Dijuan and Tai within a short time frame was impossible, for Hongjun was present, and these two were pivotal to the impending calamity of the witch and demon tribes. The saints would never relent, and the Eastern King lacked the capability to do so. Not to mention, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Gazing over the vast land, he proclaimed, "The celestial court shall be established," inviting all like-minded individuals from across the world. No sooner had he spoken than the entire world erupted in excitement. Boom! Countless ethereal figures emerged, with powerful beings riding clouds, commanding dragon steeds, or transforming into beams of golden light. A multitude of silhouettes surged toward the 33 heavens. Ha ha ha! Congratulations, great heavenly emperor, on your monumental victory over formidable foes. We are eager to ally with the celestial court. Witnessing the outcome of this battle, numerous powerful onlookers made their decisions to join the celestial court. Among them, nearly 1,000 guest elders from the Purple Sky Palace, each a paragon of fortune, represented the pinnacle of primordial existence. Undoubtedly, the celestial court was now a gathering of myriad immortals. The Eastern King had spread his wings wide. In this primordial realm, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to rival him. He cast a glance at the celestial court. The entire world, all living beings, trembled in awe. Even the three pure ones found themselves speechless, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This marks the inception of my eternal dynasty of fortune. The Eastern King was overjoyed. Yet he understood the imperative to press on. To halt now would spell his doom. He still had a long way to go. In another realm, the Yizhuang, that night, the moon shone brightly, and the stars were sparse, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. In the night, a group of individuals hopped joyfully toward the Yizhuang. A knock echoed, and shortly after, the door was flung open, revealing a figure who peeked out, exclaiming with delight, "Fourth Eye! Master Uncle, you have come! Qiu Sheng, it's been a while. Your master uncle has missed you dearly." Fourth Eye chuckled, affectionately stroking Qiu Sheng's cheek. "Master Uncle, please stop. Master Uncle, you should first settle the guest. Standing at the door frightens the passers-by, which is not a good thing." Qiu Sheng's expression shifted, struggling a few times before finally escaping Fourth Eye's grasp. In the midst of their banter, he called for Wang Kai, and together they stepped outside with Fourth Eye, inviting the rows of corpses into the Yizhuang. "Where is the master?" After completing these tasks, Fourth Eye sensed something amiss and glanced around, inquiring. Although this senior brother possessed an imposing presence, he was usually quite amiable toward him. Yet after a prolonged period of effort, he had not caught sight of him. He hasn't gone out, has he, master? What is wrong with you lately? As he spoke, Qiusheng helplessly shrugged. Indeed, indeed. Wenkai nodded. What do you mean? Impossible. Senior brother is so powerful, not even fearing demons and monsters. How could he be like this? Fourth Eye pondered further, worry etched on his face. Let us take you to him, since a few days ago. Master has been rambling about seizing the position of Heavenly Master at Maoshan once he breaks through. They continued to walk, Qiusheng and Wenkai chattering away. Good heavens! Your master has gone mad. Fourth Eye was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Breaking through to Heavenly Master, going to Maoshan to replace the old fellow. Is this not a wild fantasy? In truth, Fourth Eye believed that it was not difficult for Lin Jiqing to become the Heavenly Master of Maoshan. However, breaking through to Heavenly Master was an exceedingly arduous task. For nearly a century, no cultivator of Heavenly Master caliber had emerged in the human realm. With the decline of the magical era approaching, advancing further had become increasingly challenging. As they conversed, the trio arrived at a brightly lit room, faint traces of sandalwood wafting through the air. Gently pushing open the door, the three leapt inside. At that moment, Lin Jiao sat before his desk, eyes closed, his heart directed skyward. Before him stood a statue he had carved himself, its visage indistinct, inscribed with the words Eastern Emperor. Amidst the swirling incense, one could faintly see the statue as if gazing into the distance. Eastern Emperor? What the hell? Has my senior brother lost his mind? Fourth Eye stared at Lin Jia's statue, utterly bewildered. The Eastern Emperor was a renowned figure among the Taoist sections Maoshan, however, represented the righteous path. While they held respect for him, they did not worship him, as he was not their ancestor. What on earth was Lin Jiu doing? Abandoning his own ancestors to pay homage to those of another family? This was undoubtedly treasonous. In that very instant, a flash of white light appeared. A vague silhouette emerged from Lin Jiao. Though small, it exuded a sense of grandeur, akin to a towering mountain, with golden lotuses faintly manifesting around him. The stone statue on the altar trembled slightly, resonating with the ethereal figure. In that moment, the bright moon from the 9 heavens seemed to descend, threads of moonlight cascading from the roof, enveloping Lin Jiao. Boom! With a dull sound, Lin Jiao absorbed the moonlight, slipping into a state of enlightenment, his cultivation soaring once more. In this room, Wenkai and Qiusheng were utterly dumbfounded. Fourth Eye, observing more clearly, could not help but exclaim. The Earth Master has reached consummation. He recalls vividly that during their last encounter, his senior brother was merely at the initial stage of the Earth Master level. How little time has passed, and he has already attained the pinnacle of this realm. Remarkable. The four-eyed Taoist felt a tremor in his heart. Could it be true what his senior brother claimed? What has he consumed to progress so swiftly? Lin Jiao inhaled deeply, drawing in the moonlight, and exhaled a cloud of impure air. Subsequently, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the 3 individuals outside the door, and smiled slightly. Junior brother has arrived? Senior brother, your cultivation level. The four-eyed Taoist appeared utterly baffled. You have already reached the late stage of Earth Master, complete mastery. Lin Jiu lifted his head with a hint of pride adorning his features. Before Emperor Qin and others, he felt unable to hold his head high. Yet before his junior brother, he could. Senior brother, I believe you have great potential to become a celestial master. Chapter 25. I must win his favor. You are cursing me. What celestial master? I aspire to become an immortal. Lin Jiao stood up expressionlessly, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky outside with the demeanor of a transcendent sage. Four-eyed, Qiusheng, and Wenkai were all left in a state of bewilderment. Become an immortal? He truly possesses audacity. Lin Jiao felt a surge of vitality. Ever since he achieved mastery of the visualization technique, his progress had exceeded his wildest expectations. In less than a month, he had ascended to the peak of the Earth Master level. Thus, breaking through to the Celestial Master realm was not an insurmountable challenge. Once he resolves the matter of the Ren family's relocation tomorrow, he intends to strive for a breakthrough to the Celestial Master realm within a year. Lin Jiao contemplated silently. Compared to Emperor Qin and the young child, his progress felt excruciatingly slow. He must seize the time to fulfill his offerings to the Emperor. He must earn his favor, at the same moment, in the perfect world. Meanwhile, In the great wilderness stone village, the little one sat under a willow tree, a small white-footed monkey perched upon his shoulder. Willow spirit, I wish to venture beyond the great wilderness. After the baptism, he had wandered around the village numerous times. At this moment, he felt an urge to leave. The path of the strong is fraught with trials. One should roam far and wide, lest you be deceived by the warmth of Stone Village, for that is the best. The willow spirit agreed wholeheartedly with the little one's sentiments. One cannot become a master in a greenhouse. The little one is fortunate to have caught the attention of an unparalleled master. The road to growth is paved with challenges. I recall events from my childhood. I demand an explanation. The little one's eyes glimmered with sorrow as he curled up. The small furball seemingly affected by this sadness, falling silent. Alas! The willow spirit sighed. Once, it had witnessed the little one's tragic plight, destined for death yet persevering against all odds. After a long pause, the willow spirit spoke, guiding him. During your last baptism, that supreme being left you 3 precious drops of blood. While you have refined them, they have yet to be fully assimilated. A remnant power lies hidden within you. The true treasure is not merely those 3 drops of essence, but that strand of mysterious energy. It encompasses the utmost yang and the most formidable strength, profoundly enigmatic, as if it were a taboo that should not exist in this world. Exceedingly powerful, you must make good use of these forces. In the eyes of the willow spirit, the little one resembled a moving treasure trove of energy, harboring astonishing potential. The changes in the little one instilled a sense of dread in the willow spirit. It could scarcely fathom how fearsome the little one would become in the future. The next day, in Stone Village, following the farewells, child, the world outside is not like the village. It is rife with treacherous individuals. You must be cautious. The village chief spoke with concern to the little one. Strong and powerful beasts ultimately walk alone. Indeed, little one, you are in peril. You cannot remain outside. You must return. This will always be your home. Others surrounded the little one, expressing their affection. The people of Stone Village had also undergone transformations. The 3 drops of precious blood and a shard of divine essence had been absorbed by the little one. Yet the remaining treasures were still unparalleled, capable of yielding terrifying effects even to the supreme, let alone a humble stone village. All right, Grandfather Village Chief, you too must take care. The little one beamed with a radiant smile. Nodding earnestly, after uttering these words, he turned to depart. He returned once more to the willow tree. Willow spirit, the emperor is magnanimous. How could he be angered over trifles? This is for you. Saying this, he produced a small statue he had carved the previous night and placed it beneath the willow tree. Then, with a wave of his hand, the little one bid farewell, his steps resolute, gradually fading into the distance. This is a true dragon. The willow spirit brimmed with anticipation. What kind of stir would the little one create upon emerging from the great wilderness? It then gazed at the stone sculpture beneath the tree. The small statue, with indistinct features, possessed a captivating mystery that could draw one into the path of the Tao. This was something the little one had comprehended from the visualization technique. And once visualized, it could be cultivated. Of course, in terms of efficacy, it could not compare to the little one, for it was crafted by the royal artisan himself. It seems I too must witness the splendor of this new world. The willow spirit pondered for a long while, manipulating the verdant willow branches to wrap around the stone sculptures, beginning to comprehend. A brand new world unfurled before the willow spirit like a scroll. In the desolate land, the little one rode upon the back of a unicorn, with the furball following closely behind. He traversed the great wilderness, facing countless perils along the way. Days prior, the little one had swallowed an egg of an ancient divine bird and leaped into the Tyne River. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, his clothes tattered, resembling a wild man. On this day, as the little one advanced, he was suddenly surrounded by a dozen individuals. They were from the Bu Tian Pavilion. The leader, Xia Yuyu, upon seeing that the little one was merely a human cub yet survived in such a perilous environment, was astonished alongside her companions. Out of goodwill, Xia Yuyu and her companions inquired, "I have come forth in the company of the emperor." The little one smiled shyly, his bright eyes filled with innocence as he spoke. However, the emperor has abandoned me in the great wilderness, lost to sight, compelling me to leave alone. Otherwise, I would not be allowed to return. he was wary of strangers. If it were discovered that he was alone, it could pose a threat to him. Thus, the little one began to raise the banner, calling forth the Eastern Emperor. The Emperor, you ventured out of the great wilderness alone? Xia Yu and the old woman widened their eyes in astonishment. Observing the little one, covered in beast blood and bearing the marks of fierce battles, they understood that he must have undergone a brutal trial. However, was this request not a bit excessive? To let him emerge from the great wilderness sounded dreadfully daunting. The Emperor, as mentioned by this child, must surely be an unparalleled powerhouse. Yet, the old woman and others were somewhat puzzled. How had they never heard of the name of the Emperor? A group of individuals lowered their heads in contemplation. Startled by the little one's words, Xia Yu regarded the little one, her eyes flickering with a peculiar light, and suddenly acted. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Xia Yu, possessing unparalleled beauty, moved with grace but struck with ferocity. Her jade hand waved toward the little one. Surprised, the little one quickly retaliated, delivering a punch without any runes, simply pure strength. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the heavens and the earth. An individual was sent flying. Xia Yu let out a sharp cry, as if struck by a ferocious beast, sliding back several zhang before stabilizing her stance. This scene left the old woman and others dumbfounded. This lad possesses quite formidable strength. What do you intend to do? The little one reined in his shyness, fixing his gaze on the crowd before him. As he spoke, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and mysterious runes flickered upon his arms. Misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the old woman hastily explained. None knew if the emperor spoken of by the child was nearby. Should they provoke him, the consequences would be dire. Whoosh! A streak of light shot toward the little one. In the next moment, Xia Yu's voice echoed. Young friend, this is the Bu Tian order. I am Xia Yu. Her words brimmed with enthusiasm. However, Xia Yu appeared somewhat perplexed. She threw the token in her hand but remained stationary, her expression somewhat strange. Bu Tian Pavilion? Could it be stronger than our emperor? The little one scrutinized the token in his hand, examining the intricate patterns, murmuring to himself. Deep within, he had already considered himself a disciple of the emperor. Therefore, he was not particularly inclined to join the Bu Tian Pavilion. Ha ha ha. The principle of our Bu Tian Pavilion is to recruit talents and teach them cultivation. With this token, the emperor will certainly take notice, and then you can join. The old woman and several elders explained with smiles. I see. The diminutive figure nodded slightly, displaying a lack of interest, yet accepted the offering before departing. As he watched the little one fade into the distance, Yu remarked, Isn't it rather hasty to bestow the Tianling decree upon this child? The elderly woman cast a fleeting glance at Xia Yu. Her tone indifferent, the others nodded in agreement. The Tianling decree was invaluable, sought after even by the most venerable of ancient clans. With a sudden gasp, Xia Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood. You underestimate this boy. I, too, have been guilty of such folly. His single arm possesses a strength of 100,000 jin, and that is while he is concealing his true capabilities. As she spoke, her delicate face reflected a mix of astonishment and dread. She had tested his strength and was taken aback by how formidable he truly was, sustaining injury in her moment of inattention. What? The elderly woman and several elders were left in stunned silence. 100,000 jin of strength, and he has hidden his cultivation level. How old could he possibly be? And who, pray tell, is the emperor capable of nurturing such a fierce child? At that moment, regret washed over the old woman and her companions, realizing that their previous remarks had been somewhat presumptuous. That particular emperor might not even regard the Tianling Pavilion with any significance. Chapter 26. Who dares to obstruct my path, I shall slay. In the second ancestral ground of the Stone Nation, the place lay in ruins, home to only 4 villages and a small town. After bidding farewell to those from the Tianling Pavilion, the little one journeyed for over 10 days, traversing 300,000 li, until he finally arrived at his destination. At this moment, he stood outside a village, gazing blankly ahead. You have taken my bones, robbed me of my precious blood, and now you have caused my loved ones to be separated from me. Rain Clan. Reflecting on the information he had gathered over the past few days, the innocent and kind-hearted child could hardly suppress the anger that surged within his eyes. Having spoken, he took decisive action, striding forward with unabashed confidence toward a courtyard. The little one wished to announce to the Rain clan and the Stone Nation that he had returned. "Who goes there? You dare trespass into the forbidden grounds of the Stone Nation?" At the entrance, 2 attendants immediately began to berate him upon sight. These 2 were dispatched by the Rain clan, specifically to keep watch over the boy impersonating Sure How. "Begone!" The little one's gaze was as piercing as lightning, intimidating enough to render the attendants unable to meet his eyes. With a voice akin to a ferocious beast's roar, he exuded a terrifying presence. The 2 attendants, frozen in fear, collapsed to the ground like puddles of mud, unable to move. The little one paid them no mind and entered the house. Inside, a frail child stood vigil at the bedside of an elderly man. His eyes filled with sorrow as he gazed at the ailing figure. "Child, come, you must be strong." The old man lay there, barely clinging to life. "Grandfather," the child cried out in anguish, akin to a restless little bird. "You have suffered for so many years, enduring hardships here, yet I have received no news of you. I do not even know if you are still alive." The elderly man's gaze was dim. Teetering on the brink of death, a myriad of regrets churned within him, unable to let go of the child before him, while also worrying for another child whose whereabouts were unknown. To be a supreme being yet stripped of one's bones. What profound sorrow that entailed. Where was he now? Was he still alive? "I am here, great-grandfather. I am not dead." A youthful voice, sweet and innocent, rang out as a petite figure stepped into the room. "You?" The frail child was startled. "It is you." The old man, returning to his senses, felt a flicker of life in his dimmed eyes. "For these past years, I have remained in the ancestral grounds. The village chief and others have treated me kindly, helping me to endure this tribulation. Not long ago, I encountered the Donghua Emperor, who imparted to me the methods of cultivation and bestowed upon me the baptism of precious blood. With the cultivation of blood transference, I can unleash a strength of 200,000 jin with a single hand." The little one approached the bedside, gently grasping the elderly man's hand, ensuring he could see his face while recounting his experiences. He was one of the few remaining family members he had beyond the great wilderness, an arm capable of unleashing 200,000 jin of power. The frail child was left speechless. "Ha ha!" The old man was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Indeed, you were born a supreme being. Even if those vile individuals have taken your bones, the glory of supremacy endures, unassailable and unyielding. You may still ascend to the pinnacle. I bear no regrets. Take this child and depart." Hearing such uplifting news in his final moments, the old man's heart lightened, and he could leave with a smile. "Great-grandfather, no, you cannot die," the little one implored, producing a piece of blood jade the size of a fingernail and placing it into the old man's mouth. "This is the blood of a true dragon, granted by the Emperor. Though I have absorbed its essence, the power within should still be able to save your life." As the precious blood was ingested, astounding effects ensued. A faint flush appeared on the old man's pallid face. He opened his mouth to speak, but could find no words. Half an hour later, boom! Outside the village, a group of individuals riding on rune treasures surged forth, led by a pallid, rotund figure. Better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape. Whether or not the intruder is the one we seek, they must die. Yu Meng's expression darkened, radiant runes swirling around him, radiating divine light and a chilling aura of murderous intent. He had arrived at the second ancestral ground of the Stone Nation, awaiting the arrival of those from the Tianling Pavilion. Yet, he had never anticipated receiving word from his subordinates that an individual resembling that child had appeared. Yu Meng hastened forward, disregarding the grave consequences of trespassing into the second ancestral ground of the Stone Nation. Inside, the once dying elder, aided by the true dragon's precious blood, had finally regained a semblance of life. Although still frail, he was now able to move. "Someone approaches," the elder declared, sensing a wave of murderous intent. "Great-grandfather, allow me to confront them. This is a debt they owe me." The little one stepped outside, radiating a fierce aura. Yu Meng activated his treasure, leading the members of the Rain clan as they stormed into the village. "The Rain clan is too overbearing," 2 furious voices resonated. "Hi family, this matter does not concern you. Depart in deference to the Rain clan, or you shall find no place to rest," Yu Meng threatened. His urgency palpable, Disgusting. The High Father and Son, exuding confidence, regarded Yu Ming and his entourage with disdain. The Rain clan was a formidable force, instilling fear in all Yu Ming bellowed, his body aglow with shimmering runes. As those behind him released powerful battle intent, poised to strike at his command, at that very moment, as tensions escalated between the Rain clan and the High family, an immense roar echoed once more. A golden streak of light shot forth from the courtyard at blinding speed, landing before Yu Ming and his companions. Kill! The little one was enveloped in cascading runes, his blood energy surging like a tempest. Shaking the very fabric of space, he acted decisively, holding nothing back as he brandished his hands, summoning white light that surged forth in an assault against his adversaries. Boom! In an instant, the members of the Rain clan were sent flying by the little one's terrifying might. Unable to utter a cry before being reduced to a mist of blood. This scene was utterly breathtaking. 3 more members of the Rain clan were injured, trembling in fear, their murderous intent extinguished by the overwhelming force. Whoever dares to slay a member of the Rain clan, I shall not spare you. A radiant rune appeared within Yu Ming, emanating astonishing power to shield his form. It is indeed the Rain clan that I seek to destroy. The little one roared, leaping into the air once more, channeling his treasure to strike at Yu Ming. Boom! In that moment, the skies erupted with swirling runes, 2 tremendous forces clashing violently, sending dust and debris flying. The 2 figures engaged in relentless combat. It is him. It truly is him. The High Father and Son trembled slightly, their gazes fixated on the diminutive figure on the battlefield, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. What terrifying strength! This is the cultivation of blood transference. How has he survived despite losing the bones of supremacy? Witnessing this scene, they felt a chill creep down their spines, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. How old is he? Merely 7. Such overwhelming power, having lost the bones of supremacy, should have taken considerable time to recover, yet he was astonishingly formidable. This extraordinary talent surpassed even that of the dual-eyed. They were all rendered blind. In the midst of the chaos, disbelief washed over them. It is impossible. Without the bones of supremacy, you have not only survived but have grown so powerful. Yu Ming trembled, recognition dawning upon him as his fears escalated. From the very first clash, he sensed the little one's terrifying prowess. Such youth was simply unfathomable. He, merely 7 years of age, to possess such strength? No! Yu Ming's expression turned bewildered, an inexplicable dread for the future of the Rain clan taking root in his heart. It not just a single bone. The little one's expression remained impassive. Intricate runes swirling about his small hands, releasing waves of golden ripples, his form, small yet brimming with strength and wildness, resembled an ancient beast as he barreled toward Yu Ming. Puff! Runes shattered, blood splattered, and the rain, akin to a tattered cloth, was violently thrown aside, crashing heavily upon the ground, drenched in blood, with deep indentations on his chest revealing the bone beneath. Sustaining grievous injuries, the little one spared his life. Inform them that the child who lost his supreme bone has returned to collect his debts. Ha! Our ancestor of the Rain clan is none other than a deity. You must accord him the utmost respect, or face certain death. El Ming coughed up blood in great gulps, struggling to respond. Deity? In my lifetime? Sure how, revere only the Eastern Emperor. Whoever dares to obstruct my path shall meet their demise, even if they are a god. Chapter 27. Beyond the Central Plains, there lies a vast territory. The little one cast him a cold glance and leisurely made his way inside. Before long, 2 diminutive figures supported an elder, slowly retreating into the distance. Behind them lay a sea of flames and several individuals barely clinging to life. The Sure Nation was in uproar. The second ancestor's domain had been reduced to ruins. The human emperor, enraged, issued a decree commanding the 3 great lords to cross borders and cleanse the skies with blood. All involved in this affair were to be punished. The lords meticulously documented the events, detailing every nuance, and submitted their report. The human emperor, upon reading the letter, was filled with trepidation. Many details left him shaken. A child who had lost his supreme bone could manipulate blood mirrors at the age of 7. Unleashing a force of 200,000 pounds with a single hand, capable of severely wounding the Rain clan's Yu Ming. Such talent was truly unparalleled in the world, cultivated by the first ancestor's domain. The Eastern Emperor mentioned by this little rascal must indeed be our venerable ancestor from the first ancestor's domain. The human emperor pondered. The lineage of the first ancestor's domain was shrouded in mystery, and that child who lost his supreme bone had been rescued, displaying astonishing potential. The martial king's manor, he sighed. Simultaneously, numerous prominent families within the Sure Nation were stirred. On this day, a notification in the group chat. Ding! Beast Milk Emperor sent a red envelope. Beast Milk Emperor. I ventured into the great wilderness and hunted many fierce beasts. They are delicious. Let the sisters and uncles have a taste. After a while, with the arrival of Qin Shi Huang, the zombie Taoist, and Huang Rong, who all rushed to claim the red envelope, the group chat soon became lively. Huang Rong. What is this? Wasn't it said that mischievous children only love drinking milk? Beast King, Huang Rong. I swear I shall never drink milk again. Sincerely, shyly, Huang Rong. I believe you. Giggles zombie Taoist. This is too exaggerated. The meat the little boy brought out is actually related to legendary divine beasts and fierce creatures. How absurd. The legends are coming to life in reality. Just how terrifying is the boy's world? Beast Milk Emperor. This wasteland is vast, teeming with fierce beasts. The ancient species are even more fearsome. Among humankind, the human emperor and the lords stand side by side. Moving mountains and filling seas is a trivial matter. Zombie Taoist. Terrifying. I fear I wouldn't survive a day in your world. Qin Shi Huang. Beast Milk Emperor, you are truly a good child. What gift would you like? Beast Milk Emperor. No need. I've experienced quite a lot these past few days. I've recalled many things from my childhood. The human heart is terrifying. It's much better among the group and in Sure Village, devoid of so many schemes. Huang Rong. What? Little boy, are you unhappy? What is wrong? Beast Milk Emperor paused for a moment, revealing his background. The members in the group were incensed. They never expected that this seemingly lively and innocent child had endured such hardships, evoking their deep sympathy. Zombie Taoist. Absurd, born as a supreme, yet drained of blood and flesh by those closest to him. Little one, you have suffered, Huang Rong. My heart aches. Qin Shi Huang. Unforgivable, little rascal. I shall teach you how to take revenge, Beast Milk Emperor. I am eager to learn. Qin Shi Huang. When I was held hostage, I too was bullied. My childhood was miserable. Thus, after unifying the realm, I annihilated everything in that place, leaving not a single chicken or dog behind, exterminating all royal families connected to me. Beast Milk Emperor. Wipes sweat, Qin Shi Huang. You are still too kind. When facing enemies, you must strike with overwhelming force, ensuring even the eggs are shattered, and cut the worms in half. Beast Milk Emperor. Gaining knowledge, gaining knowledge. Every piece of information was steeped in a thick scent of blood. This was indeed a live teaching session from a timeless emperor. Ding. Qin Shi Huang shared the transformation dragon technique with everyone. Qin Shi Huang. This is a technique I learned from the emperor, named gathering qi to transform into a dragon. This little one sending me a red envelope is a reminder that we must help each other grow stronger, rather than relying solely on the emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, the members in the group suddenly understood. Indeed, what the emperor said was correct. Isn't it better to help each other? In unison, they agreed. Ding. Zombie Taoist shared a comprehensive guide to Maoshan techniques. Ding. Huang Rong shared the 9-in manual innate skill of the finger flick. Ding. Beast Milk Emperor uploaded a document containing the treasure techniques of the blue scale eagle and another treasure technique. Instantly, the members eagerly perused the uploaded techniques, reaping substantial rewards. For instance, the transformation dragon technique passed down from Qin Shi Huang was his insight into fate, condensing the fortune of a nation to create formidable supernatural abilities. Even Beast Milk Emperor, after a glance, felt a surge of enlightenment. As for the Taoist and Huang Rong, words cannot express their astonishment. Soon after, Lin Jiu spoke again. Zombie Taoist. By the way, Your Majesty, I have something here that will certainly aid you. Ding! The world map was shared by the zombie Taoist. At that very moment, well done, Dong Wang Gong smiled, observing everything that transpired in the group. Watching the members' conversations and seeing them exchanging their techniques, he felt a swell of satisfaction. These individuals were the pinnacle of their respective worlds. Through mutual exchange, Their progress would undoubtedly be swift. It seemed that Beast Milk Emperor had emerged from the great wilderness and was in the process of crafting his own legend. Dong Wanggong contemplated the story of Beast Milk Emperor. Though this little milk child was small, he was the one he trusted the most. With Lu Xun guiding him, he would not stray from the right path. However, dealing with Ying Zheng would require considerable effort. Favoritism must not be shown. Beast Milk Emperor offered me a sacrificial artifact. I granted him 3 drops of essence blood and a trace of innate true yang energy. Ying Zheng, having completed the sacrificial rites of the entire nation, naturally deserved a grand reward. Dong Wanggong mused, opening the file-sharing page, and smiled. Unifying the world under the Qin is but child's play. My hopes for Ying Zheng are to conquer the myriad realms and establish the immortal Qin Empire. In the Great Qin, Ying Zheng sat within the spacious hall, gazing at a world map sent by Lin Jiao, which displayed his position. What? The empire I established is merely a small fraction of this world. Beyond the central plains lies an even greater territory. As the world map appeared before him, Ying Zheng was rendered speechless. After a prolonged gaze, he finally located the central plains, which represented the Great Qin. It was but a corner. Ying Zheng felt his blood boil, as if he had returned to the moment of his ascension. Ultimately, it was my vision that was too narrow. When I controlled the central plains, I had already swelled to my utmost limits. Suddenly, Ying Zheng stood up, waving his hand. Wherever the sun and moon shine, it shall all be the land of the Great Qin. The Great Qin cavalry shall ensure that the flag of Great Qin flies across the world. At that moment, a message echoed through the group. Ding! The Eastern Emperor published a shared document titled Qian Huang Sacrifice. In an instant, Ying Zheng was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of dominance. Chapter 28. What does your majesty wish for me to do? In the group, Dong Wanggong uploaded the document, causing an uproar. Huang Rong, oh my! Is the emperor also watching the messages in the group? Long live the emperor. May he enjoy eternal longevity. Zombie Taoist. Quickly, let us check the information released by the emperor. This is astonishing. Beast Milk Emperor. I've seen it. The emperor is truly formidable, but this seems tailored specifically for Uncle Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang. The Xian Huang ritual for world elevation. Using the starry sky as the altar and celestial bodies as offerings, the faithful worship, and the more fervent the incense, the stronger the sacrificial power. It is divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. Even the lowest Huang grade requires 100,000 believers. Once the sacrificial method is enacted, it can summon the fire of heaven and earth, causing the world to transcend. Qin Shi Huang. Oh my! This was imparted by the emperor. Ying Zheng bows in gratitude to the emperor. Zombie Taoist. The emperor is so powerful, unbelievably strong, capable of directly elevating a world. The emperor's methods are indeed unfathomable. Huang Rong. So, does this mean this spell could allow Qin Shi Huang's world to transform into an immortal realm? Beast Milk Emperor. To be honest, witnessing the emperor elevate a world to a higher plane has made me even more curious about the emperor's world. Zombie Taoist. The emperor is the heavenly emperor, having created a divine kingdom. His strength must be extraordinary. I too am filled with curiosity. Huang Rong. Eastern Emperor, your benevolence allows me to broaden my horizons. In the vast wilderness, Dong Wanggong withdrew his consciousness from the group, turning to gaze outside. This moment. In the celestial realm, countless immortal beings congregated in the 33 heavens. Golden immortals gathered the essence of dawn and light, refining celestial materials and earthly treasures, while Tai surveyed the cosmos, comprehending the myriad of existence. Deluo, commanding his formidable army, swept through the myriad realms, harvesting spiritual treasures. The heavenly court was orderly, with everything proceeding in a methodical manner. Amongst the myriad races, none dared to provoke them. However, this was merely a nascent form, not the eternal dynasty that Dong Wanggong aspired to establish. Would you like to witness my divine kingdom? Coincidentally, I also intend to forge a prototype of a dynasty during this period, to confer titles upon the rightful deities of the heavenly court and consolidate the path of fortune. As you wish. Dong Wanggong had resolutely made up his mind. In the group chat, for individuals awaited Dong Wanggong's response. Just as they began to despair, thinking he had remained silent, a voice resonated. Ding, group leader. The Heavenly Emperor Dong Hua will livestream the conferring of deities in 3 days. In an instant, the chat was filled with exclamations. The four were left in a state of bewilderment. Huang Rong exclaimed, "What the heck? The Emperor is going to live stream." The zombie Taoist gasped, "No way. Am I seeing this correctly? The Emperor is live streaming the conferring of deities in 3 days. That's incredible." Qin Shi Huang declared, "Our Emperor is mighty." Beast Milk Emperor remarked, "This live stream is one we absolutely cannot miss." In the wilderness, Dong Wanggong chuckled, concluding the conversation. The manifestation of the immortals was indeed justified. Following his announcement of the live stream, the 4 members of the group grew increasingly resolute. It seemed that after the live stream concluded, he would reap substantial rewards once more in high spirits. Dong Wanggong exited the palace to seek out Zhuangmu. During this time, Zhuangmu had not returned to the western Kunlun but had remained in the heavenly court, aiding Dong Wanggong in maintaining order. Dong Wanggong felt that their relationship should advance further, becoming legitimate. On the vast earth, Tai bellowed in fury, "Dong Wanggong deserves to die." His roar shook the ground, akin to a ferocious tiger seeking its prey. They had underestimated him. The Heavenly Emperor Dijuan, already weakened and not fully recovered from his injuries, looked up at the sky with a grim expression, gritting his teeth. Amidst the swirling clouds, magnificent buildings flickered into view, radiating brilliant golden light, illuminating the world. This was the heavenly court. What was originally their opportunity had fallen into the hands of Dong Wanggong. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of the masses, the two of them, united, had been severely wounded by Dong Wanggong alone, losing face, while his prestige soared to new heights. "Brother, we can no longer delay. I must make an announcement." After a moment of silence, Tai proposed his suggestion. If they waited any longer, those immortals wishing to ally with the heavenly court would only increase. "Very well." Upon hearing this, Dijuan nodded in agreement. "Let us commence." Boom! The fiery sun surged into the sky as 2 immense forces swept across the land, causing the entire world to tremble. The terrifying figures of Dijuan and Tai illuminated the realm. "By the will of heaven, I am Dijuan. I am Tai. I seek to establish a new race known as Yao. Regardless of background or origin, all who desire may join." Their voices resounded, reverberating through heaven and earth. In an instant, the world erupted in fervor, all eyes fixed upon this spectacle, while formidable beings sighed in resignation. The ambitions of Dijuan and Tai had never been concealed. Everyone was aware, and now they were finally revealed. Yet, the shock continued. At Buzhou Mountain, 12 towering figures stood between heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust that shook the very foundations. The 12 ancestors of Wu revealed their true forms and issued a proclamation to the wilderness. "By the will of our father Pangu, we, the 12 ancestors of Wu, hereby establish the Wu clan today." A thunderous declaration echoed, reverberating in all directions. The world once again erupted into chaos, leaving all powerful beings in stunned silence. A day passed. 2 races were established, and the heavenly court rose to prominence. The entire wilderness seemed to revert to a state of tripartite balance. The heavenly court. Dong Wanggong sat at the table, gazing downwards, witnessing the birth of the Wu and Yao clans. Beside him sat the regal Zhuangmu. "Heavenly Emperor, the number of enemies you must face is increasing," Zhuangmu said with a smile as she looked at Dong Wanggong. "There is nothing to worry about," Dong Wanggong replied, gently shaking his head. "The Yao clan, having taken the heavenly court, cannot rival me. As for the Wu clan, I do not consider the 12 ancestors my enemies. My true adversaries are the future sages, the 3 purities and the Western saints. After the 3rd sermon, the sages will soon appear." With this thought, Dong Wanggong felt a sense of urgency. The sages were formidable. One could not afford to be complacent. In the face of the Wu and Yao clans, only the heavenly emperor could be so unfazed. Zhuangmu sighed. The Dong Wanggong before her was indeed the most powerful figure in the wilderness today. "I have come to invite you to join my heavenly court," Dong Wanggong declared. "Oh, I wonder what the emperor wishes for me to do?" Zhuangmu furrowed her brow, hesitant. Her disposition was tranquil, disinclined towards conflict. However, with Dong Wanggong's proposition, she found it difficult to refuse. "The position of Queen Mother, the fortune of the heavenly court, to be shared with me." Dong Wanggong's words were direct, his gaze fixed upon the beautiful woman before him. As the leader of the female immortals, her joining the heavenly court would be a significant boon. Share? In that instant, Zhuangmu's heart raced. Half an hour later, it was settled. Dong Wanggong emerged from the garden, holding a golden tome. This tome of fortune had been bestowed upon Zhuangmu by Hongjun long ago. When Dong Wanggong sought to refine the tome, he discovered that the two tomes were a type of treasure of fortune, capable of merging into one, known as the Yin-Yang Tome of Fortune. This was the primordial spirit treasure of a chaotic demon god, yet it had been shattered during the creation of the world. However, within it lay hidden mysteries of great utility. Dong Wanggong's gaze grew fervent. His high comprehension allowed him to use this treasure to lay a solid foundation for the eternal dynasty. Subsequently, Dong Wanggong secluded himself, as in 3 days, the live stream would commence in the Qin dynasty. Outside Xianyang City, chaos ensued. A troop clad in silver armor, wearing tiger-headed masks and wielding golden bows and arrows, raced towards the horizon. The leader of this force was none other than the militaristic King Li. This army, known as the 100 Battles-Piercing Armor, was one of the most elite forces of the empire, rivaling the Golden Fire Cavalry that guarded the north. Their destination was none other than the mechanical city of the Mo clan. In the wilderness, with the establishment of the Celestial Court, the Yao clan, and the Wu clan, this vast land began to stir with tumult. It was an era of rising heroes. Since its inception, the Yao clan attracted countless beings, with a mixed quality among them, yet not without formidable individuals, such as Bai Zhe, Ci Tai, Ji Ming, and Gu Che, among others. The Wu clan was no less formidable. Leveraging the power of the Pangu Temple, they proliferated their kin through their own blood, forming 12 tribes. Notable figures like Xing Tian, Kua Fu, and Hui emerged as prominent leaders in the wilderness. Both clans simultaneously launched offensives against ancient races, seeking to claim the celestial mountains and rivers with great assertiveness. In contrast, the Celestial Court adopted a much gentler approach, remaining inactive since its establishment, leaving many powerful beings perplexed. However, to everyone's surprise, the originally balanced tripartite situation began to show signs of fracture. A presage was born. In Dong Kunlun, a sudden eruption of terrifying Tao rhythms spread forth. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded as the dual energies of Yin and Yang converged, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the ages. Following this, 3 furious roars echoed. A deafening boom shattered the void for millions of miles around. Buzz! A deep voice resonated. The aura emanating from these 3 individuals far surpassed that of the great Luo Golden Immortals. Bursting forth from Kunlun Mountain, expanding in all directions, in that moment, regardless of the distance, all felt an overwhelming pressure, making breathing difficult. It was the 3 purities. The method of slashing the 3 corpses to attain the Tao. They had become pre-sages. The entire world erupted in excitement. Under the oppressive force of the 3 purities, countless beings trembled in fear. But that was not the end. Simultaneously, from the desolate west, furious roars echoed. In the next moment, 2 astonishing sounds erupted from the west, shaking the entire eastern continent. Jane and Juanti also stepped into the realm of pre-sage. Bujo Mountain. A soft command rang out. Terrifying pressure surged once more. This was the Nuwa who attained the Tao by slashing the 3 corpses. At this moment, across the wilderness, 6 terrifying auras soared into the sky, gazing across the endless distance, sending chills down spines. Heavenly heavens! The 6 of the 3 purities simultaneously became pre-sages, comparable to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Countless beings tremble in fear, as if they have endured an apocalyptic dread, their bodies quaking in terror. It is utterly horrifying. The aura of each quasi-saint possesses the power to shake the heavens and the earth, to obliterate worlds. Some ancient cultivators are left dumbstruck, as if transported back to the era of the great battle between Hongjun and numerous quasi-saints. In the face of such terror, many recall the dreadful might of the quasi-saints. Tio establish sects and recruit all immortals. The 3 primordial races, once formidable, were nearly annihilated under the massacre of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Ultimately, these are mere external forces. True power is of paramount importance. Just as the crowd stands in shock, a voice of law reverberates through the cosmos. It is the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints from the west, proclaiming to the world, directly addressing the immortal court, the demon race, and the witch clan. This declaration leaves many in a state of astonishment. In their view, it holds truth. The three primordial races may be powerful, but they are merely pawns. Will such a tragedy befall the immortal court, the demon race, and the witch clan once more? The situation in the Honghuang realm subtly hints at a cataclysmic upheaval. The glory of the immortal court has been usurped, and no matter how numerous the beings, they are but fragile against the might of the powerful. The strong reign supreme. Is it possible that even if killed, one could be resurrected? Chaos. The purple cloud palace stands resolute amidst the cosmos, impervious to the onslaught of chaotic energies, transcending all. The matters of Honghuang have long been under the watchful eye of the Saint Hongjun. The Eastern King holds dominion over the heavenly court, wielding significant influence. The immortal court responds to his call, exuding unmatched power, subtly indicating a transformation in the cosmic order. Observing the three pure ones slay their three corpses to attain enlightenment, he feels reassured. The way of heaven has yet to manifest. The great trend remains unalterable. This is the intent of Hongjun. He seeks to merge with the Tao while shouldering the responsibility of maintaining cosmic order. The Eastern King shall manage the heavenly court. Even a quasi-saint cannot stir significant waves, let alone. After this third sermon, the saints shall emerge. With this thought, Hongjun closes his eyes to contemplate the Tao. He does not believe that the Eastern King, having seized the heavenly court, could orchestrate any astonishing feats. Moreover, it will not be long before the saint of the way of heaven descends, and no one can alter the grand trend of this realm. Thus, Hongjun has no intention of intervening unless a true change occurs in Honghuang. Heavenly Court. The Eastern King, adorned in imperial robes, sits upon the divine throne, 2 volumes of the Book of Fate hovering before him. Quasi-saint. He withdraws his gaze and resumes his endeavors. From the outset, he never contemplated the path of slaying the 3 corpses for enlightenment. Indeed, the method of slaying the 3 corpses to attain quasi-saint status is relatively straightforward. However, it bears a fatal flaw. After executing the 3 corpse slaying, the 3 must unite, necessitating the aid of the primordial purple energy. Otherwise, he shall remain at the pinnacle of quasi-saint for eternity, never ascending to sainthood. In contrast, attaining enlightenment through the laws to become a mixed yuan golden immortal demands immense magical power and will, each step forward fraught with difficulty. Yet it holds the promise of reaching the realm of saints. Furthermore, the Eastern King himself is a part of the way of fate, traversing the path of law-based enlightenment. In the following time, the Eastern King immerses himself in the study of the Book of Fate. Buzz, time ticks by, streams of golden light emanate from the Book of Fate, transforming into threads of fate energy, invoking the laws of heaven and earth. With a thunderous boom, an idea flashes through the Eastern King's mind, and his consciousness enters this vast expanse. Boundless, it feels as though he is enveloped in chaos. The very center of this realm, an immensely colossal figure sits cross-legged, head down, feet up, exuding an aura of terror. An indescribable sense of dread radiates from its being, shattering the void and river of time, akin to the most fearsome existence among all realms, the Fate Demon God. Astonishment flickers in the Eastern King's eyes. No, this is not a demon god. It is the embodiment of the way of fate. The Chaos Demon God is terrifying, representing the past and future, an invincible presence. Few can withstand the form of the Chaos Demon God in this world. The Book of Fate is the innate spiritual treasure of the Fate Demon God, inscribed with its essence, capable of manifesting a phantom. In that instant, a notification resonates in the Eastern King's ears. You have comprehended the Book of Fate, grasped the way of fate. You have witnessed the phantom of the demon god, perceived its terror, and understood the construction method of the 8-treasure fate pool. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberates as 2 beams of golden light surge into the Eastern King's mind, transforming into a deluge of information. The 8-treasure fate pool? The Eastern King opens his eyes, his gaze filled with delight. The source of fate, needless to say, has been obtained by the Eastern King. Now, his understanding of the way of fate has significantly advanced. The construction of the 8-treasure fate pool fills the Eastern King with both astonishment and joy. This knowledge, imparted by the Chaos Demon God, allows for the utilization of fate energy to construct an unparalleled altar capable of connecting with the Book of Fate. Once the fate pool is established, all beings recorded in the Golden Book will be resurrected within it. However, the cost merely requires the consumption of some fate energy. Defying the heavens, this time, I shall truly take flight. The Eastern King is taken aback. In the Honghuang realm, treasures akin to the investiture of the gods exist. Those listed on the investiture can be resurrected. The function of the 8-treasure fate pool resembles that of the investiture, yet its power is greater, with fewer restrictions. Thus, the Eastern King, in enacting the investiture of the immortals, effectively usurps the future heavenly court. Once this technique is unleashed, my eternal fate dynasty shall truly come to fruition. The Eastern King bursts into hearty laughter. The denizens of the immortal court can be resurrected. Once war breaks out, this advantage will only amplify. The fallen of the immortal court will rise again, continuing their assault against the enemy. Merely contemplating this evokes a spine-chilling sensation. Who can thwart the rise of the immortal court in Honghuang? Departing from the Book of Fate, the Eastern King opens his eyes and summons all the denizens of the immortal court. All preparations are complete. Furthermore, it exceeds all expectations. The time has come for the investiture of the gods. Boom! A resounding noise erupts. 10,000 beams of golden light burst forth from the heavens, descending upon the vast expanse of Honghuang. A decree unfurls, illuminating the entire world, its seal of the heavenly emperor emanating a terrifying pressure, summoning all beings of the immortal court to return to the heavenly court. As the crowd gazes intently, they are met with a summons. The heavenly emperor summons you. Return to the heavenly court. Across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, all individuals set aside their tasks, filled with confusion yet hastening towards the 33 heavens. They are all denizens of the immortal court, and with the decree of the heavenly emperor, they naturally comply. Not only the denizens of the immortal court, but all beings share this perplexity. What is happening? The Eastern King has not acted for a long time. Why has he suddenly summoned everyone back? What does the Eastern King intend to do? The crowd buzzes with speculation, utterly baffled. What could the Eastern King be planning? Is he perhaps preparing to strike against the demon race or the witch clan? Chapter 30. A broadened perspective in the blink of an eye. 3 days have passed. Daqin, the imperial palace in Xianyang. The upper echelons of the empire gather in unison. Lic. Zhang Han, Gainye, and a grand elder from the Yinyang family have all arrived. Wang Li, leading a fully armed army, heads towards the headquarters of the Mo family, aiming to eradicate the remnants of the 6 nations. This is a matter of great importance for the empire. A group of high-ranking officials naturally convenes to discuss it. At this moment, Li Si and others express their opinions, proposing several distinct plans. Everyone awaits Ing Jing's decision. However, amidst the chatter, a palace servant steps forward to announce the imperial edict. His Majesty decrees. At that moment, a loud voice booms. Today, His Majesty shall rest. No one is permitted to disturb him. Upon hearing this, Li Si is taken aback, Zhao Gao is stunned, and Gainye is equally astonished. A full day of court recess. Even neglecting state affairs. This marks the first time in decades for Ing Zhang. What is going on? In the imperial chambers, what could possibly be more important than the Emperor's live broadcast? Ing Zhang sits in his chair, dismissing everyone, focusing his attention on the chat software. It is merely the remnants of the 6 nations. This live broadcast must not be delayed. An eerily similar scene unfolds. Such occurrences have transpired in many places. On this day, the zombie Taoist, Huang Rong, and the Beast Milk Emperor all set aside their tasks to join the chat group. At the same moment, in the Honghuang realm, not only are the 4 members in the group active, but all beings in Honghuang also gaze in bewilderment towards the heavenly court. After all, the immortal court is the foremost power in Honghuang. Every action it takes draws countless eyes, not to mention summoning everyone back, which is even more daunting. Eastern Kunlun. What is the Eastern King up to? Yuan Shi expresses disdain. The 3 of them observe the happenings in the heavenly court. Humph! It is merely a bid to conquer the heavens and earth, seize territory, and strive for dominance, hence the establishment of the immortal court by the Eastern King. Tong Tian, the master of the way, scoffs. The 3 have already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. His naturally proud disposition renders him indifferent to all others. After the great calamity, the heavens and earth have been set, yet the myriad beings remain in turmoil. If Dong Wanggong becomes overly tyrannical, It is imperative that we put an end to it. My gaze is profound, and I have already formulated a plan in my heart. What my elder brother has said is indeed correct. We are the true disciples of Pango. How can we allow Dong Wanggong to wreak havoc in the primordial chaos? The leader of the male immortals, does he even deserve such a title? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tong Tianjiao Zhu chuckled. The Demon Clan, brother? Is it possible that Dong Wanggong intends to strike against the Demon Clan? Tai Yi spoke with a hint of concern. He dares. Once war is declared, even if I were to be shattered to pieces, I shall ensure that we perish together. With the aid of Di Jun, he has already returned to his former self. His aura now even more terrifying. He then shifted the topic. It appears that we are not at a disadvantage after all. Even the fateful golden wheel of Dong Wanggong has been destroyed. He must have paid a great price, otherwise, he would have already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Why did I not think of that? Tai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It seems that in the previous encounter, their defeat was not as devastating as it appeared. Dong Wanggong must have incurred significant losses, otherwise, he would likely have already broken through to the quasi-saint stage by now. The Wu clan. What does Dong Wanggong intend to do? Is he targeting our Wu clan? That seems unlikely. Dong Wanggong has already established a blood feud with Di Jun and Tai Yi. To strike at us would be utterly foolish. Dong Wanggong is an enigma, unfathomable to all. Keep a close watch. The 12 ancestors of Wu deliberated for a long time but reached no conclusion, and could only continue to observe the heavenly court, not daring to relax in the slightest. What is happening? Whether it be Nuwa, the two from the west, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, Kuanpeng, or the ancestor of the Dark River, none could remain still, all employing their divine powers to discreetly observe the movements of the heavenly court. In the chat group, it was bustling with activity. Qin Shi Huang. Is everyone present? Huang Rong. Here. Beast Milk Emperor. I Haven Tea slept a wink all night. Zombie Taoist. The Emperor is about to go live. If I don't watch, I'll regret it for sure. Qin Shi Huang. The Emperor has yet to send any news. My heart is burning with anticipation. Huang Rong. What do you think? How spectacular will this live stream be? Zombie Taoist. How could we possibly guess? Qin Shi Huang. My mind is blank. I can't think of anything. But it's bound to dazzle our eyes. Beast Milk Emperor. I can't wait any longer. Huang Rong. Same here. At such a time, this is nothing short of torture. In that moment, the 4 members of the group were filled with curiosity, eagerly awaiting the start of the live stream. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Group leader Dong Wanggong has gone live. It's happening. The 4-member spirits soared as they frantically clicked on the screen, swiftly entering the live stream room. An indescribable scene unfolded before their eyes. Heavenly Court. With a single command from Dong Wanggong, countless immortals gathered. In the 33 heavens, shadows flitted about. Celestial energy wafted, obscuring the sun and moon, silencing the heavens and the earth. Among them were formidable beings from the palace of the purple clouds. These residents of the celestial court occupied the 33 heavens according to their ranks. Everyone awaited in hushed anticipation. This scene was truly breathtaking, causing a sensation throughout the primordial chaos. Those beings looking up at the heavenly court trembled in fear at the sight of the fluttering flags and the imposing celestial army. At this moment, Dong Wanggong had been keeping a close eye on the chat group. He had been monitoring the live stream room. Ding! Group member Qin Shi Huang has entered group leader Dong Hua Emperor's live stream. Ding! Group member Beast Milk Emperor has entered group leader Dong Hua Emperor's live stream. Ding! Group member Huang Rong has entered group leader Dong Hua Emperor's live stream. Ding! Group member Zombie Taoist has entered group leader Dong Hua Emperor's live stream. Everyone is here. Dong Wanggong nodded in satisfaction. As soon as the live stream began, all 4 members of the group had arrived, eager with anticipation. Let us commence. After speaking, Dong Wanggong's figure appeared in the Lingxiao treasure hall. Seated upon the exalted dragon throne, exuding an imperial aura that overlooked the world, at this moment, the live stream had commenced. The images of the heavenly court were being transmitted through the stream into the group. The screen transformed from pitch darkness to radiant light. Yingzheng, Linjiao, Shihao, and Huang Rong trembled as they beheld this scene. They were all astounded by the sights within the heavenly court. Qin Shi Huang. The Emperor's divine realm is truly like this? Beast Milk Emperor. Wow, this place is enormous. I feel that even the entire great wilderness could not fill this expanse. Zombie Taoist, nestled among the clouds, with exquisite drinks and ornate architecture, the luminous splendor of the celestial realm is indeed magnificent. Huang Rong. Wow! I feel as though I have glimpsed the source of all worlds. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, all expressing the astonishment of the four group members. Just gazing at the heavenly court left them utterly astonished. This was an eye-opening experience. However, this was merely the beginning. In that instant, upon seeing Dong Wang Gong, they were all rendered speechless. In a flash, the heavenly court erupted in fervor. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! Within the 33 heavens, all the immortals bowed deeply in reverence to Dong Wang Gong's figure. A spectacle that left all in awe. The resounding cheers reverberated throughout the realms. This scene sent chills down the spines of the four who had just regained their composure. Chapter 31. You truly are remarkable. Great Qin, boom! Ingzhang stood there in shock, springing to his feet, as the power of fate surged violently within him, causing the entire palace to tremble. Outside, the palace maids exchanged glances in astonishment. How terrifying! Ingzhang gaped, his heart racing as he gazed at the scenes unfolding in the live stream. As a ruler, the might of his army was of utmost importance, and he took great pride in the strength of Great Qin. Yet, upon entering the live stream and witnessing the grandeur of the heavenly court, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, filled with awe for this vast world. It was truly terrifying. In the heavens, countless immortals stood upon the clouds. What a terrifying existence! In another realm, in the ancestral hall, several individuals had already fallen asleep. Immortals, all of them. Just then, Lin Ju suddenly exclaimed. Whether in daily life or in mythological texts, seeking immortals and the path to enlightenment was akin to ascending to the heavens. Yet, at this moment, the screen was filled with countless figures, the lowest of whom were all immortals. This is simply too exaggerated. Huang Rong and Shi Hao wore expressions of shock in the live stream. Gasps of astonishment echoed. Huang Rong. These individuals are all the Emperor's followers. Beast Milk Emperor. This is terrifying. With so many of them, their mere aura could sweep away the lords of the great wilderness, conquering all under heaven. Zombie Taoist. I thought it was a myth that the Emperor could command the celestial beings. After all, immortals are often elusive, but I didn't expect he could truly command this many. Qin Shi Huang. With so many powerful beings, it would be a cinch for the Emperor to conquer the myriad realms. At this moment, the four members began to gain a clearer understanding of the power controlled by Dong Wang Gong. Rise. Just then, Dong Wang Gong spoke. Today, I have summoned you all. This is because I feel that the structure of the celestial court is chaotic and disordered, which is detrimental to the celestial court. Therefore, I have created a new technique called the 8 Treasures Fate Pool, the Cloud Gold Register. Anyone recorded within shall achieve eternal life, as long as the celestial court endures. All recorded individuals shall live on, and those facing calamity may also be resurrected within the 8 Treasures Fate Pool. This is the method of sealing the gods. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire world erupted in fervor. The inhabitants of the celestial court were the first to react. Seal the gods. Countless celestial beings were momentarily stunned, then went into a frenzy. Does this not mean they would attain immortality? As long as the celestial court remains intact, they shall never die. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For them, it is undoubtedly a monumental chance. The primordial chaos is fraught with peril. Even the most powerful among them would not dare to claim they could survive. If a method of resurrection can be found, it would alleviate the greatest concern of the cultivators. Your Majesty is indeed wise. In an instant, the 33 heavens erupted with deafening cheers. Everyone became exhilarated. Even the great Luo golden immortals were filled with anticipation. This was truly a tremendous windfall. In the primordial chaos, the hearts of the people brimmed with boundless shock. The 3 pure ones, the Western saints, Di Jun, Tai Yi, Nuwa, the 12 ancestors of Wu, and others, upon hearing this statement, were all filled with trepidation. The souls of all beings trembled. It was beyond belief. They had originally thought that Dong Wang Gong had summoned the celestial beings to attack some faction or to instigate some grand event, to vie for supremacy over the world. Who could have anticipated? An even more shocking scene unfolded. the creation of the 8 Treasures Fate Pool. This would allow the beings of the Celestial Court to live and die together with the Celestial Court. Is this not terrifying? Such an action could indeed seal the gods Dijun, Tai Yi, and the 12 ancestors of Wu trembled all over. The inhabitants of the Celestial Court would all become undying beings. How could there be any conflict now? If a confrontation were to arise, they would undoubtedly suffer losses. After all, the opposing party is immortal. While they are not die in battle, they would be ensnared, bound by fear. Who could possibly withstand such a fate? The atmosphere was charged, with the 4 members visibly excited. Huang Rong exclaimed, "Is this what the emperor meant by sealing the gods? This defies our understanding." Qin Shi Huang added, "We thought sealing the gods meant a clear division of labor, but it seems otherwise." The zombie Taoist sighed, "How enviable. I long to join the Celestial Court and attain immortality." The Beast Milk Emperor remarked, "Who wouldn't want to live a little longer? I too wish to be a disciple of the emperor." They gazed at the celestial beings within the live stream, filled with envy, wishing they could rush in and take someone else's place. It felt like a shortcut to heaven, an irresistible allure of eternal life. "Excellent," Dong Wanggong nodded with satisfaction. The grand ceremony of sealing the gods in the Celestial Court is now in session. Qin Shi Huang pondered, what will the first person sealed by the emperor be like? The zombie Taoist replied, "It must be of great significance." The Beast Milk Emperor chimed in, "Surely they will be extraordinary?" Huang Rong anticipated, "A blend of talent and strength. I am quite eager." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, all were curious, even those from the Celestial Court. Without further ado, Dong Wanggong announced, "I hereby seal Shi Wangmu as the Western Supreme Divine Mother, and together we shall govern the Golden Register of Destiny, sharing the fortune of the Celestial Court." With that, a resounding crackle echoed. The entire heavenly court trembled as the vast fortune transformed into a golden dragon, weaving through the realms, its sharpness unmatched, tearing through the void and causing all living beings to shudder in awe. Everyone was left in stunned silence. The arrival of Shi Wangmu was extraordinary, her radiance illuminating all directions, stirring the hearts of many. Boom! Dijun and Tai Yi could no longer maintain their composure, unleashing a terrifying aura simultaneously. Their expressions darkened, teeth grinding audibly. "Damn it! Dong Wanggong has dragged Shi Wangmu into this. This was certainly not favorable for the demon clan. Dong Wanggong, you truly are formidable." All celestial beings, both male and female, were now under the Celestial Court's command, implying that all could issue orders. The expressions of the 2 mighty figures from the 3 Pure Ones and the Western sect soured. They had never anticipated that Shi Wangmu and Dong Wanggong would align themselves. Thus, the Celestial Court was poised to dominate all celestial beings. This was not the outcome they had hoped for. Dong Wanggong, having foreseen their thoughts, remained unperturbed. "Come." He gestured for Shi Wangmu to join him. Huang Rong remarked, "Shi Huaji Shi Wangmu is truly stunning." The Beast Milk Emperor exclaimed, "Incredible. Just her presence seems to freeze time, as if she could annihilate the entire world with a mere wave of her hand. What a terrifying image." The zombie Taoist affirmed, "Indeed. I told you, the first person sealed by the emperor must be extraordinary." Qin Shi Huang inquired, "And who is this?" The zombie Taoist replied, "This is Shi Wangmu, the foremost among female immortals, also known as Shi Huaji Miaojin Mu." Qin Shi Huang marveled, "The foremost female immortal." The Beast Milk Emperor noted, "The foremost female immortal bears a striking resemblance to the emperor." Huang Rong added, "She is the counterpart to the emperor, embodying the duality of yin and yang." Qin Shi Huang exclaimed. 666. The sealing of gods by Dong Wanggong was far from over. Yu Linglong and Qingqiu Lao Zhu, heed my command. I hereby appoint you as the Celestial Court's God of Thunder, along with 24 heavenly lords to assist you in your duties, commanding the responsibilities of the Celestial Court. From the void emerged an enchanting woman, radiating the aura of a late-stage Deluo golden immortal. Shaking the heavens, "Ancient God, heed my command. I seal you as the god of pestilence," he proclaimed. The ancient goddess expression darkened, exuding a chilling aura, yet his strength was undeniable, having reached the mid-stage of Deluo golden immortal. "For I, Divine Lord, heed my command. I seal you as the god of combat." Dong Wanggong nodded, and aside from the ancestor of Qingqiu, 8 Deluo Golden Immortals stepped forward. Each of these 8 was a renowned innate powerhouse in the primordial realm. Just their presence invoked the power of the laws, creating a cacophony of colliding forces. Chapter 32. Stand? How impressive! In that moment, the 4 individuals in the live stream felt their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble, scarcely believing their eyes. They understood that Dong Wanggong was enigmatic and led formidable celestial beings, yet the emergence of these 8 completely shattered their perceptions. Before they could gather their thoughts, Dong Wanggong spoke again. In addition, there are 365 Star Lords. One by one, names were read aloud, and another 365 figures appeared before Dong Wanggong. Each possessed tremendous power, surrounded by extraordinary phenomena. These individuals were all part of the celestial court, with the weakest among them being Peak Tai-E Golden Immortals. Qin Shi Huang remarked, "Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that under the illustrious emperor were such terrifying experts." The zombie Taoist added, "The names spoken by the emperor are like myths manifesting in reality. These names are all too familiar. Many belonging to legendary figures, all subordinates of the emperor." The Beast Milk Emperor lamented, "Don't even mention catching up to the emperor. Even they are leagues beyond me." Huang Rong exclaimed, "It's terrifying. The emperor's power is overwhelming. When will I ever stand beside him?" In their world, the 4 stood like statues, dumbfounded by the spectacle before them, their hearts filled with awe. They were astonished by Dong Wanggong's might, even beginning to question their own existence. "Your duties have been delineated. It is time to recruit from the celestial court and maintain order," Dong Wanggong commanded. "Understood." Under the guidance of Qing Qiu Lao Zu, everyone bowed in gratitude. "Now, it is time to construct the 8 treasures of Destiny Pool," Dong Wanggong declared, his gaze sweeping across the heavens and the earth, looking down upon all. In an instant, the eyes of the heavenly court's denizens ignited with fervor. Here it came. This was an opportunity to share eternal life with the celestial court. The live stream erupted in excitement. The zombie Taoist exclaimed, "What is happening?" The broadcast continues. "This must be the most crucial aspect of the emperor's sealing of the gods," Qin Shi Huang speculated. "If that is the case, can we witness the emperor in battle?" Huang Rong affirmed, "Indeed, he will certainly take action himself." The zombie Taoist enthused, "I am too excited. To witness the emperor's divine powers is a once-in-a-lifetime honor." The Beast Milk Emperor added, "If the emperor takes action, it will be terrifying. How exhilarating." The 4's focus was entirely on the screen, fearing they would miss something. From Shihao to Yingzhong, then to Huang Rong and Lin Jiao. None had seen the emperor in action, and now they were about to witness it firsthand. How could they not be thrilled? In that moment, the golden dragon of celestial fortune roared fiercely, causing all things it touched to tremble. Dong Wanggong rose and began to act. The 33 Heavens Palace loomed large. A massive golden dragon of fortune roared, its entire body radiant, the light of the laws flashing as if it sought to tear the heavens apart. At that moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end, sensing an impending calamity of unimaginable proportions. Even the 3 pure ones, the 2 Western saints, and figures like Nuwa felt a twinge of pressure. Momentarily distracted, though they quickly regained their composure. Everyone understood that such terrifying pressure could only arise from the divine actions of the heavenly emperor. Within the Lingxiao treasure palace, Dong Wanggong abruptly stood, his gaze shining with brilliance, causing the entire 33 heavens to quiver slightly. Even the vast world outside trembled, and the starry sky boiled with intensity. "Fortune guides, reforge the resurrection pool," Dong Wanggong chanted. Surrounded by the power of laws, manifesting the great path of fortune, in an instant, the heavens changed color, the seas trembled, and the fortunes of myriad beings seemed to react to some stimulus, collectively manifesting. The path of fortune was exquisite. Everyone was rendered speechless, unable to believe the extent of Dong Wanggong's mastery over the path of fortune, far surpassing all cultivators' comprehension of the laws. Even the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery had to concede to their own inadequacies. In the live stream, Qin Shi Huang exclaimed, "Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. The emperor is indeed the emperor. The path of fortune I envision pales in comparison." The zombie Taoist declared, "With a mere thought, the heavens shift. This is the true might of an emperor." Huang Rong cheered. The Emperor is magnificent. The Beast Milk Emperor gushed. Words cannot capture the enormity of this power. I have never witnessed such terrifying strength. The four members frantically messaged, expressing their astonishment. Until this moment, they had never conceived of anyone possessing such formidable power. Capable of shaking the heavens and the earth with the simplest gesture, this very moment, witnessing it firsthand, they were all awestruck by Dong Wanggong's overwhelming prowess. Yet, even more astonishing events were about to unfold. A fair hand emerged from the void, shimmering with radiant fortune, twisting as if it sought to pierce through the very fabric of reality. Ying Zheng, Lin Jiao, Shi Hao, and Huang Rong stood frozen, wide-eyed. What a terrifying scene this was. The hand enveloped in the power of fortune grew immensely, grasping an enormous world from countless realms, containing boundless space. Yet it was securely held within his grasp. That hand could only belong to the Emperor. As if plucking a flower, it was utterly terrifying. Huang Rong inhaled sharply, Lin Jiao lifted his head, and both Ying Zheng and Shi Haozhen were taken aback. The four of them were utterly astonished. Nearly stumbling to the ground, a colossal world was grasped by a pair of hands, firmly held within. Who could remain unshaken by such a terrifying spectacle? The members of the group felt as though they were on the brink of the apocalypse. Concentrate! The Eastern King glanced at his palm, and the boundless power of fate surged into his hand, transforming into resplendent runes deeply imprinted upon this world. Unbeknownst to them, the vast expanse of the world was being refined by the Eastern King's power of law. Swiftly coalescing into a tranquil pool, the four individuals in the live stream were nearing madness. Qin Shi Huang exclaimed, "Holy cow, did the Emperor say he would create the 8 treasures fate pool? Is this what he meant?" The zombie Taoist remarked, "Witnessing this scene makes my heart feel like it's about to explode." Huang Rong added, "To refine an entire world into a pool of fate is simply terrifying." Beast Milk Emperor chimed in, "It's as if the entire world is being played with as a mere toy." Seeing this scene, the four were left dumbfounded, their blood surging, their heads feeling as if they might burst. Everyone was ignited with excitement. Boom! The power of law rippled through the void, a sight of exquisite beauty. This scene was indeed overwhelmingly terrifying. Within the palm of the Eastern King, the entire world was collapsing, utterly disintegrating into an endless expanse of lake, exhaling boundless rays of law's brilliance. Horrific transformations were unfolding. Buzz! The Eastern King waved his hand, conjuring the Qian Kuan cauldron, casting it within, defying the heavens, and after a few breaths, the Qian Kuan cauldron ceased its operation. 8 Treasures Fate Pool, established. Chapter 33. There's a problem. The Eastern King nodded in satisfaction. Boom! From within the Qian Kuan cauldron, the 8 Treasures Fate Pool erupted, illuminating the heavenly court, drawing forth immeasurable fate, breaking through the void, and in an instant, it descended deep into the heavenly court. Roar! At the same moment, the fate golden dragon of the celestial court roared and plunged into the heavenly court, merging with the 8 Treasures Fate Pool. Only one final step remained for the great work to be completed. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 Treasures Fate Pool trembled, an inexhaustible vitality gushing forth, and as Airman entered, all members of the heavenly court felt as though they had consumed a potent elixir. I in the depths of the universe, a faint connection was established with my primordial spirit, the ancient ancestor of Qingqiu. Yu Linglong was left wide-eyed. This sensation was extraordinary, utterly intoxicating. In addition to this, the 365 Lords of Stars experienced the same. Your Majesty, is the 8 Treasures Fate Pool ready? At this moment, a Star Lord stepped forward from among the 365. Bowing respectfully to inquired, "It is complete. Anyone recorded in the Fate Golden Book shall enjoy the blessings of immortality within the heavenly court." The Eastern King slightly nodded. However, as he spoke these words, the Star Lord replied, "Let me give it a try." As the words fell, the 3 flowers atop his head withered instantaneously, the 5 energies dissipated, his primordial spirit shattered, and his physical form turned to ash. Ah, this fellow actually committed suicide. The inhabitants of the heavenly court, including Yu Linglong, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The others in the heavenly court were equally dumbfounded. The Western Queen Mother couldn't help but laugh. Shaking her head, the title of the heavenly Mang star was not given in error. The Eastern King stared in astonishment. secretly thinking. While shaking his head, the Eastern King quietly urged the power of fate. Creation pool. It can indeed bring someone back to life. However, revival requires the power of fate, and all of this is in the hands of the Eastern King. The less fate power provided, the harder it is to maintain the original cultivation of the resurrected individual. This time, the Eastern King decided to revive this person without any loss. The heavenly court was abuzz with anticipation. Boom! The 8 treasures fate pool trembled, vitality surged, strands of life essence overflowed from the waters, permeating the void. The next moment, a figure burst forth from within. He truly lived again. The heavenly emperor makes grand gestures. With this 8 treasures fate pool, we shall suffer no more deaths. In an instant, the entire heavenly court erupted in fervor. All the inhabitants of the heavenly court, upon witnessing the once deceased celestial beings, were utterly convinced. Are you interested in joining? The Eastern King waved his hand, and the fate golden book materialized. Hovering above the heavenly court, be your command. We are willing to join. Except for the 8 divine beings and the 365 lords of stars, everyone else went wild, their eyes fixed on the fate golden book. Transforming their blood into their names, boom! The fate golden book hovered in midair, resembling a tome, inscribing one name after another upon its pages. Scene: Zombie Taoist. Resurrection. This is a coveted ability long wished for by countless beings. To become a subordinate of the Emperor and obtain it so easily is incredibly powerful. Qin Shi Huang. Holy cow, I want to watch the live stream right now. I want to join the heavenly court. Huang Rong. Of course I want to. Unfortunately, the world where the Emperor resides is too far. Is it possible that as long as one becomes immortal, they can also go to the Emperor's world? Beast Milk Emperor. I have decided. My goal in this life is to join the heavenly court. That is where I truly belong. At this moment, having witnessed the splendor of the heavenly court and once again seeing the alluring benefits, the 4 were united in their desire to join the heavenly court. As the live stream progressed to this point, their admiration for the Eastern King ascended to new heights. In the heavenly court, hundreds of millions of celestial beings were all absorbed into the fate golden book. At this moment, the heavenly court was united, filled with vibrant life. This was an immense fortune. Roar, faintly, throughout the entire heavenly court. A dragon's roar reverberated as the fate golden dragon began to swell, reaching an astonishing height of 100,000 zhong. When converted into the power of fate, it amounted to no less than 500 billion. The Eastern King secretly reveled in triumph. Previously, Yingzheng had received the offerings of an entire nation, garnering 12 billion in fate power. There was no comparison, and at that instant, a system prompt sounded. The Eastern King could only see rows of bullet screens appearing before him. Ding! Your believer Qin Shi Huang has upgraded their faith through the live stream, becoming a fanatic. Ding! Your believer Zombie Taoist has upgraded their faith through the live stream, becoming a fanatic. Ding! Your believer Beast Milk Emperor has upgraded their faith through the live stream, becoming a fanatic. Ding! Your believer Huang Rong has upgraded their faith through the live stream, becoming a fanatic. Ding! Calculating ding! Congratulations to the group leader for acquiring 50,000 in fate power. Ding! Administrator privileges are now in effect. Ding! Critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the group leader for acquiring 500 billion in fate power. Golden light flickered in the Eastern King's eyes, and a slight smile crept across his lips. The days of profiting from live streams had finally arrived. In an instant, the 4 members transformed into his fervent followers. 500 billion. This figure was exponentially greater than the previous 12 billion. What a lucrative gain. This was an enormous fortune. Boom. 2 torrents of immense fate power surged from the Eastern King's body, gradually merging, forming a terrifying phenomenon. Boom. In that split second, behind the Eastern King, the colossal fate power coalesced, manifesting into a gigantic fate golden wheel, illuminating the heavens and earth, radiating across the 4 seas. Compared to the Eastern King's fate golden wheel, this time the fate power became even more profound and 100 times larger. The Tao rhythm contained within was sufficient to sever the yin and yang, igniting the laws and order. Truly astonishing, even time seemed to avoid its sharpness, exhibiting an unparalleled dominance. Congratulations, great Emperor! The fate golden wheel has been restored to its original state, even surpassing its former glory. the inhabitants of the heavenly court cheered for the Eastern King. Their voices resounding throughout the heavens, the Western Queen Mother smiled radiantly, her gaze toward the Eastern King imbued with an undeniable surprise. Previously, she had thought the Eastern King had suffered a loss. The fate golden wheel had shattered. Yet, the Eastern King himself remained unconcerned, for he had confidence in reclaiming it. Everyone lifted their heads, gazing at the fate golden wheel that illuminated the four seas. All were struck dumb with astonishment. Impossible! Dijun gritted his teeth, a fierce expression on his face. He had previously utilized the power of fate in battle because he knew he could obtain more fate power. Tai's face was ashen. Only after the other party had lost a significant amount of fate would they feel somewhat better. But now, the opposing side had coalesced an even more terrifying attack, which was utterly unbearable. What was even more terrifying was that such immense fate power would undoubtedly allow the Eastern King to easily slay the three corpses, achieving quasi-saint status, with his cultivation soaring. Both Dijun and Tai felt that they must quickly eliminate the opponent to attain enlightenment. Otherwise, the Eastern King could effortlessly crush them. East Kunlun. Something is amiss. The fate of the Eastern King is problematic. The three pure ones were perplexed, their brows furrowed. The first to sense something was wrong was Lousy. The fate of the heavenly court had already been solidified. However, upon being infused by the Eastern King, it instantaneously doubled, and only a handful of beings in the world could perceive it. Yet, no one could fathom where the issue lay, for even the Saint Hongjun could not deduce the source of the problem. Chaos. Purple Cloud Palace. How could this be? As Hongjun, who was deep in contemplation, suddenly came to his senses, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, leaving him utterly stunned. He gazed towards the heavenly court, where an overwhelming force of destiny illuminated the universe and reverberated across the seas. To those unaware of the truth, it would surely appear that the Eastern Prince sought to attain saintly enlightenment. The consecration of deities, the 8 treasures of destiny pool had also been brought forth by him. A twist of fate. Chapter 34. The useless ones. Hongjuan's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. The consecration of deities was a matter that followed the conclusion of the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Were it not for the presence of the list of consecration in his possession, he might have genuinely believed that this Eastern Prince had succeeded in his divine ascension. Unthinkable. Could it be that you have already comprehended the path of destiny? Hongjun felt immense regret, lamenting his decision to bestow both volumes of the Golden Tome of Destiny to others. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his tumultuous emotions. The heavenly court was so powerful that the Wu and Yao could not suppress it. The Eastern Prince was destined for greatness, personally appointed by Hongjun as the foremost male immortal. Despite being a saint, he found himself unable to intervene directly. However, the grand scheme of heaven and earth could not be altered. Order must still be maintained. Thus, it must be done. The emergence of a saint in advance. After a moment of deliberation, Hongjun reached a resolution. He raised his hand, and 6 strands of profound light descended upon the primordial land, summoning the 3 pure ones, the 2 venerables of the west, and Nuwa to convene at the Zixiao Palace. Meanwhile, the Eastern Prince completed his consecration, assigning several tasks to his subordinates before entering seclusion. Only by breaking through to the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian could he truly establish himself in this world. Coupled with the immense backing of destiny, the Eastern Prince was confident he could ascend to the Hunyuan Jingxian realm in one fell swoop. The live stream had ended, the 4 members of the group exited. Yet, the astonishment within their hearts lingered in the Great Qin. At the Xianying Palace, Yingzheng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement. Rising to his feet, he began to pace within the grand hall, the shock in his heart refusing to subside. The heavenly court. With a mere wave of the hand, one could refine an entire world. This was the true mark of an unparalleled powerhouse. Yingzheng's countenance radiated exhilaration. He had witnessed far too much, his horizons expanding significantly. What celestial realms, what grand gatherings of immortals, what divine consecrations. The Queen Mother of the West, the ancestor of Qingqiu. He had seen them all with his own eyes. Just half a year prior, these things had been but distant dreams, unattainable to him. Thank you for your imperial favor, he exclaimed with profound gratitude. Otherwise, he would remain a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. Tears of appreciation welled in Ing Zheng's eyes. Were it not for the favor of the Eastern Emperor, he would never have had the opportunity to witness this grand assembly of immortals, nor could he have embarked on the path of cultivation and rejuvenation. Reflecting on this, he felt an increased respect for the Eastern Prince. I must join the heavenly court sooner or later. Ing Zheng recalled the scenes from the live stream, the temptation of joining the heavenly court and achieving immortality weighing heavily on his mind. Yet, he understood all too well that now was not the time. His strength was insufficient, rendering him unworthy. What he must do now was to strengthen his empire and garner more destiny. With this thought, Ing Zheng stepped out of the grand hall. Outside, several palace attendants stood by, and upon seeing Ing Zheng emerge, they all knelt before him. "Long live your majesty," a light gasp escaped one of them. Ing Zheng lifted his head to glance at the setting issue in its already afternoon. He was unaware of how much time had passed while he had been lost in thought. "Your majesty." Upon hearing this, the palace attendant promptly replied, "It has been 2 days. During these 2 days, Xianying City had been in an uproar, with Li Si and others stationed at the Xianying Palace daily. Yet Ing Zheng's presence was nowhere to be seen, causing them to fret like ants on a hot pan. 2 days? Ing Zheng was taken aback. Yet, he had not felt hunger or fatigue during this time. This was all due to the visualization techniques he had been practicing. He felt impervious to heat and cold, much like an immortal. Uncertain of Li Si and the others' whereabouts, Ing Zheng sighed and inquired about the movements of the Empire's high-ranking officials. He had been waiting in the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, in the court, a group of high-ranking officials eagerly awaited Ing Zheng's appearance. Among them, only a few were clearly distinguished, led by Li Si and Zhao Gao. They formed a small circle. Wang Jian, Zhao Xian, and several ministers who had not attended court for some time stood nearby. "What has happened to His Majesty?" they murmured. "He has left the palace in 2 days. Nor has there been any decree." At this moment, the previously distinct crowd could no longer contain their anxiety. Just days prior, Ing Zheng had dispatched Wang to attack the Mechanism City, yet the emperor had vanished without a trace. How could they remain calm? A mere Mechanism City was beneath their notice. The most pressing concern was the significant implications of the Mo family, entangled with the remnants of the 6 states. Any misstep could lead to disaster. In that instant, Ing Zheng's voice rang out. "It is only by the emperor's blessing that I can conclude the ceremony." As he spoke, he gracefully approached the dragon throne. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Si and Wang Jian were taken aback. The emperor's blessing? To witness the splendor of the immortals? They thought, no wonder he had sequestered himself for 2 days without issuing any orders. It all made sense now. Only the Eastern Emperor possessed such power. Lic and Wang Jian were suddenly enlightened but still perplexed. How could His Majesty still be in Xianying and attend the celestial banquet? The Taoist Zhuang Zhou wrote of the carefree journey, where the Kunping soars to great heights and speaks of dreaming of a butterfly. Ing Zheng said mysteriously, further igniting the curiosity of Li Si. Wang Jian and others die in various tales of the supernatural. It was said that a primordial spirit could leave the body and traverse the heavens. Ing Zheng was precisely that kind of person. Such feats could only be accomplished by true immortals. Why has the old general convened so many forces in the palace today? Ing Zheng's gaze shifted downward. The only elder he could refer to as a veteran in the Qin Empire was Wang Jian. Due to his achievements in pacifying the 6 states, these young ones. Seeing the emperor has been silent for 2 days, they insisted on dragging me out to oversee the situation. Wang Jian glanced at Li Xian and the others, slightly bowing in response. The old general has merits and should naturally oversee the situation. Ing Zheng nodded and added, "I hope you will gaze upon the emperor's sacred likeness. With sincerity, you may restore your youth and attain immortality." This was a warning to Wang Jian. The elder's health was failing. Ing Zheng reignited his ambition to conquer the world. Naturally, he did not wish for Wang Jian to perish so easily. Hence, he hoped the old general would return to the battlefield and continue to lead the armies. "You mean to say, like His Majesty, to be young again?" Wang Jian's heart leaped with joy at the thought. As an elderly man, who wouldn't he yearn for rejuvenation? Li Si and the others also sparkled with excitement. Since Ing Zheng had spoken such words, they could not possibly be false. It seemed that moving forward, they would need to be truly devout towards the Eastern Emperor. Of course. Pray tell, why have you been so anxious to remain in the Grand Hall? Zhang made his final decision before proceeding to discuss serious matters. Your Majesty, it is about General Wang Li. 2 days ago, he engaged in battle with the Mo family. Reports indicate fierce combat, and it seems the mechanism city cannot be taken in a short time. Zhao Gao promptly stepped forward to report. These were the messages received over the past 2 days, with no intention of concealing any details. Seeing the battle is unfavorable, I have requested Lord Gainye to dispatch the forces of Lu Sha and the Yinyang families to assist General Wang Li. Li Si stepped forward, detailing his assignments over the past 2 days. Bang! Zhang slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. What is a mere mechanism city? How could so many people be mobilized for it? Useless. I alone could breach that mechanism city. Li Si and Zhao Gao exchanged dumbfounded glances, astonished by Zhang's outburst. Wang Jin and Li Xian gaped in disbelief, their minds clouded. One person. His Majesty intends to lead the army personally? I've never heard of His Majesty possessing martial talents. What madness is this? Wang Jin could no longer remain seated and hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to persuade Zhang. The others also appeared eager to act. If the emperor were to lead the army personally and something went awry, the consequences would be dire. In the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. They watched as Zhang slowly closed his eyes, and a swirl of profound light suddenly enveloped his body, illuminating the entire hall. With a roar, a black dragon erupted from within Zhang, soaring towards the heavens. Chapter 35. Who else can threaten the Great Qin? Wang Jin and Li Si were left utterly bewildered. This world seemed to have transformed. Could that black dragon also take to the battlefield and slay foes? Myth has transformed into reality. The entire city of Xianyang has been engulfed by this formidable power, inciting a wave of commotion. This colossal black dragon, stretching several hundred meters in length, hovers in the sky, casting a vast shadow beneath it. As it advances, its majestic presence instills awe across the land. Long live our emperor! This must be the true dragon that made its appearance during the grand celestial ceremony. Thanks to the benevolence of the Eastern Emperor, our great Qin Empire is flourishing. Destined to become a paradise in the future, countless individuals kneel before the black dragon, paying their utmost reverence. Among them, 3 figures stand prominently in the most conspicuous part of Xianyang. The statue of the Eastern Emperor looms there, as if transformed into a divine anchor, with countless hopes resting upon it, fueling its incense offerings ever more fervently. Many bow in submission. Xiaoming has been seated among the crowd for quite some time, diligently studying the statue, completely unaware that she has become a devout believer. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Mo family, situated atop a hill, 2 figures stand gazing into the distance. Xiao Zhuang, it has been many years since we last met. You have changed remarkably. Gainye, wielding a long sword, his garments billowing, speaks with a hint of nostalgia. Time can alter everything, yet it can also destroy much beauty. Our old friends have all but vanished. Wei Zhuang, leaning on a shark-toothed sword, stands tall like a mountain, his white hair dancing in the wind, his gaze piercing. Back in Han, if my memory serves me correctly, you were accompanied by many. Now, you are surrounded by an aura of murderous intent, which is hardly a good sign. A sword should conceal its edge. Being too rigid can lead to breaking. Gainye continues. Years ago, King Yingzheng of Qin, after perusing Han Fei's writings, regarded Han Fei as a kindred spirit and, risking his life, infiltrated Han to invite him to Qin. Gainye accompanied him on that journey, gaining much insight. How can you still speak so boldly? Wei Zhuang furrows his brow, his sharp gaze fixed on Gainye, as if ready to strike should Gainye disagree. How did Han Fei meet his demise? The internal strife within the empire is intricate and convoluted. Some say it was Li Si who orchestrated his death, while others claim it was the Yinyang school. Gainye shakes his head, unfazed by Wei Zhuang's demeanor. The past is difficult to unravel, however. There remains another possibility. Resurrection. Gainye, after a prolonged silence, finally speaks. Do you take me for a fool? Resurrection? Wei Zhuang scoffs, his scrutinizing gaze directed at Gainye, pondering whether his senior brother has truly lost his wits to utter such madness. That very moment, a thunderous roar pierces the air as a massive black dragon soars through the sky, its furious cry reverberating through the heavens and earth, sending the beasts into a frenzy. The overwhelming might of the dragon causes the trees within a 10-mile radius to tremble. The black dragon, with its fearsome claws bared, lunges toward the Mo family's mechanized city. Simultaneously, within the mechanized city of the Mo family, a gathering convenes, deliberating strategies to counter the might of Qi and Do. We possess the confidence to withstand the Qin army using the mechanized city? Zhang Liang queries, having rushed to the scene upon receiving news of Yingzhang's impending assault on the Mo family's fortress. The recent events have been tumultuous. Yingzhang has garnered the favor of the Eastern Emperor, restoring his youth. The veneration of the Qin Empire towards the Eastern Emperor serves to invoke the divine presence of the immortal. This has rendered Qin more unified than ever, causing Zhang Liang considerable concern. For he does not wish to witness a singularly dominant Qi and Do dismantle Qin. Internal discord is essential, allowing for a more advantageous approach. Thus, Zhang Liang has come to the mechanized city to leverage the Mo family's strength to exert pressure on Qin and sow discord within its ranks. Rest assured, this mechanized city was constructed over 300 years by the disciples of the Mo family. Built into the mountains, its terrain is unique, making it a formidable stronghold. Moreover, it is equipped with intricate mechanisms that utilize hydraulic power. Setting traps, even an army of thousands would find it impossible to shake the foundations of our mechanized city. Yan Dan has removed his black robe, revealing his true self, his face radiating confidence and pride. His joining the Mo family was driven by a desire for vengeance, yet he harbors a measure of respect for the Mo family. Ha ha ha. I have long heard of the renowned mechanized city of the Mo family. Hearing about it today truly astonishes me. This shall be the place of Qin's downfall. Many anti-Qin factions exclaim in jubilation. As Yin Dan speaks, a collective sigh of relief washes over the crowd. Master Zhang Liang, it is said that you are a master strategist. Could you offer some counsel? The assembly looks toward Zhang Liang, whose name has already spread throughout the Qin Empire. Renowned for his strategic acumen, he stands as a first-rate advisor. Indeed, the mechanized city is formidable, Zhang Liang declares, rising to address the assembly. He believes that with the city's robust defenses, coupled with his strategies, they could at least create some trouble for Yingzhang. When the time comes to rally various anti-Qin forces, a wave of rebellion may very well be ignited. In the midst of all eyes upon him, Zhang Liang clears his throat and unveils his plan. Just then, a deafening dragon's roar erupts, shaking the very fabric of reality. A colossal explosion reverberates, causing the great mechanized city of the Mo family to tremble violently, the towering walls quaking, earth and stone flying asunder, creating a scene of apocalyptic chaos. With a sudden crash, the roof of the room where Zhang Liang and Yin Dan reside is torn away, exposing the sky above. In an instant, faces turn pale, and several collapse to the ground, immobilized by shock. They witness the black dragon, rearing its head skyward, plunging downwards. The heavens collapse and the earth quakes. This is the true essence of cataclysm, as the great dragon descends. Mountain peaks crumble, and the city Yin Dan spoke of, nestled among the mountains, begins to collapse. Within mere moments, this once impregnable fortress is reduced to a mere puddle of mud, its mechanisms obliterated. No? Yin Dan feels a chill crawl up his spine. Zhang Liang stands frozen, speechless. How can we fight now? Boom. A thunderclap resounds, and countless silver bolts of lightning streak across the sky. The earth quakes, trees sway, and the previously clear sky is suddenly drenched in torrential rain. With large raindrops crashing to the ground, roar, the black dragon bellows, soaring amidst the tempest, unleashing its pent-up fury. The first emperor has transformed into a dragon, obliterating the Mo family's mechanized city in a single strike. Invoking celestial phenomena that are both tyrannical and terrifying. In the distance, Gainye, Wei Zhuang, Wang Li, and the practitioners of the Yinyang school gaze upon the black dragon soaring through the sky. Witnessing this scene leaves all in utter disbelief. A fortress as solid as a fortress, akin to an indestructible citadel, collapses entirely before their very eyes. The armored generals watch in horror, bewildered by the unfolding events. The legendary black dragon has indeed manifested in this world, annihilating the mechanized city, their greatest concern. Within the mechanized city, Yin Dan, Zhang Liang, and others experience an overwhelming sense of impending doom, their very souls shaken with terror. The disciples of the Mo family feel an icy dread wash over them, collapsing in despair. Centuries of labor and devotion lie in ruins, but no one possesses the heart to mourn. Everyone is engulfed in a surreal haze. Wang Li, heed my command. The mechanized city has been destroyed. Eliminate these traitors. Ing Zheng's voice reverberates through the heavens, leaving all in shock. Roar. The black dragon bellows once more, its massive form shattering into countless golden rays, scattering across the sky, vanishing from sight. From 1,000 miles away, Ing Zheng, transformed into a dragon, strikes once, having eradicated the mechanized city. The remaining traitorous ministers no longer pose a significant threat, rendering it unnecessary for him to intervene personally. As for Yin Dan, he is the only friend Ing Zheng has ever known. Yet every confrontation has eroded any semblance of compassion within him. By the orders of the crowned prince. Wang Li trembles with excitement, his hands clasped, summoning all his strength to roar. His gaze burns with fervor. Little did he anticipate that this mission would encounter such an upheaval. Ing Zheng, taking the form of a dragon, seeks to eliminate this greatest nuisance. Originally, their plan, devised in consultation with various factions, was to dismantle from within. Now, they strike directly at the heart to eliminate the treacherous ministers. Long live His Majesty! At that moment, a resounding shout breaks forth. His Majesty, transformed into a black dragon, eternal longevity. The black armored army erupted in exuberant cheers. It was only then that the crowd realized that the black dragon was none other than Ing Zheng. Yet, no one could have anticipated the sheer might of this dragon, which surpassed all expectations. Truly, divine beings have bestowed their blessings. Who could possibly pose a threat to the great Qin? Chapter 36. In such a vast expanse, how shall I search? Hear my command. Advance. Annihilate the rebels. Wang Li, clad in armor and gripping a long spear, pointed its tip directly at the mechanism city, bellowing a mighty cry. He charged ahead, racing toward the mechanism city. Kill! Kill! The battle cries reverberated through the heavens. Without the hindrance of the mechanism city, this ferocious army of Qin faced no obstacles. And their terrifying combat prowess, capable of devouring 6 nations, was laid bare in that moment. Arrows soared through the air, striking the mechanism city and unleashing a cacophony of explosions. In an instant, flames erupted skyward from within the mechanism city, accompanied by the anguished cries of the wounded. Atop the mountain, Gai Nye and Wei Zhuang remained silent. Xiao Zhuang, behold, this world has transformed. The legendary has become reality, Gai Nye said leisurely, his heart still tumultuous. A hint of emotion lacing his voice. The sword saint. Gai Nye was already the strongest in this realm, wielding his long sword with an air of indifference, daring to charge through legions. Such power was astonishing in the eyes of ordinary folk. Yet, in the presence of celestial beings, he felt diminutive. Celestial beings, the Eastern King, revered throughout the great Qin. Wei Zhuang's hand trembled slightly around his sword. Striving to maintain an even tone, a massive city had been obliterated, an act only achievable by a celestial being. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible. This was the true art of the divine. Indeed, Gai Nye nodded respectfully. What manner of person is he? Wei Zhuang inquired. I was present at the grand ceremony of heaven held by Ing Zheng, and I witnessed his divine might with my own eyes. Gai Nye's expression turned contemplative. Yet he shook his head. One could only describe it as beyond comprehension, unfathomable. The celestial aura he exuded, combined with the manifestation of the Eastern Emperor, further unsettled Gai Nye's resolve to depart from the great Qin. Good. If Han Fei can be reborn, that would be splendid. A glimmer of light flashed in Wei Zhuang's eyes. The mechanism city, Yin Dan, with celestial assistance for the great Qin, how could mere mortals withstand it? Today, my Mo family faces calamity because of you. You are the eternal sinner of the Mo family. Within the Mo family, discord had always simmered, with a faction opposing Yin Dan's defiance against the great Qin. Now that the mechanism city lay in ruins, they voiced their grievances without restraint. Ing Zheng, you are truly fortunate. After 6 generations, the great Qin now receives celestial aid, elevating its power to unprecedented heights. My fate shall conclude at this very moment. Yin Dan sighed deeply, his visage marred by sorrow. Why do the celestial beings not favor me? Ing Zheng is the one destined by heaven. The celestials' favor is the will of heaven. It was over. There was no chance of resurgence. Zhang Liang, you all must flee. I shall hold back the Qin army. Yin Dan glanced at Zhang Liang and the others, having resolved himself for death. The Mo family's centuries of exquisite mechanistic prowess had finally been obliterated. The people of the Mo family faced either death in battle or heavy losses in allegiance to the Qin army. Mozi and Yin Dan fell in this conflict, shaking the world and instilling fear among the myriad schools of thought. Simultaneously, countless factions gazed fervently upon the statue of the Eastern King, their desires ignited. They too sought the means of celestial beings. Moreover, with celestial beings immortal and unbound by the constraints of lifespan, frenzy ensued. In an instant, throngs of people climbed rapidly towards the Eastern Emperor, a sea of humanity in every province. Eager to glimpse the true form of the Eastern Emperor, through a hidden passage, Zhang Liang led the remnants of his defeated forces out of the Mechanism City, desperately fleeing to evade capture by the Great Qin. They were a pitiful sight, akin to frightened stray dogs. With Yin Dan's demise, what further talk of restoration for the Six Nations? Our frantic movements across the land have been utterly laughable. This sentiment swiftly spread among the remaining survivors. Yin Dan's sorrowful sigh echoed in their ears. Ying Zhang had transformed into a dragon. How could they possibly fight back? Victory was utterly unattainable. It was akin to seeking one's own demise. In that moment, the hearts of the crowd turned cold. Esteemed ones. Just as uncertainty enveloped the group, Zhang Liang stepped forward, resolutely declaring, "Perhaps we still possess a chance to overthrow the Great Qin." Zhang's strategy could very well alter the course of the battle. This proclamation acted as a stabilizing anchor, invigorating all present. "Lord Zhang Liang, what is your plan? Speak." Their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Let us pay homage to the Eastern Emperor," Zhang Liang replied unhurriedly. "Indeed, truly worthy of being Lord Zhang Liang. Since Ying Zhang can pay homage to the Eastern Emperor, why can we not do the same?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits brightened instantly. The origin of this situation stemmed from Ying Zhang's favor with the Eastern Emperor. If they were to pay homage to this celestial being, perhaps they would amass sufficient strength to contend with Ying Zhang. This strategy was indeed brilliant. They must mobilize all forces opposing the Great Qin to pay homage to the Eastern Emperor. Only then could they hope to retaliate. Everyone became exhilarated, having identified their goal. At that very moment, in the martial world, it could be said that a tempest was brewing. The Western poison, Ouyang Feng, had been defeated at Zhongnan Mountain, subjected to severe punishment and imprisonment, thereby elevating the prestige of the Chuanjin sect. Meanwhile, the Chuanjin sect dispatched envoys across all Taoist sects, sending invitations. They convened all Taoists for a grand ritual. This news swiftly spread throughout the world, shocking all factions. Simultaneously, one name began to circulate universally. The direct disciple of the Eastern Emperor, the Grand Master of Chuanjin, Huang Rong. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. She seemed to be enveloped in a shroud of mystery. Wang Chongyang announced that Huang Rong was a celestial being imparted to him in a dream. Furthermore, rumors circulated that a recluse atop Zhongnan Mountain had witnessed Huang Rong soaring through the clouds, even defeating the Western poison Ouyang Feng. Each piece of news left the populace astounded, and Huang Rong was adorned with an aura of legend. Everyone was shocked. Could this truly be real? As the ritual approached, it also attracted the attention of another faction, the Jin Kingdom. The gathering of Taoist sects caused concern within the Jin Kingdom. They believed that the Chuanjin sect's ritual honoring the Eastern Emperor was merely a facade, with the true aim of aiding the Song dynasty. Thus, an edict was issued. 3,000 cavalry secretly set forth, heading straight for Zhongnan Mountain, intending to intimidate the Chuanjin sect and the Taoist factions. In that moment, the winds of change surged. On the eastern coast, a tall, slender man clad in a blue robe stepped off a small boat onto the shore. This man was none other than the Eastern Evil, Huang Yaoshi, one of the 5 greatest masters of the age. Alas, in such a vast place, how shall I search? Chapter 37. How can one receive the Eastern Emperor's favor in a dream? The Eastern Evil sighed. Gazing at the boundless world, feeling somewhat lost, Huang Rong had silently vanished from Peach Blossom Island. He felt anxious, fearing for Huang Rong's safety. Thus, he broke his vow and left Peach Blossom Island. At noon, in a tavern, Huang Yaoshi sat at a table by the window, devouring noodles hungrily. While eating, he pondered how to find Huang Rong. Having spent over a decade on Peach Blossom Island, he felt increasingly isolated from the world. Inside the inn, the tavern was modest, yet as time passed, patrons flowed in, including various figures from the martial world, gathering in small groups to eat and drink. Discussions about the happenings in the martial world grew increasingly fervent. Nearby, 3 burly men sat at a table, engaged in casual conversation. Did you know? Wang Chongyang of the Chuanjin sect is hosting a grand ritual, inviting all Taoist sects. Of course, I'm aware. This matter has stirred quite a commotion. And the Western poison Ouyang Feng has sustained severe injuries on Zhongnan Mountain and has been imprisoned. It's truly astonishing. As they conversed while eating and drinking, Huang Yaoshi froze, momentarily dumbfounded. So many years had passed. Wang Chongyang had gained further strength. Even an old poisoner like Ouyang Feng could not match him. Huang Yaoshi and Ouyang Feng are both counted among the 5 absolutes of the world. And Huang Yaoshi is acutely aware of Ouyang Feng's formidable prowess, which instills in him a sense of trepidation. To have severely wounded this individual, or even to have imprisoned him, suggests that the strength of the one responsible must surely exceed his own. Otherwise, such an achievement would be unattainable. Meanwhile, the Chuanjin sect is growing increasingly powerful, having summoned all the Taoist schools. Reflecting on the passage of time, Huang Yaoshi feels a profound sense of nostalgia. Today is indeed different from the past. In that very moment, he heard the voice of the one among the 3 who had remained silent until now. You may have only heard fragments, but this matter must surely involve the founder of the Chuanjin sect. This young woman is named Huang Rong, reputed to possess extraordinary intelligence and favored by the founder of the Chuanjin sect, Donghua Dijuan, who imparted teachings to her in a dream. The celestial arts she acquired led even the Western poison Ouyang Feng to defeat at her hands. The speaker lowered his voice, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Is that so? Huang Yaoshi queried. Indeed. It is said that the founder of the Chuanjin sect is still a young girl, who once crossed paths with the renowned Wang Chongyang, and he took her back to Zhongnan Mountain. He took a sip of wine, licking his lips, and gazed with satisfaction at his 2 companions, who were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Suddenly, a large hand landed on his shoulder, pressing him to the ground. Is what you said true? Is Huang Rong truly the founder of the Chuanjin sect? Huang Yaoshi inquired with a stern expression. This is what the Taoists told me, but it is likely true. At Huang Yaoshi's sudden movement, the others turned pale with fright, cold sweat trickling down their faces. In the next instant, the 3 felt a blur before their eyes, and the figures of one another vanished. They exchanged glances, and after a long while, gradually regained their composure. Outside, Huang Yaoshi was utterly bewildered. His daughter has become the founder of the Chuanjin sect and even captured Ouyang Feng? The age, gender, and name all match. Then, in a fit of rage, Huang Yaoshi could hardly contain his fury. Wang Chongyang, that old Taoist, has the audacity to abduct my precious daughter and make her a practitioner of the Chuanjin sect. What nonsense about the founder of the Chuanjin sect and the Donghua Dijuan imparting teachings in a dream. It's all a lie. He had no faith in it, believing instead that Wang Chongyang had deceived Huang Rong into joining the sect with malicious intent. Wang Chongyang, I shall not let you escape. Huang Yaoshi activated his lightness skill and sped towards Zhongnan Mountain, Zhongnan Mountain. The Chuanjin sect was resplendent with joy, warmly welcoming the arrival of the sacrificial festivities. At this moment, the gates of the Chuanjin sect stood wide open, with a continuous flow of people coming and going. Once the name of Wang Chongyang was mentioned, many of his friends arrived. In the Chongyang Palace, Wang Chongyang sat at the head seat, with several sect leaders seated below. Although they were not well known in the martial world, they held significant influence within the Taoist community, particularly in the Chuanjin sect. Observing this scene, Wang Chongyang glanced around, letting out a quiet sigh. While the attendees were all renowned sects within the Taoist community, they were still far from what Huang Rong had claimed, a gathering of all Taoist schools. Not to mention, not a single righteous sect had shown up. How many would arrive when the sacrificial ceremony commenced? Wang Chongyang felt uncertain, despite being one of the 5 great masters of the Taoist world. He lacked the prestige to command all Taoist sections. Though he felt a sense of disappointment, he understood that necessary etiquette must still be observed. Thank you all for coming to Zhongnan Mountain. Wang Chongyang expressed his gratitude. You are one of the 5 great masters of the world, the face of the entire martial realm and Taoist community. Since invitations were sent, attendance is essential. Moreover, this is the Luotian Grand Ceremony, a significant occasion that must not be missed. It has been decades since our Taoist community has witnessed such exhilarating news. A group of sect leaders rose to their feet, returning the courtesy and offering flattery. However, after the pleasantries came the doubts. But, Wang Chongyang, your reputation in the Chuanjian sect is indeed high. Yet why do you claim that Donghua Dijuan's direct disciple has emerged? How long has it been since our founder passed away? I have never heard of such a thing. Furthermore, the disciple you speak of, with an unclear background, is not one of our Taoist community. How could she possibly be favored in a dream by our founder? A hot-tempered sect leader stepped forward first, speaking with great intensity. Indeed. Could it be that you, too, have been deceived? The others nodded in agreement. Their intentions were not malicious towards Wang Chongyang. They merely feared for his reputation. The Taoist community had finally found a leader, especially one from the Chuanjian sect, and they were naturally concerned about any potential damage to Wang Chongyang's standing. However, they were all well-versed in Taoist texts. Believing that celestial beings were detached from worldly matters in this world, countless individuals claimed to be celestial beings, with many being nothing more than deceitful charlatans. Moreover, Donghua Dijuan, being the foremost male celestial being in Taoism, held a position of great esteem. How could it be so easy to have a disciple? Regardless of the circumstances, Huang Rong's identity raised suspicions. Esteemed sect leaders, Zhou Chuji, one of the 7 of Chuanjian, stood behind Wang Chongyang. Hearing his words, he became enraged and rushed forward to argue. Stand back. Copy the Jingjing Sutra 100 times. Wang Chongyang barked, prompting Zhou Chuji to reluctantly retreat. Wang Chongyang stroked his beard, adopting a congenial demeanor. Dear Taoist friends, I understand that such astonishing news may be difficult for you to accept at first, but the truth remains that Huang Rong is indeed the direct disciple of the Dijuan, and her abilities are extraordinary. Not long ago, the Western poison Ouyang Feng suffered a great defeat at Zhongnan Mountain, a fact known far and wide as my doing at Ha. The world has overestimated me. It was Huang Rong, the founder, who triumphed over Ouyang Feng. Just then, outside the Chuanjian sect, a voice boomed. What audacity! How dare you claim the Chuanjian sect for yourselves? The disciples guarding the mountain drew their swords and charged forth. Chapter 38. The Inevitable Demise. The flames of truth revealed genuine gold. Wang Chongyang harbored no concerns about others being astonished by Huang Rong's abilities. Thus, he remained unhurried, confident in his own strength. Oh, is that so? A group of people appeared somewhat incredulous. Naturally, once you witness the methods of Huang Rong, the founder, you will undoubtedly be convinced. Wang Chongyang nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, several sect leaders exchanged glances filled with doubt. In that instant, a furious roar echoed throughout Zhongnan Mountain. Come out! At the foot of the mountain, a figure clad in a blue robe, tall and somewhat disheveled, entered the Chuanjian sect. Who goes there? What audacity! The disciples guarding the mountain drew their swords and charged forth. In mere moments, over 10 of them fell to the ground, incapacitated. Wang Chongyang, you have stolen my daughter and deceived her into becoming a nun. Today, we shall not rest until one of us is dead. Huang Yaoshi bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the Chuanjian sect. He treaded steadily up the stone steps leading to Chongyang Palace, his fury seething. His expression dark, radiating an aura of ferocity in the ninefold hall. Brother, something's amiss. Huang Loxi has come, and he seeks to settle the score. Zhou Buodong's figure suddenly appeared, leaping into Chongyang Palace while exclaiming in surprise. Wang Chongyang felt a headache coming on. Huang Yaoshi had always been one to disregard authority and adhere to no conventions. Sentimental and carefree, he was aptly nicknamed Eastern Evil. Such a character is the most enigmatic and difficult to deal with. Moreover, due to Huang Rong, there existed intricate ties between Huang Yaoshi and the Chuanjian sect. However, they could not simply stand by and watch him wreak havoc within the Chuanjian sect. Below, the assembly of sect leaders wore bewildered expressions. Good heavens! It turns out that the Huang Rong whom Wang Chongyang brought back to the Chuanjian sect is actually the daughter of Huang Loxi. Even more shocking was that Huang Loxi had yet to realize the gravity of the situation, as he had already arrived at Wang Chongyang's doorstep, ready to engage in a life-and-death battle. What on earth is happening? From any perspective, this is indeed a most peculiar affair. Halfway up the path, the Eastern Evil Huang Yaoshi paused. Wang Chongyang, in his Taoist robes, holding a whisk, presented himself like a sage. He uttered, Huang Rong, the founder, is now the founding master of the Chuanjin sect, so it is only proper that I address Huang as Master Ancestor. Upon seeing Huang Rong's father, Wang Chongyang referred to him as Master Ancestor. Nonsense. Huang Yaoshi's face flushed with rage at these words. Am I to thank you for this? Wang Chongyang, I have always held you in high regard as a great master, a paragon of virtue, yet I never expected you to be so insidious and malicious. My daughter is innocent and naive, unversed in the ways of the world. She must have been deceived by your cunning tricks. What nonsense about being a master ancestor. His eyes blazed red, resembling a roaring lion. His only daughter had just left home, choosing to become a nun? Who could endure such a thing? Especially someone like Huang Yaoshi. Not a chance. How could I deceive you? I'm not that capable. Huang Rong, the revered master, blessed with celestial affinity, caught the eye of the Eastern Emperor, who bestowed upon her his teachings. Thus, she became a member of the Chuanjin sect. Wang Chongyang hastily interjected. Begone! Surrender the young lady, and I shall take her back to Peach Blossom Island today. Huang Yaoshi retorted, his skepticism evident in this world. What deities truly exist? How many among those you Taoists venerate have ascended? Despite your daily rituals of incense and prayer, how many have ever encountered an immortal? It is all a deception. True to his title as the Eastern heretic, Huang Yaoshi's words were piercingly incisive. He scorned formalities and dismissed the notion of celestial beings. Huang Yaoshi, have you gone too far? A multitude of sect leaders behind Wang Chongyang wore grim expressions. Huang Yaoshi's remarks struck directly at the heart of the Taoist order. As a member of this order, they could hardly stand idly by. Excessive. If you possess such prowess, summon the immortals to validate your claims. Huang Yaoshi scoffed, casting a glance at the crowd. Immortals are transcendent, untainted by worldly affairs. How could they be summoned by mere words from us? Indeed, the ancestral immortals remain indifferent to worldly matters. The leaders of various sects chimed in, thus, you two have never encountered an immortal. Huang Yaoshi declared with finality. Seeking death, you dare to disregard our Taoist sect? In an instant, all Taoists were aflame with indignation, their bodies trembling with fury. Wang Chongyang watched the scene unfold, uncertain of how to proceed. Huang Yaoshi faced several Taoist leaders, tension palpable, ready to erupt into violence at the slightest provocation. What a lively affair! Suddenly, a voice rang out, a general clad in golden armor, flanked by a contingent of soldiers, stepped forward to confront Wang Chongyang and his companions. People of the Jin Kingdom, the dynamics of the confrontation shifted. This is the territory of the Chuanjin sect. I have never invited the Jin people. What is your intent? Wang Chongyang's expression darkened as he spoke sharply. Humph, this is the Central Plains. How dare you barbarians trespass here, utterly lawless. In unison, the sect leaders rallied behind Wang Chongyang, united in their opposition. Ha! Upon our army's unification of the realm, even the Zhao family has been driven south. How dare you speak of the Central Plains? Truly laughable. The Jin general boasted, exuding an aura of menace. Today, the Chuanjin sect dares to hold a sacrificial ceremony without the consent of the Jin emperor. This is sheer rebellion. However, out of mercy, should you choose to submit to the Jin kingdom, the emperor may forgive your transgressions. His words dripped with hostility. What? All Taoists shall submit? Dream on. The crowd erupted in fervor. Wang Chongyang and Huang Yaoshi's expressions darkened significantly. These barbarians were utterly arrogant, rampaging through the Central Plains. To demand the submission of the Taoists was tantamount to condemning the Han people to death. In that moment, the cry for blood rang out. Kill! Kill! Beneath the slopes of Zhongnan Mountain, the sound of slaughter reverberated, changing the very hue of the sky. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire Zhongnan Mountain, causing the forest to tremble. Do you hear? Our Jin army possesses 3,000 fierce cavalry and over 10,000 troops, ready for battle. Should you refuse to submit today, not a soul shall survive atop Zhongnan Mountain. The Jin general declared ominously, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. With a single command, the ground of Zhongnan Mountain would run red with blood. Wang Chongyang, Taoist, Huang Yaoshi, and others gazed at the throng of cavalry below, feeling a chill run down their spines. Wang Chongyang and the assembled heroes were filled with a mix of shock and fury. Their desire to slay the Jin soldiers ignited. Yet, despite their intent to fight, they lacked the strength to do so. There was no alternative. This was an army, a formidable cavalry at that. Though the martial artists possessed formidable skills and had the unparalleled Wang Chongyang among them, they could not face such overwhelming odds head-on without certain death, surrender or perish. The Jin general's threat was palpable, impudence. As his words fell, a radiant light surged from the back mountain of the Chuanjian sect, soaring through the trees and landing gracefully, transforming into a stunning figure. Master! The members of the Chuanjian sect exclaimed in unison, "At last, she has arrived." Wang Chongyang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he respectfully bowed. It seemed that Huang Rong's mere presence could dispel the looming threat of the army and avert the catastrophe facing the Chuanjian sect. Indeed, he believed only an entity of her divine caliber could resolve this perilous situation. Daughter! Huang Yaoshi was momentarily taken aback. After just a few months apart, Huang Rong stood before him, yet she bore an entirely unfamiliar aura. Was this truly the revered master of the Chuanjian sect that Wang Chongyang spoke of? What manner of movement was this? The assembled leaders were equally astonished. Huang Rong's speed was astonishingly swift. You dare intrude upon the domain of the descendant of the Eastern Emperor, disturbing my lord's peace. Such audacity warrants death. Huang Rong's expression was frosty, her exquisitely beautiful face etched with a cold demeanor as she cast a fierce glare at the Jin general. Arrogance. Upon hearing this, the Jin generals erupted in rage. Yet, at that moment, Huang Rong made her move. Clang! The long sword in the hand of a Chuanjian disciple was drawn in an instant, caught deftly by Huang Rong. Hum! The blade shimmered brilliantly under the sun, resonating with a powerful hum. Standing there with the sword in hand, Huang Rong gazed down the mountain. What was her intention? Wang Chongyang and Huang Yaoshi were both perplexed. "Do you think you alone can slay my Jin soldiers?" The Jin general sneered, his voice laced with mockery. "What is this? Just one sword?" Huang Rong's icy voice cut through the air like a chilling breeze, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Just one sword. What was happening? Wang Chongyang, Huang Yaoshi, and the Jin generals were all bewildered. Then, with a swift motion, Huang Rong unleashed her sword, executing the fundamental sword technique of the Chuanjian sect. With a resounding clang, an immense beam of sword light surged forth, resembling a crescent moon, radiant and illuminating the entirety of Zhongnan Mountain. It cascaded down like the roaring yellow river, unstoppable in its momentum in no time. It reached the foot of the mountain. Boom! The peaks crumbled. A violent tremor resonated from the mountain's base, akin to a meteor plummeting to earth. The entire Zhongnan Mountain quaked, trees swayed, and boulders tumbled up. "No, I refuse to die." A chorus of anguished screams erupted, as if they had encountered malevolent spirits. All eyes were fixated on the unfolding scene. Blood stained the ground, and dismembered limbs created a horrific tableau at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. The Jin general's eyes widened in terror as he collapsed to the ground. A fierce wind howled, carrying the stench of blood, overwhelming the senses. The arena fell into a profound silence, each face etched with shock. As they beheld Huang Rong's silhouette, a sense of dread enveloped them, terror striking to their core. Decades of cultivation evaporated in that moment, leaving only trembling fear. With but a single strike, 3,000 iron cavalry were obliterated. A sword immortal, undoubtedly, Huang Rong embodied the essence of a sword immortal. Only a legendary figure could sever 3,000 cavalry with a mere sword strike from afar. The Taoists present recalled the tales of Elzu, who had mastered the celestial sword capable of decapitating foes from miles away. Such thoughts stirred their spirits and ignited their aspirations. Yet now, what had once been relegated to ancient texts and folklore was manifesting before their very eyes, delivering a staggering blow to their perceptions. The Jin generals and their army felt as though the heavens were collapsing, their bodies covered in cold sweat. This was a fierce cavalry. They had fought valiantly in the south, achieving notable victories, instilling fear in every kingdom. Yet ultimately, they met their demise at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. The ground was soaked in blood, littered with dismembered remains, a sight too gruesome to bear. Utterly defenseless, meeting death in an instant. Huang Rong's power was terrifying beyond measure. Is this truly my daughter? Huang Yaoshi stood in a daze, staring blankly at Huang Rong's retreating figure. An immortal. She must be an immortal. His earlier words hung unspoken, for the immortal had already graced him with her presence. He questioned whether he was dreaming, unable to discern the reality before him. His daughter was indeed a genuine celestial being. Ah! The Jin generals let out piercing cries, their sanity unraveling. Previously arrogant and domineering, they now crumbled completely. How could they possibly contend with such an opponent? Reflecting on their earlier demands for submission from the Taoists, they found it utterly absurd. 1,000 troops could not stand against her. I am Wan Yinlai, of the Jin royal family. Spare my life. The general of the Jin kingdom, in a moment of desperation, begged for mercy and revealed his identity as a member of the royal family. His intention was to instill fear in Huang Rong, hoping to secure his own survival. He could no longer summon even a hint of fighting spirit. Having lost the will to live, I have words for the Emperor of Jin. Should he dare to encroach upon the land of the Eastern Emperor's rightful lineage again, no matter the distance, I shall personally take his head. Huang Rong uttered these words with an airy nonchalance, yet the murderous intent that emanated from her intensified. To single-handedly intimidate an entire nation was a feat he could scarcely have dreamed of. Yet, Huang Rong was indeed doing just that, possessing the genuine capability to do so. With a single sword stroke, she had decimated 3,000 iron cavalry. The vastness of the world was hers to traverse. Even the imperial palace was no exception. She could come and go as she pleased. The notion of slaying an emperor was not mere fantasy. The Jin general's throat constricted, leaving him speechless. He dared not retort, for he understood that this woman before him was one of her word. Mount Zhongnan would forever haunt him as the greatest nightmare of his life. He had no desire to step foot there again. Not even for a moment. He had come in a fierce manner, intending to suppress the Taoist sect with his own strength. Yet he now found himself retreating like a frightened dog, stumbling back towards Mount Zhongnan. Have you heard? Do you suspect me to be the heir of the emperor? After vanquishing the Jin soldiers, Huang Rong's smile returned, her enchanting eyes surveying the gathered masters. Such slander! Who is it that spreads such rumors and distorts the truth? Our greatest respect goes to our revered ancestor. Why not, esteemed disciples, bow in reverence to our founding master? The Taoist sect leaders, with newfound righteousness, transformed from their previous demeanor, kneeling to the ground. This is the direct transmission of the Eastern Emperor. Our revered ancestor. Such lineage is astonishing. They knelt without hesitation, as honoring one's teacher and respecting the path was not a matter of shame. Ha ha ha. Wang Chongyang chuckled lightly, stroking his beard. As expected, once Huang Rong took the lead, everything would turn out favorably. Yet, when he gazed down at the scene of devastation below, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Though he had anticipated it, he was still taken aback. Huang Rong's power was indeed terrifying. All of this stemmed from the Eastern Emperor's favor towards her. With this thought, Wang Chongyang felt a surge of fervor within him. If he could meet the Eastern Emperor, might he not be liberated from the shackles of his lifespan and live a few more years? The 7 disciples of Chuanjin gazed at the kneeling figures, their faces displaying a sense of pride. Weren't you just doubting me, Father? Have you forsaken the oath of Peach Blossom Island? Huang Rong nodded with satisfaction, then turned to her father, displaying a radiant smile. Seeing her father's bewildered expression filled her heart with joy. When had he ever lost his composure like this? Is it not for your own good? She thought. Little did she expect to encounter such a grand opportunity. Huang Yaoshe composed himself and spoke in a deep voice. He had watched his daughter grow up, inheriting his talents and his wife's remarkable memory. She was truly a prodigy. However, due to excessive pampering, she had neglected diligent practice, leaving her abilities at a mere third-rate level. Yet, in just a few months of absence, she had ascended to immortality. The Eastern Emperor's legacy was astonishingly powerful. How formidable must the Eastern Emperor himself be? A torrent of emotions surged within Huang Yaoshe at the same time. Their curiosity regarding the Eastern Emperor intensified. Huang Rong alone had eradicated 3,000 iron cavalry. This news swiftly spread across the world. Chuanjin sect was about to hold a sacrificial ceremony, and the eyes of various factions turned towards it. As the news circulated, one event after another ignited fervent discussions throughout the martial world, creating an immense uproar. Within a dilapidated temple, a throng of beggars gathered. The foremost among them was a robust man, his garments patched and tattered yet clean, wielding a verdant bamboo staff and carrying a red gourd on his back. This man was none other than Hong Qigong, the leader of the Beggars sect and one of the five absolutes. Is this true? Upon hearing the reports from his disciples, Hong Qigong abruptly rose. Astonished, the brothers near Zhongnan Mountain witnessed it firsthand. It is absolutely true. A celestial being has emerged from Zhongnan Mountain. The disciples recounted every detail in all the land. No one possessed news as keenly as the Beggars sect. In an instant, the dilapidated temple erupted into a clamor, beggars murmuring in astonishment. Huang Rong, daughter of the eastern evil Huang Yaoshi, has become the founding master of Chuanjin sect. Moreover, she has received the legacy of a celestial being and achieved immortality. No wonder even the western poison Ouyang Feng was subdued. It turns out a celestial being stands guard, annihilating even the armies of the Jin kingdom. The spectacle left all present in awe. Huang Rong's strength was indeed astounding, surpassing all expectations. The Eastern Emperor, Hong Qigong, was the first to regain his senses, murmuring repeatedly, Chapter 40. The fellow has finally returned. Everything revolved around the Eastern Emperor of Chuanjin sect. The very essence of his creation, seemed imperative that he visit Chuanjin sect. Meanwhile, in Dali, the Southern Emperor Duan Zhixing also received the news, equally shocked. There exists a celestial being in the Central Plains. The Eastern Emperor, the founding master of Chuanjin sect, the Southern Emperor, a devotee of Buddhist teachings and ruler of Dali, found solace in vegetarianism and meditation, removed from worldly affairs. Thus, the emergence of a celestial being within the Taoist sect astonished him greatly. The golden statues of the Buddha he had worshipped for decades remained unmoved and lifeless. Ultimately, a master of the Tao had appeared. The Southern Emperor pondered, somewhat melancholic, should I venture to the Central Plains? He murmured, his heart stirred. In the Song dynasty, Jin kingdom, in Mongolia, one sword stroke and 3,000 iron cavalry lay slain. Such power shocked all and unsettled every emperor. What use could a nation's army be before a celestial being? Could it guarantee the safety of the emperor? Absolutely not. Thousands of troops could easily suppress the martial world, yet before a celestial being, they would find themselves utterly powerless. The stench of blood rising from Mount Zhongnan served as the most compelling evidence. Among the most fearful was the emperor of the Jin kingdom. Huang Rong had boldly proclaimed that should there be further disturbances, she would sever his head, sending the Jin ruler into a state of utter panic. He quickly prepared lavish gifts and sent them to Mount Zhongnan to seek the celestial being's forgiveness. The most shocking turn of events occurred within the Taoist sect. Wang Chongyang sent a formal invitation, announcing a sacrificial ceremony, which initially went unnoticed. However, with the birth of the celestial being, individuals from Longhu Mountain and Maoshan fervently rushed to Mount Zhongnan, eager to participate. For cultivators, the prospect of encountering an immortal was an immense temptation. Meanwhile, the name of the Eastern Emperor spread throughout the martial world. All factions became aware that the Eastern Emperor had manifested, creating a celestial being among mortals. In an instant, many began searching for the Eastern Emperor's scriptures. The Chuanjin sect was preparing for the sacrificial ceremony, and various factions mobilized. In the perfect world, in the wilderness. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth, with only the stars and moon shining, yet tranquility was absent. A gigantic ferocious bird soared from the mountains, resembling a colossal beast, its wings spread wide, exuding murderous intent, glimmering with cold light. A massive shadow loomed over the land, the fierce bird's bright eyes scanning below in search of prey. A battle raged between two beast kings, their runes shimmering, their magical techniques astonishing, the aura of blood filling the air, spanning miles. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all ferocious creatures fled in terror. This was the great wilderness, a terrifying realm filled with peril. For any creature to survive, it required sufficient strength. Yet there existed places of peace. By the azure lake, in the small stone village, tranquility descended as night fell. Lights extinguished, villagers retired to slumber, entering the realm of dreams. None noticed the charred willow tree at the village entrance, reduced to mere branches, suddenly blooming with radiant light in the deep of night. Resembling burning stars, a stunning spectacle, as midnight approached, the anomalies surrounding the willow intensified, resembling a golden tide enveloping the entire stone village. Even more astonishingly, the charred trunk struck by lightning began to blur, revealing a faint silhouette seated upon it radiated brilliance, its forehead shining with resplendence, thousands of Tao patterns converging to form supreme runes, akin to an exalted deity. This scene, it appeared to be evolving. The ancestral spirit of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the willow deity, was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Moments later, the horizon brightened with the dawn, dispelling the darkness as a fiery red sun ascended from the east. Clang! The ethereal figure suddenly opened its eyes, golden light radiating, illuminating all directions, rivaling the great sun. A surge of immense power flashed by, as if to overturn the heavens and the earth, but it was merely a fleeting moment. In the next instant, on the charred willow tree, patches of burnt bark fell to the ground, producing a clattering sound. Soon after, from the fissures emerged a dozen verdant willow branches, swaying gracefully under the morning sunlight. As the celestial phenomena dissipated, the willow tree returned to its normal state, yet the aura it emanated grew increasingly ominous. The willow deity was awakening. This was due to the fact that he had finally comprehended the visualization diagram thoroughly. Conjuring the visage of the celestial emperor, Donghua Emperor. Just how formidable is he? After studying the visualization diagram, the willow deity felt an even deeper sense of the inscrutable might of Donghua Emperor. As he envisioned the image of Donghua Emperor, his heart and mind were drawn into that extraordinary realm. Donghua Emperor stood amidst boundless chaos, atop the 3,000 paths of existence, surrounded by innumerable forces of law, engaged in the act of creation. Such a figure compelled the willow deity to look up in awe, instilling within him a profound sense of insignificance, as if he were but an ant. Having lived for so many years, finally witnessing the true world, having leapt out of the confines of a well, Donghua Emperor is beyond the comparison of any immortal sovereign. The willow deity grew increasingly reverent, harboring a startling conjecture. Though he had never truly witnessed the power of an immortal sovereign, he understood that they were the mightiest of beings. Even among immortal sovereigns, when compared to Donghua Emperor, they were but minor figures. The most convincing evidence for the willow deity was that, having only just begun practicing the visualization method, his wounds were rapidly healing. He even sensed a transformation, anticipating that upon full recovery, he would emerge even stronger. Yet, even so, the terrifying nature of Donghua Emperor was evident, a true transcendence. Heaven is aiding me. Who would have thought that amidst my great calamity, besieged by countless thunderbolts and trapped in the lower realms, I would stumble upon such an opportunity? Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The willow deity silently rejoiced. For him, it was a stroke of luck. Had it not been for this, he would not have been ensnared in the lower realms, thus gaining such a grand opportunity. The path ahead was clear. The willow deity was overwhelmed with emotion. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he visualized the form of Donghua Emperor, a mysterious golden light silently vanished. Suddenly, the willow deity sensed something. A pure white unicorn, bearing on its back an elderly man and a young boy, made its way toward Scherzuan. The 3 individuals appeared quite disheveled, having traversed the wilderness, enduring countless battles each day, their clothes tattered and barely covering their essential parts. The little one has finally returned. Though think he brought back outsiders. It seems he has stirred up quite a commotion this time. The willow deity sighed. Sure Hao had galloped over 300,000 miles in the wilderness, ultimately returning to Scherzuan. Chapter 41. Finally witnessing the true countenance. Scherzuan. Sure Hao has returned once more. Everyone was stirred, and all the elders rushed out. The village chief was overjoyed, and all gazed at Sure Hao in disbelief. A child, traversing 300,000 miles in the wilderness, faced an exceedingly arduous trial, yet he succeeded. Moreover, on his return journey, he escorted an elderly man and a child. Even an ancient progeny in its juvenile phase might not have accomplished such a feat. A group of elders was filled with excitement. The former glory of Scherzuan was rekindled. This little one, who grew up in the village, was destined for greatness. What is this? The village chief looked at Sure Hao as he entered with the 2 individuals. I am Sure Zhan, Sure Qingfeng. The condition of the elder had improved significantly. He could already stand unaided. Both were overwhelmed with emotion, feeling a sense of pilgrimage. Before them lay the first ancestral land recorded in the annals of the Sure Kingdom. Shrouded in mystery, all of this transpired before his very eyes. Although Shi Hao had lost the supreme bone, he still possessed the blood of a true dragon, a remarkable legacy indeed. Such heritage was undoubtedly of unparalleled sanctity. However, Shi Zhan and Shi Qingfeng glanced around, feeling somewhat disappointed. It was not quite as they had imagined. The splendid scenery of the sacred land was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was merely a tranquil and peaceful village nestled by a lake. Shi Hao turned to them, recounting the events that transpired in the second ancestral land. "Oh, I see. For the little one, you have endured much hardship." The village chief and others nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Shi Zhan and Shi Qingfeng becoming warmer. They were all connected to the little one and the villagers. The people of the wilderness possess a simple heart. One by one, the adults introduce themselves, while the children continuously introduce themselves as well. "It should be I who thank you." Shi Zhan bowed to the villagers of Shitsuan. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon the several villagers. He felt somewhat let down. While the villagers were robust and strong, they were not particularly skilled. Shi Zhan, undeterred, tentatively inquired, "Is this truly the first ancestral land?" "Indeed. It is all right here." The villagers of Shitsuan nodded sincerely. "This is the first ancestral land of legend. Why does it appear to be an ordinary village? How can this be? How could our Shi Kingdom's ancestral land be so weak?" A conjecture arose in Shi Zhan's heart. "It is hidden. The first ancestral land conceals its true power. There are countless such forces. To speak of Shi Kingdom alone, it emerged from the wilderness to establish its own realm, preserving the first ancestral land for the sake of continuing its lineage. The village before him, along with those villagers, was merely a facade. The true trump card had yet to be revealed. Just as Shi Hao spoke of Donghua Emperor, he must at least be a supreme figure. A terrifying individual who has ignited the divine fire. "Donghua Emperor, may I have the honor of meeting you?" Shi Zhan inquired cautiously. "It cannot be spoken of." The old village chief and others fell silent. In truth, they were not well informed about this matter. Moreover, the willow deity had warned them that no one in the village dared to speak too freely. "I knew it," Shi Zhan mused, quickly grasping the situation. Observing the wary expressions of the villagers, he felt his suspicions were confirmed. Meanwhile, Shi Hao had distanced himself from Shi Zhan and the others, making his way alone to the willow tree. "Willow deity, I have returned. You carry the legacy of the emperor and are blessed with unparalleled blood. Crossing the wilderness is no small feat, so do not be proud." The willow deity communicated telepathically. "Understood." Shi Hao nodded. Somewhat surprised, he noticed that this willow tree was different from before. Much of the withered bark had fallen away, and several willow branches had sprouted. "Willow deity, have you comprehended the visualization diagram?" Shi Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. "I have grasped a little. However, my injuries are healing at an even faster rate. This has made me realize just how formidable the emperor truly is," the willow deity replied. "Indeed." Shi Hao nodded, deeply agreeing. Only by cultivating the visualization method can one truly comprehend the terror of the emperor. Then, the two engaged in an exchange regarding the visualization method. Shi Hao began to enter seclusion. He had undergone a grueling trial and was on the verge of a breakthrough. A few days later, in the group, Ding Beast Milk Emperor has sent a red envelope. As Shi Hao sent the red envelope, the members of the group began to bubble with excitement. Ding Qin Shi Huang received the red envelope from Beast Milk King. Ding Huang Rong received the red envelope from Beast Milk Emperor. Ding Zombie Daoist received the red envelope from Beast Milk King. The red envelopes were quickly distributed. "Zombie Daoist, little one, what is in your red envelope?" "I grabbed a thigh bone." Qin Shi Huang. "I snatched a pile of golden scales, along with a heap of minced meat and a bunch of broken bones." "What is this?" Huang Rong. Hey. Just as I opened the red envelope, a bloody skull came crashing toward me. Beast Milk Emperor, you little rascal, what kind of trick are you playing? Do you believe I will thrash you? Furious. Beast Milk Emperor. Sister, please don't be angry. These are all good things. I once defeated a powerful sacrificial spirit. Its entire body is filled with treasures. The meat can enhance vitality, and the scales and bones can be forged into weapons. Zombie Daoist. I have heard of sacrificial spirits. They are quite formidable. The little one has already slain a powerful sacrificial spirit. Qin Shi Huang. Indeed impressive. The scales are exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through my finger. And the broken bones are incredibly hard. It took me considerable effort to break them. With these, I can forge a powerful royal guard. Little one, your foresight is commendable, Huang Rong. All right, I misunderstood you. I, too, have a gift to present you. Zombie Taoist. I am now quite curious. The Little One's world contains such creatures. This is simply the stuff of legends, Qin Shi Huang. I am equally curious. The Little One's world is far more powerful than ours. I wish to see it. Beast Milk Emperor. Wonderful. The willow deity mentioned he would take me to a mysterious realm called the Void Divine Realm. When the time comes, I will let you witness it. Huang Rong. It's a deal, Zombie Taoist. I will support you, Qin Shi Huang. I eagerly anticipate it. The members of the group had finished their discussion, and Shi Hao went offline. At that moment, a rich aroma of meat permeated through Shitsuan, creating a festive atmosphere akin to a holiday celebration as villagers feasted on meat and engaged in cheerful conversation. Shi Hao sat among the crowd, listening to the praises around him, his face reddening with a touch of embarrassment. With his own strength, he had slain a formidable sacrificial spirit, a display of power that left even the village elders astounded. Shi Zhan, Shi Qingfeng, and others gathered around a large pot, savoring the sacrificial meat prepared by the villagers. The previously frail Shi Qingfeng now wore a smile. Days later, he had blended into the village, playing joyfully with a group of children, basking in a warmth he had never experienced before. Shi Zhan sighed inwardly. Shi Hao should have belonged to the martial king's residence, yet he had been cast out, missing the chance to be with a young sovereign. The feast continued late into the night. The next morning, Shi Zhan and Shi Qingfeng rose from their slumber and stepped outside their stone house, only to find an unsettling atmosphere enveloping Shitsuan, an indescribable eeriness lingering in the air. Typically, at sunrise, smoke would rise from the chimneys as each household prepared breakfast, with the elderly chatting in the square, men exercising and children playing. Yet today, the village was enveloped in an eerie silence. What is going on? Shi Qingfeng asked, puzzled. Everyone, gather at the village entrance, Shi Zhan commanded, his cultivation gradually recovering, allowing him to sense the villagers. As they walked, their curiosity piqued. At the village entrance, Shi Hao stood beneath a weeping willow. Behind him, the villagers knelt, their faces filled with reverence as they bowed to the sacrificial spirit. A gentle breeze wafted through, the azure lake rippling, and the willow branches swaying lightly, exuding an ethereal glow that rendered the world around them hazy. As the visualization progressed, the willow spirit grew increasingly profound. Its slender green branches, seemingly delicate, harbored a sense of order and astonishing power. In the haze, the charred willow would appear to uphold the heavens and earth, as myriad beings paid their respects, emanating an incredible aura. The entire village was engaged in worship. Shi Zhan and Shi Qingfeng stood in bewilderment, overwhelmed by the scene. How terrifying! Shi Zhan trembled, gripped by fear. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from the willow tree, an unprecedented pressure that surpassed even those cultivators who had ignited divine flames. Every hair on his body stood on end. He had once been a ruler of a realm, having witnessed the terror of sovereigns. Yet this willow tree eclipsed all he had encountered. The two forces were on entirely different levels. This was the true first ancestral domain. At that moment, Shi Zhan felt an illusion wash over him. Having arrived at Shitsuan, he finally glimpsed its true nature. Regret washed over him. He should have anticipated this. Upon entering the village, he had noticed the sacrificial spirit was merely a charred tree, perplexed that such an ordinary tree was being venerated. Now, he wished he could slap himself. Within this first ancestral domain, the spirits worshipped were indeed immensely powerful entities. Great-grandfather, Qingfeng, Shi Hao called out, waving to the two beneath the grand willow tree. Shi Zhan and Shi Qingfeng approached with respect, feeling increasingly pressured the closer they drew to the tree. Could it be that this willow tree is what Shi Hao spoke of? Sacrifice? Shi Zhan asked, his voice trembling. Indeed. Take me to the Void Divine Realm. Shi Hao nodded. The Void Divine Realm. Shi Zhan looked utterly bewildered. He was not unfamiliar with this place. Many from Shi Nation sought to enter the Void Divine Realm, and he had ventured there in his youth. However, entry was not so simple and required considerable preparation. Could it be that this willow tree intended to use its immense power to send Shi Hao there? Chapter 42. A grave mistake now that was truly terrifying. Shi clan of Shi Nation. We pay our respects to the sacrificial spirit of the first ancestral domain, Donghua Emperor. Shi Zhan swallowed hard, pulling Shi Qingfeng before him, bowing towards the willow tree, invoking the name of Donghua Emperor. This willow tree was undoubtedly Donghua Emperor. A sense of realization washed over Shi Zhan. Suddenly, chaos erupted in Shizhuan, as everyone stood in a dazed, "No, you've misunderstood." Shi Hao waved his hand. "What?" Shi Zhan was utterly confused. In that instant, a tremendous force struck him squarely in the face. Bang! With a resounding crash, Shi Zhan was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, startling Shi Qingfeng, who trembled in fear. "This is troublesome. Donghua Emperor is supremely exalted. How could I compare?" A transcendent voice echoed throughout Shizhuan, filled with reverence. Shi Zhan felt a surge of numbness. I mistook the identity. His shock deepened. How fearsome was Donghua Emperor? Even this sacrificial spirit held him in the highest regard. There was simply no comparison. It was too terrifying. After a brief interlude, boom! Above Shizhuan, several willow branches shot forth, piercing the sky as if opening a gateway to a mysterious realm. Beneath the willow, the diminutive consciousness also entered a peculiar world. He surveyed his surroundings. Everything was shrouded in mist, as if he were enveloped in fog. Under the guidance of the willow spirit, he arrived in the void divine realm. This was an abandoned world, littered with ruins, collapsed palaces and towering, crumbling city walls that spoke of past grandeur and decay. Shi Hao ventured forward, exploring this strange and vast expanse. He had not forgotten his promise to his friends. Stopping intermittently, he captured numerous photographs and shared them in the group, which elicited a flurry of astonishment. Qin Shi Huang. Incredible! This dilapidated palace is 100 times more magnificent than I had imagined the Yifeng Palace to be. Huang Rong. Just from the photographs, one can sense an ancient aura. This ruined world must have once been resplendent. Zhang Daolong. Little one. Where is this place? Beast Milk Emperor. The willow spirit mentioned that this area is a spiritual realm constructed by powerful beings worshipped by ancient creatures. But it was shattered in a great battle, becoming a training ground for the descendants of the strong, Zhang Daolong. So that's how it is. This is the handiwork of a deity. Had I not witnessed the Emperor's live broadcast, I would have been utterly terrified. Qin Shi Huang. Is this the training ground for the descendants of some great figure? Let us show them what we're made of. Don T let them down in the group. Huang Rong. Let us go. Let their descendants witness the terror of the Emperor's disciples. Beast Milk Emperor. Rest assured, I am confident in my ability to compete with a group of masters. Just wait and see how I perform in the Void Divine Realm. Qin Shi Huang. Perhaps you could imitate the Emperor's live broadcast and demonstrate it for me. Zhang Daolong. Yes. Exactly, Huang Rong. I'm looking forward to it. Beast Milk Emperor. All right, I'll start the live broadcast shortly. In the Void Divine Realm, Shi Hao emerged from the ruins, and the vista before him opened up. With his delicate hands clasped behind his back, he feigned profundity, brimming with confidence. Once I'm at the height of my prowess, stepping over a horde of pure-blooded ferocious beast descendants, I'll start a live broadcast to astonish them. Shi Hao nodded, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Just then, he glanced down at his feet. His heart raced with excitement as he uncovered treasures. Oh, what a treasure! Shi Hao gazed at the precious bones. Nearly drooling with anticipation, in the group chat, Ying Zheng, Lin Jiao, and Huang Rong remained, eagerly awaiting Shi Hao's live broadcast to witness the wonders of the Void Divine Realm and to see him unleash his might. Showcasing the unmatched prowess of their chat group, Huang Rong. I envy that little boy. His world is so vibrant in comparison. Mine feels so insignificant. Zhang Daolong. Though this world is powerful, it is also fraught with danger. That little boy must be under immense pressure. Qin Shi Huang. What is there to worry about? We are all part of the group, and we stand behind the Emperor. All enemies will become stepping stones on his path to greatness. Qin Shi Huang. I can hardly wait to see just how formidable that little boy truly is. Zhang Daolong. Indeed. The Void Divine Realm has only just begun. That little fellow's name will surely reverberate throughout the world. Huang Rong. This is going to be an extraordinary spectacle. I can hardly contain my excitement. The three engaged in lively discussion, all anticipating Shi Hao's display of power and his rise to fame. Yet the outcome was not as they had envisioned. As time passed, the chat group fell silent, an unsettling stillness settling over them. What is happening? Whereas the broadcast, Beast Milk Emperor, Huang Rong, Zhang Daolong, Beast Milk Emperor. Hurry and start the broadcast. Before long, Shihao appeared. Beast Milk Emperor. Sniffle, sniffle, I've been bullied and expelled from the Void Divine Realm. What an injustice. I'm crying. Qin Shi Huang. What? How audacious. How dare they bully you? Once I ignite the divine flames of the great Qin and unify the realm, I will lead my army to raise the Void Divine Realm to the ground. Zhang Daolong. How are you expelled? How can the inhabitants of the Void Divine Realm be so shameless? They can't even defeat a child. Huang Rong. Beast Milk Emperor, are you sure you didn't do anything wrong? Me? I saw a few pieces of precious bones by the roadside, brimming with power, so I shattered a stone and broke a steel. If it was left by the roadside, isn't it fair game for anyone who finds it? Feeling guilty zombie Taoist. Qin Shi Huang. What the heck? Does that make any sense? Huang Rong. Speak honestly, glaring. Beast Milk Emperor. Ah, it's that. The precious bones are the passage to the Void Divine Realm, used for maintenance, and the stone tablet is for recording the heart's void of the stone tablet. Emperor Qin. I understand now. In short, you went to the Void Divine Realm to dismantle their door. And got kicked out, nothing more to say. Huang Rong. You little rascal. You really know how to stir up trouble. Qin Shi Huang. The Void Divine Realm is indeed magnanimous, allowing you, this mischievous little brat, to return unscathed. Ying Zheng and the others were also filled with emotion. This Shihao is truly a mischievous child, causing such a ruckus in such a short time since entering the Void Divine Realm. However, what Shihao said next left the three of them dumbfounded. Beast Milk Emperor. How can you blame me? It is the Void Divine Realm that is heartless. The order is too rigid. Just an old stubborn, unable to do anything, nor clearly mark anything. As he spoke, his emotions became agitated. Beast Milk Emperor. Damn it. I can't even change my name, my lifetime of renown, ruined by this love for beast milk. Oh dear, I misspoke. Chapter 43. Just a little bigger? In the group, the three looked at Shihao's messages in the group, all with blank expressions. Immediately after, the group was filled with laughter. Huang Rong. Ha ha ha. Qin Shi Huang. Ha ha ha. Zombie Taoist. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shi Huang. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard I can hardly breathe. Zombie Taoist. The one who loves beast milk. Huang Rong. What an embarrassment. Lost all dignity. Beast Milk King. Ah, I really don't drink beast milk anymore. Truly. Huang Rong. I invented a new dessert. Added milk and sugar. With some seasoning, sweet and milky. Soft little boy. Would you like to try? Beast Milk Emperor. I want, beautiful sister Huang Rong gives me, I'm not wanting to eat beast milk. Just want to taste the flavor. Huang Rong. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me with laughter. Qin Shi Huang. No wonder the group calls him Beast Milk Emperor. This is the reason, zombie Taoist. Little milk baby, still young, loves milk, can understand. I can't take it anymore. Help me up. I'm out of breath. Void Divine Realm. Shihao stood amidst the ruins from when he arrived. Fists clenched, his face full of unwillingness. Damn it. His reputation was utterly ruined. With all his strength, he shouted at the passage. I will come again. After saying that, Shihao turned and left, eagerly wanting to taste the pastries Huang Rong had given him. The initial land. A group of people were still in shock. This kid is terrifying. He shattered the blue stone with one punch, destroying the passage to the Void Divine Realm. With one punch, he broke the blue stone, damaged the passage to the Void Divine Realm, and snatched 3 primordial precious bones. Truly fearsome. He even plundered numerous ancient families, successfully extorting them. And that's not all. He even broke the record of the dual-eyed stone, the female war goddess of the Deer Hunting Academy, and the others all wore expressions of horror. Shihao, he came quickly and left just as fast. Although he caused a commotion in the initial land, breaking 3 records was enough to prove Shihao's might. Most importantly, Shihao was still so young. It was like a youthful supreme being, rising steadily. He. They say today's youth are blind and have never seen the world. Lord Jingbi looked at the group of wide-eyed individuals, chuckling softly. The astonished crowd all turned to look at them. They were eager to see what they would do. Indeed, the young are truly formidable. He stood with his hands behind his back, striking a pose of a sage. Not enough to see. This mischievous child hadn't even exerted himself fully from the start, even when breaking Stone Yi's record. He had held back much of his strength, truly incredible, such terrifying strength at the cave heaven realm. The two mysterious old men were also taken aback as soon as he finished speaking. Everyone fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. This unruly, universally condemned mischievous child had, from the very beginning, not exerted his full strength, breaking Stone Yi's records all the way while still holding back. This guy is too ferocious. The female war goddess of the Deer Hunting Academy and others were now somewhat regretful, wondering why they hadn't simply captured him. Soon, not only the Void Divine Realm but even the outside world was in an uproar. Many ancient nations and families issued orders to recruit the mischievous child into their ranks. Otherworld, Lingio, entrusted by the Rin family, was relocating Old Master Rin's grave. As a result, Rin Weiyong was invaded by Corpse Chi, showing signs of transformation into a zombie, while Old Master Ren obstructed the process, leaving no option for cremation. He had no choice but to take the coffin to the funeral home, find a burial site, and bury the coffin. At this moment, inside the house, his disciples Wen Kai and Xiaoxing were drawing the ink line. Don't forget, if Master finds out, we're all doomed. Wen Kai picked up a piece of ink line and began to draw on the coffin. The two took a long time to cover the coffin with the ink thread. After that, Wen Kai and Xiaoxing ran outside, with no one noticing the bottom of the coffin. Nonsense, you don't look like a cultivator at all. Is the matter regarding the ink line settled? Just then, Lingio walked out of the room and saw his two disciples in a heated argument. Unable to help but scold them. All right, Wenqing replied. Master, are you going out? Xiaoxing was startled to see Lingio's attire. Where could he be going at this late hour? You're sure she was treating? Lingio nodded, briefly explaining what he intended to do. Are you going? Sure she was treating us to a meal? How could such a stingy person be so generous? Hearing this, Wen Kai couldn't help but retort. Master, you go by yourself. Shu's generosity is just a weasel paying New Year's greetings, definitely with ulterior motives. Xiaoxing shook his head. Yes, I know, but this is a great opportunity to profit. And I don't want to miss it. Lingio wore a proud expression. He was well aware of the Four-Eyed One's intentions. It was merely to observe his abnormal conditions and rapid cultivation progress. Hence spending a fortune to extract some information from him. Wen Kai, if you don't go, the funeral home will be left to you. Lingio left the funeral home with his hands behind his back. Off he went, checking the time. Xiaoxing stuffed the ink line into Wen Kai's hand, ran to the yard to pull out a bicycle and followed suit. The next morning, Lingio and the Four-Eyed One, reeking of alcohol, headed towards the funeral home. Lingio, you beast. This meal is my treat. Order whatever is expensive. The Four-Eyed One's heart was shattered, gritting his teeth in anger. Lingio grinned and said, I know you have a box of gold. You a wealthy man. Seriously, we are all fellow disciples. How can you be so stingy? Lingio complained while burping, glancing sideways. That money was given to me by customers. What does it have to do with you? You ate all night. You'll surely burst. The Four-Eyed Taoist glared. He tried to pry for information but ended up with nothing, merely watching his senior brother feast. At this point, the four eyes brightened, scrutinizing Lingio top to bottom, having gone a whole night without food, showing no signs of it. Stop looking. During this period, I have been cultivating a technique to enhance my vitality, greatly increasing my appetite. Previously, I had shared my techniques in the group, hoping to progress together. He had already begun practicing Shu's technique. The technique from the perfect world can refine the body but also requires a large amount of food. Coincidentally, the Four-Eyed One came knocking. Just a little bigger? Even a starving person can't eat as much as you, the Four-Eyed One said. Not good. Something has happened at the funeral home. Suddenly, Lingio shouted loudly and rushed out with great speed. Inside the funeral home, it was in shambles. Both doors had been forcefully broken open, and the yard was in disarray, as if recently plundered. Before long, Lingio figured it out. The coffin was scattered. The corpse was gone. Lingio furrowed his brows, staring at the broken coffin boards all over the room, his expression turning extremely grim. Senior brother, what exactly happened? Has the person in the coffin transformed into a zombie? The Four-Eyed One looked at this scene, already having a guess, his expression growing serious in that instant. Outside the funeral home, hurried footsteps and anxious voices were heard. Jushu, something has happened. At this moment, a voice rang out. Old Master Ren has been killed, and over a dozen people in the town have also been killed, dying inexplicably. Two strong youths came to report. What? Quickly, go check. Both Linjiao and the four-eyed one were stunned. A sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. I in the town, I in the square, lay numerous bodies covered with white cloth, surrounded by the cries of relatives. Linjiao and the four-eyed one checked each one, then huddled together to whisper. All killed by zombies. The four-eyed one's expression was grave. This is a serious matter. The countenance of the ninth uncle grew increasingly grim. Ren Weiyong not only drained the blood of his son, the venerable Ren Leoi, but also bore the weight of countless lives lost at his hands. A moment's carelessness could unleash a calamity, stirring a tempest of bloodshed. Ninth uncle. As the local gentry observed Linjiao and the Taoist Simu completing their examination, they hastened over to my father met a most tragic end. What is there to behold? Ren Tingting, clad in a white mourning garb, wept profusely. Cousin, I believe they were slain by a martial arts master. Captain Away leapt forth. Smack! The Taoist Simu delivered a sharp slap to Away's nape, exclaiming furiously, You little rascal, are you not satisfied with the death toll? What martial arts master? This is a zombie. As soon as the words escaped his lips, the gentry were struck with horror, shoving aside the fuming Captain Away and tremblingly inquiring of Linjiao, Ninth uncle, is this true? Witnessing the scene, Captain Away quelled his ire. The power within the town lay firmly in the hands of these gentry. As a mere captain, he dared not defy them. Indeed, the corpse of Elder Ren has undergone a transformation. It is likely already on the verge of rampaging. Linjiao nodded in acknowledgement. Grandfather? Ren Tingting gasped in shock, her face paling. What shall we do? The gentry were thoroughly frightened. They too feared for their lives, as over a dozen had perished overnight in exceedingly bizarre manners, uncertain if they would be next. Ninth uncle, you cannot turn a blind eye to this. The lives of thousands in this small town hang in the balance. The gentry, akin to drowning souls, looked to Linjiao with hope in their eyes. Linjiao nodded and proceeded to address the zombie issue. The immediate plan was to incinerate the corpse before nightfall, lest it rise again as a zombie. The gentry complied with the command, and a charred aroma began to waft through the square. The corpses were burned en masse to prevent any further undead from emerging. Night had fallen. At the ancestral hall, Linjiao and Simu donned yellow robes, surrounded by an array of talismans, bracing themselves for what was to come. Chapter 44. Brother, you haven't brought your wooden sword or any talismans? Ninth uncle, Taoist Simu, please partake of this tea. Ren Tingting emerged with 2 cups of tea, her demeanor significantly fortified compared to the morning. Tingting, be cautious. Linjiao warned, the first target for the zombie will be you. He accepted the teacup, instructing her. He brought Ren Tingting back to the ancestral hall, awaiting the zombie's inevitable approach. Indeed. Ren Tingting nodded, carrying the tray inside and shutting the door. As she reached the entrance, Simu remarked, Brother, tonight there may be more than just one zombie. Simu cast a glance into the room and asserted, Chiosing has been possessed. A chilling wind howled through the night, as countless vengeful spirits and zombies fixated their gaze upon the ancestral hall, bewitched by ghosts. Linjiao lamented, frustrated. He had long sensed the malevolent aura surrounding Chiosing, hence instructing Wen Kai to keep watch over him. His 2 disciples. Wen Kai was dull-witted. Chiosing was clever and adept, a potential candidate for cultivation. Yet, he fell prey to a seductive spirit, losing his virginity and jeopardizing his path of cultivation. Linjiao felt a deep sense of regret, yet was powerless to alter fate. This is troublesome. Elder Ren has turned into a zombie, and with the presence of spirits, it's a chaotic mess. Simu was visibly distressed. With ghosts after him, Chiosing would find it difficult to escape. Should the vengeful spirits and zombies converge, their combined presence would prove formidable. Rest easy, junior brother. Tonight, all will be well. Linjiao, clad in his Taoist robe, exuded confidence. Such bravado. Upon hearing this, Simu was momentarily taken aback by Linjiao's assured demeanor. Realizing that his brother had become somewhat unfamiliar in that instant, the talisman compass began to stir, its needle whirling chaotically, unable to discern direction. This is ghostly energy. Who goes there? He barked, reveal yourself. Simu abruptly rose, brandishing a peachwood sword, and shouted, "I in the courtyard." The yellow talisman paper affixed to the walls fluttered without wind, producing a rustling sound. The blood remained vividly red. Above in the heavens, at some unknown moment, the stars and moon had vanished, leaving only a darkened sky. Upon closer inspection, ominous clouds loomed, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Poised to engulf the humble ancestral hall, flickering flames became the sole source of light in this foreboding space. A thick atmosphere of malevolence permeated, reeking of decay, as the impending battle loomed. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The earth trembled violently, the entire ancestral hall quaking, as the recently repaired main gate shattered with a resounding crash, splintering wood flying everywhere. Roar! A towering figure emerged at the entrance, its complexion dark and fanged maw exuding a chilling aura. Letting out a fearsome roar, it was Ren Wei-yong, his eyes glinting with malice as he advanced towards the two figures in the courtyard, his body not rigid but enveloped in a cold, lifeless aura, forming a thin layer of frost in the air. "Brother, Elder Ren is undoubtedly a jumper zombie," Simu exclaimed in shock. Zombies possess varying strengths: purple zombies, white zombies, black zombies, jumper zombies, hairy zombies, and flying zombies, the weakest. The purple zombie holds minimal power, too timid to make a sound, lurking in graves in a daze. The highest tier, the flying zombie, can soar through the skies and cause rivers to run red with blood upon its arrival. Ren Wei-yong had only been a zombie for a day, and already dark fur sprouted from his limbs, his eyes capable of perceiving those around him, and he could walk, a truly terrifying and formidable foe. Some possess robust physiques, tough skin, and agile movements, capable of scaling walls and leaping high, no longer fearing sunlight. For ordinary Taoists, regardless of how many came, they would merely be fodder, utterly outmatched. "Ancestor, save me!" Simu's heart raced with trepidation. Leaving no room for carelessness as he unleashed his ultimate move, he hurled the peachwood sword towards Lin Ji's chamber, where the Maoshan Grandmaster resided. Then, he stomped his foot fiercely. "Wow, brother, he's going all out." In the room, Ren Tingting, Chiosing, and Wen Kai peered out cautiously. "Do not speak. If you let out the ancestor's energy, all will be lost." Wen Kai whispered urgently. "Is that true?" Ren Tingting inquired, puzzled. "Naturally. My master has cultivated the divine strike technique for decades, burning incense daily to harness this very energy. Once unleashed, it allows the ancestor to possess him, granting immense strength to vanquish demons and evil," Chiosing boasted, as the three exchanged their thoughts in the courtyard. Simu suddenly looked up, his face flushed, adopting a stance as his limbs swelled, his chest solid as stone. "Huh?" Simu turned, pounding his chest as he charged at Ren Wei-yong. "Roar!" Ren Wei-yong's eyes flashed with ferocity, his blood-red gaze transforming into two eerie orbs of light, as he bared his fangs and charged forward. Bang! In an instant, it was as if two frenzied bulls were locked in a deadly struggle. Producing a horrendous noise, amidst the swirling dust, the two figures swiftly separated, only to swiftly intertwine once more. Thud! This collision was even more violent than the last, creating gusts of wind. Simu's fist struck forth, generating sparks as it collided with the copper-skinned, iron-boned zombie, akin to the clash of metal. "Ah!" Ren Wei-yong howled in agony, his body sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a large hole. In contrast, Simu fared no better. Knocked back to Lin Ji's feet, his once robust form rapidly withering. "Ah, brother, I can't hold on any longer," Simu cried out, rising unsteadily, his fists trembling. "What a splendid divine strike technique, and yet, you have utterly botched it." Lin Jio shook his head, frustrated with his lack of progress. The divine strike technique could summon the four great ancestors to possess the practitioner, wielding tremendous power. Perfected, it could even invoke the divine abilities of their forebears. Clearly, Simu's cultivation was shallow, merely scratching the surface, incapable of summoning the ancestor to intervene. This Elder Ren is truly formidable. He has become a spirit. If you are so capable, then step up. Simu erupted in fury. Roar! Roar! Ren Wei-yong burst through the wall, his ceremonial attire tattered, hair disheveled, appearing somewhat disheveled yet unscathed. In that moment, his ferocity surged. Having caught the scent of kin, he charged into the room, intent on draining Rintingting's blood to augment his strength. Abomination, prepare to meet your end. Witnessing this, Lin Jiu bellowed, leaping from his chair and rushing towards Ren Weiyong. Alas, the Taoist of the Four Eyes fixed his gaze and was nearly paralyzed with fright. Before him stood Lin Jiu, clad in a yellow robe, charging at Ren Weiyong with bare hands. He hastily called out, "Brother, you have neither brought your wooden sword nor your charms." Chapter 45. What the heck? This Taoist? Upon finishing his words, the Taoist was left speechless. Lin Jiu's form was agile, resembling a great bird swooping down upon its prey, unstoppable in his momentum, as golden rays flickered from his hands. Producing a thunderous roar, bang! His fists skillfully struck towards Ren Weiyong. In an instant, sparks flew, and the power was astonishing. Roar! Ren Weiyong was sent flying, his body swaying as he let out cries of agony. In just one move, Lin Jiu, relying solely on his physical prowess, had repelled his opponent. The Four-Eyes Taoist stood in shock. Who, in truth, was the zombie? When had his own brother become this formidable? The Taoist felt as though this moment was surreal. Inside the room, Rintingting and the others stared wide-eyed. What is happening? Why do I feel that Uncle Jiu is the real zombie? Rintingting was utterly baffled. In a way, Master, when did you become this powerful? Have you been hiding your true abilities? When Kai and Qiusheng were equally perplexed at that moment, Lin Jiu spoke. Qiusheng, when Kai, bring forth my trump card, he bellowed, engaging in combat with the zombie. Master, I am here. Upon hearing, when Kai and Qiusheng finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving a heavy object wrapped in black cloth from behind the door, struggling under its weight. What is it? The old Taoist of the Four Eyes looked at the towering object shrouded in black cloth, curiosity etched on his face. When Kai and Qiusheng shook their heads, indicating ignorance. Just then, they suddenly felt a lightness in their bodies. Lin Jiu had returned, effortlessly lifting the black cloth-wrapped item and charging once again at Ren Weiyong. At this critical juncture, Lin Jiu unleashed his ultimate weapon, engaging the zombie in fierce combat. Qiusheng, he shouted, his voice laden with temptation. Immediately, a bewitching figure appeared atop the eaves, winking at Qiusheng. It was Dong Xiaoyu. Upon hearing her words, Qiusheng staggered, his gaze becoming dreamy. You insolent wretch, daring to seduce my disciple. Begone at once, or I shall ensure your soul is scattered. The Four-Eyes Taoist panted heavily, one hand gripping Qiusheng's shoulder, while the other brandished a peachwood sword, scolding the malevolent spirit. You foul Taoist, if you can survive tonight, come back and kill me, Dong Xiaoyu retorted coldly. This night, the zombie was indeed terrifying. She had avoided the one encountered on the road at all costs. Thus, Dong Xiaoyu believed that none present would survive until dawn. By then, all the elders would be dead, and Qiusheng could take her along to live freely. Contemplating this, a strange smile crept across Dong Xiaoyu's lips as she instinctively glanced at the zombie. That glance nearly sent her into a panic. Damn it. Take this, Lin Jiu, after grasping the black cloth-wrapped object, leaped into the air like a divine monkey, swinging the cloth with force. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. Ren Weiyong was struck hard, his body sinking into the ground. Roar! The zombie was injured. Even its ironclad body suffered severe damage. Black blood mixed with the scent of bone oozing from Rian. A chilling gust swept through the willow-lined alley and the ancestral hall, mingling with the laughter of infants, evoking an unsettling sensation. Above, the ominous clouds suddenly descended, morphing into a grotesque human visage that bared its teeth and clawed towards the ancestral hall. It seemed that a mere bite from this monstrous face would rend a person to shreds. The malevolent infant devoured souls. This old rascal, steeped in dark sorcery, was oblivious to the countless innocent lives he had extinguished. Taoist Simu shuddered, cursing under his breath, a confrontation with a master. This exemplifies the disparity. The sinister practitioner before him wielded powers that were anything but ordinary, insidious and formidable. Alone, he would be doomed. The only recourse was to rally the people of Maoshan to act in unison. No wonder he could transform Ren Weiyong into a zombie. He was indeed formidable. At this moment, Taoist Simu found himself utterly at a loss. Pinning all his hopes on Lin Jiu, a roar erupted, its sound waves crashing like a tidal wave, shaking the very earth. Taoist Simu widened his eyes, his expression one of sheer horror. Master, when Kai and Qiu Shang stared blankly at Lin Jiao. Bewildered, Ren Tingting froze, her complexion drained of color. Run, we will die. We will die. The prowess of this Taoist was terrifying. Dong Xiaoyu shivered, instinctively turning to flee beyond the ancestral hall's confines. The horror was overwhelming. She was genuinely frightened, no longer daring to entice Qiu Shang, as a ghostly entity. She even felt as if she were encountering a specter. Dragon Emperor's formula: exterminate evil. Lin Jiao radiated with golden light, illuminating the sky. Everyone gasped as the golden glow coalesced into a half-meter-long, finger-thick golden dragon, both slender and terrifying. The golden dragon roared, its majestic might shattering the ominous clouds above. Lin Jiao sighed. In comparison to Yingzheng, he felt woefully inadequate. Decades of accumulation seemed trivial before a monarch. The golden dragon, transformed by the dragon transformation technique, was merely a small dragon. Yet, it was more than sufficient to confront the adversary at hand. What kind of Taoist magic are you employing? How can Maoshan possess such a powerful legacy? The elder in midair was momentarily taken aback before revealing a frenzied expression. You will pay for the destruction of my 20 years of effort with your lives. With that, he began to cast a spell. Go. However, Lin Jiao granted him no opportunity. He extended a finger, and the tiny golden dragon soared skyward, shooting directly into the heavens. In an instant, the golden dragon vanished, only to reappear before the elder. With a thunderous roar, the dragon unleashed its formidable presence, stirring up dust and sending beasts into a frenzy, the void trembling with fearsome intensity. Impossible! The elder, a sinister practitioner, trembled at the sight of the golden dragon, terror etched across his face, nearly succumbing to fright. The overwhelming power of the dragon raised every hair on his body. The elder, having devoted over 2 decades to crafting this corpse, had meticulously researched Lin Jiao. Naturally, he harbored deep-seated fears of this Maoshan Taoist, thus allowing Ren Weiyong to draw his blood multiple times. He had also prepared for this moment. Yet, why? The Taoist appeared transformed, exuding an astonishing vitality, his physique robust enough to match a zombie, even wielding a massive bone staff to incapacitate Ren Weiyong. This was not all. This time, he had summoned a golden dragon from miles away to confront him. The elder could not comprehend why Lin Jiao had grown so powerful in such a short span. There was no time for contemplation. With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon lunged at the sinister practitioner. No, Lin Taoist, spare me! The elder screamed, as if facing a dreadful fate in the blink of an eye. The elder's cries were abruptly silenced, his form exploding into a mist of blood, lifeless beyond revival. Ren Weiyong, too, lay motionless, his body collapsing to the ground, blood and flesh instantly pooling into a crimson puddle, revealing ghastly white bones. The tumultuous scene in the sky came to an abrupt halt, tranquility swiftly resuming. The ominous clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the stars and moon, casting a serene light, peaceful and harmonious point. One cannot change their nature. No matter how much the landscape shifts, a person who slaughters indiscriminately cannot possibly repent. Begging for mercy at death's door is merely an expression of fear. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Jiao's eyes. He felt no sympathy for a remorseless murderer. As a cultivator, it was his duty to vanquish demons and maintain peace. He held firmly to this belief. Had it not been for his selection by the Emperor in the chat group, and his subsequent cultivation of the group's techniques, countless innocents might have been ensnared in today's calamity. Hence, Lin Jiao would never allow the true instigator to escape justice. Within the ancestral hall, Ren Tingting, when Kai and Qiu Shang remained ensnared in shock, unable to recover their senses, that moment, their gazes towards Lin Jiao resembled that of reverence for a deity. With a mere wave of his hand, a golden dragon appeared before him. My senior brother is extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 47. Who is the new member? Taoist Simu stood in a daze, murmuring to himself. He suddenly felt that perhaps his senior brother was indeed correct. He was truly on the path to immortality. In the primordial world, within the 33 heavens, the Eastern King was enveloped in the divine light of the great Tao. Behind him, the laws of order unfolded, manifesting overwhelming phenomena. Chaotic seas, bright moons, and azure lotuses, all-encompassing and profoundly mysterious. Simultaneously, boundless mysteries of the great Tao cascaded from the river of time, forming a mighty resonance that influenced endless realms. A tremendous sound erupted. A vast golden wheel of fortune silently emerged, emanating brilliant divine light, illuminating the ages, and revealing the true essence of the great Tao. The Eastern King's cultivation steadily ascended. After the celestial court's deification, he entered seclusion, intent on breaking through to the realm of the primal chaos golden immortal, advancing his powers further. For the beings of the primordial world, this was an arduous task requiring immense strength and willpower. Yet for the Eastern King, it posed no challenge. In fact, he would require far less than several 100,000 years to achieve the breakthrough. Boom! The vast river of time and space trembled, the yin and yang interchanging. Centered around the Eastern King, countless worlds unfolded, teeming with life. Many beings emerged, their expressions filled with reverence as they bowed before the Eastern King, chanting praises. The heavenly Emperor Donghua, eternal and indomitable. The heavenly Emperor Donghua can accomplish anything. The chorus of admiration resonated, reaching the outer world, influencing the order of the great Dao. In an instant, the three flowers atop the Eastern King's head blossomed, attaining an exalted level. A trace of primordial energy radiated from him. At that moment, the Eastern King began to undergo a transformation. In the path of cultivation, each level is worlds apart. The disparities between each realm are immense. Below the sage level, all are mere ants. This illustrates the harshness of the cultivation realm and the terror of those at the sage level. However, the chasm between the primal chaos golden immortal and the great Luo golden immortal is no trivial matter. The differences between the two are vast, like the gulf between heaven and earth. The Tai gathers the five energies within, touching the laws. The great Luo, with three flowers atop, condenses the Tao fruit and comprehends the laws. The primal chaos initiation comprehends the primordial, using the power of rules to temper the Tao fruit, requiring formidable magic and willpower to attain enlightenment. This is the terror of the primal chaos golden immortal. It is said that even a great Luo golden immortal would find survival challenging before a primal chaos golden immortal. As time ticked away, the Eastern King's transformation became increasingly evident at that very moment. In the chaos within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun sat cross-legged upon a high platform, his expression indifferent, resembling a celestial deity looking down upon the myriad beings below. In this moment, everyone felt that although Hong Jun seemed near, he appeared to transcend an era, crossing countless epochs to be encountered. An unparalleled power erupted from his being, shattering time and space, commanding the order of heaven and earth, evoking trepidation among all below, the three pure ones. The Western saints and Enwa all felt a tremor in their hearts, instinctively lowering their heads, a flicker of reverence arising within them. The six individuals contemplated deeply, each with their own thoughts. Yet, they shared the same question. The third sermon had yet to commence. What could be the purpose of summoning them? This time, I have called you here to ask, are you willing to become my disciples? Hong Jun, without any pretense, directly revealed his intentions. He yearned for the swift emergence of a sage to uphold the order of the primordial world and maintain the stability of the prevailing situation. The series of actions taken by Dong Wanggong resembled the butterfly effect, beginning to influence the grand trend of the primordial realm. Only with the arrival of a sage could the situation be stabilized, preventing Dong Wanggong from stirring up any tumult. Heavenly Tao Sage. Are you willing? With this thought, Hong Jun unveiled another explosive revelation. What? Seeking a master? Achieving sagehood? Upon hearing these words, the three purities and others were instantly taken aback, their hearts racing with fervor, nearly bursting from excitement. To be summoned by a sage was indeed a monumental opportunity. To be accepted as a disciple of a sage implied having the sage's backing, in the entire primordial realm. Who could possibly contend with them? Moreover, achieving sagehood. Ever since Hong Jun attained enlightenment and witnessed the methods of the sages, they no longer dared to be the slightest bit complacent. Achieving sagehood was the most coveted and earnest desire of all beings. The realm of the sage stood as the supreme existence within the primordial world. Below the sage, all were but ants. How terrifying this was! Yet, despite the yearning of all beings, no one could step foot into the realm of sages, let alone attain sagehood. Now, The opportunity to attain sagehood lay before the three purities and the two formidable beings of the West. How could they not be stirred? We are willing to be disciples under the Tao ancestor. The two elders of the Western sect were the first to respond, immediately kneeling on the ground and bowing repeatedly. The three purities are also willing to be disciples under the Tao ancestor. I am willing to be your disciple. The three purities and Yuhua followed suit and bowed down. Excellent. Hongjun glanced at the 6 individuals kneeling before him, nodding in satisfaction, a hint of a smile gracing his stern countenance. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Dong Wanggong had reached a critical moment of breakthrough. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached their zenith, and his Tao fruit had attained its utmost form, undergoing a profound transformation. The laws of fortune manifested, revealing themselves to the world, distorting time and space. A colossal force of fortune emanated from the golden wheel of fortune, surging forth like ocean waves, shaking the entire realm. In an instant, countless powers erupted. Break. With a single thought, Dong Wanggong unleashed the overwhelming magical power from within, instantly shattering his bottleneck and attaining a new height. In the next moment, he achieved the status of a mixed-element golden immortal. Boom! A terrifying aura of the mixed-element golden immortal erupted from Dong Wanggong, causing the river of time and space to tremble, with silvery mist swirling forth, reminiscent of the primordial era. Clang! Dong Wanggong opened his eyes, golden light radiating, causing the void to quiver, the space to warp, and the rules to evolve and twist. His eyes seemed to transform into an expansive galaxy, an infinite universe overlapping. Delivering an unparalleled shock, mixed-element golden immortal. A slight smile graced Dong Wanggong's face as he grasped the air, feeling the surging and terrifying power within him, astonished at the same time. The cultivation of a mixed-element golden immortal transcended the limitations of time and space. With a mere wave of his hand, he could manifest myriad laws, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. This was the power following the initial entry into the realm of the mixed-element golden immortal, a concept entirely distinct from that of the great Luo golden immortal. Mixed-element golden immortal. I can finally control my own life. After sensing for a moment, Dong Wanggong dissipated the oppressive aura of the mixed-element golden immortal. Suddenly, a wave of excitement washed over him. Ding! A new member has joined the group. Huh! Dong Wanggong was taken aback. Who is the new member? In the primordial realm, the 33 heavens, Dong Wanggong smiled, his gaze brightening. Finally, a new member has joined the chat. Chapter 48. What a mess? A thought crossed his mind, and a virtual panel appeared in the group. Within the chat, 2 messages continuously flashed, alerting all members. Ding, new member Beiliang Wang has joined the group. Ding, new member, Shuius Sword Immortal, has joined. Human Slayer Su Xiao and Li Hani. And 2 at once. Dong Wanggong was momentarily stunned. It had been quite some time since anyone had joined at that moment. Ying Zheng, Lin Jiu, Huang Rong, and Shi Hao had undergone significant changes. He initially thought that the multiverse chat group would dwindle down to a small group of 5. However, on this day, 2 new members had joined, each a person of great renown. Su Xiao, the king of Beiliang, known as the Human Slayer, was the protagonist Su Fengyan's father. He was the only foreign prince of the Liang dynasty, commanding the 30,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang. This man was notorious for having destroyed 6 kingdoms, striking terror across the land, and eliminating countless martial factions, his might suppressing both the martial world and the court. His achievements caused the Liang emperor to lose sleep, constantly plotting against him. His wife, Wu Su, perished under the emperor's schemes, becoming renowned in the world of Shuezhong as the White Case. Ultimately, after passing on the title of king of Beiliang to Su Fengyan, Su Xiao met his demise. Su Fengyan had yet to return to Beiliang, and the plot had not yet unfolded. Dong Wanggong clicked on Su Xiao's profile, utilizing the group owner's privileges to view his information. He discovered that Su Fengyan was traversing the world with a subpar horse and yellow wine, yet to return. This indicated that the plot had not yet commenced. Subsequently, Dong Wanggong closed Su Xiao's information and began to examine hers. Li Hani, from the world of Youngsong, the second lord of Shuius City, Shuius Sword Immortal, one of the 5 sword immortals. She wielded the Iron Horse and Ice River, and the Listen to the Rain Sword. Her demeanor was quite aloof. Her background was complex. She was the eldest daughter of the Qinglong envoy, Li Xinyue, one of the 4 guardians of Tianqi, and her father, Lei Mingsha from the Lei family. was the master of Jinshin Tomb, Li Suwang, who was also the master and sister of the protagonist Lei Wuji. She fell in love at first sight with Zhao Yuzhen from Qingqing Mountain, but due to a series of unforeseen events, the two became separated. Only after Li Hani was assassinated did they resolve their misunderstandings, but Zhao Yuzhen was gravely injured and ensnared by the power of the great dragon elephant, leading to her demise. From then on, she lived in solitude. Li Hani, only 14 years old, resided in Shuyue Kingdom with her teacher, Li Changsheng. Dong Wanggong checked and found that Li Hani was still very young, had not yet left Shuyue City, nor entered Tianqi. She had no fame and had not challenged Qingqing Mountain, nor encountered Zhao Yuzhen. The tragic future had yet to unfold. Not long after, Ying Zhang and the others appeared, chattering excitedly. Qin Shi Huang, another rookie has arrived. I am Ying Zhang. Welcome to all of you, Zombie Taoist. It's wonderful to have two newcomers together. Welcome, Beast Milk Emperor. I am Shi Hao. Welcome to the newbies. Huang Rong. Is this the Shuyue Sword Immortal? Excellent. It seems I am not the only girl in the group. Shuyue Sword Immortal. Hello, may I ask what this place is? Who are you? Huang Rong. Sister. This is a multiverse chat group. We are not entirely sure what it is, but this group has a special function that can transcend space and facilitate communication, Huang Rong enthusiastically explained to Li Hani. Shuyue Sword Immortal. Another world. Shuyue City. Li Hani stared at the messages in the group, utterly stunned. Such a miraculous thing existed in the world, capable of transcending time and space, allowing people from two worlds to communicate. It was truly astonishing. If Li Hani were not certain this was real, she would have doubted her sanity. After all, this news was overwhelmingly shocking, difficult to accept. Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, we come from different worlds. Daoist Lin is a Maoshan priest, dedicated to slaying demons and maintaining peace in the realm. Miss Huang is a member of the martial world and now the founding ancestor of the Chuanjin sect. While the little one hails from the perfect world, gifted beyond measure. Just a little rascal, I am the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. Shuyue Sword Immortal. Wait, give me a moment. This is too shocking. Li Hani rubbed her fair cheeks vigorously with both hands, gasping for breath until she finally calmed down. Redirecting her attention to the group, she continued sending messages. Shuyue Sword Immortal. So, I am among those chosen in the group? Zombie Taoist. Indeed. If it hadn't been for the selection, how could there be only 6 people in the group? Oh no, 7 now. Only then did everyone remember there was a new arrival. A profound silence fell over the group. In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Xiao, Beast Milk Emperor, King of Bailiang, the new one. Pleased to meet you, Huang Rong. This newbie is surprisingly composed. Huang Rong and the others, like Li Hani, were equally astonished and incredulous, frantically messaging in the group to uncover the truth of the situation. Among the members, only Dong Wanggong maintained his calm demeanor upon witnessing the chat group. Qin Shi Huang. This newcomer is so composed. Could it be that he is an esteemed figure like the Emperor? Zombie Taoist. Terrifying. The seasoned members of the group began to discuss animatedly. Li Hani observed the interactions among these seniors. Soon, she discovered a pivotal point in the conversation. Emperor? Who is he? Why does everyone speak with such reverence and admiration? Li Hani was perplexed. She opened the group chat and saw at the top of the list the group owner's name flashing. Heavenly Emperor Donghua Emperor. Even the group name was different, with the purple gold font subtly revealing the fleeting shadow of a golden dragon. Heavenly Emperor, Donghua Emperor. What does this mean? Li Hani was left speechless, her face a canvas of astonishment. What a formidable name! She was entirely unaware of who Dong Wanggong was. Yet, merely the title was enough to leave one dumbfounded. This was the Heavenly Emperor. To take heaven as a title and emperor as another, what unparalleled arrogance! Such an overwhelming force could scarcely be borne by the mightiest, for the consequences were too great. Could it be that this group leader was truly a celestial being? A chill ran down Li Hani's spine, and she swallowed hard in silence. In that very moment, Su Xiao made his appearance. King of Bailiang. What nonsense is this? King of Bailiang. I am the butcher of Bailiang, having annihilated 6 states, gallivanting through the rivers and lakes, and casting a shadow over the imperial court. The last of the Liang dynasty. You aberrations dare to act with such audacity. In the world of snow, Su Xiao gazed at the virtual chat box before him, his eyes glazed over, simmering with rage. He was engulfed in the sorrow of his late wife, Wu Su. with his children absent, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of loneliness. In that moment, the weight of solitude bore down upon him, making him wish for nothing more than to drown his sorrows in drink. After downing a few cans of strong liquor, a message popped up in the group. Surely, it was the souls of those I have slain, transformed into wandering spirits, seeking to trouble me while I am inebriated. How infuriating! Chapter 49. Fusion Su Xiao was utterly dazed, his limbs feeling somewhat unresponsive. He thought it was merely a dream, an unreal one at that. Anger coursed through him, for he had not slept soundly while paying tribute to his deceased wife. Instead, there lingered an unshakable feeling of haunting spirits. In the group chat, everyone stared at Su Xiao in disbelief. Huang Rong, what an impressive newcomer! Beast Milk Emperor. What the hell? This newcomer is exceedingly arrogant, daring to call us wandering spirits. Qin Shi Huang. Could it be that someone here is more audacious than I? However, in the past, my general Bai Qi of Qin was also known as a butcher. Zombie Taoist. King of Bailiang, my friend, I must caution you. While anything goes in this group, never offend the group leader. The heavenly Emperor Donghua, or even from 2 worlds apart, the Emperor will find a way to punish you. Lin Jiu kindly reminded, sensing that Su Zhao's situation was rather peculiar, and he should not provoke the other party unduly. King of Bailiang, Heavenly Emperor Donghua? King of Bailiang. What an intimidating name, King of Bailiang. I was just boasting that my son is the reincarnation of Jinwu the Great, Qin Shi Huang. Jinwu the Great is nothing. The Emperor is not to be trifled with. Huang Rong. King of Bailiang, I recommend you check the preserved live broadcasts in the group. One must hold the Emperor in awe, or even as a member of the group. There will be no refuge for you in the myriad worlds, Beast Milk Emperor. Has he gone mad? Zombie Taoist. He seems to be quite inebriated. Message after message appeared on the screen. After a long while, Su Xiao fell silent. Huang Rong. This person is either truly drunk or simply an idiot. Qin Shi Huang. How amusing, this king of Bailiang possesses a certain charm. Beast Milk Emperor. Haha. I am eager to see the expression on his face when he awakens. I truly hope he goes live, as it would certainly be a tale worth sharing, drawing in more onlookers. Zombie Taoist. Such a small person with such grand ambitions. Yet, I too wish to witness this. Su Xiao wreaks havoc in the chat group. A newcomer has arrived, and the excitement is palpable. Dong Wang Gong smiled faintly, closing the chat group. The arrival of a newcomer could not be more fortuitous. The influx of fortune and power would accelerate his own growth. Particularly, the king of Bailiang, whose strength, while not on par with Ing Zheng, was nonetheless formidable. Upon successful conversion, he could rapidly provide an immense source of fortune. In the kingdom of Bailiang, Su Xiao held significant prestige, commanding countless followers. Thus, Dong Wang Gong regarded Su Xiao with particular interest. As he pondered how to accrue even more fortune, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Calculating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the devout Shiji Ling Lu God. Ding! Due to the Lu God's mysterious identity and formidable strength, the acquired fortune will multiply tenfold. 2,000 fortune gained. Lu God. Dong Wang Gong paused at this notification. He was well aware of this individual. The Beast Milk Emperor's teacher, a friend of his, revered as the primal sacrificial spirit within the perfect world, was worshipped by countless souls. He had never anticipated that the Lu God would become his follower so swiftly and with such fervor. With a flick of his mind, a massive wheel of fortune appeared behind him, revealing a breathtaking sight in the river of time and space. Countless individuals prostrated before Dong Wang Gong, among whom a grand willow stood out, enveloped in a resplendent halo, emanating threads of fortune that blended into Dong Wang Gong's essence. Observing this scene, Dong Wang Gong nodded in satisfaction. The notifications continued. Ding! Calculating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100,000 followers. Ding! Congratulations to the group leader for acquiring 10,000 intermediate followers. Ding! Congratulations to the group leader for acquiring fortune. Ding! Permissions unlocked. Ding! Congratulations to the group leader for obtaining 500 billion fortune. 500 billion. Dong Wang Gong was beside himself with joy. This was no trifling sum. Most crucially, this was merely the first wave. There would be an unceasing stream of benefits to follow. As long as Ing Zheng, Shi Hao, Huang Rong, and Lin Jiu continued to uphold his idol, their world would gradually transform into a realm of devotion to Dong Wang Gong. The ranks of his followers were perpetually ascending, beginner, intermediate, advanced, devout, fervent. What bliss! Contemplating this, Dong Wanggong became increasingly exhilarated. To reap fortune without exertion was akin to having pie fall from the sky. Subsequently, endowed with fortune, Dong Wanggong began to amplify his own strength, boom, with a grand wave of his hand. The dragon head staff and the eastern blue lotus banner materialized in the art in the heavens. The power emanating from the two supreme innate spiritual treasures shook the entire hall. With the force of fortune, he sought to refine the innate restrictions within. Dong Wanggong's eyes lit up. The more innate restrictions there were, the greater the power. With a monumental amount of fortune at his disposal, he aimed to thoroughly refine both the dragon head staff and the eastern blue lotus banner, seizing control over the full spectrum of their might. In the Fortune Golden Tome, Dong Wanggong contemplated producing 2 copies of the Fortune Golden Tome. With his extraordinary comprehension, he had grasped the essence of the tome, leading to his current achievements. Dong Wanggong realized that during the great calamity of creation, this innate spiritual treasure had been shattered. With ample fortune, he could restore this city to its former glory. His heart brimmed with anticipation. If he could completely mend the Fortune Golden Tome, might he not acquire the legendary Chaos spiritual treasure? Boom! The wheel of fortune spun slowly. An overwhelming surge of fortune flowed, causing the laws of myriad methods to tremble, as the radiant path of fortune blossomed throughout this realm. A colossal amount of fortune surged into the dragon-head staff, the eastern blue lotus banner, and the Fortune Golden Tome. Dong Wanggong's fortune was rapidly consumed at an astonishing rate, measured in hundreds of billions. The results were truly remarkable. Boom, boom. The innate restrictions within the dragon-head staff and the eastern blue lotus banner were swiftly refined at an extraordinary pace. As 200 billion fortune poured into the treasures, a scene that left Dong Wanggong utterly astounded unfolded. Heavenly Court. Countless phenomena manifested within this palace. The river of time materialized, the order of the great Tao coalesced. Radiating brilliance, the laws shimmering, hundreds of billions of fortune crashed before Dong Wanggong. At long last, the 2 volumes of the Fortune Golden Tome began to exhibit strange transformations, giving rise to extraordinary phenomena. Fusion. Dong Wanggong's gaze shifted from the dragon-head staff and the eastern blue lotus banner, his eyes glinting with brilliance. Guided by the flow of fortune, the 2 volumes of the Fortune Golden Tome began to merge slowly. Boom! In an instant, an indescribably supreme aura emerged quietly, surpassing the rivers of time and space, transcending the 3,000 laws. The Fortune Golden Tome flipped through its pages, as if revealing the annals of history, disrupting the flow of time. This aura was undoubtedly that of a chaos spiritual treasure. Dong Wanggong was left in shock. He was the master of the heavenly court, the leader of all male immortals. A mixed Yuan golden immortal. At this moment, he drew ever closer to that supreme aura, his body trembling as he felt an overwhelming pressure. Buzz! The combined Fortune Golden Tome radiated unparalleled might. Dong Wanggong infused 1 trillion fortune into it, restoring this innate spiritual treasure of the chaos demon god to its former glory, radiating with brilliance. At this moment, the power of the chaos spiritual treasure surged forth from the river of time, shaking the myriad worlds with a single tremor. Upon it, dazzling lights shone, unstoppable, a manifestation of fortune's power, reverberating through the ages, connecting past, present, and future. Truly astonishing. Such was the terrifying nature of the chaos spiritual treasure. So immensely powerful, the entire body of Dong Wanggong was enveloped in a prickling sensation as he encountered the formidable might of the chaos spiritual treasure for the very first time. After all, such treasures are exceedingly rare. They are manifestations of the supreme Tao within the chaos realm. In contrast, the forces capable of nurturing such treasures are utterly absent in the vast wilderness. Comparatively, the chaos spiritual treasure surpasses even the innate spiritual treasures in potency. Within the primordial wilderness, there exists but one such treasure. The creation jade disc held by Hong Jun, a supreme being who attained enlightenment through Pangu. Regrettably, it was destroyed during the great opening cataclysm, and the shards of the creation jade disc have since been lost. Even now, it has yet to be restored, its grade having diminished. Although it cannot unleash the full might of a chaos treasure, it remains formidable in its own right. Now, however, there are two such treasures. With a chaos spiritual treasure in his possession, who among the few could possibly rival me? Even after the third sermon, should the Tao Saints descend? It is not beyond the realm of possibility that I may still possess the strength to counterattack. Unable to contain the excitement bubbling within, Dong Wang Gong erupted into a hearty laughter. The expenditure this time amounted to an astounding 14 billion. He had acquired a chaos spiritual treasure, alongside a fully refined dragon head staff and the Eastern Green Lotus treasure flag, resulting in a dramatic surge in his power. It was absolutely worth it. Given Dong Wang Gong's current rate of advancement, he harbored a feeling that even if the Tao Saints descended, they would find it difficult to suppress him. In fact, it was not inconceivable that he could compel the Tao Saints to bow in submission in the not-so-distant future. Such was the scale of his ambition. Having arrived in the primordial wilderness, he would not be content to remain in the shadows of others. To cultivate, one must strive to become the strongest. Even the three pure ones and Tao ancestor Hong Jun would have to lower their heads before him. For ages, Tao ancestor Hong Jun had regarded Dong Wang Gong as merely a pawn, disposable at will. Yet, Dong Wang Gong was determined to demonstrate to Hong Jun who the true pawn was. The outcome yet to be determined. In the world of Xuezhong, the Bailiang royal mansion stood majestically atop Qingliang Mountain, an abode of unparalleled luxury. It could be said to be the most opulent place in existence. From halfway up the mountain, the lakes transformed into an expansive ocean, bedecked with breathtaking scenery, pavilions, and towers, with 9-tiered pavilions reaching skyward. After witnessing the grandeur of the royal mansion, they finally comprehended the magnificence of this Bailiang king. At that moment, at the grave of the princess, Su Xiao, clad in resplendent brocade, was reclining against the tombstone, slumbering, with 4 or 5 wine jars scattered at his feet, as the glaring sunlight fell upon his face. Su Xiao gradually opened his eyes, rising to gently caress his wife's tombstone, his gaze filled with sorrow and nostalgia. As he stepped away from the princess's grave, the grief on Su Xiao's face had vanished. The once lame middle-aged man regained his former dignity. In the chat group, Qin Shi Huang, the zombie Taoist, had stirred his mind to the point where he could not even dream in peace, all mere illusions. Su Xiao recalled his previous remarks in the group, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, contemplating whether to invite the priests from Wudong Mountain for a ritual. In that very instant, a spark of inspiration ignited in Su Xiao's mind, and he opened the group chat. Buzz! A virtual dialogue box materialized before him, tantalizingly close yet unattainable. Su Xiao stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief, absorbing each comment from the group members, each undeniably genuine, with his own prior remarks visible above. The chat group spanning the myriad realms was indeed authentic. Su Xiao could hardly believe it, pondering whether the individuals within the group were truly real. His expression shifted as he recalled how he had disregarded everyone's objections and offended a significant figure in his earlier comments. Glancing at the messages in the group, panic surged within him. The members appeared extraordinary, including sovereigns and those who vanquished demons and spirits. Moreover, those thriving within the group were surely not ordinary individuals. Yes, the live broadcast playback. Huang Rong's words caught Su Xiao's attention. He scoured the group for the live stream, finally locating it, and eagerly clicked to play. In an instant, the live broadcast unfolded before him, revealing a scene that was nothing short of breathtaking. Su Xiao was left utterly dumbfounded. He saw the heavenly court of the 33 heavens, soaring into the clouds, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters. A sight of unparalleled beauty, dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants graced the scene, alongside awe-inspiring divine beasts. Yet these creatures were either steeds or guardians. The divine ranking was unveiled, shrouded in mist, as countless figures appeared, bowing to the heavenly emperor. Each individual radiated a terrifying celestial light, suppressing the heavens and earth, causing the very void to tremble. Even through the screen, an eerie sensation washed over him. These individuals were indeed immortals. Su Xiao's spirit faltered. Trembling uncontrollably, the Bailiang kingdom stood no chance against such celestial beings. He even believed that if a divine beast from the celestial court were to emerge and sneeze, it could obliterate the Bailiang royal mansion, laying waste to the entirety of Bailiang, leaving it barren. In that moment, Su Xiao grasped why several individuals in the group treated the group leader with utmost reverence. He realized he had offended a terrifying existence. As the broadcast concluded, the screen darkened, and Su Xiao felt his pallid face illuminated in the darkness. 365 Celestial Lords, the officiators of the heavenly court. With a mere wave of his hand, he refined the entire world into a pool of fortune, the ruler of myriad immortals, commanding the heavens and earth. Therefore, the words spoken by the individuals in the group were not exaggerations, but rather stark realities. The group leader, Emperor Donghua, the heavenly emperor, he truly possessed the capability to pursue and eliminate an individual across the realms. What a perilous situation! Having entered the chat group spanning myriad realms, he had already offended the heavenly emperor. How could he possibly navigate this predicament? Su Xiao felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 51. The Teachings of an Eternal Emperor in the Realm of Youthful Song. Within the city of Shueyue, the towering Tongtian pavilion rose into the heavens. Li Hani sat with her sword in hand, gazing from the window, which offered a panoramic view of the entire Shuya city. That moment, her exquisitely beautiful visage was etched with shock. The group leader was not merely an immortal. He was also a sovereign of great renown. Li Hani had watched the playback of the live broadcast multiple times, her heart brimming with astonishment. The group leader, the heavenly emperor, Donghua, represented an existence of unparalleled nobility. The so-called immortals paled in comparison to Donghua, merely pawns beneath his command. Truly, the group leader was invincible. Li Hani's heart raced as she comprehended the terrifying opportunity presented to her by the chat group spanning myriad realms. To witness the grandeur of the heavenly emperor was an immense honor. Half a day later, Li Hani finally quelled the tumultuous waves within her heart. Then, she recalled the events of the previous day. Thank goodness, I did not act impulsively like the Bailiang King. Speaking recklessly in the group with a sigh, she acknowledged that her humble demeanor since joining the group had proven to be the right choice. At that moment, the Bailiang King was likely trembling in fear. Just then, the group buzzed with activity once more. Bailiang King, is anyone here? Newcomer Su reporting in. Su Xiao anxiously addressed the group, awaiting their responses. Time dragging on. As he observed the flurry of messages, he finally exhaled in relief. Huang Rong, Newcomer Su, Bailiang King. Senior, your command. Qin Shi Huang, damn. Wasn't it promised that the Bailiang King Su Xiao would be a ruthless butcher? And yet, after just one day, you've become so presumptuous, zombie Taoist. Brother, give me a moment. I need to adjust to this, Beast Milk Emperor. I rather enjoy your arrogant demeanor in the group. I want to see more, Shuyu Sword Immortal. I have arrived as well. I in the group, laughter erupted as members reacted to Su Xiao's message. Such mirth was a rare occurrence, as it filled the chat with joy. Bailiang King. Oh dear, everyone, please refrain from teasing Su. I deeply regret it, Bailiang King. Su Xiao was merely intoxicated yesterday. Please forgive me, a novice. In this moment, the Bailiang King lowered his stature significantly, referring to himself as Su. If only the denizens of the snowy world could witness this scene, they would be astonished beyond measure. Alas, yesterday he had spoken arrogantly. Yet, he was adaptable. Qin Shi Huang. I'm quite fine, Beast Milk Emperor, very well. My heart is as broad as that of the first emperor. I forgive you, Huang Rong. Ha ha ha, let us enjoy ourselves. I won't hold it against you, zombie Taoist. Thankfully, you restrained yourself yesterday and did not speak too insolently. Otherwise, Shuyu Sword Immortal. No worries, initially, the group members took it lightly, merely reveling in the spectacle. Bailiang King. The magnanimity of the great figures leaves Su Xiao feeling quite ashamed. Seeing that everyone was unperturbed, Su Xiao finally relaxed. However, the unease in his heart remained unabated. His greatest concern was the group leader, Emperor Donghua, who had yet to make an appearance, intensifying his anxiety. Thus, Su Xiao nervously penned a message. Bailiang King. Esteemed group leader, are you not present? Having watched the playback of the live broadcast, although I could not discern your unparalleled visage, nor witness your towering physique, the breadth of your spirit, kindness and benevolence have profoundly affected me. Esteemed group leader, you are the idol of us all. Please allow me, Su, to extend my highest respect. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Beast Milk Emperor, Zombie Taoist, Huang Rong, ugh. Snow Moon Sword Immortal, how utterly nauseating, King of Bailiang. Little Su is singing praises of the group leader incessantly. Su Xiao's message filled the entire chat window, a long string of nothing but words of admiration. Ying Zheng and the others were left speechless. What a remarkable fellow, calling him an old sycophant with every breath. Qin Shi Huang. Such prowess puts immense pressure on me, zombie Taoist. I feel the same. I sense my standing in the group is on the verge of collapse. Beast Milk Emperor. Ah, why didn't I think of that? Such a way to curry favor with the Emperor. It's infuriating. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Why is the atmosphere in this group so bizarre? Huang Rong. Little one, do not emulate him. You are already a mischievous child, greedy and gluttonous. If you learn from him, you will lose your charm. Although the Emperor has always been thus, grand, magnanimous, and benevolent. Huang Rong. King of Bailiang, rest assured, the Emperor has not spoken for quite some time. It has nothing to do with you. King of Bailiang. So that it, he hasn't spoken. Likely too busy to pay attention. Surely he is alleviating the suffering of the people and saving countless lives. Little Su is deeply moved. The group leader is truly magnificent. Emperor Qin. Zombie Taoist. Damn. I concede. Beast Milk Emperor. I too. Huang Rong 1 Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Me as well. King of Bailiang. Praise the group leader. Emperor Qin. I yield. I have lost. As per usual, newcomers, introduce yourselves. King of Bailiang. All right, I shall go first. Then, Su Xiao sent a message in the group, detailing his identity as a foreign king, with a son named Su Fengyan, a son named Su Longxiang, and daughters Su Zidager and Su Weisheng, along with 300,000 iron cavalry from Bailiang. Though not overly detailed, it served as a basic introduction. Huang Rong, King of Bailiang. Miss Huang? Have you noticed how inspirational my life is? Rising from the very bottom of the military to become the king of another nation? Emperor Qin. Little Su, you may have misunderstood. I can sense that you will soon meet your demise. King of Bailiang. Silence enveloped the group. Zombie Taoist. Beast Milk Emperor. What's going on? Uncle Su is currently in high spirits, commanding 300,000 troops, guarding the northern city gate, instilling fear far and wide. How could he suddenly perish? Huang Rong. Little one, the cultivators in your world are exceedingly powerful. One individual can obliterate an entire nation, annihilate a race. There is absolutely no concern regarding treachery from behind. Huang Rong. However, in another world, those who achieve greatness often meet a tragic end. Emperor Qin. Indeed, in my great Qin, under the reign of King Zhaoxiang, general by Qi served for over 30 years, conquering more than 70 cities, winning every battle and shocking the 6 states, slaying 2 million, breaking the spirit of the 6 states. In the end, General Wuan was granted death, as those who overshadow their rulers rarely survive. Emperor Qin. The general is innocent, but should they possess the ability to rebel, that would be a grave sin. Ying Zheng spoke slowly. The group members were taken aback, sensing a strong scent of blood. This is the lesson from a timeless emperor. It is also an interpretation of the emperor's heart. Not even an outsider, but even one's own son, attempting rebellion, would leave the emperor restless. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. What a terrifying imperial mindset. Zombie Taoist. Truly, your Emperor Qin Shi Huang is ruthless. Emperor Qin. Do not misunderstand. To me, all these schemes are mere nonsense. I shall disregard them as long as one possesses capability. I can employ them. Beast Milk Emperor. Impressive. Huang Rong. Long live Emperor Qin, the timeless sovereign. Emperor Qin. Be discreet. Look at the group. Su Xiao's eyes flickered with complexity. How could he be unaware of his predicament? The Li Yang royal family had repeatedly targeted him, seeking to usurp his power. Even his wife, Wu Su, had perished under their schemes. Chapter 52. What a master of deception, Emperor of Bailiang. Qin Shi Huang. You truly possess foresight to deduce my current situation based on my identity. I am in awe, Emperor Qin. A king from a foreign land, feared across the world. Any wise ruler would be troubled. Hence he would act to eliminate his own vassal, King of Bailiang. Indeed, the Zhao family emperor has acted against me multiple times. My wife Wu Su, in an attempt to save me, forcibly elevated her cultivation, leaving her with hidden injuries, ultimately leading to her demise. King of Bailiang. Emperor Qin, wise and formidable, do you possess any means to help me resolve this crisis? In the future, I Su Xiao shall repay this favor. Willing to brave fire and water without hesitation? Emperor Qin. Certainly. Huang Rong. Facing such dire straits, Emperor Qin still has a backup plan. Remarkable. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. I can hardly wait. Beast Milk Emperor. The Emperor is truly impressive. Zombie Taoist. To witness a timeless figure is my fortune. Su Xiao gasped heavily, awaiting Ying Zheng's next words. His greatest concern was the safety of Bailiang. If Bailiang were secure, then his children and adopted sons would also be safe. Huang Rong, Shi Hao, Lin Jiao, Li Hani all wore expressions of curiosity. They believed they were about to witness the grand scheme of a timeless emperor. Just as everyone anticipated, Ying Zheng's voice resonated. Emperor Qin, Little Su, it is time to rebel. Huang Rong, Zombie Taoist, Beast Milk Emperor, Snow Moon Sword Immortal, King of Bailiang. Su Xiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The group members looked utterly bewildered. The moment those words were uttered, the chat exploded with fervor. Huang Rong, is this the intention of Emperor Qin? Zombie Taoist, Your Majesty, you are indeed the timeless emperor. Zombie Taoist, Rebellion, is that something you should be uttering? Emperor Qin, what of being the timeless emperor? Besides rebellion, does Little Su have any other options? This declaration was made with righteous indignation, showing no regard for his identity as the first emperor. King of Bailiang, this likely one do. Everyone knows that I, the butcher Su Xiao, am feared across the world, having annihilated the 6 states, yet they are unaware that Bailiang is already nearly desolate. I owe the Bailiang people far too much. This battle will only plunge Bailiang into catastrophe. Thus, Su Xiao has been so accommodating towards the Li Yang royal family. He has established remarkable military contributions. With countless corpses of Bailiang disciples piled around him, Su Xiao could not bear to lead Bailiang into calamity. Emperor Qin, nonsense, Emperor Qin. Do the citizens of Bailiang not already believe in you? King of Bailiang, they believe in me. Su, speak boldly. The hearts of the Bailiang people are with me, Emperor Qin. Are the soldiers of Bailiang formidable? King of Bailiang. Once the Bailiang cavalry emerges, the world trembles, Emperor Qin. Are your children fools? King of Bailiang. I have 2 sons. The elder, Su Fengnian, appears worthless in the eyes of the world, yet is merely disguised. The younger, Su Longxiang, is of innate golden body. My 2 daughters, Su Zidager and Su Weisheng, are both exceptionally talented, King of Bailiang. I also have several adopted sons, all of whom are renowned for their martial achievements. Huang Rong and the others remain silent, simply observing. With each inquiry, the smile on Ying Zheng's face grew more radiant. The King of Bailiang was destined to rebel. He had no way out. Emperor of Bailiang. I wonder what Emperor Qin asks these questions for? Emperor Qin, I am inquiring about your eventual outcome, King of Bailiang. Have you discerned the answer? Emperor Qin, would you like to hear it? King of Bailiang, I would be most eager to hear. Emperor Qin, upon your demise, the CIT in comparison to the King of Northern Liang, Li Hani finds himself in a significantly simpler predicament. After a round of self-introductions, the members of the group have gained a preliminary understanding of one another. Huang Rong, the King of Northern Liang, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, has a wealth of diverse techniques documented within the group's materials. Beast Milk Emperor. Most importantly, there is the visualization technique imparted to us by the Emperor Lord. This method is laden with profound mysteries. Only through cultivation can one truly comprehend its astonishing nature. King of Northern Liang. By heavens, the group leader is indeed a master, generously sharing unparalleled techniques with the members of the group. What does this imply? Su Xiao and Li Hani both exhibited expressions of exhilaration. They have already witnessed the formidable power of the Eastern Emperor. Such an awe-inspiring existence bestows immense fortune through the teachings he offers. Instantly, their blood surged with excitement as they hurriedly downloaded the materials. Heavenly Court. Truly adept at persuasion. The Eastern King observed the chat records, his lips twitching as he sighed. He reflected on the fortunate circumstance that Ying Zheng had become the legitimate heir of the great Qin. Otherwise, he would merely be a rebel emperor. Such a masterful deceiver. Nevertheless, Su Zhao's rebellion has inadvertently benefited me. Chapter 53. Perhaps this path is best left untraveled. The Eastern King's eyes gleamed with anticipation. A king of a different surname, he could only guard the Northern Liang kingdom. But what if he became an emperor? At that time, he would wield dominion over a realm. When that moment arrives, he could transform all into his devoted followers. Is this not splendid news for the Eastern King? As for Su Zhao's failed rebellion, That is another matter altogether. What a jest, with the Eastern King at the helm. Failure is absolutely out of the question. Even if the denizens of the snowy world and the celestial beings beyond the heavenly gate intervene, they would be swiftly subdued. Dong. The melodious chime of a bell resonated, emanating from the chaotic void, reverberating throughout the vast wilderness. At that moment, the immense expanse of heaven and earth seemed to awaken to the sound of the bell, as myriad powerful beings emerged from their sanctums within the sacred mountains and great rivers. Utilizing their divine abilities to soar towards the heavens, the third sermon is about to commence. This will also be Hongjuan's final discourse. What excites the crowd even more is that this time, he will expound upon the realms beyond the quasi-saint level. This is the coveted realm all beings yearn for. The myriad secrets of the saintly realm are what all living beings desire to fathom. For it is both immensely powerful and shrouded in mystery. In the heavenly court, the Eastern King stepped out of the palace, his cultivation aura restrained. Yet an overwhelming imperial might surged within him, making him appear as the very center of the cosmos. Outside the palace, the guests of the Purple Cloud Palace had long been prepared, awaiting the Eastern King. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Upon the Eastern King's appearance, figures such as the ancestor of Qingqiu led the assembly in a grand salute. The myriad beings of the celestial realm shone with admiration, kneeling and bowing in reverence to the Eastern King. This magnificent spectacle shook the heavens and awed all living beings. After the second sermon, the Eastern King established the celestial court. Now, not even 3,000 years have passed, yet it has amassed an abundance of heritage. Those ancient races witnessing this scene would feel a profound sense of a Wu-Idian contrast. Although the Wu and Yao clans are evenly matched and have had their skirmishes, they still pale in comparison to the celestial court. The heavenly court's celestial authority and the construction of the 8 treasures of fortune pool hold immense allure for all beings. Who does not wish for immortality? Your Majesty, before the myriad celestial beings. The Western Queen Mother, resplendent in her grace, greeted the Eastern King with a gentle smile. Indeed, your cultivations have all progressed. The Eastern King's mind stirred as he surveyed the circumstances of those present. The overall strength of the heavenly court has seen considerable enhancement since his seclusion. With the backing of the celestial court's fortune, their rate of advancement has accelerated. All 365 Star Masters have attained the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while the cultivations of the righteous deities, such as those of the Thunder and Fighting departments, have also improved. For instance, the ancestor of Qingqiu has reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, merely a step away from the quasi-saint level. Undoubtedly, the one who has advanced the most is the Western Queen Mother, who, sharing in the celestial court's fortune with the Eastern King, has successfully severed her mortal ties and become a quasi-saint, ranking among the most elite in the wilderness. This is all thanks to the heavenly Emperor's blessings. The ancestor of Qingqiu and others echoed their agreement. The Western Queen Mother nodded in affirmation. Previously, the Eastern King had fulfilled his promise, providing her with an extraordinary opportunity. With the support of the celestial court's fortune, her path of cultivation has been remarkably smooth. Let us depart. After assessing the condition of the heavenly court, the Eastern King waved his hand towards the Purple Cloud Palace. In an instant, the myriad celestial beings traversed the skies, hundreds of figures soaring through the heavens, directly entering the chaotic void. This journey is nothing short of earth-shattering. They witnessed the Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother, flanked by hundreds, traversing through chaos. Even the ancestor of the River of Oblivion, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuanpeng were all taken aback by this spectacle. In the distance, Di Jun and Tai Yi gritted their teeth, retreating repeatedly. Boom! Amidst the chaos, the Purple Cloud Palace stood tall, exuding an unparalleled majesty. When the 3,000 powerful beings gathered, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace slowly opened, welcoming guests from all directions. Everyone was taken aback as they beheld the open doors of the Purple Cloud Palace, within which sat the 3 purities, the 2 sages of the West, and 6 other saints, quietly seated on 6 cushions. Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, the 6 figures sensed the disturbance. The 3 purities and the 2 Western sages turned to look, their expressions filled with arrogance. What is happening? The 3 purities and the 6 saints have arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace. How long have they been here? Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Zhen Yuanzi all changed their expressions dramatically. This scene left everyone baffled and utterly perplexed. It is evident that the three purities and others can freely enter and exit the Purple Cloud Palace with the approval of the saints. What are the saints plotting? The Eastern King furrowed his brow, faintly guessing at the underlying implications. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the three purities and the two Western Tao ancestors sat upon the purple cushions, gazing back at the crowd of powerful beings, who were all dumbfounded. They had always believed that the Eastern King's rapid rise was due to Hongjun the Saint personally appointing him as the leader of the male immortals. Yet now, they are all disciples of Hongjun. Moreover, they have received the primordial purple energy, which allows them to attain saintly status and step into the realm of heavenly saints. In contrast, the leader of the male immortals, the heavenly emperor. What significance does that hold? Below the saints, all are mere ants. This era will belong to the heavenly saints, and no matter how high the Eastern King leaps, he must bow in submission. With this realization, the three purities and the leaders of the Western teachings couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Hongjun's plan is to hasten the arrival of the heavenly saints. As for me, the Eastern King, leveraging the early appearance of the three purities and their companions in the Purple Cloud Palace, quickly grasped the critical essence of the situation. He is the leader of all male immortals and also possesses the position of the heavenly emperor. Although Hongjun is a saint, he must merge with the Tao and, constrained by the laws of heaven and earth, dares not act against him lightly. Thus, they wish to exploit the appearance of the saints to suppress the celestial court, preventing him from flourishing in the wilderness. Futile. Even if the saints emerge prematurely, they cannot halt my rise. Having understood this, the Eastern King regarded the haughty three purities and the two Western saints with a hint of derision in his gaze. Even if they are heavenly saints, what of it? After all, they are but slightly stronger pieces in a game that cannot escape Hongjun's control. Bound by shackles, how could they possibly compare to him? Following this, he took a step forward, leading the way towards the Purple Cloud Palace. The denizens of the celestial court followed closely, with the Western Queen Mother and the ancestor of the Qingqiu Fox clan entering in succession, each taking their seats. Dijun, Tai, Jin Yuanzi, and others exchanged glances, utterly confounded. Yet the most pressing matter now is to listen to the sermon, not ponder these enigmas. Soon, the Purple Cloud Palace was bustling with activity. However, by the time the third sermon concluded, all 3,000 cushions were filled. Some, like the 12 ancestral witches, showed no interest and did not attend. As the time arrived, the figure of Hongjun appeared on the high platform. In an instant, various phenomena manifested, and the dense Tao rhythm filled the Purple Cloud Palace. The voice of the saint resonated, followed by the commencement of the third sermon. The guests in the Purple Cloud Palace were enveloped by the Tao rhythm. Enraptured by the teachings, the first discourse was on the great Luo Golden Immortal. The second part detailed the quasi-saint level of severing the three corpses. The third segment discussed the realm of the saints. Hongjun, progressing from the superficial to the profound, utilized the 3,000 chaotic demon gods as examples, elucidating the nature of being born as a saint, the unparalleled might of the chaos great Luo Golden Immortal, inspiring reverence among all beings and gradually leading them towards the path of heavenly saints, the realm above the quasi-saint level. Upon hearing this, the powerful beings displayed expressions of longing, filled with both admiration for the heavenly saints and trepidation at the might of the saints. Only the Eastern King, having listened halfway through, opened his eyes with a look of disinterest. The primordial spirit is entrusted to heaven, earth, and humanity. To attain saintly status through primordial purple energy is the foundation of the Tao. Perhaps this path is best left untraveled. Chapter 54. These individuals are even quicker to fawn than he is. He walks the path of the laws to attain Daod, as for heavenly saints. He naturally holds no interest. Thus, the Eastern King's mind delved directly into the chat group, observing the circumstances of its members, in the snowy world. Su Xiao downloaded the visualization diagram. As the visualization progressed, he was profoundly shaken in his mind. A vast scene materialized, an endless expanse, devoid of any living beings, where only the great Tao and the laws coexisted. This was the primordial essence of the chaotic world. Su Xiao immersed himself in it, feeling as though he were but a grain of sand, infinitesimal to the utmost degree, unable to even occupy a corner of this boundless realm. Yet, It was precisely this colossal world that fragmented due to the existence of a single individual. The spectacle of creation began to unfold. With his movements, myriad laws and realms emerged, and the flames of countless civilizations surged forth, as time and existence were imbued with civilization. Proclaim my true name. Achieve eternal life within the cycle of reincarnation. The celestial emperor, Donghua Emperor, Su Shao murmured, his expression grave, as a surge of energy emanated from within, involuntarily activating the visualization technique, infused even with a hint of reverence. At the same moment, within the world of Young Song of the Sky, it was no different. The teachings of the celestial emperor were, indeed, such. This was a scene of creation that could allow us to cultivate and directly comprehend the primordial essence of heaven and earth. Li Hani abruptly opened her eyes, a look of astonishment gracing her features. This was an opportunity of a lifetime. Upon completing her visualization, she realized she was undergoing a transformation from within. Compared to her previous cultivation, everything seemed erroneous, superficial, and coarse, failing to touch upon the essence. In this moment, Li Hani deeply grasped the formidable power of visualization, recognizing it as an unparalleled method. The strength of the emperor was truly unfathomable. Even a casual technique left behind was extraordinarily powerful. Li Hani sighed, her eyes filled with admiration. The more she learned about the Donghua Emperor, the more inscrutable he became. If only I could join the celestial court. At least I could follow in the footsteps of the emperor. Li Hani understood the sentiments of Huang Rong and the others. The Donghua Emperor was indeed worthy of their pursuit. After the two newcomers completed their training, the group erupted in excitement. Bailiang Wang, I have only just realized what a true immortal is. Shuiyue Jianxian. Yes, immortal and indestructible. The techniques left by the emperor point directly to the essence of heaven and earth, granting eternal life. Bailiang Wang. Long live the emperor. Qin Shi Huang. Calm down. Stay composed. The further we go, the more astonishing it becomes. Shonai Dadi. What the first emperor says is true. After communicating with Lu Shan, I truly understood the terrifying nature of the visualization method. The stronger one becomes, the greater the changes. Lin Jiao and Huang Rong also joined in, everyone discussing their insights. Together they progressed, each gaining newfound understanding. Then, the conversation shifted to other matters. Qin Shi Huang, Xiao Su, how is your preparation for the rebellion going? Do you need my guidance? Outside the group, Su Xiao was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where is this place? Wasn't I the one rebelling? Why is the first emperor more anxious than I? The crowd nodded in agreement. Qin Shi Huang, I am truly experiencing a different life. Alas, I was born into royal lineage, inheriting the Qin Empire, continuing the efforts of several past emperors to achieve great unity, which has not posed much of a challenge. Zombies Taoist, the first emperor's filter has collapsed. Huang Rong, why does it feel like Qin Shi Huang is addicted to rebellion? Shonai Dadi, the world of adults is terrifying. We are still but children. Shuiyue Jianxian, I see now. It gives off a conspiratorial vibe, aiming to turn this world upside down. Bailiang Wang, patience is key. In my world, there are immortals fishing for the fortunes of mankind, and lurking in the shadows, there are ancient beings controlling the grand trends of the world. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the group developed a keen interest in the immortals of the snowy realm, bombarding him with questions. Shuiyue Jianxian, are there immortals in your world? Shonai Dadi, did you see them? Are they impressive? Qin Shi Huang, I recall he mentioned that his son is the reincarnation of the true martial great emperor. I believe he must have encountered them. Bailiang Wang, forgive me? Esteemed seniors, I may have indulged too much and spoken nonsense. Honestly, I've heard some rumors from the Jianghu.as for whether my son Fengyan is the reincarnation of an immortal. I cannot be certain. Zombies Taoist, cannot confirm. Huang Rong, what a grand boast. Bailiang Wang, oh dear. Upon reaching this point, the group was greatly disappointed. They had hoped to hear news of immortals from other worlds, only to find that Su Xiao was merely boasting. In that instant, as these two pieces of news broke, the group erupted with excitement. Celestial Emperor Donghua. No boasting here. Celestial Emperor Donghua. Your son is indeed the reincarnation of the true martial great emperor. Upon seeing these two messages, everyone in the group was left in a state of shock. They all felt a sense of disorientation, unable to believe their eyes. Ever since Dong Wang Gong appeared and became the group leader, He had hardly spoken and had not interacted with the members. The group was in an uproar. Dong Wanggong, feeling bored in the Zhixiao Palace and unable to leave for a time, saw the lively discussions among the group and chimed in. For the members of the group, what Dong Wanggong said was inconsequential. What mattered was that they could finally communicate, feeling a sense of pilgrimage. Huang Rong. Ah, the Emperor has spoken. I did not misinterpret. Thank you, Your Majesty, for imparting the visualization method. I have gained the path of the immortals and become a revered ancestor of the true Tao. Admired by all in the Taoist realms. This is a rebirth of gratitude, and I sincerely thank you, Qin Shi Huang. Holy cow, Your Majesty, after so many days, I finally hear your voice. I am truly grateful. If not for you, I would have already been in my twilight years, unable to regain my youth and witness the broader world. Therefore, please accept Ingzheng's greetings. Shonai Dadi. Ah, Your Majesty has spoken. I can finally converse with you. I have waited for so long. Thank you for imparting the visualization method and granting me your precious blood, aiding my cultivation and my path to immortality. Zombies Taoist. Maoshan Taoist Lin Jiu pays respects to Your Majesty. Since being favored by you, I have decided to shift my cultivation to the true Tao. Your Majesty's majesty has opened my eyes. Your utmost benevolence and faith have awakened me, and I kneel before you. Shueyue Jianxian. I have met Your Majesty. I am Li Hani. Since I came to know you, I have felt like an ignorant child, cleansed anew, comprehending the true principles of heaven and earth. Thank you, Your Majesty. All in the world should bow in reverence to you. Bailiang Wang. The excited Bailiang Wang was left in a daze. These individuals were even quicker in their flattery than he was. Chapter 55. When the emperor makes a move, it is bound to be extraordinary. He felt he could not fall behind. He had to make everyone aware that he was a master of flattery. Bailiang Wang. Your Majesty, my heavens! Xiao Su is in absolute awe of you, from morning till night. Your name should be sung by all. I shall constantly extol the virtues of the Donghua Emperor. I will forever chant your praises. Messages flooded the group. It seemed that no matter how many words one had, they could not fully express their gratitude. After a long while, they finally calmed their emotions. Bailiang Wang. Your Majesty, did you just say that my son Su Fengyan is the reincarnation of the true martial great emperor? Celestial Emperor Donghua. Yes, the true martial great emperor has descended into your world several times. This time, he has reincarnated as your son, Celestial Emperor Donghua. The one who is infatuated with your daughter Su Jitong on Wudong Mountain is the reincarnation of El Dongbin, while Su Longxiang is also the reincarnation of the sealed white flood dragon. A result of your son's previous sect's current leader's handiwork, Bailiang Wang. Wow, Shueyue Jianxian. This is indeed complicated. Qin Shi Huang. My goodness, Xiao Su, have you just unveiled the abode of the immortals? Zombies Taoist. Holy cow. For Su Xiao to have survived until now is already remarkable. Shonai Dadi. Aside from the second daughter, the entire family consists of immortals. Huang Rong. I have some doubts. Bailiang Wang. Do not doubt. The second daughter is adopted, not my biological child. Huang Rong. Shonai Dadi. 666. Ing Zheng and the numerous generals by his side were all astonished. It turned out that Su Xiao had not only encountered immortals but had them living under his roof. It was simply a gathering of reincarnated immortals. Just as everyone was eager to uncover the truth, Ing Zheng spoke first. Qin Shi Huang. Your Majesty, I have only just embarked on the path of cultivation. Could you enlighten me about the realms of cultivation to give me a general understanding? Celestial Emperor Donghua. In the world I currently inhabit, the realms of cultivation progress from low to high as follows. Earth Immortal. Heavenly Immortal. Xin Immortal. Golden Immortal. Tai Golden Immortal. Great Luo Golden Immortal. Dong Wanggong began to introduce the realms of the primordial vastness to everyone, allowing them to gain a deeper understanding. Qin Shi Huang. Then does that mean I have become an immortal? Excellent, excellent, Celestial Emperor Donghua. Oh, by the way, I haven't interacted with weaker beings in quite some time. I've forgotten the realms of mortals. There are 4 realms: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity with the Tao. You have already touched upon the realm of refining void into unity with the Tao. Huang Rong. Your Majesty is truly remarkable. Shonai Dadi. Our emperor is mighty. Every word from Dong Wanggong filled them with endless astonishment. How long must he have lived to forget the realms of mortals? unable to comprehend. It is truly terrifying. Subsequently, Shihao volunteered and posed his question. Beast Milk Emperor. It is my turn. Your Majesty, I too have a question for you. When you bestowed upon me the unparalleled blood, you also granted me a mysterious power. How am I to wield this power? Shihao has been exploring the force within his body, yet the profundity of this power eludes him, rendering him incapable of grasping its intricacies. Even the divine Lu found himself at a loss during the probing process, nearly succumbing to despair. Celestial Emperor Donghua. This power is the essence of Primordial Yang, imbued with my aura and embodying my grand principles. You may incorporate it into your unique cave heaven. Its remarkable uses shall soon be revealed to you. Beast Milk Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty, for enlightening me. Both Yingzheng and Su Xiao were utterly astonished by this scene. Their faces filled with envy. That indeed was the power of the Emperor, infused with the might of the grand principles, a force so immense that they too longed for it. Zixiao Palace. The Eastern King sat cross-legged on a mat. Graciously receiving the gratitude and admiration of the group members, his spirits lifted, and a smile gracing his lips, he addressed each inquiry posed within the group. This time, he had done nothing but send a message. Yet the rewards were plentiful. The Eastern King could distinctly sense that the members' faith was burgeoning, especially the newcomers Su Xiao and Li Hani, whose belief had soared impressively. This realization led the Eastern King to understand why. In the mythic tales he had perused, deities would occasionally descend to the mortal realm, consistently garnering vast amounts of faith. At that moment, a query arose once more. Huang Rong, Your Majesty, I wonder if the members of our group can join the celestial court and attain divine status? Upon this question, silence enveloped the crowd. Yingzheng, Shihao, Linjiao. Everyone felt their hearts leap to their throats. This was the question on everyone's mind. To join the celestial court meant the protection of the Eastern King and the fortune of the 8 treasure chi pool. Such bountiful benefits, who would not desire to join? After watching the live stream, everyone resolved to join the celestial court without fail. The greatest unease among the members stemmed from the celestial court's formidable strength. Even the lowest-ranked member was of celestial caliber. Just as the tension peaked, the Eastern King provided them with an answer. Celestial Emperor Donghua, it is indeed possible. Celestial Emperor Donghua, those who obtain my method shall be my disciples. When the time is ripe and your cultivation sufficient, you may ascend from the myriad realms to my domain and achieve divine status. Bailiang King, Your Majesty, you are mighty. Qin Shi Huang, long live, thrice long live. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Zombie Taoist. How exhilarating! Compared to joining the celestial court, becoming an immortal is trivial. Beast Milk Emperor. I must strive to grow stronger swiftly and then venture into that realm to attain divine status. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Joining the celestial court's ranks, I shall have no regrets in this life. At this juncture, the members of the group began to envision their futures, eagerly anticipating the day they would meet the Emperor and join the celestial court. It was an alluring prospect indeed. Celestial Emperor Donghua. Are there any further inquiries? The members of the group were thoroughly satisfied. Their greatest question had been addressed, and they refrained from further inquiries. Celestial Emperor Donghua. Our gathering is a fateful encounter. Allow me to present you with a gift. In an instant, the members from various realms were taken aback. Another red envelope? Immediately, everyone's gaze ignited with fervor. When the Emperor acts, it is assuredly extraordinary. Ding! Celestial Emperor Donghua has dispatched a red envelope. A message echoed within the group. In mere seconds, the red envelope was snatched up entirely. Qin Shi Huang. This is simply divine. Huang Rong. Wow! I received a peach. An indescribable fragrance enveloped the entirety of Zhongnan Mountain, causing all flora to flourish wildly in that moment, resembling a miracle, sending shivers down spines. Beast Milk Emperor. I was terrified. Upon retrieving a divine artifact from the envelope, all ferocious beasts within a 1,000-mile radius went berserk. Thankfully, Divine Lu was swift and utilized his magic to erect a barrier. Otherwise, Shur Village would have been razed to the ground. Chapter 56. Do you think I cannot wield a sword? Zombie Taoist. A peach? The gift from the Emperor. Could it be Bailiang King? Thankfully, I did not claim the red envelope. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Neither did I. The members were left astounded. The Eastern King elucidated. Celestial Emperor Donghua. This item is known as the Rin Water Peaches, a primordial essence. Point 1 for each person as a greeting gift. When consumed, do not be greedy for immediate breakthroughs. Instead, utilize visualization to refine all the pure power. Otherwise, your foundation will be compromised, zombie Taoist. Indeed, it is a peach. Lin Jiao was utterly flabbergasted. Beast Milk Emperor, Primordial Essence, Huang Rong. Those who are aware of peaches are astonished, yet did not have the chance to inquire, zombie Taoist. The Rin Water Peach is one of the rarest spiritual fruits in existence. Consuming it grants immortality, coveted even by the legendary Supreme Immortals. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Wow, such a grand gift, too precious, Baoyang King. The Emperor is magnanimous. Little Su has no means to repay. To express my gratitude, praise shall be my constant companion. After imparting further instructions, the Eastern King finally exited the group. The members, unable to contain their excitement upon receiving the Ren Water Peaches, hurried back to their realms to consume the divine fruit in the snowy realm. Su Xiao trembled with anticipation as he hurried into his secluded chamber, carefully extracting the Ren Water Peach. Buzz! In an instant, the chamber was filled with a rich aroma, enveloping Su Xiao and causing him to feel an indescribable comfort as his pores opened in delight. In his palm lay a peach the size of a fist, its surface as lustrous as jade, adorned with shimmering purple veins, emanating a resplendent celestial light. What a miraculous fruit! Su Xiao inhaled deeply. His face flushed as though intoxicated. He widened his eyes, witnessing firsthand the truth of Lin Jiao's words within the group. The energy contained within this divine fruit was sufficient to elevate a mortal to the celestial realm. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Su Xiao devoured the fruit, swallowing it whole, leaving only the translucent pit. Boom! In an instant, the peach dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into a stream of pure energy that surged through his limbs and veins, tumultuously coursing within him. This was to rapidly elevate Su Xiao's cultivation. This revelation alarmed him. Oh no! The Emperor's words emphasized that pure power must be refined through visualization. Otherwise, the foundation would suffer damage. Su Xiao diligently recalled the Eastern King's admonition and promptly assumed a meditative posture, employing visualization to refine this power. Having devoted his life to martial pursuits and achieved remarkable feats, he was of the second rank in cultivation. Thus, he understood the paramount importance of a practitioner's foundation. The more solidly it is established, the greater the future accomplishments on the path. A moment's lapse in judgment could jeopardize all prospects. Such a cost was unwarranted. Furthermore, once he entered the group, Su Xiao realized that his future would not be confined to the small snowy realm but would ascend to a domain beyond his current imagination. Hence, he had been exercising restraint. Days later, within Baoyang Mansion, many found themselves puzzled. Even Li Yishan, who was transcribing on the 8th floor of Tingqiao Pavilion, had heard that Su Xiao had recently visited the princess's grave, appearing as though he had lost his mind, and had not been seen for days. What was happening? Was there some turmoil brewing in the court once more? Li Yishan felt a growing unease, pausing his writing to approach the window, his expression troubled. He was concerned that Su Xiao's unusual behavior might indicate that someone in the court was plotting against the Baoyang royal mansion. Yet, Su Xiao remained tight-lipped. At that moment, Li Yishan's vantage point offered a clear view of the entire Tingqiao Pavilion. And just then, a figure hurriedly entered. It was none other than Su Xiao. The prince has finally sought me out. Li Yishan sighed in relief at the sight of Su Xiao. He had initially thought Su Xiao was coming to consult him. So he returned to his desk and calmly sat down. As a strategist, Li Yishan was confident in his ability to navigate the tides of the world, and once again dismantling the court's schemes would be no challenge. However, little did Li Yishan know that upon entering the pavilion, Su Xiao made a beeline for the underground. Second floor. Tingqiao Pavilion, renowned as one of the 3 great forbidden zones of the realm, housing over half of the world's martial arts manuscripts, it was an unparalleled sanctum for those of the Jianghu, with countless individuals yearning to enter and peruse its vast collection. The formidable defenses of a place deemed forbidden are, as one might imagine, extraordinary. The world remained oblivious to the fact that Tingqiao Pavilion was not 6 stories tall, but rather 9. The second floor below was known only to a select few. Here, there were no divine weapons, no martial manuscripts, nor any wealth. The empty underground chamber housed only an elderly man. He was a short, emaciated figure, missing an arm, with bulging eyes and a goat-like beard, clad in a tattered sheepskin coat. At that moment, he lay on the ground, scratching his foot, appearing entirely at ease, as if he were not a captive at all. Moreover, there was no means to confine him, for his name was known. This was Li Chuangang. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not even glance up, preoccupied with his task, as though the Bailiang prince were entirely inconsequential. Su Xiao. I have met the elder. Su Xiao was well acquainted with Li Chuangang. So he was unbothered. Li Chuangang found himself on the second underground level of Tingchading, isolating himself from the world. This self-imposed solitude stemmed from the guilt of having inadvertently killed the woman in the green robe, which had left him in a state of despair. He sought refuge near her homeland as a form of self-punishment. For Su Xiao, his relationship with Li Chuangang was marked by a blend of utility and caution. Strictly speaking, they shared only a cooperative bond. The terms were clear. Su Xiao would protect Li Chuangang while remaining in Tingchading, preventing any hostility between him and Bailiang. However, the times had changed. Upon encountering Li Chuangang once more, Su Xiao's demeanor had relaxed considerably. I am a member of the group. I have my own backing. How could I fear a mere Li Chuangang? Su Xiao thought to himself. What brings you to me? Li Chuangang ceased his mindless fidgeting and sat down, glaring at Su Xiao. It is nothing of great significance. As a sword genius of yore, once renowned in the martial world, I, Su Xiao, have come to seek your guidance. Su Xiao declared, with a flourish of his sleeve. You? Li Chuangang looked bewildered, a hint of absurdity evident in his expression. In his over 20 years of imprisonment, he had only crossed paths with Su Xiao a few times. It was well known that Su Xiao would not visit him unless there was something of utmost importance. Yet now, Su Xiao sought to learn from him. Do you believe I am incapable of wielding a sword? Li Chuangang bellowed in indignation, feeling a sense of humiliation. What a joke! He was the sword champion among the 13 heroes, a master of the 4 great sects from 60 years ago, a once-in-500 years prodigy of swordsmanship. He was lauded as being on par with the legendary Elzu in terms of sword skills over the past millennium. Li Chuangang regarded Su Xiao with incredulity. Had he lost his mind? Challenging him, even with his diminished cultivation, he could easily defeat Su Xiao. Chapter 57. The true genius need a sword? Excellent, I happen to have brought one, Su Xiao exclaimed with delight, casually tossing forth a gleaming divine weapon that hurtled towards Li Chuangang. Su Xiao, you seek death. Li Chuangang stared at the sword in shock, his anger flaring. This was an outright provocation. He had traveled far and wide, seen much of the world, yet he had never encountered anyone bold enough to defy him in such a manner. Su Xiao's every action ignited his fury. Very well. Li Chuanggang's voice turned icy, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. In that moment, the despondent elder regained his former splendor. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the subterranean chamber. Causing the ground to tremble, Li Chuangang remained seated, refraining from drawing his sword, fearing Su Xiao might accuse him of bullying the younger. A stone suddenly lifted from the ground, resembling a sharp blade. Hurtling towards Su Xiao, boom! The stone landed directly before Su Xiao, unleashing a tempest of sword energy that erupted into dazzling light, rendering the onlookers unable to see. The walls of the palace bore witness to the myriad sword marks left in the wake of this display. Even a casual strike from him could carve mountains and split rocks. This technique was known as the Sword of the Immortals Kneel. Death, do not blame me, Li Chuangang mused, finding the situation tedious. Akin to watching a fly, he could swat it at will. Yet, he ultimately held back, for Su Xiao was the king of Bailiang. Should he truly slay him, he would have no place left in Tingchading. However, to Li Chuanggang's astonishment, with a resounding thud, Su Xiao faced the oncoming sword energy, sweeping his hand as if it were a colossal eagle, adorned with shimmering runes that radiated brilliant golden light. A tremendous force erupted forth, shattering the stone to pieces. In the next moment, after dispelling Li Chuanggang's attack, a surge of formidable energy ascended from Su Xiao, his cultivation sword breaking through to the first-grade Vajra realm. Do you see me as a whetstone? Li Chuanggang's eyes widened in disbelief, burning with rage. Su Xiao was utilizing him to hone his skills. After so many years apart, had the king of Bailiang grown so audacious? He had come seeking to sharpen his prowess. Clang! A flash of cold light sliced through the air. Li Chuangang made no move. Yet the sword embedded in the ground suddenly soared upward, levitating in midair before sweeping down with ferocity. In an instant, a vast aura surged forth, morphing into a myriad of sword energies that writhed and lunged within the chamber, their ferocity palpable, the sheer will of the sword rampaging forth towards Su Xiao. This technique was known as the rolling dragon wall of sword chi. Come! Su Xiao bellowed in exhilaration, his fingers splayed wide as a rune flickered from his palm. The ancient demonic bird unleashed its fierce might, wings spread wide, claws slashing towards the oncoming attack. Bang! The underground palace trembled as if something had shattered, debris flying in all directions with a resounding crash. The clash of treasure techniques and sword energies erupted in a cacophony, sending shockwaves that obliterated a significant portion of the second level, even causing the Grand Tingchading to sway violently. The 6 guards exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the commotion. On the 8th level, Li Yishan had been awaiting Su Xiao, but after an extended wait without his arrival, he found himself growing increasingly anxious. Just as he was about to lose his composure, Tingchading trembled violently, books and martial arts manuals crashing to the ground. What is happening? Could they be demolishing Tingchading? Li Yishan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to maintain his composure any longer. He sprang to his feet and strode toward the 8th level's exit to ascertain the situation. At that moment, the battlefield erupted into chaos. The runes shimmered, treasure techniques blossomed, and Su Xiao became a tempest of thunder, embodying an enraged blood lion. As he roared, rivers of blood flowed, the murderous aura overwhelming. He had fought countless battles throughout his life, his bloodlust unmatched in the martial world. His next step made the earth tremble, the hardened ground cracking beneath his weight. With colossal hands, he effortlessly tore through the formidable sword energy. Su Xiao's form flickered as he charged toward Li Chuangang. Refraining from further strikes? Huh? Li Chuangang was taken aback, retreating a step in confusion, exclaiming, "How could this be?" Su Xiao exuded an aura that resonated with the very forces of nature. This was the hallmark of the celestial phenomenon realm. Yet, Su Xiao was still some distance from achieving it. Nevertheless, even this was enough to leave Li Chuangang, the once revered sword god of the martial world, utterly astounded at Su Xiao. How have you accomplished this? In mere moments, he had surged past the Vajra and into the celestial phenomenon realm. The more he observed, the more apprehensive Li Chuangang became. From Su Xiao, he sensed a dangerous aura that sent shivers down his spine. The flickering runes contained a terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting rivers. What kind of formidable strength was this? Such an event had never transpired in the martial world. Li Chuangang stared at Su Xiao in utter disbelief. This is too monstrous. In a single day, to break through several realms. This is the true genius. If Su Xiao were to dedicate himself to martial arts, who in this world could rival him? The name Wang Xianji of Wudi City, along with his reputation, would be eclipsed. Why bother with the title of King of Bailiang? Just then, Su Xiao burst into laughter. Old Li, you really are lacking. Chapter 58. I must host a welcome feast for him during this period. He had been in seclusion, refining the Ren water peach according to the runic treasures passed down by Shi Hao, immersing himself in contemplation. However, the power of this Ren water peach was truly terrifying. He had tirelessly refined it day and night and had only completed a mere 1,000th of it. Yet, this was already sufficient to allow Su Xiao to break through to the half-step celestial phenomenon in battle. If he could refine the entirety of the Ren water peach's power, or even just a significant portion of it, would he not attain immortality? Su Xiao wore an expression of disbelief. Treasures of the Emperor. They are indeed remarkable. No, they are extraordinary. Old Li? Li Chuangang was left dumbfounded, his bulging eyes appearing quite comical. You scoundrel! One moment you are addressing me as senior, and the next you call me Old Li. Is this not exceedingly rude? Are you implying that I am useless? Su Butcher, I shall make you aware of what the true pinnacle of swordsmanship entails. Let you, this scoundrel, experience the sensation of the sword opening the gates of heaven. Li Chuangang, enraged, leaped into action, wielding his sword single-handedly, aiming it at Su Xiao, as a former sword god. He had never been so trifled with. Come on. Su Xiao shrugged, appearing nonchalant. He believed that even though Li Chuangang's cultivation had fallen to the finger mystic realm, he could still slay all in this world. However, it was certain that Li Chuangang would not unleash his full power here. A person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Zhu in swordsmanship would naturally not be fixated on the ground, but rather gaze towards the heavens. Indeed, with your abilities, do you even qualify? Upon hearing this, Li Chuangang seemed deflated, throwing his sword to the ground in exasperation. Right, right, right. I, a mere northern Liang king, could never catch the eye of a sword god like you. Su Shao nodded in agreement, placing a hand on Li Chuangang's shoulder. There are few in this world who truly pique my interest, and you, old monster Wang, are one of them. Today, you have joined their ranks. Li Chuangang forcefully pushed him away, his expression grave. Tio break through several realms within a single day. Such an astonishing feat certainly deserves my attention. Moreover, he felt that Su Zhao's future was inscrutable even to himself. Speak. What brings you here? Li Chuangang dug into his nose, casting a glare at Su Shao. Since I have nothing better to do, I came to take a look. Su Shao distanced himself from Li Chuangang. Changing the subject, then, we shall engage in a transaction. Li Chuangang scoffed, saying, a weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken. If you wish to negotiate, just say it outright, for I have no interest in transactions. I can allow you to be reborn from the ashes, restoring your cultivation. The original condition was your swordsmanship ultimate technique, 2 sleeves of green serpents, but now, I have changed my mind. I also want your sword opening the gates of heaven. As Su Shao spoke, he produced a peach pit from his bosom. He had exerted considerable effort to crack the pit, collecting both the peach kernel and the pit. This was also a treasure imbued with immense vitality. As Su Shao revealed the peach pit, a rich aura of life instantly enveloped the area, invigorating Li Chuangang. Soon enough, Su Shao emerged from below, cradling 2 volumes of swordsmanship ultimate techniques, his heart brimming with excitement. These 2 techniques were the culmination of Li Chuangang's lifelong creation. I wonder if the emperor would take a liking to them. Su Zhao's intention in courting Li Chuangang was merely to please Dong Wanggong. He sought to leverage Li Chuangang's swordsmanship insights to complete his first sacrifice. Beyond this, Su Shao truly could not fathom what else he could offer the emperor. Gold and silver ornaments were far too mundane. In fact, even half of the martial arts manuals in this world might not surpass Li Chuangang. This was the only option left, my lord. What transpired just now? The Listening Tide Pavilion is on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing Su Shao, Li Yishan and the guard immediately approached with gleaming eyes. The old sword god is idling away. Let me see his ultimate techniques. Don't mind him. Tidy up the pavilion. With that, Su Shao hurriedly departed, for he had to attend a sacrificial ceremony. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Idling away? Li Chuangang showcased his ultimate move. This excuse could only fool children, my lord. Today seems markedly different. Li Yishan furrowed his brow, watching Su Shao leave. He could sense that Su Shao had undergone some astonishing transformation. Second layer below ground. Had I known this would happen, I should not have spoken carelessly. Allowing that scoundrel Su Shao to learn about the sword opening the gates of heaven, Li Chuangang sat cross-legged, cursing under his breath, feeling as though he had been duped. After cursing, he opened his remaining hand, gazing at the half-peach pit, his eyes slightly reddening, as if reminiscing about the past, longing, recalling, savoring, and thinking of that azure-clad figure for quite some time. This was something far more terrifying than the life-prolonging golden elixir of Longhu Mountain. What has the northern Liang king come to? Li Chuangang's expression turned solemn, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. The half-peach pit in his hand emanated a rich aura of life. Invigorating his entire being, Li Chuangang was certain that Su Shao spoke the truth. He truly could restore himself, returning to his peak state. After a moment's struggle, he resolved to exchange his ultimate techniques. However, Li Chuangang also noticed that a layer of mist enveloped Su Shao. That half-peach pit appeared anything but mundane. It seemed to originate from the heavens. At that moment, a notification sound shattered the silence. Ding! The Northern Liang King has sent the sacrificial red envelope to the group, awaiting the group leader's acceptance. In an instant, the group was in an uproar. Zombie Taoist. Holy cow, sending a red envelope? Old Su, you're quick on the draw. Huang Rong. Finally, someone has succeeded again. It's no longer just a little boy. Beast Milk Emperor. Little Su's speed is astonishing. Northern Liang King. Just lucky. I supposed Li Hani. What is a sacrificial red envelope? Huang Rong. It's a tribute to the emperor. akin to a sacrifice to the divine, but certain conditions must be met. I've attempted it many times. Always failing, zombie Taoist. Indeed, all my attempts with the money sword and the talisman compass ended in failure. Beast Milk Emperor. Senior, you just mentioned that I vaguely sensed that a great fortune must accompany this red envelope to succeed. Huang Rong. No wonder, zombie Taoist. In my world, constant warfare has led to the loss of many legendary artifacts. Northern Liang King. I understand now. Thankfully, I expended great effort to obtain the sword goddess lifelong swordsmanship insights. Otherwise, I truly would not have met the requirements. Qin Shi Huang. Then my jade seal should also qualify? The three began discussing the sacrificial red envelope. Northern Liang King. All right, esteemed elders, little Su will be signing off now. My son Su Fengnian is about to return, and I must host a welcome feast for him. Chapter 59. The greatest patron finally returns. Northern Liang King. After wandering for 3 years, he must have endured considerable hardship. My heart aches for him. Huang Rong. Beast Milk Emperor. 3 years and only 6,000 miles? Northern Liang King. 6,000 miles is quite a distance. Qin Shi Huang. Not long ago, that little boy traveled alone for 300,000 miles, surrounded by dangers and ferocious beasts. Zombie Taoist. He was merely a 6-year-old child. Northern Liang Emperor. Su Zhao's pupils constricted. A child of not yet 7? Venturing alone into the wilderness. How audacious. What kind of custom is this? Compared to him, my son Su Fengnian, better not to compare. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Holy cow, this young gentleman truly lives up to the group selection. Impressive. Beast Milk Emperor. Sister, stop flattering him. P.S. Getting embarrassed? Huang Rong. Northern Liang King. I have nothing more to say. Who could blame you for spoiling your son? Zombie Taoist. Indeed, without enduring storms, how can one achieve greatness? Beast Milk Emperor. A tree may wish for calm, but the wind does not cease. A child cannot be taught. Educating children requires discipline. Zombie Taoist. Exactly. Northern Liang King. Is that so? Beast Milk Emperor. Absolutely. Northern Liang King. Enough of this. I am logging off now. Huang Rong. Beast Milk Emperor. You are too mischievous. If he truly takes your words to heart, let us observe a moment of silence for Su Fengnian. At this moment, having received the news, Dong Wang Gong also opened his chat group. Old Sword God? Li Chuangong's most powerful sword. His eyes brightened. After such an infinite critical strike, how immense would the power of this sword be? Dong Wang Gong was somewhat taken aback. This is Li Chuangang. He was a stunning figure, the pinnacle of swordsmanship, an insurmountable mountain to countless people in the martial world. One line. Heaven does not give birth to me. Li Chuangang. The sword path is eternal as the long night, perfectly encapsulated his swordsmanship. Another line. May all sincere swordsmen in the world wield the 2 sleeves of green serpents. May all astonishing successors wield the sword opening the gates of heaven, expressed his grand aspirations. 2 sleeves of green serpents is one of the most supreme sword techniques in the martial world. Sword opening the gates of heaven is the ultimate expression of the formless sword techniques in the martial realm. If he could obtain these 2 skills, his magical abilities would ascend to an entirely new level. Without further contemplation, Dong Wang Gong immediately accepted the tribute from Su Xiao. Ding! Congratulations to the group leader for receiving the sacrificial red envelope. Obtaining Li Chuangong's 2 sleeves of green serpents and sword opening the gates of heaven. Indeed, it was them. Dong Wang Gong's eyes sparkled with delight. Ding! Group leader permissions activated. Ding! 100,000 times critical strike triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the source of the sword path laws. 2 sleeves of green serpents. Temporal disruption. A single sword opens the gates of heaven. All laws extinguished. Boom. At that moment, a surge of immense information flooded into his mind. The Eastern King, with his formidable spiritual awareness, felt an overwhelming dizziness. In an instant, he was engulfed by an inexpressible sword intent, as robust as a dragon, shimmering with endless sharpness. This strike represented the dual techniques of twin sleeves of the azure serpent and sword opens the celestial gate. 2 supreme sword arts in full display. The razor-sharp brilliance shattered the very fabric of time and space, obliterating all that is tangible and intangible, past, present, and future. After this sword strike, everything vanished, everything crumbled, as if the universe had returned to its primordial state. Shrouded in vast emptiness, evoking a sense of primordial creation. The power of twin sleeves of the azure serpent and sword opens the celestial gate surged exponentially. The Eastern King gazed in astonishment. With a single swing of the sword, he could obliterate all obstacles in his path, and no matter how many divine abilities or spiritual treasures one possesses, he could sever them with a mere strike. Such unparalleled power was truly terrifying, capable of elevating the Eastern King's strength. Buzz! The Eastern King's heart trembled, and he quickly sat cross-legged to comprehend the techniques, swiftly mastering the two sword moves. In the Zhixiao Palace, a gathering of formidable beings immersed themselves in the endless rhythm of Tao, the voice of sages echoing in their ears, entrancing them and causing them to forget all else. Amidst the clamor, silence prevailed, revealing the profound mystery of the Zhixiao Palace. Suddenly, an unparalleled brilliance erupted from the Eastern King, tearing through countless dimensions, wielding the might to annihilate the heavens and the earth, causing the Zhixiao Palace to resonate with a buzzing sound. As the laws of the sages surged. On the high platform, Hong Jun, merging with the cosmos, felt his eyelids twitch violently, his previously indifferent expression now transformed into one of shock. How sharp! Has he truly perfected the path of the sword? His profoundly deep eyes fixed intently upon the Eastern King, as if attempting to see through him and all that lay hidden. Yet he was met with a veil of mist. In that moment, the Eastern King radiated a brilliance that astonished even the sages, exuding an overwhelming power akin to that of the primordial Pangu. A force capable of reshaping the heavens and the earth. Could it be? How did the Eastern King come to comprehend such a terrifying power? Hongjuan's pupils narrowed, his countenance darkening. As a supreme sage endowed with the might of the heavenly Tao. He found himself unable to fully fathom the Eastern King. How could a being of the primordial wilderness possess such dreadfully formidable abilities? Were it not for his certainty, he might even suspect that the Eastern King was the reincarnation of a chaotic demon god from the primordial chaos. The heavenly Tao sages must emerge soon. Hong Jun resolved firmly. If the Eastern King continued to grow unchecked, what calamity could arise? Thud. Having made up his mind, Hong Jun waved his hand, obscuring the radiance surrounding the Eastern King, and resumed his teachings. In the snowy world, the entire northern Liang royal residence was in an uproar. The heir, who had been expelled from the royal residence 3 years ago and had roamed the world, had finally returned. In an instant, the entire Lingzhou was thrown into chaos. Vendors were in a frenzy, and over 20 brothels erupted in jubilation, for their most significant patron had finally returned, heralding a new era of prosperity. Meanwhile, within the royal residence, on the opulent bed, Su Fengyan lay unconscious. Su Xiao, the old Taoist Zhao Shitan, and Su Longxiang sat within the chamber, awaiting his awakening. Under the astonished gaze of the old Taoist Zhao Shitan, Su Xiao commanded the steward to present all the offerings and elixirs, pouring them into Su Fengyan's mouth. Zhao Shitan watched in horror, internally cursing the wastefulness. These were coveted elixirs sought after by countless individuals, all for the sake of reviving Su Fengyan. Was this not preposterous? Amidst the din of exclamations from Zhao Shitan and Su Longxiang, Su Xiao gazed at his son lying on the bed, his mind in turmoil. His son, Su Fengyan, had lost his mother at a young age and had been wary of the royal family. He had always been astute, adept at concealing himself, transforming from a life of luxury into a beggar. How could this not tug at his heartstrings? However, before him lay the extraordinary Stone Hao, who at merely 6 years old had traversed 300,000 miles through perilous lands teeming with ferocious beasts without uttering a single complaint. Truly remarkable. No wonder he was chosen by the group and favored by the emperor. Such affection was unparalleled. Receiving 3 drops of precious blood and a fragment of the Tao's power was a testament to that. Yet, his own son, Su Fengyan, had become a true wastrel, a debauched youth, with a reputation in tatters. Am I to stand idly by while my eldest son deteriorates into this state? Chapter 60. Would he disdain me? Su Xiao lifted his gaze to the heavens. Su Xiao, you scoundrel, casting me out of the royal residence for 3 years. No wonder you always claim I am not your son. At that moment, Su Fengyan opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Xiao, he erupted in fury, cursing loudly and seizing a stove to hurl at him. Thud. Su Xiao, caught in a dilemma, was struck squarely on the forehead by the stove. Your Highness, Zhao Shitan gasped in astonishment. Your son strikes you, and you do not evade. Su Fengyan, momentarily stunned, quickly bellowed again, Father. Su Shao lowered his head, feigning indifference, observing Su Fengyan. What? An apology? Too late. I have been a beggar for 3 years, traversing 6,000 miles. Do you know how much I have suffered? Su Fengyan leapt from the bed, glancing around, intending to thrash Su Shao. In that instant, a large, bony hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Su Fengyan turned to see Su Shao regarding him with an ominous glare. Apologies, Su Shao sneered, shoving aside Su Longxiang, pressing Su Fengyan back onto the bed and delivering a resounding slap to his backside. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Ah! Su Fengyan howled in agony. And so what? 6,000 miles is far. I just met someone who traversed 300,000 miles through a land rife with ferocious beasts. Damn it. He is merely 6 years old. Crack! Su Shao roared, yet his hand showed no signs of slowing. Ah! Su Fengyan struggled, but was utterly immobilized, emitting a series of anguished cries. Su Shao, you scoundrel! You have a mistress and want to kill me, wishing for me to relinquish my position to your illegitimate child, right? Crack! The crisp sound of slaps rang out. Ah! Within the room, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the bewildered Su Longxiang stared blankly at Su Shao beating Su Fengyan. This scene was utterly bizarre, leaving everyone's minds buzzing. Why heavens! Zhao Shitan exclaimed in shock. Su Shao's strikes were merciless. Within moments, Su Fengyan's backside was swollen from the blows. It was terrifying. He even began to suspect that Su Shao had fed Su Fengyan several elixirs to withstand such a beating. Wasn't Su Shao supposed to be overly indulgent towards his son? This was not at all in line with what was said in the world. Su Zhao's slaps were delivered without restraint. Another round of beating ensued. Su Fengyan stood there, bewildered, resigned. One must be disciplined to learn. Su Shao finally ceased, feeling invigorated. Realizing that Shao's words were not amiss, he leisurely released Su Fengyan and strolled to the side for tea. Brother! Su Longxiang finally regained his senses, cried out in despair, and dashed forward. Coincidentally, he collided directly into Su Fengyan's rear. Ah! Let go of me, Huang Manor. Now that you have returned, stay at home obediently, practice martial arts diligently, and do not neglect poetry and song, Su Shao said calmly, exhaling a mouthful of tea, his tone nonchalant. He had resolved to properly discipline this wayward son. Have you gone mad? Seeing Su Zhao's serious demeanor, Su Fengyan was completely stunned. After 3 years away, could Su Shao have been possessed? It felt as though he had become a different person. Days later, within the royal residence, Huang Manor accompanied the old celestial master Zhao Shitan of Longhu Mountain. Upon returning to the royal residence, Su Fengyan's first ordeal was a beating, and this incident quickly spread throughout Lingzhou, shocking countless individuals. Father, I have struggled so much outside, bullied daily. These fellows are all my enemies. Please help me deal with them. Su Fengyan stood at a distance, tossing a sheet of rice paper towards Su Shao, not daring to approach too closely, still feeling a dull ache in his backside, limping as he walked, fearful of being pinned down and beaten again by Su Shao. Go yourself. I will not assist you. Su Shao did not even glance, tossing the rice paper aside. Having made up his mind, he decided to take no half measures. You scoundrel! Su Fengyan stomped his foot in anger, about to unleash a torrent of curses. Suddenly, Su Shao snorted coldly, and Su Fengyan immediately fell silent. Father, your son knows only a few superficial tricks. If I seek revenge, I might not even find my own corpse. As long as you understand, Su Shao replied tersely, follow me. I will give you the chance for revenge. I want to go. You truly want me to practice martial arts? I cannot endure such torment. Are you trying to drive me to death? With a sharp crack, Su Shao delivered a resounding slap to Su Fengyan's rear, lifting him up and striding out. Along the way, the servants dared not utter a sound, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, contemplating the uncertain future that awaited the young heir. As they passed through pavilions and corridors, Su Fengyan soon realized that Su Shao had brought him to a newly constructed temple. He was unceremoniously thrust inside. At the center of the sanctuary stood a statue, towering majestically. Why do I feel as though I am being scrutinized from above? Su Fengyan squinted, and amidst the fragrant white mist of sandalwood, the statue appeared almost sentient, gazing down upon the mortal realm. Why, son? Do not hold it against me for being too harsh. It is you who have acted so recklessly. Su Xiao set Su Fengnian down, his tone grave and earnest. The statue of the Eastern Emperor, crafted by my own hands, embodies supreme powers capable of transcending heaven and earth. Should you master it, avenging yourself will be a mere trifle. From this day forth, if you cannot comprehend the contents of this tome, do not dare to leave. Otherwise, I shall break both your legs. With that, Su Xiao departed, leaving behind a chilling warning. Before the weathered statue, Su Fengnian stood with a look of disdain. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, he fell silent, an overwhelming fear swelling within him, as if uttering a word of disrespect might invoke divine retribution. His complexion paled, and he became utterly submissive. Meanwhile, Su Xiao opened his chat group. Baliao Wang. Thank you, AO, Beast Milk Emperor, Zombie Taoist. You guessed right. My vigorous reprimand has made him much more obedient. Huang Rong, Zombie Taoist. No need for thanks. Shuiu's Sword Immortal. The world is indeed in decline. Beast Milk Emperor. No need for gratitude. I merely did what was necessary. Educating a child cannot cease. Periodically, one must be suspended in the air and chastised with chilly water. Quite exhilarating, Baliao Wang. Is that not a bit too harsh? Huang Rong. Moderation is key. This child is growing increasingly unruly. Shuiu's Sword Immortal. Is Qin Shi Huang not present today? Huang Rong. It seems he is absent. Zombie Taoist. Uncertain of his current endeavors. Beast Milk Emperor. Haven't you realized yet? The two of you are harmonizing so well that anyone would feel stifled. I'm at a loss for words. As soon as the last words were spoken, Huang Rong remarked, this child is hardly likable. He is growing more mischievous by the day. Truly a troublesome rascal, Baliao Wang. I wonder if the emperor would disdain the sacrificial red packet? Su Zhao's expression changed abruptly. Just as Huang Rong and Shi Hao were about to speak, they suddenly noticed the group leader had sent a message. Celestial Emperor Donghua, I harbor no disdain. Celestial Emperor Donghua, I have uploaded a document. It contains my insights from the dual sword techniques I have comprehended. Offered to Li Chuai. It has been ages since I have encountered a swordsmanship prodigy. It would be a pity for you to halt your progress here. As Dong Wanggong spoke, he uploaded a file to the group. This comprehension, of course, could not encompass all of Dong Wanggong's insights. Merely a fragment, yet for Li Chuangang, it would reveal a broader world and higher realms. Ding, Group Leader Celestial Emperor Donghua has uploaded a document. Please check. Beast Milk Emperor. Wow, this is the Emperor's insight. Zombie Taoist. Li Chuanggang's fortune is indeed remarkable. Huang Rong. Precisely. What a figure the Emperor is. Receiving his guidance may very well forge an unparalleled sword immortal. Shuiu's Sword Immortal. Emperor, may we take a look? Celestial Emperor Donghua. All is permitted. Baliao Wang. Truly, the Emperor is a paragon admired by all, cherishing talent as life itself. Who can match such magnanimity? Young Su is utterly convinced and filled with admiration. Moments later, in the underground's second floor, Li Chuangang was bellowing in fury. What manner of person is the Donghua Emperor? He dares to alter my sword techniques. I shall confront him. Li Chuangang glared at Su Xiao. Halting even his most trivial actions, I was once one of the four great masters, spring and autumn sword armor. I stand shoulder to shoulder with Elzu. You tell me that in just a few days, the Donghua Emperor has refined the two sleeves green serpent and sword Heaven's Gate to perfection? And now you expect me to appreciate it, to elevate my swordsmanship further? Li Chuangang seethed with rage. Pointing an accusatory finger at Su Xiao, as a swordsmanship prodigy, he possessed absolute confidence in the path he had chosen and could not tolerate anyone meddling with it, all while claiming to offer guidance. Moreover, who was the Donghua Emperor? There had been no mention of him in the martial world. Could he be a recently emerged swordsmanship prodigy? How audacious! Did he intend to challenge the sword god? Very well, Su Xiao, you have truly stirred my ire. Bring the Donghua Emperor before me. I shall demonstrate what a true sword god is. Li Chuangang glared at Su Xiao, his voice sharp, as if he were ready to reclaim his title as sword god. The sound of clashing metal resonated around him, the aura of sword energy overwhelming, shaking the entire underground palace. It seemed that with another thunderous shout, all swords would fly from every direction, converging upon the Baliao Wang Fu. To provoke you? Do not overestimate yourself. Were it not for the Emperor's command, I would surely claim it for myself as a family heirloom rather than bestowing it upon you. Su Xiao remained unfazed. Rubbing his ears dismissively, bring the emperor here? What are you even? A sword god. You are already past your prime. It is not an exaggeration to say that a mere sneeze from the emperor could obliterate you. Crushing you like an ant gazing at the heavens. How audacious. You wish to challenge the emperor. Su Xiao was genuinely impressed by Li Chuang's recklessness. This is your opportunity. Should you miss it? Regret will haunt you for a lifetime. As Su Xiao spoke, he tossed a sheet of paper before Li Chuanggang. His own transcriptions. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Li Chuanggang was momentarily stunned, then filled with furious indignation. Feeling utterly belittled, however, when he grasped the parchment, he instinctively froze, captivated by the content as if under a spell. Li Chuanggang perceived as if he beheld a towering mountain. In that moment, he glimpsed the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This singular glance opened his eyes to a broader horizon and a higher realm. Such comprehension. It was an interpretation of swordsmanship, an ideology propelling it to greater heights. This person possesses terrifying strength. I am no match for him. No, even Elzu lacks the qualification to carry his shoes. Li Chuanggang trembled with excitement, as though he had discovered a treasure. He was the sword god. He had once thought that his swordsmanship had reached its zenith, like an insurmountable mountain that even thousands of swordsmen could never surpass. Yet, upon witnessing this swordsmanship, he realized how egregiously mistaken he had been. What pinnacle of martial prowess! It was merely a self-important individual, wandering at the foot of the mountain, never having glimpsed its true visage. Su Xiao spoke not a word of falsehood. In that moment, Li Chuanggang felt as if he were but an ant. Ha ha! Su Xiao mockingly regarded Li Chuanggang. Are you not intimidated? You dare question the emperor? Do you comprehend his might? Su Xiao, take me to meet the Donghua emperor, with such a master of swordsmanship offering guidance. Li Chuanggang was profoundly grateful. He gazed for a long time, and after finishing, he sighed deeply, filled with admiration. He then approached Su Xiao, eager to meet the Donghua emperor. He. Now you understand the emperor's prowess? Su Xiao teased. Little Li, were you not quite arrogant before? Little Li? Li Chuanggang rolled his eyes, wishing he could strangle Su Xiao. This rascal was growing increasingly brazen. First, it was Senior, then Old Li, and now Little Li. His status was being eroded little by little, devoid of any respect for elders. However, at that moment, Li Chuanggang could not concern himself with Su Xiao. Little Li was blind to the brilliance of the true sword god and dared to utter disrespectful words toward the Donghua emperor. This was all Little Li's fault. I implore the Wangya to grant us an opportunity for me to apologize in person. He flattered Su Xiao profusely in Li Chuanggang's eyes. To meet the Donghua emperor was worth the effort. Indeed, Su Xiao beamed with pride. The once mighty sword god had looked down upon him, scarcely deigning to cast a glance in his direction. This feeling of being flattered was undeniably delightful. Su Xiao felt akin to a fox basking in the glory of a tiger. Yet, how could the emperor be so easily met? Even Su Xiao had never encountered him. He remarked, Little Li, do not be too greedy. The emperor has chosen to impart these insights to you because of your innate talent in swordsmanship. You should not confine yourself to this, but rather aspire to go further. You still wish to meet him? Such wishful thinking. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Chuanggang took a moment to compose himself and nodded. Right. A person of the caliber of Donghua Emperor is surely elusive, a true dragon whose presence is seldom glimpsed. Should I be fortunate enough to gain even a fragment of enlightenment, it would be an extraordinary blessing. Indeed, Li Chungan has envisioned Donghua Emperor as a transcendent sword immortal akin to Elzu, utterly engrossed in the path of the sword, even disdainful of showcasing his renown in the Jianghu. Such a being is indeed the epitome of admiration within the realm of martial artists. However, Su Xiao's words caused a drastic change in his expression. No, you are overthinking it. The Donghua Emperor is not of this world. To him, this expanse is but a grain of sand in a desert, entirely unworthy of his attention. How esteemed the Emperor is! Even celestial beings from the heavenly gates are unworthy to behold him. Chapter 62. This fellow is a madman. Su Xiao gestured with his hands, his left hand representing the celestial beings of the heavenly gates reaching down, while his right pointed skyward. indicating the boundless heights that symbolize Donghua Emperor's cultivation. Ah! At these words, Li Chungan exclaimed in terror, utterly bewildered. The implications of Su Zhao's statement were overwhelmingly profound, leaving Li Chungan astounded. How fearsome is the Donghua Emperor? He perceives the entire world as a mere grain of sand, not worth his contemplation. Could it be true, as the Buddhists say, that the realm of Donghua Emperor encompasses a flower, a leaf, and the entirety of a world? Li Chungan's imagination soared at the thought of the Emperor's realm. To have garnered the Emperor's favor is indeed a blessing for me, Su Xiao. He has cast a few glances my way, Su Xiao sighed. His fortune was exceptionally grand, for he had been selected to join a chat group, allowing him to meet Donghua Emperor. Otherwise, he would be trapped in this minuscule snowy world, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to perceive the broader expanse of existence. All of this was a grace bestowed by the Emperor. And no wonder your cultivation has surged so rapidly. Li Chungan managed to suppress his astonishment, scrutinizing Su Xiao up and down before a sudden realization struck him. All his doubts were dispelled. Su Zhao's transformation was indeed due to the favor of such a supreme figure as Donghua Emperor. Indeed. That half-peach pit I gave you. Did you think it was merely a mundane item? Su Xiao nodded, his gaze fixating on Li Chungan's severed arm, which had already begun to regenerate with a fresh, pale tissue, healing before his eyes. But wait. You seek my sword techniques to curry favor with Donghua Emperor? At this juncture, Li Chungan grasped the crux of the matter, and he was immediately incensed, his anger boiling over. I knew it. Su Xiao, why abandon the path of the sword to barter with me? You are merely trying to ingratiate yourself with Donghua Emperor. What the hell, Xiao Li, are you a dog that changes sides so easily? My two sleeves, like azure serpents, and my sword that opens the heavenly gates. These were all hard-earned treasures. Moreover, without me, would you even grasp the Emperor's understanding of the sword path? Su Xiao vented his frustrations. I could just as easily present it to Donghua Emperor for his perusal. Seeing Su Zhao's expression, Li Chungan scoffed, the Emperor? You think you can meet him? Su Xiao retorted with disdain. Li Chungan deflated, feeling utterly defeated. He had never encountered such a lofty being and did not believe he could ever meet him. Oldly, tell me, would you be interested in joining the Bailiang Wangfu? Suddenly, Su Zhao's face brightened with a smile as he draped an arm over Li Chungan's shoulder. In truth, Su Xiao genuinely wished for Li Chungan to stay. He was already a sword deity, one of the foremost powers in the Jianghu. Given Donghua Emperor's insights into the sword path, his future was bound to be radiant. Such a person must be courted. I am accustomed to freedom. As Su Zhao's face drew ever nearer, Li Chungan felt an urge to slap him away. Truly unbearable. Call me Oldly for something serious, and then just Little Li for no reason at all? Su Xiao, you are truly insufferable. Do you not wish to meet the Emperor? Regrettably, it seemed he could only deceive the Emperor, for Li Chungan was but an ordinary talent, even with insights into the sword path. He had not progressed further, remaining stagnant. Alas, Su Xiao sighed deeply. Regarding Donghua Emperor, he dared not fabricate lies. After all, what kind of being was Donghua Emperor? He knew everything, even capable of discerning the identities of Su Fengyan and others, as well as recognizing Li Chungan's name. Even within this snowy realm, Su Xiao did not believe his lies could evade Donghua Emperor's perception. He was merely trying to intimidate Li Chungan. You dare to slander in the presence of the esteemed Emperor? Li Chungan seethed in anger, flailing his arms as if to rend Su Xiao to pieces. Having witnessed the true pinnacle of the sword path, Li Chungan now held Donghua Emperor in utmost admiration. Yearning to meet him and seek his guidance on the sword path, if Su Xiao spoke foolishly and disappointed Donghua Emperor's expectations, would he still receive any counsel? Li Chungan found himself swayed. Oldly, the Emperor is a divine being, commanding all celestial beings. I once posed a question to him. Can the dead return to life? He replied, a mere gesture. As he spoke, a flicker of melancholy crossed Su Zhao's eyes. Return from the dead? Li Chungan was rendered speechless, his frail body trembling, his eyes betraying an ocean of memories. These two women were the ones they both yearned for day and night. After a long pause, Li Chungan finally spoke. I agree, however. My joining the Bailiang Wangfu shall not be for servitude. Do not expect me to follow you around aimlessly. Su Xiao was overjoyed. Of course. Little Li, you remain a sword deity. Moreover, strictly speaking, We are also servants of the Emperor. His objective achieved, Su Xiao knew that once Li Chungan stepped forward, his nature would prevent him from opposing the Bailiang Wangfu. Here we go again, little Li. Li Chungan protested, Old Li, I have one request. Su Xiao feigned a look of flattery. I refuse. Li Chungan replied resolutely. Alas, the Emperor has graciously imparted a technique to me. It would be a shame to practice it alone. Su Xiao lamented artificially. This is not without room for negotiation. Li Chungan softened. My son, Su Fengyan, I ask the old sword deity for guidance. As a father, I have indulged Fengyan too much, and now he has grown into a wastrel. Li Chungan nodded in agreement, believing Su Xiao had committed no fault, for it was common for the powerful to dote on their offspring. However, the next words left Li Chungan dumbfounded. Every 3 days? Give him a little punishment. Every 5 days a significant one. Every 10 to 15 days, keep him hanging and whip him with a small whip. This will surely mold Fengyan into a well-rounded youth excelling in morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor. Su Xiao waved his hand, exclaiming in heartfelt dismay, Dio, you hold a grudge against your child? Li Chungan paused for a moment before speaking. Meanwhile, before the statue of Donghua Emperor, Su Fengyan sat cross-legged, his eyes shut, his expression tranquil. As time ticked away, a radiant aura emanated from Su Fengyan, rapidly enveloping him, subtly resonating with the holy visage. In the next moment, he opened his eyes wide in a burst of ecstasy. At this instant, within his mind, an unparalleled presence, suffused with an indescribable aura, settled upon his spiritual platform. The figure of Donghua Emperor materialized in Su Fengyan's visualization. This was the sign of successful visualization. Su Fengyan's gaze towards Donghua Emperor transformed, filled with reverence. Emperor, please keep an eye on Su Xiao. This fellow is a madman. Chapter 63. What hidden causality do we not yet understand? Su Fengyan bowed before the statue. At that very moment, creak, the door swung open. Su Fengyan, bewildered, turned to see Su Xiao and Li Chungan entering, both casting sly smiles in his direction. At this moment, high above the heavens, amidst swirling clouds, auspicious energy wafted, and celestial light radiated in myriad streams. In this terrifying spectacle, a majestic portal stood tall, solemn, and imposing, emanating an overwhelming pressure. This was the snowy world, the heavenly gate that countless martial artists yearned for. Crossing that threshold meant immortality. Suddenly, a startled cry echoed from the heavenly gate. What is happening? My reincarnated body is gone. An immortal awoke from his enlightenment, shocked to discover that his corporeal form, which had undergone countless reincarnations, had vanished entirely, severing all ties with the cosmos. His gaze turned towards the mortal realm, and a premonition gripped him. Chaos unprecedented would soon engulf the world. Even the celestial beings above would be affected. Plummeting from the heavenly palace, in the primordial chaos, Zishao Palace, Li Hani, Su Xiao, and Su Fengyan became the emperor's disciples. The Eastern king felt a stirring in his heart. New disciples had emerged. The power of fate had increased once more. Thus, a new world has birthed its followers. Under the influence of Li Hani and Su Xiao, the realms of Shuezhong and Shaoyan Gexing shall soon spread far and wide. At that moment, his cultivation will experience a tremendous enhancement. Once he acquires immense fortuitous power, his progress in cultivation will soar. Ding. You are listening to Daozu Hongjun expounding in Zishao Palace, comprehending the principles of the Hunyuan Daluojingxian realm. Ding. You are deeply enlightened from listening to Daozu Hongjun's teachings in Zishao Palace. Ding. You are profoundly inspired by Daozu Hongjun's discourse in Zishao Palace, with an even deeper understanding of the sword path. Following these announcements, a series of notifications resonated, indicating the activation of his perception. In an instant, a wealth of information materialized within Dong Wanggong's mind, which he swiftly assimilated. What ecstasy! As Dong Wanggong fully digested this information, he couldn't help but chuckle with delight. His cultivation has reached the Hunyuan Jingxian level, just a step away from breaking through to the coveted Hunyuan Daluojingxian realm, which all beings yearned for. It was as if a pillow had materialized just as he felt drowsy. He has thoroughly grasped the pathway to achieving the Hunyuan Daluojingxian. For Dong Wanggong, attaining sainthood is an inevitable outcome. Harnessing the power of the Chaos Demon God is merely a question of time. Moreover, his understanding of the pathways of fortune and swordsmanship has ascended to a new height. In terms of comprehending the principles, only Hongjun in the vast expanse of the primordial world could rival him, while the likes of the three pure ones are no matched. A glimmer sparkled in his eyes. 3,000 years, in the blink of an eye, the third sermon concluded. On the high platform, Hongjun came to a halt, silent as ever. Buzzing. Within Zhixiao Palace, the vast resonance of the Tao gradually dissipated, as all the mighty beings absorbed it, merging with the essence. Phenomena such as the earthly lotus and the heavenly maiden's scattering flowers faded away, and the mighty beings opened their eyes, gazing at the high platform with lingering anticipation. The three sermons have concluded. Thus, my mission of imparting the Tao in the primordial realm is accomplished. I shall unify with the Tao, and Hongjun shall no longer exist within the primordial world. Hongjun spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Tao impart the Tao to all beings in the primordial realm. What Hongjun has done is merely to gather the fortune of all primordial beings unto himself, merging with the heavenly Tao. Now, having established his teachings, the fortunes of all living beings have coalesced. He must swiftly unite with the heavenly Tao of the primordial world for it to assume a dominant position among the three Das. This step is crucial for Hongjun as he seeks to master the primordial realm. Below, all were stunned by this pronouncement. Has the Tao ancestor merged with the Tao? In the future, the Tao ancestor will be the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao will be the Tao ancestor, with no distinction between them. The revered saints, hidden yet unyielding, stand above the fray, transcending worldly matters. Unless in times of great significance, the Tao ancestor might not even appear. Within the grand hall, a murmur of discussion ensued. Humph! Dong Wanggong chuckled coldly within. What scheme does Hongjun have in mind? While others may be oblivious, he is not unaware. Hongjun, in name, merges with the Tao, yet in truth, seeks to usurp the great Tao, devouring the heavenly Tao. When that time comes, he will dominate the Pango world. The primordial universe is shrouded in mystery. It is a remnant of vitality left by the great Pango, harboring terrifying opportunities that transcend the great Tao. Once comprehended thoroughly, one could attain a supreme realm that even the great Pango could not reach. This is what drives Hongjun to madness, to enter the primordial realm. He would even destroy the essence of the chaos demon god. Yet, Dong Wanggong would not acquiesce to Hongjun's desires. He too wishes to partake in this. Such an opportunity is not one to be missed. The expressions of the crowd varied. Some were sorrowful, others joyful, and some entirely indifferent. Those with ambition rejoiced, for with one less saint, they could act with impunity. For instance, Dijun and Tai Yi, saints are formidable. Even without action, their mere presence in the heavens is enough to instill fear in all. The saint continued. Although I am no longer present, the position of the heavenly Tao saint must still be established to safeguard the primordial realm. 9 is the ultimate number. Thus, under the heavenly Tao, no more than 9 saints may exist. Among my disciples, there shall be 6 who attain sainthood. As soon as these words were uttered, the world erupted in fervor. Within Zhixiao Palace, a cacophony ensued. 6 saints, Dijun, Tai Yi, Jin Yuanzi, Mingi Laozu, Hongyun, Kuanpeng. Each of them breathlessly awaited their turn, their eyes reddening, as if on the verge of bursting forth. Saints, who would not aspire to become a saint? The 3 pure ones, along with the 2 from the west, and Nuwa remained calm. They had long been aware of this and had even received the primordial purple energy, which they were currently studying. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, a wisp of ethereal purple energy suddenly materialized in Hongjun's hand, exuding an enigmatic essence imbued with the unique aura of the great Tao. This is the primordial purple energy, the foundation of the great Tao. He expounded upon its marvelous properties, instantly igniting a glimmer of greed in the eyes of the assembly. Filled with longing, I possess 7 strands of primordial purple energy. 6 of these shall be granted to Laozi, Tongtian, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Jane, Zhuanti, and Nuwa. These 6 individuals. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon us the status of saints. Upon hearing this, the 3 pure ones and the 2 from the west simultaneously rose, performing a gesture of respect towards the high platform. Observing this scene, all the mighty beings awakened to the realization. The 6 disciples were seated upon 6 violet mats, each mat containing unparalleled opportunities. potentially leading to saintly positions. In this moment, all present felt regret. The most regretful were undoubtedly Hong Yun and Kuan Peng, as their opportunities had been seized by the two formidable figures from the West. Otherwise, they would have obtained the primordial purple energy long ago. However, all eyes were now fixed upon the final strand of primordial purple energy. Please, Tao Ancestor, show mercy and bestow the purple energy. I am the leader of the demon clan and shall surely benefit all beings, contributing to the primordial realm in the future. In an instant, Zhixiao Palace fell into chaos. Dijun, Tai Yi, Mingi Laozu, and others stood up, bowing to Hong Jun in hopes of acquiring fortune. This was the last glimmer of hope for all. Had it not been for the suppression of the saints, the entire Zhixiao Palace might have been drenched in blood. More gazes turned towards Dong Wanggong, filled with astonishment. For Dong Wanggong remained remarkably composed, sitting cross-legged on the mat, exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the primordial purple energy. Could it be that the primordial purple energy conceals some unknown causality? Chapter 64. Is it time to ascend to the upper realm? The West Queen Mother was astonished, her eyes flickering as she regarded Dong Wanggong. The days of interaction had provided her with a rough understanding of his character. In her view, the only reason Dong Wanggong refrained from intervening was due to the extraordinary causality contained within the primordial purple energy. Gains must be accompanied by losses. Only through sacrifice can one reap rewards. Having come to this realization, the West Queen Mother quelled her inner restlessness and ceased to concern herself with the primordial purple energy. The fate of this primordial purple energy now depends on your own fortune. Hong Jun made his final decision, disregarding the pleas of the crowd, and directly cast it forth. Buzz! The primordial purple energy transformed into a stream of purple light, radiating brilliance, embodying the principles of the great Tao. Suspended in the void. This is mine. In an instant, the gazes of all upon the primordial purple energy grew fervent. This was unexpected for everyone. The primordial purple energy did not attack Dijun and Tai Yi, but directly entered Hong Yun's body. Thank you, Tao Ancestor. We are eternally grateful. Hong Yun was also taken aback, hastily kneeling on the ground, bowing repeatedly to Hong Jun. How infuriating! In that moment, countless gazes turned towards Hong Yun, filled with resentment, especially Kuan Peng, who revealed a fierce glint, radiating overwhelming hatred, wishing to reduce Hong Yun to ashes. How could this be? My mat is gone, the primordial purple energy eludes me, and yet Hong Yun has claimed it. If it weren't for Hong Yun speaking out, he would not have lost his mat. All of this is Hong Yun's fault. Every action has its consequence. Dong Wanggong observed this scene with a sigh. Hong Yun is a decent person, yet his excessive straightforwardness led to his downfall. He sighed. Dong Wanggong chose not to dwell further. This only heightened his anticipation. Soon, he would fulfill his purpose for coming to Zhixiao Palace. The division of treasures, the primordial purple energy ends here. Hong Jun spoke, halting the chaos within Zhixiao Palace. I have traveled through the primordial realm and encountered rare fortunes. Now, as I am about to unify with the Tao, treasures have become useless to me. I shall leave them at the division of treasures for you all to seek at your leisure. Having spoken, Hong Jun waved his hand. Dong! The gates of Zhixiao Palace opened with a thunderous crash. Everyone turned to look, gasping in astonishment. Amidst the chaotic mist, a colossal stone platform emerged, shimmering with radiant light, exuding an aura of immortality, illuminating the chaos for millions of miles. All were dumbfounded. How many opportunities and spiritual treasures lie here? Is the Tao Ancestor excessively wealthy? Humph! The three pure ones and the leaders of the Western sect scoffed at the foolishness of the crowd. In comparison, what do these treasures amount to when juxtaposed with those within the division of treasures? When Hong Jun accepted disciples, he indeed invested considerable resources. The three pure ones had even obtained the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the four swords of the extermination of immortals. However, no one would relinquish the opportunity to seize fortune atop the Funbao cliff. Who would ever disdain an abundance of their own treasures? Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, at the very moment Hong Jun uttered these words, Dong Wanggong had already risen to his feet. Commanding, all beings of the celestial court, unite and take action. As he spoke, Dong Wanggong surged forward. By Imperial Command. Echoed the voices of hundreds in unison. With a thunderous roar, in an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Dong Wang Gong, along with Shi Wang Mu, Qing Qiu Lao Zhu, and other formidable experts of the heavenly court, emerged together. This overwhelming force shook the very foundations of existence, suppressing the ages. Amidst the chaos, myriad laws intertwined, capable of obliterating all. Even the most powerful of quasi-saints would face annihilation. An utterly terrifying spectacle, impudent. Dong Wang Gong, cursed be he. The expressions of the three clear ones shifted dramatically, just as they gritted their teeth in fury. Dong Wang Gong waved his hand and, in concert with the celestial beings, swept away all opportunities, including those at Funbao Cliff. Vanished. The chance for division was lost before battle even commenced. Could it truly be so? The celestial court's numbers were overwhelming, nearly comprising a third of the assembly. Who could possibly compete? Countless onlookers stood agape, dumbfounded. The way Ancestor has decreed that all is determined by fate. To seize is to claim one's own fortune. Dong Wang Gong turned to face the powerful beings who had yet to act, his expression tranquil as he spoke. He. The celestial experts behind him regarded the bewildered crowd with scornful smiles. Led by Dong Wang Gong, the denizens of the celestial court simply stood there, invoking the laws of order within the purple cloud palace, exuding a terrifying aura that swept across all directions. This scene was one of unparalleled dominance. Guests within the purple cloud palace found themselves utterly incapable of contending against it. The majesty of the foremost sect of the primordial world was unmistakable. The three clear ones shall remain here. You may take your leave. In the end, it was Hong Jun who spoke. He had no choice. Having reached this juncture, to further obstruct Dong Wang Gong would merely be to slap his own face. Depart. Dong Wang Gong smiled faintly, leading a cadre of experts as they tore through the void, returning to the primordial realm. Such arrogance and tyranny displayed by Dong Wang Gong foreshadowed his inevitable demise. Di Jun, Tai Yi, and others gritted their teeth in fury. It would not be long before Dong Wang Gong met his end. Many cast solemn glances towards the three clear ones and the two from the west, their expressions heavy with foreboding as they silently mourned for Dong Wang Gong. The saints are approaching. Yet, Dong Wang Gong remained unabashed, entirely indifferent to the three clear ones' attitudes, offering them no semblance of respect. Though the celestial court was populous, before the saints, they were utterly inconsequential. His demise was assured. In the perfect world, at the De Huang stone village, the willow tree, once charred by the thunder tribulation, had now shed its blackened skin, revived with vibrant vitality. Its lush, verdant branches swayed gently in the breeze, imparting a sense of tranquility and harmony. Buzz. As an invisible divine light erupted from the willow tree, a spectral figure of a woman materialized. Hovering above the stone village, she lifted her gaze, surveying her surroundings, and beheld countless rivers flowing through the vast wilderness. Dong Hua Di Jun, what realm do you occupy? The willow goddess sighed. Long ago, Shihao had once retrieved a celestial peach that soared to the heavens, resonating throughout the wilderness, imbued with unparalleled life force. With Shihao's assistance, after consuming only half of the peach, her injuries had fully healed. Even the seasoned willow goddess could not help but be astonished. This was merely half a peach. It had mended her wounds. Compared to it, elixirs of immortality seemed like mere weeds, pathetically fragile. Moreover, this was simply a dish served to celestial beings at Dong Hua Di Jun's banquet. The more she learned, the more she grasped the terror of the emperor. The willow goddess felt an overwhelming admiration, revering him profoundly. Having healed from her injuries, was it time to ascend to the upper realm? The willow goddess found herself in a quandary. She yearned to explore further. Yet, in Shihao's company, she glimpsed a far grander world, where emperors frequently appeared beside him. Thus, she remained torn. Chapter 65. Whosoever seizes it, it is theirs. With this thought, the willow goddess cast her gaze toward the broader world. Sometime prior, Shihao had departed with Shi Qingfeng and Shi Zhan, heading beyond the great wilderness. Had Shihao already garnered renown? As the willow goddess surmised, Shihao's name had indeed spread throughout the wilderness. However, his fame was rather ill-fated. After delivering Shi Qingfeng to the Butian Pavilion, he had joined the ranks there, creating chaos and turmoil, and later ventured to Baiduan Mountain, scaring away all living beings. Shihao had become the target of collective ire. Meanwhile, Shi Hao, driven by certain news, was en route to the imperial capital of the Shi kingdom. In the primordial realm, the earth trembled, countless beings were struck with dread as they gazed skyward, retreating into their celestial caves, envy etched on their faces. These powerful beings gathered in the purple cloud palace to listen to the saints expounding the way, traversed the chaotic void with their corporeal forms, unafraid of the endless dangers within, embodying a formidable presence that evoked trepidation in all. Tao ancestor Hongjun was on the verge of merging with the Tao. Having accepted 6 disciples, the 3 clear ones, the 2 from the west, and Yuan Yangyang, all nearing sainthood, at this moment, the entire primordial realm was set ablaze with astonishment, all beings rendered speechless. Many had believed that this era would herald a new age of the innate 3 clans vying for supremacy. Yet, the Celestial Court, the Demon Clan, and the Witch Clan had yet to truly establish their confrontations, only for several saints to emerge, reshaping the landscape of the primordial realm dramatically. The age of saints was imminent. Saints, beings of supreme authority, were nearly invincible. Once they emerged, they would reign unparalleled. No creature could stand against them. Even the mightiest of races would be reduced to ashes. The future of the primordial realm would undoubtedly be dictated by the saints, with none beneath them possessing the qualification to challenge their authority. The Witch Clan seethed with fury. The 12 ancestors of the witches were incensed. In their eyes, this realm was crafted by the father god Pangu, who was the true sovereign of this domain. Hongjuan's machinations, bringing forth the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, were a grave affront to Father Pangu, a blatant disrespect. More infuriating to the 12 ancestors was the fact that the 3 clear ones were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, inheritors of Pangu's legacy, endowed with the merits of heaven and earth, who professed to be the legitimate heirs of Pangu. In the end, they had become mere lackeys of the heavenly Tao, subservient to Hongjun. The Hounds of the Eagle clan brought immense disgrace, unworthy to be called the true inheritors of Pangu in the heavens. The 33 heavens. Dong Wang Gong paid little heed to the outcries of the myriad beings in the primordial realm. The emergence of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao was inevitable. The momentum of the primordial realm was established, and no one could resist it. Rather than being astonished or fearful, it would be wiser to seize the moment to enhance one's strength in preparation for the impending crisis. Nuwa remained calm, her demeanor gentle towards Dong Wang Gong, suggesting she would not become an adversary. However, the 3 clear ones and the 2 from the west were different. From the outset, they had opposed Dong Wang Gong, and after attaining sainthood, they would undoubtedly turn their blades upon him, scheming against the celestial court. Coupled with Hongjuan's intention to maintain the balance of heaven and earth, Dong Wang Gong felt immense pressure. Dong Wang Gong allocated the treasures of opportunity from Funbao Cliff to the higher echelons of the celestial court. Perhaps I should prepare in advance, seeking to divide the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. Nuwa would be the best choice, as I could begin with the creation of humanity. Before long, Dong Wang Gong had formulated a plan. Nuwa was the future creator of the human race, the mother of humanity. More importantly, she held another identity, the personification of human destiny in the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, capable of awakening the human path. Originally, Nuwa could have stood in equal measure against Hongjun, but alas, Hongjun had long since set his designs, placing the heavenly Tao above all, suppressing both the human and earthly paths. As Dong Wang Gong pondered, he vanished from the heavenly court, stepping into the river of time, racing toward the distant horizon. In an instant, many within the heavenly court sensed the absence of Dong Wang Gong's presence. "Where has your majesty gone?" Shi Wangmu inquired, astonished. "What is the heavenly emperor up to?" The high-ranking members of the celestial court were equally bewildered. Dong Wang Gong, as the sovereign of the celestial court, had ventured forth alone, leaving no one behind. Was something significant about to unfold? At Buzhou Mountain, a celestial pillar supported the universe of the primordial realm. It was formed from the spine of the great god Pangu, boundless and towering, standing at the heart of the primordial continent, reaching toward the heavens. Countless years had passed, yet the might of Pangu remained undiminished. An exalted aura suppressing all, causing even the laws and order to tremble, while the river of time veered away from its brilliance. No entity could surpass the majesty of Pangu, nor influence all beings to feel his indomitable presence. Buzz! As time flowed, Dong Wang Gong emerged, still at the periphery of Buzhou Mountain, able to clearly behold the soaring peak. Merely from the supreme aura lingering at Buzhou Mountain, he could sense the immense power of the great god Pango. Buzhou Mountain was not Dong Wanggong's destination. Hongjun had delivered 3 teachings. It was time for the innate gourd vine to come into existence. Before the Eastern King, a spark of realization ignited. The innate gourd vine, a distinguished entity among the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial era, had been nurtured since the dawn of creation. It had borne 7 precious gourds, each one of exceptional quality. Rivaling the finest innate spirits, however, it was the gourd vine that piqued the Eastern King's interest, for it was entwined with profound causality. This was the very instrument destined for the creation of humanity, a pivotal element in the Eastern King's plan for Nuwa. To forge humanity, 3 innate treasures were indispensable. First, a vine. Second, the 3 light divine water. And third, the resting soil. With these 3 divine artifacts in hand, the Eastern King could lay a trap within Nuwa's essence, challenging the 6 sages of the heavenly Tao. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous roar resounded. The earth surrounding Mount Buzhou trembled as countless beams of treasure light burst forth, shaking the very heavens, and Earth. 7 terrifying rays of light surged from the fissure, tearing through the void and severing the river of time and space. The dreadful power unleashed chaos. In an instant, a vast expanse of space shattered, leaving countless souls in awe. Behold the 7 treasure gourds. The Eastern King's eyes gleamed with excitement. He swiftly moved against the current of time, racing toward the extraordinary phenomenon. At that moment, in a vast valley, a colossal gourd vine, resembling a great dragon, took root atop a high mountain. Amidst its dense foliage, 7 gourds of various colors, each possessing unique powers, emanated a formidable divine presence, instilling fear across the realms. Yet, within that spectacle, 2 figures were fervently gazing at the primordial gourd vine. Elder brother, this is the opportunity bestowed upon me by fate. Tai's gaze was intense, fixated on a gourd of purple and white. At the very least, it is an innate spiritual treasure. This journey was not in vain. Dijuan shared in Tai's delight, but his attention shifted to the remaining 6 gourds. We require 6 more. 4 of these gourds possess an aura leading to the chaotic void. They must be the opportunities of Nuwa and the 3 pure ones. Tai deduced. The 2 from the west were not of the eastern lands. What emerged from the eastern continent bore no relation to them. As for Hongjun, he had already attained harmony with the Tao. His status transcendent, rendering any further opportunities impossible. What remained were the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. Regardless of whose fortune it is, whoever seizes it shall claim it, Dijuan proclaimed boldly. Once they mature, they can be harvested. Chapter 66. He strikes with his sword. In the primordial realm, strength reigns supreme. Victors take all. To let such a splendid opportunity slip away would be folly. Well said. Fortune favors the worthy. I shall claim these 7 gourds. Just as Dijuan and Tai were about to speak, a voice interrupted them, resonating with audacity. Who dares challenge me, Dijuan Tai, for this opportunity? The heavenly Emperor Dijuan and Tai roared in unison. Buzz! The Eastern King materialized within the fabric of time and space. Arriving at their location, Eastern King, with your solitary presence, you dare to confront us? In an instant, both Dijuan and Tai's eyes blazed with fury, their teeth clenched, rage boiling within them. For millennia, they had been hunted. Their escape fraught with peril. They could never forget that scene. The sight of the Eastern King ignited a fierce urge to annihilate him, to reduce him to ashes. Yet, the power of the celestial court was overwhelming, compelling Dijuan and Tai to restrain their thirst for vengeance and proceed with caution. Yet here stood the Eastern King, alone, igniting their ire. The Eastern King regarded them with disdain. Ha ha ha, merely 2 worthless beings. It is you who ought to retreat, he scoffed. Dijuan and Tai were his mortal enemies, an enmity that could never be resolved, nor was there any need for reconciliation. Their words were unrelenting. You seek death. Tai bellowed. In an instant, the chaos bell was summoned, severing the pathways of heaven and earth, shattering the laws of existence. The realm became enshrouded in obscurity, save for the brilliance of his grand path, transforming into a surging torrent of energy that illuminated the world. The last time we were defeated was merely due to a depletion of fortune. Now, as leaders of the demon race, We wield boundless destiny and have even ascended to the quasi-saint realm. At this moment, Dijuan spoke, wielding the river map and the Luo book, radiating light as he sought to suppress the heavens and earth, his might formidable enough to cleave the primordial realm in two. Rumble, the enmity between them was irreconcilable. Dijuan and Tai did not conceal their murderous intent. The terrifying aura of the two quasi-saints instilled trepidation throughout the cosmos. Two corpses, one representing good and the other evil, silently materialized behind them, shocking all who beheld them. Dijuan and Tai were, in fact, quasi-saints who had slain two corpses. The humiliation of years past shall be repaid today. Your life shall serve to honor our dignity. Dijuan and Tai, surrounded by intertwining laws, radiated an overwhelming intent to kill, as if they could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Having ascended to the quasi-saint realm, their confidence surged, and they felt no doubt that they could overpower the Eastern King. Moreover, Tai possessed the Chaos Bell, a supreme innate treasure, renowned as one of the most formidable beings post-corpses. Coupled with the boundless destiny of the demon race, they believed they could contend with the fortune of the celestial court. Thus, Dijuan and Tai were emboldened to strike. Kill! Their war cries echoed through the heavens. Dijuan and Tai, exuding immense power, unleashed the forces of the Chaos Bell and the river map, swiftly piercing the path before them. Charging toward the Eastern King, the Eastern King stood ready to engage. The three resumed battle. All the great powers were taken aback. Everyone unleashed their abilities, observing the clash, and when they beheld the battlefield, they were astonished. Dijuan and Tai had indeed slain the embodiment of good and evil. How formidable! Countless souls were left awestruck, except for those within the Purple Cloud Palace, unaware of the cultivation levels of the three pure ones. Dijuan and Tai were the fastest to advance in their cultivation. Such powers were exceedingly rare in the primordial realm. Meanwhile, the Eastern King stood before many powerful beings, remaining remarkably composed in the presence of Dijuan and Tai, concealing his own path of corpse-slaying. Has the Eastern King yet to slay his corpses? Has he not even reached the quasi-saint level? In an instant, whispers spread among the crowd. If true, it would be utterly shocking. The ruler of the celestial court, the mightiest force in the primordial realm, had failed to achieve corpse-slaying. It would render them the subject of ridicule throughout the ages. Ha ha ha! Today, Eastern King, you must perish. How could one who has not slain the three corpses possibly contend with us? Dijuan and Tai laughed heartily, their attacks growing increasingly fierce, vowing to eliminate the Eastern King in one fell swoop. A frog at the bottom of a well. The Eastern King's gaze turned icy, his tone dripping with disdain. Having spoken, he moved. Boom! The power of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal surged through the realm. In that moment, the Eastern King stood in the void, akin to a cosmic expanse, the laws of the Great Path coalescing into a celestial river that encircled him, resembling a supreme sovereign reigning over all. Boom! The Eastern King unleashed a punch. The terrifying force of the laws erupted in that instant. Celestial light surged, exploding in the void, and the fearsome fist energy shattered the laws, countering the dreadful attack from Dijuan and Tai. Such was the might of the Path of Laws, the strongest force throughout history. The Path of Hunyuan was fraught with difficulty, demanding immense magical power and indomitable will. Both were essential. Slaying the three corpses was uncomplicated. With a single treasure in hand, one could swiftly ascend to the quasi-saint realm. Yet, once the Path of Laws was completed, one's combat power would surge dramatically, surpassing even that of quasi-saints. After all, this was the path of the Chaos Demon God, and the Chaos Demon God represented an invincible existence. The path they tread was inherently flawless. Incredible! The Eastern King forsook the path of corpse-slaying, opting instead for the Path of Laws. He had actually ascended to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. It was utterly unfathomable. The heavens trembled. Countless powerful beings, witnessing the Eastern King unleash the might of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, were left in awe. The Path of Laws is notoriously arduous. Any practitioner beginning to comprehend the laws possesses a clear awareness of this. Otherwise, only figures such as the Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, and the Beginning Qilin, among others, would have succeeded. To be precise, only Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, and Beginning Qilin achieved success, while figures like Luo Ho were reincarnations of the Chaos Demon God. This was also the reason why beings in the primordial realm chose the path of corpse-slaying. They had no other choice, forced to remain at the Daluogen immortal level or become quasi-saints. Thus, when the Eastern King attained the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, the entire world was left astounded. And no wonder he is so arrogant. Regardless of whether you possess the cultivation of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, you shall die today. Dijuan and Tai were initially taken aback, then they bellowed once more, launching their assault. Silence. The sword comes, Dong Wanggong spoke in a low voice. And in an instant, he drew his sword. All who witnessed this scene were profoundly shaken. Dong Wanggong, Dijun, and Tai. This battle could only be described as earth-shattering. They clashed near the Buzhou mountain, with each strike unleashing a force that epitomized the pinnacle of the primordial world, showcasing unparalleled might as if they were the very sovereigns of this realm. Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, Ming He Laozu, Kuan Pong, and numerous other formidable beings were all riveted to this confrontation. Chapter 67. How could they be so overwhelmingly powerful? Everyone was taken aback. The strength of these three individuals was overwhelmingly formidable, sending shivers down the spines of even the most unruly of warriors, instilling a sense of impending defeat. Any one of these three would be nearly insurmountable, let alone facing them all at once. In the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestors of the Wu manifested like 12 towering mountains, majestic and imposing. The terrifying vitality of their blood dyed the heavens and the earth a deep crimson. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles became searingly distorted, with laws unraveling. The ancestors of the Wu gazed intently at the three figures on the battlefield, feeling an overwhelming dread. How could Dong Wanggong possess such terrifying power? 1 against 2. With the strength of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he faced off against 2 quasi-saints without falling behind. This was truly astonishing. The entire world trembled in response. Above the eastern sea, a monstrous dragon, stretching 10,000 zhong, emerged, enveloped in the dual energies of yin and yang. Its eyes were extraordinarily peculiar, one open to reveal daylight, while the other closed to plunge everything into darkness. This was Zhulong, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, one of the few survivors of the Dao Demon War. He gazed at the sky, observing the battlefield. Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the primordial era reemerges. Shock filled Zhulong's eyes as countless memories flooded his mind. The ancient battles between the 3 innate clans, Luoho, Yangmei Daoran, and others, once turned the world upside down, obscuring the sun and moon, even shattering the western continent. The primordial realm nearly collapsed. With laws and order fading into oblivion, Zhulong had experienced this firsthand. He understood the immense strength of the Hunyuan Golden Immortals, but he also knew how arduous it was to attain enlightenment through the laws of the universe. He too walked the path of the laws. Yet, after all these years, Zhulong's cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, unable to break through, a feat requiring immense perseverance and magical power, which was exceedingly difficult. Thus, upon witnessing Dong Wanggong as a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he found it hard to believe. However, did Dong Wanggong have a chance against Dijun and Tai? Zhulong observed the battle, uncertain of the outcome. He genuinely worried for Dong Wanggong, for his adversaries were dreadfully formidable. At this moment, Your Majesty, Lord Dong Huang, as they beheld the fierce battle between Dijun and Tai, the entire demon clan erupted in fervor. Countless demon warriors surged forth, their terrifying aura sweeping across all directions, instilling fear in everyone. The demon clan. Those who dared to step onto the battlefield would be met with merciless slaughter. Within the heavenly court, the figure of Shi Wangmu emerged, accompanied by a large black bird that danced upon her shoulder, emanating an awe-inspiring presence as she descended from the void, looking down upon the demon clan with an air of menace. Kill! A roar resounded from the 33 heavens. Endless celestial armies surged forth from the heavenly court, landing upon the primordial earth, an overwhelming battle-intent sword, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. At this moment, the terrifying might of the celestial court tore through the boundless void. Heavens above! This is a dire predicament. The celestial court and the demon clan were on the brink of conflict. Everyone was thrown into chaos, shaken by the formidable powers of the celestial court and the demon clan. They felt a cataclysmic calamity looming on the horizon. The primordial world was about to be engulfed in a tempest of blood and slaughter. With mountains collapsing, rivers reversing, and countless lives being tragically extinguished. This was the battle of the three innate clans. By this point, the situation between the Celestial Court and the Demon Clan had reached a critical juncture. With over 100 great Luo golden immortals and numerous quasi-saints among them. All were trembling, praying for a miracle to avert this war. Then, in that moment, Dong Wanggong let out a furious roar that reverberated across the four seas, echoing in the ears of all beings. Boom! In an instant, the vast land seemed to stand still. An incredible sword energy soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens and the earth, utterly indomitable. This was a moment that made Zhen Yuanzi, the 12 ancestors of the Wu, Hong Yun, Minghe Lao Zhu, and Kuan Peng's pupils constrict in unison. Such terrifying swordsmanship exists in this world. All things quaked in fear as a chilling wave of crisis swept through, plunging them into an abyss of coldness, leaving them devoid of warmth. At this moment, Dong Wanggong unleashed a single sword strike. Buzz! The sound of the sword resonated through the heavens and the earth, and everyone was astonished to discover that all sword-type spiritual treasures emitted a humming sound, as if responding to the call of the sword's sovereign, surrendering in deference. Subsequently, all sword-type spiritual treasures detached from their masters. Soaring into the sky, boom! Countless sword shadows crossed mountains and rivers, traversing infinite time and space towards Buzhou Mountain. Clang, clang. The sky was filled with swords, akin to thousands of troops, swiftly closing in on Dijun and Tai Yi. In that instant, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The torrential rain of swords evoked the power of the laws, intertwining upon the blades, dazzling with divine radiance, resembling the phantoms of deities and demons. Eclipsing the sun and sky, unstoppable. This was a deluge of swords capable of annihilating everything. Even quasi-saint level beings would find themselves utterly defenseless beneath its onslaught. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Dong Wanggong bellowed once more, his voice resonating throughout the primordial realm, surrounded by a radiant sword light that seemed to crumble the very fabric of the universe, dragging the myriad laws into chaos. As if a primordial demon had re-emerged into the world. Boom! As this sword descended, the heavens and earth changed their hue, as if they were about to be cleaved asunder, the vast cosmos collapsing around them. Clang! With a crisp sound, the torrential rain of swords simultaneously struck out, forming a resplendent sword light that cleaved through the air, severing time and space. Time and space were both cut asunder. The power of the laws began to wane. The path of all laws withered. This sword obliterated the avenues of the cosmos, extinguishing myth. In that moment, everyone felt as if their paths of cultivation had been severed. What a powerful sword! How terrifying! All beings were left dumbfounded by this spectacle. No. It cannot be. Dijun and Tai Yi's expressions changed dramatically, their terrified screams echoing. In an instant, the two summoned a potent spiritual treasure, traversing time and space. Seeking to escape. Damn it! We're done for. Both sensed the looming threat of death, as if a blade were poised at their throats. Should it fall, they would find no resting place. They were overwhelmed with terror and furious to the extreme. How could Dong Wanggong be so powerful? The strength of a Hunyuan golden immortal had reached such an extraordinary level. This was simply too defiant of the heavens. Who could withstand it? Trying to flee, Dong Wanggong fixed his piercing gaze upon the vanishing forms of Dijun and Tai Yi, coldly declaring, "Cut." Chapter 68. The opportunity is gone. The will of the sovereign resonated with the heavens and the earth. Boom! At that moment, all the sword lights erupted, unleashing an unparalleled might as they cleaved towards the endless expanse of time and space. Boom! Clang! The chaos bell reverberated, utilizing the terrifying power of a primordial treasure to withstand this overwhelming sword light. One sword opens the heavenly gate, one strike extinguishes myriad paths. This sword was truly fearsome. Even a primordial treasure could not withstand this blow. A chilling wail pierced the air. Dijun and Tai Yi simultaneously cried out in despair. Wherever the sword radiance touched, all things turned to dust, including the two of them. No, no, no. Dijun and Tai Yi roared in madness, desperately resisting. Then, silence reigned. When all was calm once more, everyone stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the scene before them. The river of time and space had been severed. Blood stained the earth, as a colossal golden crow was consumed by the flames of time and space, its bloodied form gradually fading away. The heavens and earth were cleaved in twain. The primordial world extended from the vast land to the cosmic rivers of stars. Everyone felt as if they had witnessed the dawn of creation. Your Majesty Dong Huang, Demon Emperor, the demon clan seemed to be engulfed by despair, their wails rising in a cacophony. So powerful, Dong Huang Gong truly was formidable. Beneath the saints, none could rival him, the 12 ancestors of the Wu. Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, Minghe Lao Zhu, and others exchanged glances, unable to conceal their shared fear. Unmatchable, they were utterly incapable of contending with Dong Huang Gong. Their strength paled in comparison to Di Jun and Tai Yi. In the presence of Dong Huang Gong, that was akin to courting death. With one sword strike, he had even cleaved the primordial heavens apart. What terrifying power! Aside from the supreme sage, who else could possibly contend with him? He is truly an invincible presence. In this moment, no formidable opponent dares to lay a hand on the Eastern Prince. Unless it is the sage who intervenes, the Eastern Prince is undefeated in battle. Everyone is acutely aware of how terrifying this reality is. A shared thought arises in their hearts. Long live the Heavenly Emperor! The Heavenly Emperor sweeps all before him. The likes of the Western Queen Mother and others are filled with overwhelming joy. The entire celestial court is in an uproar. Fellow denizens of the celestial realm, they are akin to grasshoppers in the same boat as the Eastern Prince. Their fortunes rise and fall together. Humph! Now is not the time. With the heavenly Tao at his side, he cannot kill these two individuals. The Eastern Prince gazes at the river of time and space for a long while. Letting out a cold snort, Di Jun and Tai Yi are both blessed with fortune, making them the protagonists of this calamity between the witch and the demon. Before the onset of this calamity, no one could slay them, not even a sage. The Eastern Prince's strike did not end their lives, however. Even so, both are grievously wounded and on the verge of collapse. That is sufficient. The Eastern Prince does not pursue further. Should he continue, Tao ancestor Hong Jun would undoubtedly intervene to save Di Jun, as a sage would naturally go to great lengths to protect this world. He has no desire to encounter Hong Jun so soon. And should Hong Jun grasp any leverage against him, it would be a grave loss. Buzz, with a wave of his mighty hand, all the rain of swords returns to him. Then, he casts his gaze upon the innate gourd vine. At that very moment, boom! The innate gourd vine has fully matured. Thud. The 7-treasure gourd radiates brilliance, releasing a scorching divine light that sweeps across the entire realm, piercing the heavens. Each gourd is no ordinary object. Each gourd is entwined with a principle, stirring the fabric of time and space, causing the heavens and earth to change color. A surging treasure light descends like a tidal wave. The 7 gourds are as follows. The purple gold gourd contains a miniature world, harboring boundless space and serving as Laozi's fortune, capable of holding elixirs. The purple blue treasure gourd enhances the power of spiritual treasures, enabling postnatal rebirth. It is the creation of the primordial supreme one and the reason why the disciples of the Chan teaching possess the most magical artifacts. With the assistance of the water and fire Qilin, the purple-yellow gourd can trap and slay enemies, a tremendous boon indeed. The purple-red gourd erodes the primordial spirit, tainting spiritual consciousness, shimmering brilliantly in the hands of Hong Yun. The purple-green gourd, capable of forging the summoning demon banner and gathering myriad demons, is a fortune of Nuwad as for Tai Yi. He has acquired a supreme treasure, the purple-white gourd, which once instilled fear in countless cultivators during the investiture of the gods. The last one is the purple-black gourd. The Eastern Prince gazes at the purple-black gourd for a considerable time. This gourd should be the strongest among them. It is profoundly mysterious, exceedingly enigmatic. The Eastern Prince can sense that within the purple-black gourd lies a chaotic space, brimming with surging power, terrifying to the extreme. However, although the purple-black gourd possesses great power, nurturing it requires an immense expenditure of energy. While the innate gourd vine is powerful, it is not yet mature. In the end, the purple-black gourd is on the verge of vanishing from existence. Nevertheless, in my hands, it can attract boundless fortune, ensuring its complete maturation. Would that not mean I have acquired another supreme treasure? The Eastern Prince is thoroughly exhilarated. What others cannot achieve, he can. As for the consumption of fortune energy, it is sufficient for the purple-black gourd to fully develop. The Eastern Prince is filled with anticipation regarding this. Each of the other 6 gourds possesses power that is not inferior to that of top-tier innate spiritual treasures. And the mightiest purple-black gourd, once fully matured, how formidable would it be? Boom. The Eastern Prince gives it little thought. Waving his hand as a torrent of magical energy surges forth, manifesting a world in his palm, extending forward. With a tremendous crash, the 7 treasure gourd and gourd vine are entirely collected, leaving nothing behind. Regardless of whose fortune it is, since no one has come forward, the Eastern Prince naturally will not be courteous, transforming all fortunes into his own. Having completed these actions, the Eastern Prince soars into the sky. Returning to the heavenly court in a single step, the celestial beings, led by the Western Queen Mother, each return to their respective places. Without a word from the Eastern Prince, they dare not act rashly. Only a group of panicked demon clans remains, shrouded in endless fear. Is it over? All living beings breathe a sigh of relief. The expressions of the 12 ancestral witches are complex. They could never have anticipated that this game would conclude in such a manner. Yet, the influence does not cease. In the Purple Cloud Palace. On the purple gold mat, the 3 pure ones, the 2 mighty figures from the west, and Nuwa are seated. Buzz. The creation jade plate envelopes the 6, transforming the 3,000 great principles into boundless resonances, available for the 6 to refine. In an instant, the 3 pure ones and Nuwa simultaneously open their eyes, filled with expressions of confusion. The fortune is gone. The Purple Cloud Palace. It is unknown how many thousands of miles away from the primordial wilderness. The reactions of the 3 pure ones and Nuwa awaken the 2 mighty figures from the west, who realize that they have yet to attain sagehood, unable to comprehend the world in an instant as a sage would. Each employs their supernatural abilities to investigate matters in the primordial wilderness. Upon looking, the 6 are immediately struck dumb. What? Dijun and Tai have actually been defeated by the Eastern Prince. Chapter 69. What about those 2 young ladies? The 2 are suddenly alarmed. Previously, the Eastern Prince had single-handedly vanquished Dijun and Tai, instilling fear across the realm. However, this time is entirely different. In the last encounter, the Eastern Prince had harnessed the power of fortune laws, activating the fortune spiritual treasure, showcasing terrifying law-based supernatural abilities. Today, the Eastern Prince is overwhelmingly powerful, having severely wounded both Dijun and Tai. This is a one-sided battle. Such a formidable Eastern Prince makes both Jane and Juanti tremble, their minds quaking. They are utterly outmatched. How infuriating. Even my fortune has been snatched away. The Eastern Prince deserves his fate. The expressions of the 3 pure ones darken to the extreme, their anger boiling. 3 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, even for them, are a source of great pain. Furthermore, they have lost face. The Eastern Prince shows them no respect whatsoever, especially the prideful Yuan Shi, whose visage contorts in rage. They harbor a deep hatred for the Eastern Prince, the laws of the great Tao. He has comprehended such a terrifying supernatural power. Nuwa also feels a tremor in her heart. She does not immediately realize that she has lost her fortune. Rather, she becomes acutely aware of the Eastern Prince's formidable power. She directly abandons the method of severing the 3 corpses for enlightenment, opting to cultivate the mixed primordial fruit position to achieve the realm of mixed primordial golden immortality. The swordsmanship and supernatural abilities displayed by the Eastern Prince leave Nuwa utterly astonished. It is overwhelmingly powerful, tearing open a massive rift in the primordial heavens and earth, radiating terrifying brilliance. His swordsmanship has reached its zenith. Such a terrifying supernatural ability, even Nuwa cannot master. This individual must not be underestimated. In this moment, Nuwa's attitude towards the Eastern Prince shifts. She recalls the series of transformations that occurred after the Eastern Prince first received teachings. This instills a profound sense of apprehension within her. The Eastern Prince, step by step, appears arrogant, yet in reality, he is achieving success. Whether in becoming the foremost male immortal or establishing the celestial court among the 33 heavens, he has leapt to become the most potent force in the primordial world, exerting pressure on both the witch and demon clans, achieving remarkable military exploits. Such a person, will he die in the future? Or will he be targeted by others? This is the question lingering in Nuwa's mind. For some unknown reason, a thought suddenly arises in her mind. The Eastern Prince's future is limitless, perhaps destined to surpass all others and break through to even higher realms. Even Nuwa is startled by this thought. Yet, no one can say for certain. Nuwa lowers her head in contemplation, a hint of distress appearing on her breathtakingly beautiful face, eyeing the purple cloud palace. The Eastern Prince, Hong Jun's expression darkens, his deep-set eyes flickering with a disquieting light. This is his physical body, merging with the Tao. The aura emanating from him grows increasingly terrifying. Seated cross-legged, he emits no discernible energy. Yet he resembles a primal beast, exuding a terrifying presence that threatens to shatter the myriad worlds, fortunately supported by the strength of the laws. This fellow has indeed escaped my control. A coldness tinges Hong Jun's voice. He never anticipated that the Eastern Prince would reach the pinnacle of mixed primordiality rather than severing the three corpses. He has not even realized the astonishing strength that the Eastern Prince possesses. The fortunes, capable of isolating even sages, are intertwined with an enigmatic element, rendering Hong Jun unable to deduce any information about the Eastern Prince. As predicted by Hong Jun, once the three corpses are successfully severed by the Eastern Prince, he himself would be rendered useless. Without the primordial purple energy as a foundation, he cannot merge the three corpses together, at most attaining the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, unable to advance further. However, the Eastern Prince has taken the path of law to attain enlightenment. And with remarkable speed, he has swiftly achieved the status of mixed primordial golden immortal.